Good morning, EB.
Good morning to you. Good afternoon to me. How are you doing, Garrett?
I'm well. How are you?
Doing very well. Eddie's here with me as well. We are just about ready to go, I think, for the Blue Jays and the Rangers. It's a nice, beautiful sunny day in Toronto, so the roof should be open.
Nice. Any uniform requests while I'm here?
I think we can just go standard road home today.
Looks good to me. I will drop off. Good luck, guys.
Thank you very much. And good afternoon, everybody. We're just about ready to get underway and bring you a nice day of ML Ball. This is the first of 7. We're in Toronto at the Rogers Centre. It's the Blue Jays and Rangers. This is game 3 of 4. I'm EB from Toronto, joined by my broadcast partner, Eddie McCarthy. How are you doing, Eddie?
Doing good today and hoping for a good baseball game to kick off our Major League Ball Saturday. Hopefully it'll be a little bit better than yesterday's affair at the Rogers Centre, as the Blue Jays kind of ran away with that one.
Yeah, the first 2 games of the series, if you weren't with us, went quite differently. The Blue Jays won Game 1 thanks to a walk-off home run on Thursday night. Yesterday was an offensive explosion from the Blue Jays. They took it 10-0 behind a very dominant first Major League start from Nate Pearson. And what today brings us is anyone's guess. And we see Matt Shoemaker taking the mound for the Blue Jays. What do you got on him, Eddie?
Well, Matt Shoemaker is one of these guys who's bounced around with a couple of different teams. Stint with the Angels for about 7 years, came up with them back in 2013, signed a deal with Toronto in 2019. And this is a guy who's shown promising stuff, but his whole career kind of been racked by injuries. So far, though, not caught the injury bug, knock on wood, and he's put together a pretty nice season for himself thus far.
And he throws a first pitch strike to Elvis Andrus, and we are underway on a beautiful day in Toronto. The roof is open, sunny, and very nice. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Andrus, the Texas shortstop, and it's going to be popped up to Kevin Biggio over at second, and we are underway.
Yeah, good start right there from Matt Shoemaker. Jamming Elvis Andrus inside. Andrus unable to turn on that, goes inside out, and it's an easy out recorded there by Shoemaker.
Nick Solak had one of the only 2 hits for the Rangers yesterday. They were stifled by Nate Pearson in his first Major League start. He takes that pitch for a strike. And there, it's on the screen, 1 for 4. That single was in the 9th inning. The only other hit was a single by Robinson Chirinos, which broke up Nate Pearson's no-hitter in the 8th inning. Here's the pitch. It's a little low. 1-1. Shoemaker
like you were saying, definitely a rough day for the Ranger bats yesterday, but sometimes that means that they're even hungrier today, and it's 2 fifth starters who are going at it right here, so maybe we'll see a little bit more offense. For the Blue Jays, hard to have more offense than yesterday, but certainly for the Rangers, perhaps a little bit more with the bat today.
2-1 pitch is high, 3-1. Matt Shoemaker had a complete game shutout against the Orioles last Saturday in Baltimore. He did give up 9 hits, so a hit per inning, but no runs. Here's a 3-1 pitch to Nick Solak, and it's driven to left field, and that is gone. So it's a 1-out solo home run for Nick Solak, and just like that, the Rangers are on the board, take a 1-0 lead.
Well, like I just said a moment ago, sometimes when you get stifled for a full 9 innings yesterday, as the Rangers did, something clicks for you the next day, and that's exactly what happens for Matt Solak right here. That is just, it looks like a hanging slider. You can see Jansen, the catcher, he wants it inside. It creeps out over the plate, no movement whatsoever, flat as a table, and Solak makes no mistake with that one, and Texas quickly out in front 1-0.
And Willie Calhoun, the DH, takes a ball, and we saw a lucky fan picking up a souvenir on that home run in left field. Come to the ballpark, get a home run. So much better start for Texas today. as that pitch is in for a strike, 1-1. And Nick Solak, his last 2 at-bats, he's had hits. Single yesterday in the 9th inning, and a home run leading off today.
Big home run right there by Solak, trying to really spark this ball club. You mentioned it just a moment ago. Obviously dealt that tough walk-off loss on Thursday, and then they were absolutely blasted yesterday. So trying to find some momentum today.
That one's hit pretty well to center field, but Grichuk has a beat on it, and that's a second out.
Second batter in a row right now for the Rangers, who has hit the ball hard off of Shoemaker. That was another pitch that he left out hanging over the plate. So having some trouble locating so far is Shoemaker. And let's see if the Rangers can capitalize once again with Gallo at the plate.
Here's a guy who can hit it far if he gets into one. Joey Gallo, the right fielder, takes the ball, and we see the shift, as they often do on Gallo, because he is a dead pull hitter. Although the last game of the Rangers that I called against the Angels the other day, he actually went against the shift. Pitch is low, 2-0.
Yeah, I had a game the other day where they were playing an extreme shift on, I believe it was Charlie Blackmon, and he basically grounded one that rode the foul line, and he walked into second base for a double, because right there we just showed you the infield shift. The outfield also shifted over. The left fielder, Gurriel, basically playing in left center right now.
2-1 pitch was in for a strike, so it's 2-2 on Joey Gallo, and here's the 2-2 pitch, just a bit outside, full count. Full count pitch to Joey Gallo is swung on and missed for strike 3. Shoemaker gets his first strikeout of the day, but Nick Solak hit that majestic shot to left field, and it's 1-0 Texas going to the bottom of the first. And as we see Jordan Lyles taking the mound, pretty good year for him so far, I think.
Yeah, Jordan Lyles putting together a nice season, perhaps finally found a home here in Texas, as this is a guy who's been on numerous teams throughout his big league career. 29 years of age, but he's played for the Astros, the Rockies, stint with the Padres, Brewers, and the Pirates, and now he's found himself, perhaps like I said, a home here in Texas, putting together a pretty nice season. Got the ERA at 2.59, 4-2 record. Delivered some good starts here for the Rangers.
And he delivers a first pitch strike to Bo Bichette, the shortstop. We see Texas 31-33, third in the AL West. A's still leading the way in that division. The 0-1 pitch to Bo Bichette. Swung on and missed, 0-2.
Location going to be key here for Lyles. Does not have the luxury of the 98-mile-an-hour fastball.
Strike 3
Gotta paint
called.
corners.
Dropped a nice curveball there.
Like I said, Lyles can't exactly dial it up like some guys, but he makes up for it with that curveball right there. He's also got the slider and changeup as the other off-speed complements, and if he can have them working, he can really keep hitters off balance.
Kevin Biggio, the second baseman, takes a first pitch strike. Here's a guy who's really been struggling. You can see the average just at 208. Although yesterday he had a good at bat, he had a bases clearing double in the 10-0 win. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 0-2.
Yeah, I've had a couple of Blue Jays games in the past week, and each time I keep thinking, perhaps move Biggio down in the order. That way maybe he can at least see more fastballs, and he can try and find himself up there at the plate.
That curveball misses low, 1-2. Last year he was very good as he fouls that one away. He was very good at getting on base. He was very patient, drew a lot of walks. But this year, he's not as patient and not swinging at good pitches. Although he lays off that one, 2-2.
But yeah, sometimes though it's nice that the manager has confidence in him. If he was moved down to 7th or 8th, he would see more fastballs.
As he swings and misses on that, that was a fastball, but not in a good location, and that's the second strikeout from Lyles.
Yeah, it's a good spot by Lyles as he really jams Biggio inside, who just, I don't even know what you call that type of swing. But again, if you're hitting somewhere 7, 8, or 9, more likely to get some first pitch fastballs. But if you're hitting in the 2-hole, you're going to see every bit of what the pitcher has in his arsenal.
Lourdes Gurriel Jr. takes that 95-mile-an-hour fastball for a strike. Yeah, Charlie Montoya might have to think about moving Biggio down in the order a little bit just to help him out. Pitch is outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Already starting to see from the umpires so far today, that outside strike not there. The inside strike, especially that high inside corner, he's been giving that one so far today.
1-1 is high, 2-1. Nice velocity here from Lyles, up to 95. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Lourdes Gurriel Jr. Fouled away on the slider.
That was a hanger right there, and Gurriel missed it. They wanted that one inside, but instead crept out over the plate.
2-2 pitch. Popped up. Let's see if Guzman has a play, and...
Nice catch.
Did he catch it? He did catch it. Very nice. So that will end the inning. No runs, no hits, nobody left. We go at the top of the second, 1-0 Rangers. And as we begin the top of the second, we see Todd Frazier,
the
third baseman for the Rangers, batting just 199, but double-digit home runs, 39 RBI already.
Frazier's a guy who's always hit for power, but I like to go back to that catch which was made by the Ranger first baseman at the end of the inning, Guzman. Again, here at Rogers Center, along with the Oakland A's place out in Oakland, California, so much room both on the third base and first base sides because not originally built for baseball, so a lot more room in foul territory.
That's going to be grounded through for a base hit, leadoff single for Todd Frazier. And you mentioned the foul territory at the Rogers Center, lots of it, so made it very easy for Guzman. That was a nice swing from Todd Frazier there.
Good job by Todd right there. He goes with the pitch. He takes what he gets. That's not a pitch you're going to drive out of the ballpark, but it is something you can go the other way with and get a hit, and that's what he did right there.
Yeah, he's Santana, center fielder, a switch hitter, batting from the left side, takes ball 1. Shoemaker trying to settle down here. 1-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-1. That's one of Shoemaker's good pitches, the splitter. When he has that working, he's very tough to hit.
Yeah, that splitter with that late movement, the bottom kind of falls out of it, like you said. It's working, tough to hit.
Runner goes, and he's out. Caught stealing is Todd Frazier. Might have been a hit and run, but he's thrown out in plenty of time by Jansen.
Terrible jump right there by Todd Frazier, man who played in the Little League World Series for Toms River. Of course, back in Little League, you basically have to wait till the ball's in the catcher's glove until you can run, but you don't have to in the big leagues. So the Todd Frazier, horrendous jump right there, 1 out.
1-2 pitch foul back. I gotta think that was a hit and run because Santana swung right through the pitch.
Certainly could have been, which could have explained the poor jump.
1-2 outside, 2-2. And the 2-2 pitch. Fly ball to left field. That's actually, that's going to be caught. I thought that might drop, but Gurriel came in and made the play. So just like that, 2 outs and nobody on.
You and me both thought that ball was going to be caught. It's a great read by Gurriel. That hard liner right at you is the toughest play to read for an outfielder. Gurriel does well. He gambles, but it pays off for him. And now Shoemaker, a chance for an easy inning.
And Ruben Odor is probably hearing the boo birds as he comes up. He swings and misses at the first pitch. Obviously, a lot of history between these two teams. Odor, one of the few still left on this Rangers team from 2015 and 2016. And he's usually good to be booed every time he comes up to the plate.
Certainly know the history between these two. We've also seen some great games, including the greatest probably right here at Rogers Center, that famous wildcard game back in 2015.
1-1 fouled away, 1-2. Odor, as we can see, another guy who doesn't hit for average, but he can hit for power. 1-2 pitch, fouled away.
Shoemaker been attacking Odor away here, all on the outer half of the zone. We'll see if that continues, or maybe now you come inside.
Looks like Jansen's setting up inside, and it's swung on and a miss for strike 3. Shoemaker gets his second strikeout, and that's it. There was a hit, but he was erased on the base pass, so nobody left. And as we go to the bottom of the second inning, we see Vladimir Guerrero Jr., 7th in All-Star votes for third base in the AL. He's hoping to get something going here against Jordan Lyles.
All-Star game is fast approaching. I looked at the calendar today, and it's a little bit over a month away, so it really is time to get into the fan voting and all that good stuff. All-Star game, home run derby, fun time in baseball.
Guerrero slaps that to right field, and Gallo makes a nice catch on that. Wow. I thought that was going to drop too.
I thought so as well, and Gallo does well to read that one, and doesn't look like looks like, oh, we are going to get a replay. Gets a very good jump on that. It's off the end of the bat from Guerrero, not hit as hard as I originally thought. But Gallo, not one false step, great route to the ball, and a great catch.
He's not a guy you think of to make great catches in the outfield, but he did a nice job there. As Rally Tellez steps in, takes a strike. Another guy who gets shifted on, like most of the left-handed power hitters.
Very shifted on. You know, if he was to bunt here down the third base line, he could walk to first base.
Takes it inside, 1-1. If he bunts in the right spot, there's no way that Frazier gets to the baseball. But
especially with the right-hander Lyles, who falls toward the first base dugout.
You know, he's a power hitter. He hit a home run yesterday in the first inning, and looks like he tried to hit one there, but he swings right through it. 1-2.
Probably a little early to be trying to bunt for a hit. Tellez, one of the guys in this Blue Jays lineup, like you just said, he hits for power. No need to take the bat out of his hands yet.
1-2 pitch. Fly ball right field, going back Gallo at the wall, and it is gone. Well, we talked about it. There it is. His 9th home run of the season ties this game up at 1.
Yeah, right on cue, Rowdy Tellez gets that fastball on the inside half of the plate, and he does a really good job turning on it as we get to see the replay. Not really much of a fly ball, kind of a line drive home run. You can see the pitch is wanted outside. It creeps back in over the inner half. Tellez does a great job throwing the hands. He gets his foot down, hands inside the ball, and he's going to drive that one down the right field line. I think it may have clipped the foul pole, but regardless, it's a home run, and we're knotted up here at 1.
Here's Teoscar Hernandez, who's hit 2 home runs in the first 2 games of this series. He had the walk-off on Thursday, and a mammoth blast to center field in the game yesterday. So we're all tied up. Hernandez takes it outside, and here it is, 2 for 5 last game, and with that solo home run. Blue Jays had an offensive breakout yesterday as the pitch is in for a strike, 1-1. Not typical of them to score 10 runs in a ball game, so we'll see what they have in store today.
Yeah, definitely. What can happen sometimes is if you explode for, 10, 11 runs on one day, then for the next couple of days, the bats are going to go cold, and what they say is it would be nice if you could spread those runs out over a couple of games. But so far, it doesn't seem to be the case, as both teams, not just the Blue Jays, but the Rangers as well, seeing the ball well, and we've seen some hard-hit balls so far this afternoon.
Pitch swung on and missed. It's 2-2. And here it comes. And strike 3 called. 95 from Lyles. He gets his 3rd strikeout.
Well, good job by Jordan Lyles here. Doesn't go into the tank after the home run. Not sure what Teoscar Hernandez was sitting on right there, but that was a fastball that had all kinds of plate, perhaps sitting on the off-speed. But nevertheless, a good job by Lyles.
Travis Shaw pops it up on the first pitch. Let's see if Frazier can get there because he was shifted. And he can. That foul territory coming into play again. So Lyles gives up the home run, but settles down. And we go to the 3rd inning in a 1-1 tie. And as we settle in, we see Ronald Guzman come up to the plate. He had a home run on Thursday in the 9th inning against Ken Giles. That was a game-tying home run. And as we mentioned, the Blues would later walk it off. Shoemaker gets set and deals a strike. One pitch is lined and caught by Bichette.
Hit hard right there by Guzman. You could see him a little bit frustrated. Always the most frustrating thing for a hitter. It's good hitting, really. Takes a pitch on the outer half, goes with it, and hits it hard. Unfortunately, it's right at Bo Bichette. So, Bichette in the right spot. And that's one out here for Lyles. Or, excuse me, Shoemaker.
Robinson Chirinos had one of the 2 hits for Texas yesterday. Takes a strike. He celebrated his birthday yesterday. And his team had a miserable day, but as we said, he broke up Nate Pearson's no-hitter in the 8th inning with a base hit. The veteran catcher, he's been around, but Texas seems to be his home. He left and then came back last year. He takes it outside 1-1. Last year with the Astros, and then in the offseason, returned to the Rangers. Inside 2-1. Two-one pitch, beautiful in for strike. 2-2.
Really liking what Shoemaker's doing thus far this inning. Nice job painting corners and good location. That one may be, that one may be a little bit outside. That's exactly where Jansen wanted it, and it's a good sign for Shoemaker. He's got the command back after faltering a little bit early on.
Full count pitch, swing and a miss. Jansen will have to go to first to complete the strikeout, and he does, and that's 2 outs.
The batter, the shortstop, Elvis Andrews.
Again, right there from Shoemaker, it's that splitter, which we talked about a little bit earlier. Bottom kind of drops out of it. It's a pitch that comes in looking like it's going to catch the bottom of the zone. Then at about 50 feet, the thing drops. And if it's working, very difficult for hitters to pick up.
Elvis Andrews took that changeup for a strike, and it's 1-1 on the shortstop. Outside 2-1. Elvis Andrews is veteran on this team, probably the leader after Adrian Beltre retired. 2-1 pitch, low 3-1.
Baseball sure misses Adrian Beltre. One of the guys who he just knew how to have fun out there. That's something so special. Every game, smile on his face. There's some great Beltre moments. Yes, can't forget the great third base he played.
3-1's grounded Travis Shaw. He'll take it himself. 3 unassisted, and it's a 3-up, 3-down inning for Shoemaker. And we go to the bottom of the 3rd inning, all tied up with 1. A solo home run for Nick Solak and a solo home run for Rowdy Velez, and that's our scoring thus far. As Randall Grichuk will step up to the plate, the Blue Jays center fielder, hitting .230 on the season. And he fouls the first one away, strike 1.
Let's see if Jordan Lyles was able to make any adjustments right here. Looks like the Blue Jays were picking him up pretty well last inning, but he hopefully had a chance to talk things over. That's a good pitch right there.
Good slider, swing and a miss, and it's 0-2 on Grichuk. And the 0-2 pitch. It's a piece of it to stay alive. Grichuk was a top draft pick of the Angels. They actually picked him 1 pick ahead of Mike Trout. 0-2 pitch. Fouled away. The Angels had 2 first-round picks in that draft. They took Grichuk and then Trout with the next pick. Outside 2-2. Obviously, Trout's been very successful. Grichuk still trying to find it.
Yeah, 2 players who are a little bit apart from each other, but Randall Grichuk, very serviceable, plays a quality center field here for the Blue Jays, and delivers the odd home run once in a while.
Yeah, he held, I think, career high in home runs last year, but again, not really hitting for average as he swings and misses there, and that's been the problem. A lot of strikeout in this game.
Yeah, it's Grichuk. 80th time this year that Grichuk has gone down on strikes. And just what he doesn't bring with his game is the ability to shorten up and try and put the ball in play when it's a 2-strike count. Didn't change the swing at all, and that's one of the things that irritates me about the modern game. The strikeout is there's much less emphasis on kind of the poor quality of the strikeout. It's kind of become just like any other out. I think there should be more of an emphasis on trying to put the ball in play, at least make the fielders get you out.
Danny Jansen has a hitter's count. He swings at that one, flies it to right field. Gallo's going back, and he's going to have a play on it. And that's 2 outs. We see a lot of players nowadays, you mentioned the strikeout. They'll strike out about, 100, 200 times a year, but if they hit double digits in home runs, that seems to be okay with teams. I'm not a big fan of that either, but that seems to be the way the game is played now.
Yeah, it's okay until you arrive in the playoffs, and all of a sudden, the outs become a lot more important, and you have to really be able to figure out how to put the ball in play, and that's the other thing. And believe me, I could talk for hours on how the sacrifice bunt and small ball has really gone by the wayside here in the major leagues. Another thing that, when it comes playoff time, so many teams are lacking.
And we see it, you're right, a lot. We see all those teams that hit all the home runs in the regular season, but you're facing the best pitchers in the postseason, and you're not going to hit a lot of home runs. You have to figure out other ways of scoring. As the 1-2 pitch to Bichette is hit pretty well. Going back on it is Solak, and that's gone. Bo Bichette, home run number 10, 386 feet, and the Blue Jays have a lead now, 2-1.
Well, right on cue, we were just talking about how the two-strike approach has kind of gone by the wayside, and instead they swing for the fences on all counts, but it pays off for Bichette right there, as it's a bad pitch by Jordan Lyles. Not where Jansen was set up. He leaves the pitch up in the strike zone, and Bo Bichette makes no mistake with that. We're going to get a look at the replay here in a second, and we will. Watch Bichette. He gets the foot down. He keeps the hands inside the ball. He lets the barrel of the bat do the work. And it's off the sweet spot, and that one got out of here in a hurry. And although it may not have gone too far, only 386 feet, by Lyles' reaction, he knew that thing was out of here quickly.
As Biggio swings and misses, and for Lyles, you've got to be thinking, I don't know what he's thinking, but he had 2 strikes on him, and when you give up a 2-strike home run, it's a real shame.
It is, and what's even more of a shame is the location on that pitch. He's missed badly. That's really the cause of, that's what happened when back in the second inning when Rowdy Tellez burned him for a home run, and then right there with Bichette missed badly, and the Jays have capitalized twice.
1-2 to Biggio is strike 3 called. He's not too happy about that, but the umpire said he's out. Bo Bichette with the solo home run gives the Blue Jays the lead. And as we head to the 4th inning, Eddie McCarthy will take over the play-by-play.
All right, thank you, EB. As we get set here for the top of the 4th, it is going to be Solak, Calhoun, and Gallo here, who will come to the plate for the Rangers. As Solak responsible for the lone Jays run so far, lone Ranger run so far, a solo shot back in the 1st inning. As he pops this one up behind the plate, and out to make the catch is Jansen. 1 out as we get a look at our tops pitch speed comparison. Jordan Lyles topping out at 96, Matt Shoemaker right behind him at 94. And all scoring via the home run so far, 3. 2 for Toronto, 1 for Texas. But both pitchers putting together pretty quality starts so far.
Yeah, and Shoemaker did a nice job there after Solak took him deep last time, made a good pitch, got it on his hands, and got the pop-up.
So with 1 retired, that's going to bring up Willie Calhoun. As he flies this one into center. Moving over with plenty of room is Grichuk, and quickly 2 outs here in the inning.
Shoemaker settled down nicely. He was falling behind the hitters in the 1st inning and obviously gave up that home run, but looks like he's figured something out, and he's much more on the attack since then.
Matt Shoemaker, 33 years of age, a native of Michigan. Spent his first 7 years in the bigs with the Angels. And then he was signed by the Blue Jays back in 2019, and here he has remained ever since.
He was off to a terrific start last year, but he had an injury in Oakland that put him out for the year. He tore his ACL in his knee.
Tough injury to come back from if you're a pitcher, but he finds himself ahead 1-2 here on Joey Gallo. One pitch away from an easy inning here is Shoemaker. Missed on the fastball just down, and Gallo evens the count up at 2-2. Gallo fly ball center field. This chases Grichuk back at the track, looking up, and he is going to make the catch on his tiptoes. So it is a long out, but an out nonetheless, as we're in the middle of the fourth, and the Blue Jays up by 1.
Gallo got a hold of that one, and I think he just missed it.
You're absolutely right. Just missing that one was Gallo. Looks like perhaps off the end of the bat. And so it's a sigh of relief right there from Matt Shoemaker. And now his counterpart, Jordan Lyles, he'll begin his 4th inning of work. Facing the heart of this Blue Jays order, it'll be Gurriel, Guerrero, and Tellez, who are scheduled to come to the plate this inning. Gurriel ahead here on the count, ball and a strike. But he swings through that one, and so the count even at 1-1. Lourdes Gurriel, his brother Yuli, plays for the Astros as he takes a strike here. On Lourdes' big league debut back in 2018, he hit 2 home runs. His brother Yuli, who I just mentioned plays for Houston, also hit 2 home runs that day, and they became the first brothers in Major League history with 2 home runs on the same day. But no dice here, as he is fanned by Lyles, and that's the first out of the inning.
Yeah, that was a big day, the day that both of them hit 2 home runs. I remember everyone was talking about it.
So with Gurriel gone, that's going to bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr. batting in the 4 spot today, as he has so many times this season. Guerrero a pop out back in the 1st inning, as Lyles spots the downstairs strike right there on the changeup. And quickly, no balls and 2 strikes to count to Guerrero. Lined into right, plenty of room for Gallo right at him, and he'll make the catch. 2 out.
Lyles threw 2 really good pitches to Guerrero to get it to 0-2. And then made a nice pitch there to get the fly out.
Lyles seems to be settling down here. Bo Bichette, a 2-out, 2-strike home run last inning. But now if he can get Tellez, who homered his last time up, Lyles will have an easy inning right here, as he hooks in the curve for a strike right there. Rowdy Tellez, a 30th round pick by the Blue Jays back in 2013. Usually the DH for Toronto, though he plays first base when they go to the National League parks. 1-1 the count here to Tellez, and that one is a ball inside. 2 balls and a strike to count now.
He's had the best average on the team all year, so when they went to St. Louis, they had to get his bat in the lineup.
Tellez came into this game hitting .271, and he's ahead on the count here. 3 balls and a strike. Should he be able to continue, Teoscar Hernandez would be next. The 3-1 here to Tellez. Caught the bottom of the zone, full count. Pitch number 58 on the way here from Lyles. That's high and upstairs, and so Rowdy Tellez works the 2-out walk, and that'll bring up Teoscar Hernandez.
Looks like Lyles was being very careful with Tellez there, remembering that he took him deep the first time and he didn't want to make a mistake. Ends up walking in, which is probably a better idea because he does have a better matchup on paper against Teoscar Hernandez.
Tellez at first runs more often than you might think for a big guy. 5 stolen attempts on the year. He's been caught 3 times, but successful twice. We'll see if he decides to take off here as Teoscar Hernandez takes a strike. Hernandez fouls that one away, and quickly Lyles is up here 0-2, and that seems to be the difference. Lyles getting himself in good pitchers counts this inning. The 0-2 here to Teoscar Hernandez is down. Good spot there on the changeup, but Hernandez doesn't bite. And they count 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Dangerous take because the umpire's been calling those pitches.
Hernandez came into the day hitting .239. That time he gets rung up as on the inside corner the curveball kisses the black. And so we're through 4 here at Rogers Center. The Blue Jays on top 2-1. Back here in Toronto, as Heidi Watney reminds us to please donate to Meals on Wheels. Link should be in the bottom of the Twitch stream if you are watching. As we get set here for the top of the 5th, it'll be Todd Frazier followed by Danny Santana and then Rougned Odor here for the Rangers, as that's a conversation between Jordan Lyles and his manager Chris Woodward right there. Lyles a good pitch count through 4 innings, a little bit over 60, so still in line for the quality start, and right now he needs some run support from his team.
Yeah, both these pitchers have done a nice job settling into the ball game. For Texas, much better start for them than they had yesterday.
So here's Todd Frazier, takes a slider for a ball off the plate. Want to know the count to Frazier? Grounded left side, should be easy for Guerrero, and it is 1 out. So with the first man of the inning, Frazier retired, that's going to bring up Danny Santana, who flew out to left field his first time up. Santana, 29 years of age and a native of the Dominican Republic, came into the day hitting .245 on the year. And he'll square off against Matt Shoemaker right now, who deals a strike 0-1.
He's found a home in Texas. He bounced around. He spent quite a bit of time on the Twins and then with the Atlanta Braves. Last year they gave him everyday playing time in Texas, and he still lived at that center field spot.
He finds himself behind 0-2 here, as now Shoemaker has his entire 5-pitch arsenal at his disposal. The 0-2 to Santana. That one misses up and in on the slider. 1-2, Shoemaker still ahead. Called! Strike 3 on the outside corner, and Santana is gone. And so that right there is 8 in a row retired by Shoemaker. And that'll bring up Rougned Odor to the plate with 2 outs. We'll see if he can break the streak. Odor into left. That's going to get down, and that's going to be extra bases. Chasing after it, Gurriel. He'll play it off the wall. The throw comes into third, and so Rougned Odor, swinging on the first pitch, gets a 2-out double, and he's in scoring position.
And he beats the shift. We were talking about that earlier. All the left-handed power hitters, if he can certainly hit for power, they all get shifted on. And he does a nice job there, just going the other way. Nobody's there on the left side, and he gets himself into scoring position.
So I had miscounted. It was 10 in a row, not 8, retired by Shoemaker to that point. But Odor breaks the streak, and so now it'll be Ronald Guzman with Odor in scoring position. Rougned Odor, decent speed at second. He should be able to score on your standard single into the outfield. The 0-1 to Guzman caught the bottom of the zone for strike 2. Guzman didn't like that, and now quickly in a deep 0-2 hole. Pitch number 62 on the way here from Shoemaker to Guzman. Fly ball center field, chasing Grichuk back. He's at the track looking up, and that's going to be off the top of the fence. Running home and scoring easily is Rougned Odor, and it's thanks to these 10-foot walls here at Rogers Center that one didn't get out of here. It's a long double, but it's an RBI double for Guzman, and we're tied at 2.
And that was very, very close of getting out of the ballpark. Shoemaker got lucky there that it's still just a tie game, but that was a good swing by Guzman.
So it's back-to-back doubles there, as it was Odor who led things off with the 2-out rally. He started things, and then Guzman doubled him home just a second ago. And now Robbie Chirinos will be the batter. With Guzman, the runner, at scoring position, he's at second.
1-1.
That one misses in the dirt. Count even, ball and a strike. Robbie Chirinos appeared in the World Series last year with the Astros, but they would be defeated in 7 games by Washington. Chirinos did the brunt of the catching in that Houston postseason and had 2 home runs in the World Series to bear, but it would not be enough. Now he looks to drive in Guzman, who lies at second, and the count here now even at 2-2. Shoemaker trying to get out of it. The 2-2 is outside. Slider misses away, and that will make things a full count. Guzman running on the pitch at second. Elvis Andrews waits on deck. Right now, though, it's in Chirinos' hands. Outside, and that is going to be 2 on as Chirinos works the walk. Just missed on the slider, and that is going to warrant a visit from the pitching coach, Pete Walker.
Yeah, I was going to say, you don't want to walk Chirinos because you have the top of the order coming up. So he was an important man to get, and unfortunately, Shoemaker didn't get him, and now he's going to face Elvis Andrews, who may be 0 for 2, but he can certainly get a hit here and put the Rangers ahead.
Elvis Andrews represents the top of this Rangers lineup, and he'll bat here with 2 men on, and the count already 1-0 to him. Andrews up the middle, base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Guzman. The throw is not in time, and Guzman gets the hand in. A poor relay by the Rangers, by the Blue Jays. And Texas leads now 3-2.
Yeah, he takes that one right back up the middle, hitters count, and the 2-out walk is huge because, once again, brings up the top of the order again, and they've done damage.
Solak ahead there on the curveball. He lined that one down the third base side, but foul. Solak homered back in the first, and then popped out to the catcher in the fourth. Grounded to short, easy for Bichette. He'll go to second for the 6-4 force out, but not before the Rangers tack on 2, and they surge in front. Middle of the 5th here in Toronto, and the Rangers lead by 1. As we welcome you back now to Rogers Center here in Toronto, as Heidi Watney yet again reminding us to please make a donation to Meals on Wheels to support those affected by COVID-19. As this inning for the Blue Jays, we are going to see Shaw, Grichuk, and Jansen. It'll be 7, 8, and 9. As Jordan Lyles getting that run support that we were talking about last inning. And we'll see if he can have an easy inning here.
Yeah, Rangers scored no runs yesterday and only 2 on Thursday. So they already have 3 today, and Lyles is going to look to shut down this Blue Jays lineup.
So it'll be the big left-hander Shaw who will face first as he fouls that one, which took a chunk out of Chirinos, but he appears to be okay. Travis Shaw looks like a big guy, and he is 6'4", 230, and he lines this one down the line, just foul. And so the count quickly 0-2. Jordan Lyles now starting his 5th inning of work, and he misses high there on the 0-2. And so it's a ball and 2 strikes now to Travis Shaw. The 1-2 to Shaw is inside, and so it was once an 0-2 count is now even to 2 balls and 2 strikes. Shaw chases after it. It gets away briefly from Chirinos. He'll regroup, fire to first, and it's a drop third strike, 2-3 in your scorecard, 1 out.
Yeah, I was going to say that Shaw did a nice job there, getting the count back to even, but then he swings at a terrible pitch to strike out.
So with one man out in the inning, that's Shaw. It's going to bring up Randall Grichuk, who struck out back in the third. First pitch swinging, lines it down the line. The third base line, that is, but it goes foul. Randall Grichuk played with the Cardinals from 2014 to 2017. As he fans on that one, as we mentioned his last time up, he's got a strikeout problem, came into the game with 79. He hit 80 in the third. Will this be 81? No, it is tapped left side. Chirinos will touch up. It's a foul ball, and we'll do it again, the 0-2. Grichuk stays alive once again. He fouls the fastball into the right field seats. And the count's still 0-2. Lyles against Grichuk. And Lyles got him that time, as that's strikeout number 81 and strikeout number 2 on the day for Grichuk. And it's back-to-back strikeouts here for Lyles to lead off the fifth.
That's his ninth strikeout already. And yeah, Grichuk is showing that strikeout problem yet again.
So with two men out in the inning, it'll be Danny Jansen, the catcher, who is the opposite of the epitome of offensive production. Came into the day hitting 158, flew out to right his first time up. Blue Jays just searching for a base runner and trying to see if Jansen can deliver.
They've had quite a bit of issues with their catchers offensively this year.
Yeah, Jansen's counterpart, Reese McGuire, they would love one of these guys to step up, but Reese McGuire only hitting 233 on the year, and Jansen delivers a bit better defense back there. 1-2 the count to Jansen. He'll get a piece to stay alive.
Charlie Montoya's been trying. He tried Jansen against lefties and McGuire against righties. Now he's doing the opposite, and nothing really seems to be working so far.
Jansen drives this one into left, but right at the left fielder Solak, and it's a 1-2-3 inning here for Lyles. We go to the sixth, and it's the Rangers leading 3-2. Back here in Toronto as we get set for the top of the sixth inning to start. It'll be Willie Calhoun, Joey Gallo, and Todd Frazier, 3, 4, and 5, who will kick things off for the Rangers, as Matt Shoemaker, unsurprisingly, is back out there for the sixth. Pitch count only at 72.
Yeah, he's still,
in line.
Still pitching well. Just not a lot of run support. He got into trouble that last inning, but other than that, he's pretty good.
In line for the quality start if he can deliver a scoreless inning right here. As the count even, ball on a strike here on Calhoun. Calhoun chases after that one, strike 2. Willie Calhoun played his college ball at the University of Arizona, and he watches that one go outside. Drafted in 2015 by the Dodgers, and then in 2017, a part of the Yu Darvish trade, which would send Darvish to the Dodgers and Calhoun to Texas, where he has remained ever since. The 2-2 here from Shoemaker. Swung on and missed, strike 3. They'll go to first, and Calhoun is gone. One out here in the inning. A good start from Shoemaker.
Yeah, excellent start. Calhoun, just like Grichuk, I think it was last inning, swinging at terrible pitch. We've seen a couple of those already. Actually, it was Travis Shaw I was thinking of, swinging at a pitch that wasn't even close for the strikeout.
That'll bring up Joey Gallo, who has cleanup duties today for the Rangers. Strikeout back in the first and a fly out to center in the fourth. Though it certainly was a deep fly ball, sent Grichuk back to the fence. 2 balls and a strike, the count here to Gallo. Make it 3-1 as that one misses downstairs. Todd Frazier waits on deck. Joey Gallo trying to work his way on base here in the 6th inning. An all-star back in 2019, Gallo leads 3-1, but he chases after the changeup, and it's a good pitch right there by Shoemaker. And so the count now at 3-2.
Excellent pitch. He was way out in front of that. Hopefully he can put him away here and not put him on base.
The payoff pitch to Gallo on the way. Swung on and missed. Strike 3, and it's back-to-back strikeouts here for Matt Shoemaker, and it's the second out of the inning.
The third baseman, Todd.
Good job there. Getting another strikeout. That's his 6th. So we've seen a lot of punch-outs between these two pitchers today.
So with 2 out now, Todd Frazier will come to the plate. Of course, last inning, the Rangers would score both of their runs with 2 out. It started with a double from Odor, which would be followed up by a double from Guzman. And it was a 2-out rally that brought 2 across the plate. So these Rangers have proven to be dangerous with 2 outs here. And Frazier gets into one to right. This sends Teoscar Hernandez back to the wall, and that's out of here. Todd Frazier, a fly ball into right field that just keeps carrying. And it's an insurance run right here for the Rangers. They have some breathing room. The score's now 4-2.
Looked like Shoemaker would almost get out of this inning unscathed, but Todd Frazier got something he could hit, and he did not miss that. And going the other way, very nice piece of hitting. Teoscar didn't really have a chance, but nice to see the effort. Solo home run makes it 4-2.
And again, we see the Rangers so resilient with 2 outs. That's 3 out of their 4 runs that they've put across with 2 out in the inning. Frazier, only the latest to do damage. So after the Frazier home run, Danny Santana, who's playing center field, he'll come to the plate. So Shoemaker's so close to delivering the quality start, but now giving up 4 runs, that goes out the window. And Santana lines this one into right. But it's right at Hernandez, but not before Todd Frazier gets a curveball down, and he drives it to right field. Middle of the 6th here in Toronto, the Rangers now up by 2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Rangers.
As we begin the bottom of the 6th, we can close the book on Jordan Lyles, as Cody Allen is going to come into the ballgame. So Lyles goes 5 innings, allows only 1 run, allows 2 runs. And if this result holds, he is in line to pick up the victory.
I'm kind of surprised he was taken out after 5 innings. He only gave up 2 hits, and there was those 2 solo home runs, one of them to this guy Bichette.
Perhaps that's why they took him out. They wanted a new arm to face Bo Bichette, who went deep his last time up, and he finds himself ahead in the count here, 1-0.
And we see Cody Allen, the former Cleveland Indian, now with the Rangers. He took the loss on Thursday. Teoscar Hernandez hit that walk-off home run off of him.
Bichette chases after that one, fouls it away, and so the count now 2 balls and a strike. Bichette, the only man on the Blue Jays who has appeared in all 64 games they've played thus far this season. Softly hit back to the mound, fielded by Allen. He'll go to first, and it's a nice job there by Allen, hopping off the mound, good reflexes. 1 out.
Second baseman.
Yeah, he knew that Bichette can fly down the line, so he had to be quick, and he made the play very nicely.
So with Bichette gone, that's going to bring up Kevin Biggio, who's been a strikeout machine out of the 2-hole, which is not really what you want your number 2 hitter to be. He's struck out twice so far this ball game, but he gets into this one. Right field, is it going to stay fair? No.
Very, very close. Almost made it a 1-run game, but couldn't keep it fair.
Bichette gave that one a good ride, but at the end of the day, it's just a very long strike. So the count is evened up here, 1 ball and a strike. Bichette, out of Notre Dame University, spent his summers, 2 summers actually, with the Harwich Mariners of the Cape Cod Leagues. His dad, Dante Bichette, Hall of Famer in the big leagues. He and Vlad Guerrero Jr. are the first teammates in Major League history whose fathers are also in the Hall of Fame. as Bichette does well to lay off that one. 2 balls and 2 strikes to count. Again, Bichette does not bite, and so now the count is full with Lourdes Gurriel waiting on deck. The Blue Jays certainly need base runners, and Bichette trying to provide just that. The 3-2 is flied into center. This will chase Santana back. He's at the wall looking up, and it's gone! Kevin Biggio, who on the first pitch of this at-bat sent one just foul down the right field line, now homers to straightaway center field and don't go anywhere. The Blue Jays now back within a run.
And if anyone needed that, it's Kevin Biggio. We talked about all his strikeouts and all his struggles. He gets one right down the middle, takes it to straightaway center field. What a nice piece of hitting there. And hopefully this wakes up the Blue Jays offense.
Yeah, that ball certainly had some carry to it. And now it'll be Lourdes Gurriel, so it's the second straight outing in which Cody Allen has given up a home run, and it doesn't get any easier for him, as now he'll have to face Lourdes Gurriel, who's hitting third today.
Cody Allen used to be a lockdown closer for Cleveland, but he struggled last year he was with the Angels. He struggled and they let him go, and this year his numbers aren't that great either. But here he is trying to protect what was a 2-run lead, no 1-run lead.
He misses on the 0-2 right there to Gurriel, and so the count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Gurriel strikes out on the fastball away, and so a good job by Allen to bounce back after the home run. 2 out. So with 2 outs in the inning, that's going to bring up Vlad Guerrero Jr., who's flied out twice to right today. Check swing, he went around, and the count 0-1. Cody Allen getting that knuckle curve over right there. Again, Allen locates the sinker this time, and it's quickly 0-2 to Guerrero. Guerrero only 21 years of age. He's got some power, and the Blue Jays could use it right here. The 0-2 to Guerrero skips in there for ball 1. Again, Allen misses outside, and now Guerrero has evened things up. It's 2 balls and 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the 6th. The 2-2 on the way, inside once again, and so it was once an 0-2, has now been run to a full count by Cody Allen, with Rowdy Tellez waiting on deck. Vlad Guerrero, the youngest Blue Jay ever to hit a home run at 20 years of age and 59 days. Can he deliver another one here? No, it's a ground ball up the middle, backhanded by Ardor, throws on the run, and it's a nice play to get the slow-footed Guerrero. But not before Kevin Biggio, perhaps starting to break out of his slump. It's a solo shot, and at the end of 6, it's 4-3 now in favor of Texas.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Blue Jays.
Just as we expected, as we welcome you back here to start the 7th inning here at Rogers Center. Matt Shoemaker's day is done. He goes 6 innings, allows 4 runs, and the best he can do now is a no decision. So coming on is regular starter Ryan Barucki. But he's been moved out to the bullpen here. So, perhaps some long relief work here from Barucki, EB.
Yeah, he was really struggling when he was in the rotation. He would get off to good starts, but once that second time through the order came around, he'd really struggle. So the Blue Jays are trying him now in long relief. They put Nate Pearson in the starting rotation, which we saw yesterday, and hopefully for Barucki, just getting those short stints will be a lot more helpful to him and keep him in the game and keep him in the majors. Hopefully,
well, he's ahead here 0-2 to Rougned Odor, who grounds right side, easy for Shaw. And so Barucki has got his first out of the inning. And that'll bring up Ronald Guzman, who doubled his last time up.
This is Barucki's second relief appearance. He came to the game on Thursday And he actually had 2 runners on that he inherited, allowed one of them to score, but got out of it. I think for him, it's probably better to start an inning fresh, which is what he's used to as a starter.
He gets strike 1 there to Guzman, and as you just brought up, Borucki has been struggling as a starter, and the Blue Jays certainly planning for those struggles, as moments ago we flashed up the bullpen. Both Wilmer Font and Thomas Pannoni looking like they're getting loose.
Yeah, I wouldn't expect him to be in there for more than an inning or 2, and if there's any signs of trouble, I'm guessing Charlie Montoya would go back to the bullpen. But as long as he keeps getting outs, maybe he does see the lineup once through.
Count even here to Guzman, 1-1, but he swings through that one. A good pitch there, a sinker from Borucki. And it's now 1-2. Borucki, back-to-back sinkers, gets Guzman to go down there.
Now batting.
And the first 2 batters he sees, he sits down. And so now Robinson Chirinos will be the batter. Borucki looking to have an easy inning and avoid another 2-out rally here from the Rangers, as he misses high on the curveball. Ball and no strikes. Chirinos lines, but it's snared by Shaw, and so it's a 1-2-3 inning for Brian Borucki. Time to stretch here in Toronto, with the Rangers up by 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for Texas.
After the shortest 7th inning stretch in baseball history, we welcome you back here for the bottom of the 7th. And it'll be Brett Martin who comes on. His first task will be facing Rowdy Tellez. And back in the 2nd inning, Rowdy Tellez did this.
Yeah, this tied the game up at 1 at the time. Blue Jays later had another solo home run from Bo Bichette to take a 2-1 lead that didn't last. But let's see what Tellez can do here. Brett Martin's numbers not very good coming out of the bullpen.
Well, he can get in line. None of that Rangers bullpen numbers very good, as Tellez lifts this one into center. But Danny Santana will be able to run it down. And so, the first out of the inning there to Rowdy Tellez.
Nice running catch there by Santana. So Allen went to 1 inning, gave up the home run. 1 run and 1 hit.
So Brett Martin's second batter of the day is going to be Teoscar Hernandez, who takes the ball, missed on the outside. Teoscar Hernandez, part of the July 2017 trade in the last hour of the trade deadline that would send Nori Aoki. Teoscar Hernandez, I really messed this one up, look out. Teoscar Hernandez would be traded to Toronto along with Nori Aoki. In return, the Blue Jays would deal away Francisco Liriano.
That's right. Liriano was a starter here, and the Astros used him out of the bullpen in their stretch run. That was the year they won the World Series, of course. And the Blue Jays hope that Teoscar can be that guy wherever he plays. If it's in one of the corners or in centers, he strikes out there. And that's not what they were hoping to see. But they're hoping that he can bring some power and hit for average. But he's not going to do that on skinny pitches like that.
Quickly, 2 men retired here by Martin. And now he will face Travis Shaw. Shattered bat, left side, foul. As with the extreme shift that they play Shaw in, that one was nearly a base hit, even though it was rolling at about 2 miles an hour.
Martin really got in on his kitchen there. There was almost nothing left in his hands of the bat.
Travis Shaw, 0 for 2 thus far today. A pop out to the third baseman, and then a strikeout back in the 5th. The Blue Jays need base runners. Shaw looks to provide, but he takes a strike right there, and so the count now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Big pitch coming up here for Brad Martin. The 2-2 to Shaw. Upstairs for ball 3. And so it's a full count here to Shaw with Randall Grichuk waiting on deck.
I think if you're Brett Martin, this is the guy you want to get. Obviously, Grichuk not hitting much and striking out, but this is the favorable matchup. Left on left.
Shaw, 8 home runs on the year. Blue Jays would love number 9. Won't come there, though, as he fouls that one back into the screen. But a good job to stay alive here in the count. It is Travis Shaw versus Brett Martin. Struck him out on the outside corner. The curveball freezes him. And so Brett Martin does his job. 2 strikeouts in the inning, and he sits down the side 1, 2, 3. We're through 7. And the Rangers clinging to that 1-run lead. And as we head into the 8th, I'm going to turn things back over to EB. He's going to take you the rest of the way.
Thank you very much, Eddie. And we are in the 8th inning, as you mentioned. Ryan Baracki's still out there. Deals ball 1 to Elvis Andrews. Top of the order here for Texas, and still action behind Baracki in the bullpen. We'll see how he does here with 1, 2, and 3 in the Rangers lineup. 1-0 pitch. He's going to be fouled down the left field line, 1-1.
Well, due to the 1, 2, 3 inning, no reason to take Baracki out, as he pitched masterfully, as he retired all 3 all 3 Rangers he faced in the bottom of the 7th, or beg your pardon, the top of the 7th.
Through that change up there that Andrews didn't like the call, it was called a strike. 1-2 pitch inside. We've seen a lot of pitches at the bottom of the zone called a strike from our umpire today. 2-2 pitch, fly ball. Actually going to be caught by Bo Bichette, almost in center field there. That's a pop-up to the shortstop.
That is not something you see every day, just your 250-foot pop-up to the shortstop, who ran that thing down like he was a wide receiver on a fly pattern.
And didn't look like he was getting any help from his outfielders. I think it's easier to go
the rule,
forward, not run back.
The rule of thumb is the guy who's coming in always has priority over the guy who's running out. So that could have been disastrous there, as Grichuk failed to take charge. But it's still out nonetheless. It's a fine play by Bichette as we take a look at what happened back in the 1st inning when Nick Solak was up to bat. But since then, he's had a pretty quiet day.
Takes ball 1 from Baracki. Solak 1 for 3 with that home run. That was his 2nd hit in as many at-bats after the single in the 9th inning yesterday. Baracki deals low, and it's 2-0. Ryan Baracki in his 2nd relief appearance since being moved out of the starting rotation. 2-0 pitch, fouled away, 2-1. He's had 4 up and 4 down so far. 2-1 pitch. Inside 3-1. Baracki grew up near Chicago. He was a big White Sox fan growing up, and he idolized Mark Burley. He wears his number 56. And as you can see, they have some similarities. Neither throws very hard. They rely on contact, and he's going to give up a walk there.
First time that Baracki has allowed a base runner. As up until this point, he was doing a really good job getting ahead in counts. But that time, he let Solak slip away, and so now it'll be Willie Calhoun as he has to face the dangerous part of this Rangers order.
Willie Calhoun 0 for 3 so far today. Left on left matchup. And Baracki deals inside 1-0. He's going to try to settle down here and hopefully get a double play, as we have some more power in the lineup after Calhoun. 1-0 pitch, fouled away, 1-1.
Ground ball would be crucial right now for Baracki, as you just said. Neither team has turned 2 today. Blue Jays looking to be the first one.
That pitch is going to be a fly out to center field. Randall Grichuk has it in his tracks. He makes the catch, and that's the 2nd out. So Calhoun is 0 for 4 today.
Number 13, Joey Gallo.
Yeah, it's a really good job so far by Ryan Baracki. Aside from the walk, he has been masterful. And if he can get Joey Gallo here, this will do wonders for his confidence going forward for this Toronto ball club.
Gallen, the big left-handed hitting outfielder, takes inside 1-0. Another one of those guys who doesn't hit for average, but does hit for power. 1-0 pitch is going to be caught by Patrick Shaw, and he's going to take it to the bag. Very nice play by Shaw. That retires the side. No runs, no hits, 1 walk, 1 left on. We go to the bottom of the 8th. It's still 4-3 Rangers. We'll see if Chris Woodward goes to another reliever. And he will. It's going to be Rafael Montero making his 10th appearance of the season. So far, no 1 record, just 10 2/3 innings. And lefties have really hit him hard.
Yeah, Rafael Montero was a guy who the Mets regarded very highly in their system. And he was supposed to be the next big thing, but it never really materialized for him. And so now he's been dealt to Texas and providing some relief out of the bullpen.
I think he had Tommy John surgery at one point as well, so injuries kind of set him back. Mets gave up on him, and he's getting an opportunity here with the Rangers as he goes outside the Grichuk, 1-1. And we already see the closer for the Rangers, Jose Leclerc, who's had an excellent season. He's up in the bullpen.
Yeah, you have to think here that Montero's on a very short leash, especially when you have a closer like Leclerc. So,
yeah, I can totally see them going to him for multiple outs if he needs to. 1-2 pitch to Grichuk is fly to center field, and Danny Santana looks like he'll have an easy play, and he does.
Big sigh of relief right there for Rafael Montero. Grichuk did not miss that one by much. He missed his spot, but fortunately off the end of the bat, just a tad. But you could see by how high and how long that thing hung up there. Grichuk barely missed that one.
Danny Jansen goes after the first pitch, and Santana will have another easy play, and Montero has 2 quick outs here in the bottom of the 8th.
Yeah, Rafael Montero, well, he may have gotten a break with Rando Grichuk. That's a good pitch to Jansen, not a whole lot he can do with it. Easy fly ball for Santana to take care of, but now things get trickier, as Bo Bichette is going to be the batter.
Bichette 1 for 3 with that home run he hit earlier. And he goes after the first pitch. Ground ball to short. And Ellis Andrews will throw out his counterpart. So Rafael Montero has a very, very quick 1-2-3 bottom of the 8th. Blue Jays running out of opportunities here. We go to the 9th. It's 4-3 Rangers.
Excellent work from Montero.
And looks like Ryan Baraki is going to get a 3rd inning of work here. He's going to face Todd Frazier, who has a home run, and so far his home run is the difference in this ballgame. 4th run for the Rangers. Takes inside, ball 1.
Yeah, nothing wrong here with Charlie Montoya riding Ryan Baraki a little bit. He's only had to face 7 batters, retired 6 of them, and he has been good here thus far. And Montoya and the Blue Jays hoping that continues, but I think he got squeezed a little bit right there.
Yeah, that looked like a pretty good pitch, but umpire calls it a ball, so it's a 2-0 count on Todd Frazier. And we actually have a trivia question from the Big Guy 73, which I'll get to in a second. Swung on a miss, 2-1. This should be easy, he says. Who are the 6 players with both 3,000 hits and 500 home runs? As a change of pace, you must give all 6, and all I'll tell you is right or wrong. 2-1 pitch to Frazier. Outside, 3-1.
The Big Guy 37 always stumping us, and this one should be easy, he says. Where do I start?
3,000 hits and 500 home runs. I think Albert Pujols is one of them.
Yes, Albert Pujols would definitely have to be one.
As a 3-1 pitch to Frazier is outside, ball 4. So leadoff walk here in the 9th.
Now batting.
Not what Ryan Baraki or the Blue Jays were looking for. Baraki so good in the 7th and 8th. But a leadoff walk, definitely not what he wanted to do right there. And now, once again, we are in the 9th inning, still have not seen a double play. The Blue Jays could really use one right here.
Danny Santana now batting from the right-handed side. Takes it for a strike. 1-1. So yeah, we got Pujols for that trivia question, and trying to think of another one. 3,000 hits and 500 home runs. Pitches in for a strike 0-2. Maybe A-Rod?
Yeah, I would think A-Rod. Yeah, definitely. Yes, definitely A-Rod.
There's a Rangers connection. He played for Texas. 0-2 pitch, inside 1-2.
Did Barry Bonds ever get 3,000 hits? Because the 500 home runs is easy. I don't think... Did he ever get 3,000? Not sure if he did.
Don't remember. 1-2 is low, 2-2. So far, the big guy's not telling us if we're right or wrong. So we had Pujols and we had A-Rod. Those were our guesses. 2-2 pitch to Danny Santana, who's 0 for 3 on the day. It is grounded.
Should be
to
2.
third. There it is. To second for 1. Back to first. There's a double play started by Vlad Guerrero Jr.
Just what they needed right there.
The second baseman.
And Ryan Barucki, excellent job pitching to contact. It's a nice play by Guerrero. He really didn't need to throw on the run. Plenty of time to plant his feet if he wanted to. But it's a double play nonetheless. And now Rougned Odor looking much less dangerous without men on base.
Odor, 1 for 3. He had that double that started the Rangers rally. He takes it high, 1-0. Oh, the big guy says only once we give our 6 is when he says right or wrong.
Ah.
I sort of read that and missed it. As Odor is in a 2-0 count. So we got 3 that we think, right? We'll go with Barry Bonds too.
Yeah, why not? We'll say Barry Bonds.
We only have, 3 more outs. Although, if nothing changes on the scorecard, we'll finish really early, so we'll have time to think about it. 3-0 pitch to Rougned Odor is ball 4. Another one that looked like a good pitch, but not called a strike.
Up next for the Rangers.
Yeah, again, that's a walk from Barucki. First time we've really seen him have some issues with his command and location here in this inning, as he's been so good for the rest of his appearance, rather. But all will be forgiven here if he can get Ronald Guzman.
He's 1 for 3 and goes after that first pitch. Fly ball to right field. Teoscar Hernandez camps under it. And that will do it. So Ryan Barucki, very good. 3 innings out of the bullpen. Gave up some walks, but nothing more. We go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Blue Jays just have 3 outs left to work with.
Must have been off the end of the bat. I thought that was hit a lot harder.
Your attention, please.
And we do see Jose Leclerc, and, well, those numbers speak for themselves. 19 for 19 and 30 strikeouts in 24 and 2/3 innings.
Yeah, Leclerc's so difficult to hit, and although the Blue Jays have 2-3-4, especially if Biggio can get on any way possible, I think you may have to play some small ball here, because you may only get 1 base runner. You want to push him along, try and get him to second as quickly as possible so that some of your bigger guns can drive him in. Ideally, Biggio would get aboard at first, a Gurriel sacrifice would get him to second, and then Guerrero and Tellez would have 2 chances to drive him in.
First pitch strike to Biggio. Leclerc worked in the game that I called on Wednesday between the Angels and Rangers. It was a 6-1 lead. It wasn't a safe situation, but he pitched the 9th inning. Chris Woodward had lost the first 2 games of the series, so I think he just wanted to make sure that he got the win and he was as clearly in a non-safe situation. 1-1 to Biggio is high, 2-1, and Leclerc has not appeared in the first 2 games of this series.
Good count to hit right here for Biggio. Leclerc perhaps a little bit rusty, as you just said, hasn't appeared in the first 2 games. Biggio, look to attack here.
2-1, swung on and missed. 2-2 on that 2-seamer at 98.
Well, he does attack, but unfortunately Jose Leclerc can really dial it up, and he beat him right there.
2-2 pitch to Biggio. Swung on and missed for strike 3. High slider, but he swung right through it.
Yeah, that's the luxury that the Rangers have with Jose Leclerc. You can see him right there. Tied for second in saves, Nick Anderson. Currently, he's with Tampa, having also an outstanding year. He's got 20, but Jose Leclerc, 19 for 19, as we said when he first came in, so difficult to get base runners, and even more difficult for right-handers here. Gurriel and Guerrero, the next two up, have a very tough task in front of them.
Gurriel takes it outside, 1-0. Blue Jays have had 3 home runs, and that's been all their hits today. The only other base runner was a walk to Rowdy Tellez back in the 4th. So they were really shut down by the Rangers pitching staff. Outside, 2-0.
Yep, 3 solo shots for the Blue Jays, but aside from that, not too much offense.
Much different than yesterday.
Good hitters count though right here for Gurriel.
2-0 pitch. Swung on and hammered to right field, going back on his Gallo. He's not going to get it. It's going to bounce off the wall. And Gurriel is going to have a 1-out double.
Just what the doctor ordered right there for Lourdes Gurriel. Does a really good job going with this pitch. It said, just like I said, 2-0. Look for the fastball. He gets one on the outer half of the plate, drives it into right center, and now Vlad Guerrero a chance to tie this game up. And you know the Jays a little bit better than I do. Between McGuire, Paddack, McKinney, and Drury, who are all on the bench today, would it make sense to pinch run for one of them, maybe a little bit more speed than Gurriel at second?
Not really. Probably wouldn't bring in a backup catcher anyway, and McGuire and McKinney may be the only one with speed, but I think it's minimal. So I would just leave Gurriel out there.
Just a thought. Minimal difference. Obviously, no Gerard Dyson on the bench.
That's what the Blues have been lacking for a long time, is that speedy guy who, in this situation, you can bring him on and he'll definitely score in a single as the pitch is in for a strike. Nice change up there, 2-1.
Still have to take a chance here on a ball in the outfield because you don't know how many hits you're going to get off Leclerc.
And you see Charlie Montoya is furious with that last call. That looked like it caught some plate, but to him it was outside. That one's definitely outside, 3-1. Yeah, I was saying that the Blue Jays have an outfielder, Anthony Alford, who's in AAA, and he can really run. Unfortunately, he hasn't really shown much in the majors in terms of getting on base, but he would be a good guy to use here. As Guerrero drives that to right, but right at Joey Gallo, and that's the second out.
Well, that's twice now in two consecutive at-bats where the Blue Jays have hit balls very hard here off Leclerc, who possibly a little bit of rust. Hasn't appeared in 2 games. But now, despite all that, it is going to be Rowdy Tellez who's the last hope here for the Jays.
Rowdy's 1 for 2 on the day. He had the solo home run, and he's also walked. Other than that, he had a fly out to the center fielder. Last hope for the Blue Jays here at the bottom of the 9th. It's 4-3 Rangers, and the pitch is outside.
Tellez looks like, he's the winning run at the plate. And of course, Gurriel the tying run at second.
Pitches.
Ooh, that would have been a nice one to attack right there.
And we mentioned Rowdy Tellez has been the Blue Jays' best hitter this year in terms of average. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2.
Don't know what he's chasing right there.
1-2 from Leclerc. Blue Jays down to their final strike of the day. Here's the pitch. Fouled away, 99. He's got some good change of speed, fastball, and changeup. 1-2. Here it comes to Rowdy Tellez. Fouled away, stays alive.
Anything in the outfield here should be easy for Gurriel to score as he'll get a running start, running on contact here on the 1-2.
Leclerc sets, fires. And
Good job by Tellez.
Nice at bat here so far. 19 pitches for Leclerc so far. He's about to throw his 20th. Crowd on their feet here at the Rogers Center. The 1-2 pitch. Fly ball, right field. That's going to be a foul ball.
Good job by Tellez. A little too much plate, though, on all these pitches from Leclerc so far. If you trust Chirinos, which I do, I think I'd skip one in here.
1-2 pitch. Ground ball up the middle. Diving play by Andrews. He knocks it down, but he's not going to get a play. It's going to be an infield hit for Rowdy Tellez, and this game is still going.
What an at-bat by Rowdy Tellez. One of the best closers in baseball right here, and he went 8 or 9 pitches, fouled off a ton, Pretty good offerings there from Leclerc. As you see, Billy McKinney, the guy I thought they should have perhaps put on second for Gurriel.
He's going to pinch run there as Ace tries to get the crowd fired up.
Bookmark that one if the Blue Jays can tie this one up.
Oscar Hernandez was the hero on Thursday night. Can he deliver again? 2 on, 2 out. Here's the pitch. Strike, 1-1. Another low pitch called a strike by the umpire.
Unlikely McKinney tries to take a base here. Torino's got a pretty good arm. Can't go unless you're sure you can basically walk into second.
0-1 pitch. Up the middle, and right there is Andrews. He sets, fires, throws to first, and the ball game is over. So the Blue Jays made a nice effort of it. Unfortunately, they came up short. They had the tying run just 90 feet away. But Leclerc will pick up his 20th save of the season. And pretty nice ball game today. Rangers coming out on top, and they could split the series if they win tomorrow's game. Blue Jays, if they win tomorrow, they will take 3 or 4 and take the series.
A good job, I thought, by Jose Leclerc. Clearly did not have his best stuff right there. Got hit hard a couple of times by the Blue Jays. But he shows why he's one of the elite closers in this league, as he was able to rally, set himself, and did a good job pitching to contact, and eventually Teoscar Hernandez, the soft ground out, and the Rangers will take care of business here. No surprise.
Yeah, we'll take the play of the game.
No surprise. I thought Lyles pitched really well. Delivered for the Rangers, not a quality start, but something that I think does need to be celebrated, because he is your 5th starter. Not looking for a miracle out of him, but he goes 5 strong, only allows 2 runs, 9 strikeouts. And remember, this is a Blue Jays pitching staff, a Rangers pitching staff that needed a spark, because they were blasted yesterday. And Jordan Lyles delivered a very good opening to this game, and from there, the Ranger bullpen would handle things. 1 home run, but aside from that, it's a quality effort today all around by this Ranger pitching staff, with Lyles at the forefront, and that's why he gets our Player of the Game honors. Yeah,
very nice job by Jordan Lyles. We mentioned yesterday, Kyle Gibson only went an inning and a third for the Rangers yesterday. They had to use their long man, Colby Allen, and he got hit around a little bit, so they did need a good start. It wasn't a quality start, but he got the job done. We still have like 18 minutes to go. We'll probably see some highlights, but before we do, we might as well give you the schedule for the rest of the day. We already have Mike A with us in the booth. How you doing, Mike?
Doing great. How about you guys?
We're doing pretty well. You've got the Phillies and the Braves coming up from Atlanta, and it's actually a pretty good pitching matchup. We got Jake Arrieta and King Felix.
Yeah, Felix Hernandez trying to regain some form here. I know he's really dropped off the last couple of seasons, but trying to get things going again in Atlanta, and the Braves trying to get things going. Everybody chasing the defending world champion Nationals in the East, but the Braves, they've been a solid contender looking to win their 3rd straight NL East crown, and the Phillies had a rough go of it, but got one off the Braves last night. They're in 3rd place and trying to make a big weekend of it here in Atlanta.
Yeah, it should be a great game.
I got something for you. I think you're going to want to hear this. We started today at 12:16. We finished up at 1:40. Game time is only 1 hour and 24 minutes.
Yeah, this one went by really quickly. I mean, there was not a lot of offense for most of it, you know. Some home runs.
1 hour and 24 minutes gets you through probably 3 full innings of big league ball on a good day.
Yeah, I mean, the pitching was pretty good today on both sides. Just the Rangers had 1 run more than the Blue Jays. So and we're going to see the highlight reel as it started with Nick Solak going deep in the top of the 1st to give the Rangers that 1-0 lead.
This was big for the Rangers.
Yeah,
Shutout yesterday, only got 2 hits, and it was really important for only the second man they sent to the plate all day to get them on the scoreboard and give their offense a little bit of confidence here. So that was a really nice play.
That was the play by Gallen that we saw that was outstanding. I thought that was going to drop. And then I guess we'll see the next home run from Rowdy at some point. Just have to see him throwing it around the infield. Here it is, Rowdy Teles, 379 feet, that same inning. That tied it at 1.
Yeah, Rowdy Teles, I thought he played well today, and of course he had that big at-bat in the 9th inning. Fought off some pitches from Jose Leclerc, and yeah, you see Bo Bichette right here. The Blue Jays, until the 9th inning, only had 3 hits, all home runs.
Ronald Guzman had that RBI in the 5th inning that tied things up. The 2-out magic from the Rangers here. Got a couple of extra base hit back-to-back.
3 out of the 4 runs for the Rangers came across with 2 out. And that was really the issue. That's why the Blue Jays would end up dropping this game. Because they would get the first 2 outs of the inning, and then the pitching, both the starter Shoemaker and some bullpen guys, just could not put the thing away.
And that's the difference in the game. That home run from Todd Frazier, that was the 4th run that made the difference.
Again, with 2 out in the inning.
This Kevin Biggio, as we see in the bottom of the 6th, drove one to straightaway center field, 427 feet. And then that's all she wrote in terms of offense. We had interesting bottom of the 9th, but nothing came out of it. That's probably we got Biggio striking out there. I'm sure we'll see that final out where Elvis Andrews got Teoscar Hernandez on the ground ball. Oh, they have to show them throwing it around the infield after every out. This highlight reel. Here it is. Grounded out to shortstop, 6-3. And Leclerc bent but did not break. And the Rangers got themselves a 4-3 victory. And they've won their first game of the series. And like I said, if they take one tomorrow, we'll have a split. And we'll have that game tomorrow as well, 12:15. And we have a great pitching matchup, Hyunjin Ryu and Corey Kluber. So,
should be a really good one. Always so tough for your ball club when the tying run, when you lose and the tying run is just 90 feet away, and that's how it ends. But that's baseball sometimes. As again, Jordan Lyles was our player of the game.
Yeah, if you get blown out, you're like the Rangers did yesterday, you're like, okay, that happens. We'll come back tomorrow, forget that one. But if you have an opportunity to tie it or win it in the bottom of the 9th and you fall short, you do feel like you missed something. But yeah, like you said, that's baseball. And I was going to talk about this Phillies and Braves game coming up. I think we made some games while we have time.
One more thought,
go ahead.
if I may, on the Jays. Sure. Tough, I think, especially because they clearly got a weakened Jose Leclerc today. He did not have his best stuff. He was vulnerable. I thought we were about to see blown save number 1 from him, but the Jays just unable to capitalize, and sometimes that hurts even more when you have a guy who's been going so good, and then you think you can get him because they did get that glimmer of hope, 2 consecutive hits. It was the double from Gurriel and then the single from Teles, but they would just fall a little bit short. But still a chance to take 3 out of 4, which is pretty good.
Yeah, hopefully the Blue Jays can come out tomorrow and maybe hit like they did yesterday, which, like I said, was not a normal thing for them. They haven't done that a lot, so games like today are more common as we see the Orioles walking off here in Houston, 9-8.
What a rally by the Orioles there, 7-8 the moment.
Wow. 13 hits for both teams. This was one of those. Neither of these teams, the Astros and the Orioles, have pitched very well. So that kind of is reflected in that box score.
Oh, what a shocker! Look at Yordan Alvarez. Look at his totals. Another home run today. 2 more RBIs. This guy is just tearing the cover off the ball right now. Unstoppable out there in Houston.
So, Mike, I was going to ask you about the Phillies and the Braves, or just to talk about a little bit. We have 2 guys who have obviously had a lot of success in the past. Both have no hitters to their names, and they're not aces anymore like they used to be. But they're still getting it done for both of these teams.
Yeah, a little bit of a different perspective for each of these guys pitching today. Jake Arrieta for the Phillies, Felix Hernandez for the Braves. Hernandez, don't want to say he was a cast-off, but it looked like his career had really run its course. He was a shooting star for so many years in Seattle. They kind of pitched him into the ground. So many bad teams. He had so many long outings where he was really the only dependable arm they had every fifth day. He really started to tail off, some injuries mounting up. Looked like he was on his way out of baseball with some horrific ERAs, but since signing with the Braves here, he's caught on pitching to a respectable sub-4 ERA, and opposing him today is going to be Jake Arrieta. He had a rough go of it in 2019. Bone spurs in his pitching elbow. Sounds painful. Sure looked like it was last year. He ended up going under the knife. He's come back much better this season. However, he hasn't gotten a ton of run support. It's really hurt his win-loss record, but still battling. And as you mentioned, not quite the pitcher that he once was, a Cy Young winner from a few years back, but certainly someone that the Phillies trust every fifth day. And we'll see which offense can break through today. It should be a pretty warm one here in Atlanta.
We see here Pittsburgh with the worst record in the majors, but they got a win today against the Cardinals, 6-2. 19-45 are the Pirates, struggling all season long. And
just
St. Louis is really surprising. 30-35. I thought they'd be much better than that.
Yeah, that NL Central thought it might be a four-horse race, but St. Louis not picking up their portion of the slack. However, we've seen that in past seasons for the Cardinals.
Yeah.
This is a team that doesn't go away, and they are notorious for waking up in August, being 10 games out, and all of a sudden being right back in the middle of it.
Yeah, they're 5 games under right now, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do pick it up and string some wins together. So we have Philadelphia and Atlanta coming up, and then after that, at 3:45, we'll have the Mets and the Nationals, Corey Oswalt, Anibal Sanchez. 5:30, a lot of NL East. We'll have the Mariners and the Marlins. Marco Gonzales and Jose Urena. 7:15, we'll have Milwaukee and Boston, Brett Anderson, Marcus Walden. 9 o'clock, if you want to see a Major League debut, we have the Tigers and the White Sox. Dane Dunning will make his Major League debut against Jordan Zimmermann. And Baseball After Dark will be our Snakecast, Padres, Diamondbacks, Chris Paddack, always fun to watch, and Zach Gallen, and Duggo and Jake will have that one for you, and that's sure to be a good one. It usually is with those two. So we have a long day of baseball still ahead, and let's see what else happened today. The games were not shown. Reds, Josh Van Meter will be out for 1 to 2 months with a torn calf.
That's making me cringe just reading it.
Yeah, we'll have to see what we do with that. I think we have the Reds game tomorrow. Yeah.
Ah, Aiden's here. What's going on, Aiden?
Aiden's here. Aiden will join Mike for the call. And Aiden, how are you?
I'm doing good, guys. I guess your game ended a little bit early. I was ready to. I was just checking in and saw that you guys were done and figured, probably better hop in.
1 hour and 24 minutes was our game time.
Wow.
And here's Cincinnati having won 3 of the first 4 games in that series. So they're creeping up on Chicago here.
Yeah, Chicago's the best team in ball. I'm pretty sure they still are. Look at that record, 43-23, but look at Cincinnati, 41-24. They're looking to kind of bring back the days of the big red machine, and they're now just 2 games back. Well, yeah, 2 games back in the win column at least in the National League Central. That should be a very entertaining race, and one of those teams is probably going to play in a wild card game, maybe even host it as we move down the stretch in the regular season.
We'll have the final game of that series tomorrow afternoon, and Chicago is, I think, on a 4-game losing skid now, so they're going to have to try to salvage the final one. Aiden, you'll be joining me tomorrow for the Blue Jays and Rangers. I hope you're looking forward to that.
Yeah, absolutely. Should be a really fun game. I know they played 2 pretty good games so far.
Ryu and Kluber should be a very, very good pitching matchup on paper.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll have to figure out what we do with this pitching, or the injury for the Reds with Josh Van Meter.
Perhaps the Cubs may be coming down to earth. They were playing kind of out of their minds.
Yeah, for a long time.
In the month of May, almost unbeatable. But now they've been faltering a little bit. Dropped a game to the Orioles.
I think they dropped 2 games to the Orioles.
No, you're right. They dropped 2 games to the Orioles, and then now they're having a really tough series with their.
So yeah, it's actually I think a 5-game skid for the Cubs now.
That is why baseball is such a great game, and that is why my bookie loves me, because I refuse to believe that that'll ever happen.
Like how? Yeah, you would never expect the Orioles to take 2 in a row from the Cubs, the way the Orioles and Cubs have been playing. So, yeah, I think it's actually a 5-game skid now for Chicago because that's a 4-game series. So we had the first one on Thursday. The Reds won that. They won yesterday. They won today. So Chicago's kind of on the ropes here. We'll see what they do tomorrow.
There you see the standings scrolling across your screen. The Twins maybe by percentage points a little bit better than the Cubs. But speaking of great Central races, how about the AL Central? The Indians, I think a lot of people wrote them off for dead. They had their chance the last few years, didn't quite make it, had to ship out a lot of that great pitching talent. But they are right there neck and neck with the Twins. They're having themselves a great year, already over 40 wins for the Indians.
The AL Central is certainly a great conversation to have right now. The Indians playing some really good ball out there alongside the Twins. And then the other
the Cubs and 5 straight for the Reds.
Yeah, the other team you have to bring up, I think, is the Giants, who were wallowing in the dumpster, and then they've now won 10 straight, and they're still miles behind the Dodgers. But you have to think that perhaps wild card contention is definitely not out of the picture for them, as they're
under, so they have some work to do. But you never know. They have the Oakland A's today and tomorrow, so we'll see how that goes. That's an interesting one to watch.
Yeah, that's the one division where there really isn't a clear-cut leader yet, as far as the AL West is concerned. Oakland sitting at 36-20. You got LA, who's 4.5 back. Texas is 5 back. The Astros sitting at 7.5, and even the Mariners, who have been having a dreadful year so far, only 8.5 back in that division, and we've just started June, so that could be one of the closer races, albeit not one of the better divisions in baseball this year.
Here's some starting pitchers for the All-Star game. You saw Ryan Yarbrough there for the Rays leading the world in ERA. Madison Bumgarner having a nice year. I saw Ryu on that AL list as well. We'll see him tomorrow. And Aaron Nola for the Phillies, who's not pitching today, but he's right there on the list.
I believe Nola has an appearance on Bot Ball coming up next week. And Bumgarner, what a turnaround for him. Started to kind of lose some of that steam with the Giants. He changes teams, has a brief stint as an unsuccessful rodeo guy. And maybe that was just what he needed now at 9-2 and leading the National League.
There's Jose Leclerc, who we just saw closing it out for the Rangers. Ken Giles, I saw him there for the Blue Jays. All good relievers. Hector Neris, here we go here.
Sean Doolittle, who closed things out in the game that I had yesterday with the Big Fund.
A couple of guys we might see in the next game. We have I saw Will Smith and Hector Neris both on that list.
Mitch Garver playing so well right now for the Twins alongside Yasmani Grandal. Those two probably the best offensive producing catchers so far, as those catchers who are both really good defensively and hit for average getting tougher and tougher to find.
We had the White Sox and Tigers last night. It showed the graphic that Grandal was second in All-Star voting, and somebody asked, who's getting more votes than Grandal? So it turns out to be Mitch Garver.
And we'll see another one of those catchers here coming up on ML Bot Ball in JT Real Muto. He's struggled a little bit this season at the plate, hitting right around the 240 mark. He's been picking things up a bit as of late, but when it comes to completeness, offense, defense, a cannon of an arm, you can't get much better than Real Muto, and it's been an ongoing storyline with Real Muto and the Phillies. He is a free agent after this season. All signs seem to indicate that they will sign him to an extension, and if that happens, regardless of which team it's with, you would expect that it's probably going to be Real Muto who's going to retain the title as the highest paid catcher in baseball.
Yeah, he's fun to watch. Looks like we're just about underway with Arrieta 3 and 7, 3.99, and King Felix ERA just a shade over 3, and obviously more run support because he's 5 and 3. It looks like we are going to get away. So, Aiden and Mike, we'll leave it to you. Eddie, thank you very much for joining me today. I had a blast, and Aiden, I'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right, have a good call, guys.
Enjoy it.
Appreciate it, guys. Thanks to EB and Eddie. And we are going to ship you down south to what is a very warm and not quite as humid as it will get soon, but humid enough to make it a little bit uncomfortable, make you buy an extra beverage or two at the ballpark.
Yeah.
We are going to go down to Atlanta for the Phillies and Braves, as I will be joined by Aiden. Aiden, how you doing today?
I'm doing all right. A good little Saturday afternoon matchup. This is a really exciting matchup. Both of these teams well over 500, likely making playoff pushes. Should be a really fun matchup, and I can't wait.
Yeah, the Phillies have been up and down all season. They've had, winning streaks, losing streaks. They've been, I believe, as many as 8 games over 500. They fell to within 2 games over 500 just a couple nights ago. We're in the middle of a 4-game losing streak, but they turned it around, avoided a sweep earlier in the week, got the first one here in Atlanta last night as they look to cut into the Braves and their cushion currently in second place in the National League East with the Nationals leading the way. This here we'll get a look at our starter today in Felix Hernandez.
Yeah, Hernandez is obviously one of the more well-known pitchers across baseball. He'll get the start for Atlanta. He's been pitching pretty well in Atlanta, and he's going to go up against a tough Philly lineup. They've got power from top to bottom, big names. They had a big offseason, and they think this is their championship year. They feel like this is their year to try and win the division.
Yeah, they do. They've got a lot of pieces in place. As one of them you see there, Andrew McCutchen back into the lineup has been struggling mightily throughout the season. Actually played his way right on out of the lineup in favor of Adam Hazley, but Hazley currently on the shelf with an injury, so McCutchen back in, and that 211 doesn't look great. But let me tell you, if you've been following these ball Phillies throughout the season, that's a good 40 points higher than he was just a couple of weeks ago. As Hernandez maybe getting squeezed a little bit, might be dealing with a small strike zone today. His first 3 of the day missed, and it's quickly 3-0 to McCutchen.
Yeah, never a good start when you get behind 3-0 early in a count like this, but a good little strike on the inside. And you look 88 degrees. That is, again, like you said, warm enough to need a beverage. But there is a nice little breeze, and it looks like it's a beautiful afternoon in Atlanta.
Yeah, the humidity doesn't really get there until July or so. As McCutchen rips that one, it's going to float out just in back of shortstop. Dansby Swanson tracking back, nice backhanded grab, and that'll be one down here to begin the afternoon.
Yeah, way to battle back in your opening batter if you're Felix Hernandez. You go down 3-0, you throw a strike, and then you get a nice quick out. Only threw 5 pitches. A really great start after going down 3-0 in the count.
Stepping in now, we just talked about him on the pregame show. It's JT Realmuto. Clocking in at just over the 250 mark. That's been on the upswing. He's raised it about 25 points in the last couple of weeks. He's really come through in some clutch situations for the Phillies. And while this is just the first inning, this is a clutch game. The Phillies trying to get back into the conversation at the top of the NL East. Currently 7.5 games back of the Nationals, 3 games back of these Braves, as Realmuto is going to shoot one opposite field past Freeman and into right field for the game's first hit.
Yeah, you said it. This is a clutch series. Any of these series against Atlanta, against the Nationals, even against the Mets, who haven't really made much of a playoff push but could be over this summer. Any of these series, no matter where they are, no matter what the circumstances, they're always going to be the series that end up deciding whether you win the division and whether you make the playoffs. So you need to win as many as you can against Atlanta and, of course, against Washington, who is looking like they may run away with this division title if they don't get cold at some point.
So Bryce Harper now stands in, and you said it, when you've got a 3 or even 4-team race, if the Mets can get things together, don't want to discount the Marlins, but they don't quite have the firepower despite the fact that they're ahead of the Mets right now. But when you've got, 3 or 4 teams that know that they're going to be in the mix throughout the season, it's so important to just tread water, make sure you win the home game, steal every road game against those rivals you can. That's what the Phillies are trying to do here. Is Harper, the 1-0 pitch from Hernandez misses low. It'll be a hitter's count for Harper with Real Muto on first with that single. Phillies trying to get something going here early on at Truist Park. Always sounds weird to say that every time they change the name. Hernandez delivers. Harper's going to tap that one. Could be 2, 6 to 4 to 3. Harper's just going to beat it out. Bang, bang play at first. But the Braves will get the lead runner.
Yeah, you get the lead runner. Now there's 2 away, so I don't think that was really that bad. Harper is able to reach, but really not the at-bat he would have wanted there. Would have liked to put 2 runners on and start applying the pressure early against Hernandez.
Now stepping up, you've got Rhys Hoskins. And, if you want to look for the prototype for a power hitter in 2020, you're looking at him right now. Rhys Hoskins, a 211 average, but 16 home runs, climbing towards 50 RBIs. You can't let him hit it, because if he hits it, it's going to go for a while. However, he does not hit much.
Yeah, he's kind of like an Aaron Judge type hitter. If he hits the ball, it's going to go far.
Hernandez missing away with the breaking ball to begin the at-bat to Hoskins. Now missing away, runner on the move. Harper just beat out the double play throw, just beats out this steal attempt. As Harper maybe hasn't quite had the power numbers, the RBI numbers that you would expect with that contract, but he's made up for some of it on the bases. His 13th stolen base of the season.
Yeah, really great speed from Harper, and still very much, I think, in the prime of his career.
Hoskins is going to tap that one over to Swanson. Swanson hurries the throw down in the dirt, but Freddie Freeman, always a reliable glove over there. He picks it off, and that'll do it for the Phillies here in the first. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 left on base. Braves coming up to bat, 0-0 here in Atlanta.
Get a look at Jake Arrieta. He'll take the ball. 2 very well-known pitchers on the mound today, and a really good matchup. Arrieta, who's been all over the place, probably most notably with the Cubs, going up against Felix Hernandez, who got off to a rocky start, but, it was a pretty good inning for him.
Here, Arrieta's first customer of the afternoon. I guess I don't think you get much argument in calling him the most terrifying leadoff hitter in the game, and Ronald Acuna Jr. And right on cue, Acuna not messing around. A big hack fouls that one off, 0-1. Arrieta working from the windup, delivers a nice slider, a curveball there maybe. Acuna chasing out of the zone, 0-2.
Yeah, that was not the pitch you wanted to swing at. It ended up all the way nearly in the dirt, and now he's down in the count 0-2, and he's got to swing at anything close, put himself in a tough spot.
There may be a mistake by Arrieta, left one over the plate. Acuna doesn't miss it, however. Rifles one right at Alec Boehm at third. He goes over to Hoskins at first, and it's 5-3 put out and 1 down here in the first for the Braves as Ozzie Albies comes up.
Yeah, that was a very risky at bat. With a guy like Acuna, I wouldn't really throw much even near the plate to him, but he does. And Albies, very similar. Maybe not great in his career versus Arrieta, but certainly great overall this season. You don't want to give him too many pitches to hit.
In this day and age of baseball and the analytics and how people are always tinkering, and, when you get too many people with the same mindset as Arrieta delivers that one over for a strike and a 1-1 count, you start getting lineups that look too much the same. And I got to give the Braves credit. Ronald Acuna Jr. would not be argued as a great cleanup hitter for any team in baseball, as Ozzie Albies lines that one foul. But I kind of like what the Braves are doing. They just put him right up there. He's right in your face. He is the first guy you've got to deal with every single night, and he can hurt you because that one's fouled away. And I think that, it just kind of puts teams on their heels. You talk about making good pitches and making dangerous pitches on the first batter of the game. That's exactly the mindset the Braves make every starting pitcher they face play with.
Yeah, I agree. I think they've really mended him into a really good young prospect, and I think the Braves are a really good baseball team. I feel like they've gotten overlooked a little bit because they haven't done great in the playoffs, but they won the division last year, and they took St. Louis to 5 games. I think they probably would have given the Nationals a really tough series in the NLCS. They just had that meltdown in Game 5. So I feel like they deserve a little bit more respect than they get.
There you see Rhys Hoskins. We talked about his power, his lack of average, but really the remarkable thing has been his glove work this year. He's made several great plays this season. Not really known for that, but there he comes through with a great backhanded sap. The flip onto Arrieta. Give him credit for getting off the mound and to the bag. Beats Albies by a step, and it's 2 down. And now, with this Braves team, you mentioned how they're a great team, maybe a little undervalued because they haven't been able to get it done in the postseason. But you've got this guy in Freddie Freeman who, before I can even sing his accolades, is going to just announce himself with authority. A deep shot well into the seats and right onto the porch. 400 feet plus. Solo shot for Freddie Freeman. And the Braves take the early 1-0 lead.
Yeah, you were going to start singing his accolades. Well, he didn't let you do that. He can hit the ball, and he hit it really far. And that's exactly what you want out of a 3-hitter like him. He can really play. And I think he's done a really good job at the plate this season. He is a guy that really belongs on this Braves team, has really helped them out offensively.
He's a guy that, as any of our Twitch stream followers, if you've watched for a while, you know that I'm a Phillies guy. I'm a Phillies fan in real life. I love calling these games here, but as a Phillies fan, I get to see a bunch of the Braves and Freddie Freeman. And Freddie Freeman would be my favorite player if he didn't just break my heart over and over again. He just is terrifying at the plate. There's never a time that he's at the plate where it looks like he's not about to kill a ball.
Yeah, he is very intimidating. I think it's not even like, even when he's not hitting the ball really hard is the line out there to end the inning. I think he's just an intimidating guy to pitch against, and obviously that won't really be a problem for Arrieta, who's a veteran, but when you get a rookie guy, a first-year starter on the mound against him, they're going to shy away because they're intimidated by such an imposing figure in the batter's box.
Yeah, he's one of those guys that, if you've ever played the game, you've probably gotten into one of those grooves where it feels like everything is slowed down and you feel like you can hit everything, and that's great. But Freddie Freeman just constantly looks like he can hit everything, and there aren't too many guys in baseball that are like that. But he's been one for the better part of a decade now. Here as we begin the top of the second, you see the shift on hand for Phillies shortstop Didi Gregorius. Check swing there. They're going to say he went around. Not sure Didi agrees with that one, but it's a 1-1 count.
Yeah, a bit of a low strike there.
Well, there he goes chasing again. I guess he figures if you're going to call the last one a strike, might as well swing at this one. Just barely gets a piece of it, and it's 1-2.
Yeah, those are 2 pitches he really should have let go, and now he's down 0-2.
Hernandez walking a little bit farther off the plate there. Doesn't get a chase, 2-2. This one incoming, another good off-speed pitch down in the zone. Gregorius lays off of that one. He runs the count full, and the Phillies not able to capitalize in the first inning. However, they have done a little bit of damage on the pitch count, as this is pitch number 20 already. With nobody down in the second, Gregorius spoils it, and the count's going to remain full. Felix into the wind, a good curveball, another good swing, or emergency swing, I should say, by Gregorius.
Yeah, that would have definitely been strike 3, and it wouldn't look great if he let that go by.
Big battle brewing here. Seems like Hernandez has Gregorius on his heels, but Gregorius enough back control to get something on it and extend the plate appearance. As there, a check swing, and Gregorius is barely going to win this battle as he lays off of one outside and draws the leadoff walk here in the second.
God.
really great at bat. Remember, he took the first 2 pitches for strikes, and he was down 0-2, and he fights back a couple of foul balls. That's a great at bat from Didi, and an at bat that you would expect from a veteran player like that.
So that'll bring Kingery up to bat. Scott Kingery, Phillies left fielder. He's going to shoot one foul, but it's going to hang up, and Freeman's going to run it down. Nothing Freeman can't do today. And that's a disappointing quick out there for the Phillies after getting the leadoff runner on.
Yeah, that's a tough at bat. Obviously, he probably was a little upset with himself just swinging at that pitch anyway, and a very premature end to that at bat that I'm sure he wishes he could do over.
Third baseman Alec Boehm now stepping in. Hernandez from the stretch misses outside 1-0. I've got no problem with anybody out there being aggressive, trying to take the fight to the pitcher, swinging on a first pitch. But if you're going to do it, you can't have weak outs like that.
1-1.
So Boehm swings over 1-1. Gregorius leads off at first. The leadoff walk, now 1 down here in the second. The 1-1 to Boehm is swung on a lace, but foul down the third base line.
That was hit pretty hard. Really good swing by him. Good cut.
For a rookie, he's had an incredible eye, even against great pitchers with great breaking stuff. He's been pretty judicious on when to swing the bat, although he doesn't always get a hold of it. As he swings over a good curveball there. And it's 2 down here in the second.
Yeah, you jinxed him. But you know what? He's hitting 237. He's hitting pretty well for a rookie. I think they certainly will keep him in the lineup. And if they can make the playoffs, he'll be a great addition to that lineup.
So that'll bring up Gene Segura. Segura actually reprised his role as the leadoff batter last night. First time in over a month that he's been the leadoff hitter for the Phillies. They've had to shuffle things around with the Adam Hazley injury. However, Segura was not getting it done in the leadoff role. He's worked his way all the way down to the 8th spot, although he's improved his average in that spot. And here he's going to tack another point or 2 onto that average as he lines one right back up the middle for a single. All runners advance 1 base, and the Phillies have 2 on with 2 outs.
Good knock for him. That ball kind of just died. It looked like it may have been playable by the second baseman, but kind of dies very shallow in the outfield, and maybe Philadelphia can get a tie or take the lead here with 2 outs in the second.
Will be Jake Arrieta trying to help his own cause here. Can't bunt with 2 outs, but Arrieta never shy about taking a cut. And to note about Segura that just taking it back up the middle, that was a little cutter or a slider away. If you want to have a high average as a hitter, that's the pitch you just need to do exactly that with. You don't try to pull it. You don't try to rocket it. You just get a beat on it when it's outside the zone. Make sure you extend the arms, get the barrel to it. And sometimes it'll go right at people, but if you get the barrel to it, good things are going to happen. And that's all he did, was just let that barrel get to the ball, and it lined right back up the middle for a single. It's now a 2-0 count on Arrieta. And he takes a rip. Again, Arrieta never shy about being in that batter's box. So a good swing there, but the count runs to 2-1. 2 runners on. Braves lead at 1-0 here in the second. 2-1 pitch is grounded to second. Albies with a good backhand stop. Throws low, and Freeman once again digs one out of the dirt. A couple of picks in the first 2 innings for Freeman. And that'll get the Braves out of this one. We move on to the bottom of the second. Braves on top, 1-0.
Yeah, that was dangerous, though. They put 2 runners on, and Philadelphia was trying to start a rally, and maybe they can get that going when they come up in the third.
So leading off the bottom of the second will be the right fielder Nick Markakis stepping in. Markakis, a bit of a swoon in his offensive production this season. He's been a nice part of this Braves lineup the last couple of seasons, signed on for a bit of a pay cut to stick around for another year. And I guess the Braves making a good decision because the production hasn't been there, although there he gets into one, sends it deep to center. but Kingery tracking back, and he's going to run that one down just shy of the warning track for the first out.
Yeah, anytime a player with his caliber that takes a pay cut to stay with a team, you know that they're buying in to whatever the philosophy is in that Atlanta dugout. Like, he took a pay cut. He probably could have gone to a number of other ball clubs, gotten the amount of money he wanted, and hit pretty high in the order, but he wanted to stay with Atlanta, and I think that's a really admirable thing. Not a lot of guys would be willing to do that.
Tyler Flowers, the catcher, now steps in. Count quickly 1-1. Flowers has had his defensive struggles, but he's made up for it, hitting a little bit over what he was projected to this season. And if you're going to point to any weak spot on this Braves team, it might be the catching position. I would say that they're average to above average to, in some places, well above average and elite at many of their positions. Catcher's probably the only one where they can't brag about that. As Flowers pops one up on the infield, Bohm's under it. He squeezes two away.
Good to see Arrieta starting to settle in on the mound, starting to retire some Atlanta batters. It was really only one mistake that he made in that first inning, and I've seen it on a couple of games that I've called. These games can really be decided by 1-2 pitches, and you can't blame Arrieta. It was one mistake. The important thing now is that he bounces back, and so far he has 2 quick outs here in the second.
It's Johan Camargo stepping in. He's going to lace one out to Gregorius at short. Gregorius taking his time, knows the speed of the runner. Camargo can run a little bit, but can't outrun that throw. He's gunned down by a step, and that'll do it for the Braves. They go 1-2-3 here in the second. We move on to the third. Top of the lineup, back up for the Phils. Braves lead 1-0.
Leading off for the Phillies, the left fielder, number 22.
This game's certainly living up to its hype. We thought it was going to be a pitcher's duel, and other than one batter, it really pretty much has been. The offenses have had their successes, though. Neither pitcher has been shutout dominant, and again, we are very early in the game. Hernandez let 2 on last inning. Arrieta gave up a home run, so maybe not so much of a pitcher's duel. We'll have to see as this game plays out.
Yeah, you know, pitching matchups like this always entertain me. They're always intriguing. As McCutchen goes fishing, comes up empty there, 1-2. You've got 2 guys who have had success. They've been at the top of the mountain. They have no hitters. They have Cy Youngs to their name, but they also know very well that they are no longer that pitcher anymore. So McCutchen's going to line that one. It's going to find some grass in right. He'll be on with a leadoff single. But at the same time, while they aren't the same caliber that they were 4, 5, 6 years ago, you know that they're competitors, and you know that every once in a while that stuff that they used to have shows up. So it's always fun to see when guys who are maybe on the downslope of their careers find it for one day. Even better, both of them do it on the same day, and it turns into a great ace battle, even though they're the 3 or 4 guys in their respective rotations. Now it'll be JT Realmuto up the dish. McCutchen leading off at first, the leadoff single. Realmuto's going to tap that one to short. Dansby's going to have to hurry. He gets Realmuto at first, but he does move McCutchen on, so Phillies will have a man in scoring position with 1 out, and Bryce Harper coming up to bat.
They had a situation very similar to this last inning. You have to capitalize. You can't leave runners out on base, especially against a team like Atlanta. It's unrealistic to think that Arrieta is going to throw shutout baseball for the rest of the game. Atlanta is going to score more. You need to start scoring runs. You can't have your offense stalling with a guy on second and only 1 out. And your guy who you're paying boatloads of cash to bring him in.
And that has been the knock on the Phillies for the last couple of seasons. They've had plenty of big bats, but for whatever reason, they don't seem to get in a flow offensively. They might have one inning where they hit a 3-run homer. They might have, a game where one guy goes nuts and records a big game, 5-6 RBIs, but they rarely just get pitchers in trouble inning after inning. So here they've had base runners on in each of the first 3 innings, haven't been able to do anything yet. This is the kind of baseball that they need to improve on if they want to really challenge to overtake the Braves and maybe even challenge the Nationals. They've got all the talent in the world, but they've got to make it work on a more consistent basis.
Yeah, and I think that's all kind of, they're at a point where they're not really trying to bring anybody new in. They brought a couple of new guys in the offseason. They've got the lineup that they want. They've got the pitching rotation that they want. Now is not the time for change. Now is the time to let these guys play a few seasons. And within the next few seasons, they're bound to start winning because they're bound to kind of bond together. If they're really a championship caliber team, they will start winning soon.
So hitters count here, the 3-1 to Harper. Got the fastball he was waiting for, but maybe a little over anxious. He pulls that one foul, and the count will run full at 3-2.
Yeah, again, a strikeout here does not reflect very well on anybody.
Hernandez, he pulls the string on one. Harper may have been out in front, but able to get the bat to it and extend this at bat. There you see the chess game working itself out. Another payoff pitch on the way from Felix Hernandez. That one's going to be skied in the air to shallow left, coming on hard and making the grab. That won't be deep enough to advance McCutcheon. So Hernandez is going to win this battle. Harper fought hard, but couldn't manage more than a shallow fly ball as Marcelo Ozuna runs that one down. And just like that, it'll be 2 outs, and the Phillies are going to need a hit here if they want to tie this game up here in the third.
Yeah, this is, again, a big situation. Harper was retired. You had a runner on second with 1 out. You cannot go back to the dugout without him scoring. That just looks so poor. It looks so badly on this team. And they've got 3, 4, and 5. This is the heart of their order.
Right, and you mentioned it. It's one thing to maybe not get a guy in, as Hoskins might get him in. McCutcheon reeling around third. He's going to score an RBI single by Rhys Hoskins. 2 out RBIs will get you into heaven. And that's exactly what Hoskins does, going with the pitch low and away, lacing it through the right side. McCutcheon coming all the way. Nice slide around what wasn't a block at the plate. Would have had it beat all the way, but the Phillies have tied this game 1-1 as Gregorius now steps in.
That ball looked a little slow rolling into the outfield. Not on the replay, but on the live game when it actually happened. It looked like it was a little slow rolling into the outfield, and maybe if you pick that up 2 seconds, 3 seconds earlier, the throw was more than good enough. It was an easy throw. Maybe they got him down at the plate, but there you go. We said Philadelphia needed to score, and they score. Now the question is, how many can they score? Maybe multiple. Although that was foul.
Hanger there by Hernandez. Gregorius tagged it, but just a bit out in front of Hook's foul. Gregorius has been an extra base hit machine. Well over half of his hits, doubles, or home runs this season. So Hoskins leading off at first, the RBI single tying this game up. 2 outs, the 1-2 to Gregorius. He's going to chase that one in the dirt, flowers up with it. On to Freeman. That'll do it for the Phillies here in the fourth, but not before. The top of the third, but not before they strike back. They score one on the RBI single by Rhys Hoskins. We go to the bottom of the third, 1-1 game here in Atlanta.
Atlanta's only got 1 hit so far. Philadelphia has out-hit Atlanta. They've got 4. Atlanta's got 1. So if you're looking at it just purely on a statistical standpoint, Philadelphia has had a better offensive day so far than the Braves.
And, that's kind of the way things have gone for Jake Arrieta here the last couple of years. As you see Dansby Swanson leading off, going to try to bunt his way on, but it leaks foul. 0-1. Arrieta's still a good pitcher. He pitches more with his head than with his arm now, as he's going to get Swanson to pop one up out into the shallow left field grass. Braves will know that as the outfield fly territory. And that's one down here in the third. But Arrieta, that's been the knock on him the last couple of seasons. He still pitches well. He still locates pretty well. But his cutter was a big out pitch during his Cy Young season, and that just doesn't move as much. His sinker, a big out pitch, he threw 96 miles per hour during that Cy Young season. It doesn't move as much, and now it's 94. So it's still effective, but when he hangs them over the plate, they go for rides, which you saw Freddie Freeman do back in the first. So Arrieta's still effective, but with the repertoire he has, he really has to be very judicious about not missing over the plate, because his stuff can be nasty on the corners, but it's very hittable when it leaks out over the plate.
One ball.
There he gets one over just on top of the knees. Changeup drops into Hernandez, 1-2. Looking for a quick put out here, but he misses wide, 2-2 to the opposing pitcher. Arrieta into the wind, gonna get a swing and a miss on a slider at the knees. First strikeout victim of the game for Arrieta. Been letting his defense do the work for him so far, but he cleans up the pitcher all by himself as we'll turn the lineup back over with 2 down here in the third, and it'll be Ronald Acuna back up at the plate.
Yeah, Arrieta was a little bit of a risk taker, if you remember, when he faced Acuna back in the first inning. Threw him some pitches he probably shouldn't have. We'll see if he learned from his, maybe not mistake, but learned from his errors and tried to pitch around him a little bit more now.
Well, Acuna never will stop swinging.
Ball, that counts.
Took a couple of big hacks his first time up, swung through the first one here, but lays off of that one. 1-1 pitch now incoming from Arrieta. That one across the plate again. You can't put it there to Acuna. Probably grateful that it's just a single. That was a fastball that stayed right out over the middle. And Acuna doesn't miss many of those. Luckily, he just kind of got on top of that one. Only sends it through the middle instead of over a wall. But regardless, it's a man on base. Second hit of the game for the Braves as Ozzie Albies stands in.
Yeah, and if Arrieta keeps pitching that way to him, it's going to be a long day, because he's just going to hit.
These Braves hitters can be streaky at times, but you cannot leave stuff over the middle. They aren't going to miss too many of them. Good crowd here at Truist Park. Great Saturday afternoon for some bop ball action. As Acuna on the run, he swipes that one easily. Don't let the average and the power fool you. He can run like the wind. He's talked about being a 40-40 guy, maybe even a 50-50 guy, and he hasn't put it on paper yet, but I wouldn't doubt him if he really wanted to do it. I don't think anybody could stop him.
Yeah, and you said it was a great crowd for some afternoon bop ball, especially when your team is in second place. This is a big weekend series, trying to prove themselves against some of the better teams in the National League, teams that they may end up playing. I mean, this could very well end up being a wild card game come September, October. So you never know. You always want to really prepare yourself to play against the best in the playoffs.
Arrieta in a tough spot here. He gets a swing and a miss on a 3-0 count. Albies with the green light. Maybe you wouldn't expect that, but I can see what the Braves are thinking. They've got nothing but trouble coming ahead in the order. Freeman on deck already with the home run. Arrieta knowing he's got to make some pitches here, but he misses outside. And that's going to put 2 on with 2 outs. The 2 outs may be the only saving grace here. You can still be a little bit careful with Freeman. But the Braves definitely threatening here in the bottom of the third.
They certainly are. This is a big opportunity for Atlanta to try and blow this game, or start to blow it open. And you see he's pitching him really low. He doesn't want to give Freeman anything to drive, especially after what happened the last at bat.
And I think that's all you can do. That's got to be a prerogative of Arrieta to stay low unless you get way ahead. But there he misses inside. It'll be 1-1. He's got that sinker that he primarily works off of. It would not surprise me at all if he just stays with that until he gets a second strike. Until then, I think it's just a little bit too dangerous playing games up in the zone with Freddie Freeman. Arrieta into the stretch. That one, a changeup, took something off of that one. Freeman gets his bat to it, but bounces it foul. 1-2, and now I guess if you're going to take a shot, maybe go up and into the zone, but definitely do not miss over the plate.
Yeah, I wouldn't. You can see he's still trying to put it out and low. That's the whole game. If Freeman makes any contact, it stays on the ground.
Now the 2-2 pitch. Another sinker. That was a good one right at the knees, but doesn't get the call. And if I know Jake Arrieta, he is steaming at that. He thought
According
he
to
had himself out of the inning.
our strike zone, that should have been close to strike 3. And again, yeah, when you're facing a guy who could hit a home run off you at any moment, and that's a dangerous pitch, but a great play.
Alec Bohm saves a run, maybe 2. Incredible backhand stab on a laser beam by Freddie Freeman. Freeman can't believe it. Thought he had himself at least 1 or 2 more RBIs there, but that'll do it for the Braves. We go to the 4th. Braves still tied with the Phillies here, 1-1.
Really great game this has turned out to be.
Yeah, I would expect nothing less. These are two teams that, it's weird. I'm a Phillies fan. I live in South Georgia, surrounded by the Braves. It's kind of weird how the Braves hate the Phillies so much, or Braves fans do. Like, I never really had hatred for the Braves, I guess because, the Braves were always good and the Phillies were always bad, but they've never really been good at the same time, save for maybe 1 or 2 years in 2009, 2010. But now it seems that they are getting to that spot where both of them have every right to think that they could be at the top of the division. So things will get a little bit more testy here, and they're showing what they can both do here on a great Saturday afternoon ball game. I anticipate we'll see plenty more of these tight and hopefully very important games between the Phillies and Braves down the stretch.
Yeah, it's kind of, you're right, it kind of has developed into a weird little rivalry, and nobody really knew that until now, mostly because this is the first time in a while where both of these teams have been strong at the same time. And with Washington, I mean, you could make the argument the National League East is one of the best divisions in ball. I would think the American League Central probably got them beat, but the National League Central is certainly one of the top 2-3 divisions in all of ball. Or East, rather.
As we'll begin the top of the 4th, laser by Kingery, but fielded by Albies. Throws on the first for out number 1. There you see both pitchers maybe a little bit different than what we're used to in ball nowadays. So many guys who can just come out of the gate spitting 96, 97, 98. Here you see the crafty veteran side of it. Arrieta and Felix Hernandez dealing in the low 90s or maybe mid 90s, looking like a 90s baseball game, if you will, back when that's what starting pitchers threw.
Yeah, for sure.
I just can't imagine what life is like for major league batters nowadays. It used to be that you would worry about 1 or 2 guys in the pen that could come out throwing 99, and now you might see it, at a 12:30 start on a Thursday getaway game. That's no way to start your day.
Count is 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think it's really, really the new technologies that have become available and the new training that has become available in baseball has really developed some of these pitchers into fireballers. And again, like you said, back in the day, well, not back in my day, but back in the day, like
back in my
20 or so years ago, you're not seeing guys come out like that throwing 100. The average guy was throwing about low 90s. That was kind of average. Now they're going mid 90s. The closers, like we saw, I know Chapman got injured, but he comes in throwing 100. There's multiple closers across the game that can dot triple digits. It is so difficult to hit like that. And late in the game, it has become very, very difficult to win a game when you've got a guy throwing 100 miles an hour in the 8th or 9th.
The payoff pitch here to Bohm. Good curveball right at the knees. That could have gone either way. Can't blame Bohm for laying off that. He's had a good eye. And maybe Hernandez got... No, that looked like it crossed right at the knees. Got to give Hernandez credit for a great curveball there. That's 2 down.
I will tell you, Hernandez, we just talked about dotting 100 and throwing these 90 miles an hour. He just threw 78 on the breaking ball and now just 85 on the changeup. So he certainly can go to from one extreme to another very easily, from 78 to 85. Now maybe he works it up into the 90s, like 89. He can really start to work himself back up, and that's a very important skill to have as a starting pitcher.
Quickly has Gene Segura in a hole. 0-2 here. 2 outs in the fourth. Tie game at 1-1. Segura fists one off the handle. Might be able to beat that one out. Albies on to first quickly, and he gets him. Great play by Albies charging in. And the Phillies are sent down in order 1-2-3 in the fourth. We go to the bottom of the fourth, still 1-1 here in Atlanta. And yeah, it is just amazing in the last 15 years or so how much velocity. I guess that was the answer to the steroid era, was we just need to teach these guys how to throw harder, and maybe guys can't hit it as far, because it is just two different worlds from the routine starting pitcher back in 99, 2000, even up to maybe 2005, to the repertoire that you're seeing from guys now.
Yeah, we'll see how Arrieta goes in this inning. He's at 44 pitches, so probably an average day for him. Not too far up in the zone through 94 there. This is a big outing for him, though. This is a very tough lineup. Atlanta, probably their lineup better than average. Both of these pitchers, this is an important outing for them to face these tough lineups. Both of these teams have brought great bats.
Yeah, Arrieta's got to stay mentally tough here. The 3-7 record, not what you want, trailing behind you as a starting pitcher. However, he's pitched well above that record. Hasn't been elite. ERA right at 4 entering this game as he gives up the leadoff single to Ozuna. But the 1.5 whip, the 3.99 ERA, not great, but definitely right in the 3 or 4 starter range. But he has not had any help offensively. Can't imagine he's going to get much here with Hernandez looking every bit as good as he is right now. So Arrieta's just got to stay tough, not worry about that record, try to get through a potent Braves order, and just hope for the best in the later innings, although I can't imagine this is going to be a high-scoring game. Maybe you get one big swing at the bat to turn the game in the later innings. That was a big swing by Markakis, but he comes up empty and quickly down 0-2.
Yeah, and this could be a good redemption game for Arrieta. You talked about 3-7, maybe not the most highly touted prospect, probably would not get a game one, would not be a game one starter if they made the playoffs. He could really start to work himself and become a staple of this rotation, and this would be a very good game to start proving that. Shut down this lineup. Other than one batter, he's been very, very effective and a good pitcher in a game like this for them.
But there he hangs a breaking ball out in the zone. Markakis punishes it right back up the middle. And the Braves are in business here. 2 runners on, nobody out.
Yeah, they're kind of disproving my claim there. They got 2 runners on. This is a tricky situation. If Arrieta wants to stay in this game, he can't bring himself into too many of those. Going to need a big out right here with nobody out. He needs 1 or 2 big outs, maybe a little ground ball double play. But a guy that you may want to face, if you have to face anybody in this situation, Tyler Flowers is 0 for 5 in the series, 0 for 1 today. So he's streaking in the wrong direction. Maybe this is the guy you want up.
Yeah, not to mention on top of the struggles at the plate, Flowers does not run well. Also a very good double play candidate. I think you're going to see Arrieta pound the bottom of the zone with those sliders and sinkers here. Try to get a ground ball there. He runs one right by him, swing and a miss on the inside corner, 1-2. Strikeout will work just as well as far as Arrieta is concerned. He just needs an out or 2 on the board here.
Yeah, he really needs a ground ball. You can see he's throwing it low. He wants a ball on the ground. A double play would basically end any fears of runs coming in this inning for Atlanta.
Arrieta goes up in the zone and Flowers all over it, but lines it foul deep down the third base line.
Yeah, hopefully that was a warning for Arrieta. Keep it low, otherwise he could belt one.
1-2 pitch misses down in at the knees, 2-2.
Yeah, I would be surprised if he goes up again in this at bat.
He leaves that one up and again makes a mistake. Flowers, the single to right. Everybody's going to move up 1. But another mistake pitch. He saw Real Muto calling for a low, and once again right over the middle. And that has been the trouble for Jake Arrieta. the last season or so. He makes plenty of good pitches, but the bad ones just are right in the hitting zone, and it's now bases loaded, nobody out for Johan Camargo.
Yeah, now this is a big situation. If you're Joe Girardi, how long do you leave Arrieta in there? Yes, he's an experienced guy, but he hasn't really done very well this season, and he's got the bases loaded with nobody out. Be interesting to see if he can pitch his way out of this. Obviously, a ground ball, they're going to come home and try to prevent the run. And you said, like, one big swing could end this game because it's been so defensively oriented. Maybe Camargo gets that swing.
Yeah, but if you're Arrieta, I think you just have to be aggressive. You can't pick around it, as Camargo's going to line one into right. That's going to be a run. Everybody moves up one again, and the Braves retake the lead 2-1 on the RBI single by Camargo. And that is going to earn Arrieta a trip or a visit from the pitching coach, as he just can't seem to keep that ball out of the middle of the zone.
Two of those last two hits, both have gone through that spot right between first and second. Very interesting. They've had the second baseman playing a little bit further over toward the middle of the field to prevent the base hit up the middle. And what do? They get a base hit to the right side.
I don't think you can blame that on the defensive positioning, just because both of them were so solidly hit. That wasn't
I agree.
A huge shot or anything, but again, that's on Arrieta just not keeping the ball out of the middle of the plate as he does it again. And that's going to be an RBI single by Swanson, now 3-1. And the troubles are compiling for Arrieta and the Phils.
Yeah, this is only the fourth inning. Maybe this is the inning that really ends it. If they get up 4-1, 5-1, I would have a tough time thinking. The way Hernandez is pitching, I'd have a tough time thinking that Philly's going to be able to stage any sort of comeback until late in this game.
And here, as Hernandez takes strike one, I'm not so sure that if I'm the Braves, I don't tell him to just look at 3. Don't swing the bat. Don't risk a double play, because they've got the top of the order coming up with Acuna. You would love to give him a shot with the bases loaded and even one out. He could do plenty of damage there. Don't let Hernandez get in his own way of trying to win this game.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing until you see a strike. Or one more in this case.
There he is swinging. Arrieta gets him out in front with the changeup 1-2. So strikeout would be good for the Phillies in that they would get at least one out here in the fourth. But what they would really like is for Hernandez to continue swinging, get one in play, maybe set up a double play. But they'll take any out they can get at this point, as Hernandez pops one up foul our way. 1-2 count remains. Arrieta laboring into the stretch. The 1-2 pitch. Swung on and grounded to short. Could be 2. They're going to have to be quick. Gregorius to Segura to Hoskins. Run's going to score. But I got to think the way this one's been playing out, or this inning's been playing out, the Phillies will take it, as they get 2 outs on the board on the 6-4-3 double play. Slick fielding there, helped out by the lack of speed by Hernandez down the baseline, but I'm sure that he will take that run and trade it for 2 outs as far as the Braves are concerned. And now still more danger, 2 outs, but Acuna at the dish. He is swinging once again and sending one foul down the right field line. Braves lead it 4-1 here in the fourth inning. Acuna sends that one up the middle, another base hit. It's been a merry-go-round all inning for the Braves. Now a 5-1 game on the RBI single by Acuna. Arrieta, we mentioned a lack of run support throughout the season, but here, not doing himself any favors. 8 hits allowed, 5 runs, all earned. And he has got himself and his team in a hole as Ozzy Albies takes one over the inside corner, 0-1. Arrieta laboring. Pitch number 72, only in the 4th inning on the way. Albies lines that one foul, 0-2.
This is a big at-bat for them. If they can get another run in, make it 6-1, I mean, Philadelphia's got a big hole to climb out of.
1 ball, 2 strikes, the count.
Yeah, and Hernandez at this point, his game becomes a lot easier. He can be a little bit more picky, try to catch some corners as that snap throw goes over. Acuna back in time. But yeah, the Phillies, we mentioned their inconsistency offensively. So if you're Hernandez, you basically are just saying, hey, I've got some good stuff still in the tank. I'm not going to walk people. I'm going to put it over the plate until you start hitting me. And even if you do, I've got a 4-run cushion. So I expect to see a lot of strikes out of Felix Hernandez in the coming innings. Albies lines another one foul. Count remains 1-2. 5-1 Braves lead here in the bottom of the 4th. Arrieta trying to get out of the inning. And he will. A good sinker at the knees. Catches Albies looking. But not before the Braves do all kinds of damage. 4 runs on 6 hits. No errors. 1 left on base. We go to the 5th inning. Atlanta on top, 5-1.
Your attention, please. Pinch hitting for the Phillies. Number 7, Josh Harrison.
And as we begin the inning, it will be the end of the day for Jake Arrieta. Josh Harrison coming in as the pinch hitter. He's greeted with a nice curveball over for a strike by Hernandez, although the Braves also looking towards the later innings. They've got double barrel action up in the bullpen, right-hand, left-hand side. Harrison's going to sky this one into the air. Acuna, no problem with that. Tracks in, puts it away for out number 1. That was the 70th pitch for Hernandez. You know the Braves would love to get him through this inning to put him in position for the win. Back to the top of the Phillies lineup. Andrew McCutchen steps in, takes ball 1, down, low, and in. Good sinker on the outside corner by Felix Hernandez. 1-1.
No, that's low.
That one misses just low below the knees. 2-1. Phillies at the top of their lineup need to get something going here. Rallies have not been their thing throughout the season. They mostly just get big hits, and better for them if someone's on base when it happens. But they have not been able to string together hit after hit, big inning after big inning. As that one's going to be skied to right. Markakis right there. He'll put it away for a quick second out.
Now batting, catcher, JT Realmuto.
That'll bring JT Realmuto to the plate. 1 for 2 in the game. Realmuto pounds one back up the middle. A rare mistake by Hernandez. Left that slider hanging a bit, and Realmuto sent it right back from where it came.
Bryce Harper.
His second hit of the day, now pulling ahead of Didi Gregorius. You see on the screen there, that was before gameplay began. Realmuto with his 62nd hit of the season, now leading the Phillies, and it'll be Bryce Harper coming up to bat.
Harper has not had the greatest day. Certainly would be a good time for him to start coming on.
0 for 2 on the day. Fly out, fielder's choice. Does have a stolen base, but Phillies need much more than 1 base at a time after that 4-run outburst by the Braves in the bottom of the 4th. 2 outs here. Hernandez delivers low in the zone, 1-0. Realmuto leading off first. The 1-0 to Harper.
2-0.
Misses low again. 2-0. Because back to what I was saying, you know, Hernandez, obviously you don't want to put one right in the hitting zone for Harper or the middle of the order. But at the same time, you've got a 4-run lead. At some point, you don't want to get yourself in trouble by being too picky, trying to parse your way around the strike zone. You just want to make them swing, get out of the inning, make them hit it, trust the guys in back of them.
Exactly.
That's outside.
So that 2-0 misses high. 3-0. Can't imagine the green lights on. Well, I would imagine that Bryce Harper has the green light,
Yeah.
but can't see a good reason why you would swing unless you just are absolutely dialed in. Know it's a double or more.
Full four. Take your base.
There
that
you
one
go.
goes
That's
high.
why you lay off.
Yep, that might have been what Hernandez was thinking. Those high fastballs, they are enticing. You want to swing at them, but Harper lays off there. Draws the walk and sends it down the line. And it will be Reese Hoskins coming up with 2 down, 2 runners on. Phillies trailing here, 5-1 in the 5th.
I'm surprised that Atlanta's had an active bullpen so far. Hernandez has been pretty good. Yeah, he has 2 runners on, but he's gotten 1 out. If he can get out of this inning, I can't see a situation where he wouldn't come back for the next one.
Yeah, the pitch count's up there a little bit. I think that they were just planning for a contingency in case he got into trouble, which he's flirting with right now.
Yep.
With 2 runners on, but 2 outs. So I'm sure they're going to want him to get through this inning again to get him the possibility of getting the win. Needs just 1 more strike to do that as he gets ready for the 0-2 to Hoskins. That is swung on and driven foul. Hoskins staying on a little bit of a hanger. Could have done some more damage there, but instead he fights it off. Count remains 0-2. Hernandez fires low and away, 1-2.
This is a big pitch. You don't want to lose Hoskins. You don't want to load the bases. Get out of this inning, and again, you'll be back for the 6th.
Yeah, you don't
Can't
want to
promise
lose him.
anything more than that, though.
At the same time, he's been very susceptible to pitches low and away, and that's what he does. He goes out of the zone. Hoskins chases, and he is down on strikes, and down go the Phillies. Can't mount a response after the big 4th inning by Atlanta. Put 2 on, but can't push any across. We go to the bottom of the 5th. 5-1 Braves lead.
Yeah, you saw the little fist pump from Hernandez as he closed out the inning. He knows that was a tough spot for him to be in, but he got out of it. And now Atlanta, we'll see if they, if Philadelphia is going to the bullpen. We'll see who they go with and how things turn out.
Yeah, and the Phillies no reprieve here as they go right into the middle of the order. It'll be Cole Irvin coming on.
Cole Irvin.
And he'll be greeted by Freddie Freeman to start the bottom of the 5th. Irvin has been a workhorse, probably the most effective middle or long reliever for the Phillies this season. 3-0 record, making his 25th appearance of the season. But he has got his work cut out here as Freddie Freeman is first up for the Braves here in the bottom of the 5th. Freeman with a big cut that swings and misses on a good inside fastball, 0-1.
Nope. Ball 1.
Irvin, not much to what he brings. He's got some good control, but he needs it because it's a low 90s fastball, a decent curve, a decent changeup. Can be tough on lefties. That's what they're hoping for here. As he goes into the wind, the 1-1 to Freeman. Another inside fastball. He lays off of that one, 2-1. There, a breaking ball over the outside half, 2-2. Freeman's on that one, another slider. Pokes it out to left, but McCutcheon waiting, positioned perfectly.
The left fielder,
That'll be a line out to left.
Marcel.
As there we check in on Jake Arrieta. Can't be happy with things. Credit him for staying in the dugout, not heading back to the showers, but Right now, this is all on him. Struggled through 4 innings, gave up 5 runs, 4 of them in the bottom of the 4th to the Braves. Now to
Yeah,
be
and
the
you know, I
bullpen
feel like
trending.
that last inning was really the poor inning for him. Every other inning he threw 2 innings of solid baseball, and the first obviously wasn't great. This ball's going to carry, but it's caught out and left.
Now batting.
Ozuna got all of that one. Maybe just missed a piece of it. Off the bat, that looked like it could be a lot of trouble. But McCutcheon tracking back and grabbing that one just in front of the track. Is now to be Markakis stepping in. Good fastball on the inside corner. 0-1 as you see the Phillies with more action down in the bullpen. They've got a bevy of guys who are former starters or potential starters, long relievers. Irvin, Pivetta, Velasquez in the rotation, but you've got Ranger Suarez. A lot of guys down there who can go 2-3 innings for you if need be.
Ball, that's
Here the 1-1 sails high, 2-1 to Markakis.
Yeah, and I think that's probably why they were so comfortable taking Arrieta out after 4. Obviously, he totally deserved to come out, but they're more comfortable taking their starters out early because, like you said, they have starters in the bullpen, and I think they got a lot of long relievers that can come in at a moment's notice, which is always good to have.
As Markakis rolls over to Hoskins, he'll take it himself. The 3 unassisted. Phillies get out of this one. 1-2-3 in the 5th. We go to the 6th. Atlanta still out in front, 5-1.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Phillies need to find something offensively. They'll get a chance to make a dent in the Braves bullpen, but they've got a very solid reliever to deal with in Shane Green. Shane Green, one of the guys Atlanta brought in at the end of 2019, knowing they had a playoff push coming up. Some of those moves didn't work out quite as well as they wanted, but they've hung on to him and are expecting a lot more in the 2020 season.
1-0.
So Gregorius leads off here in the 6th. Braves up 5-1. Green misses with his first 2 pitches of the day, 2-0.
He's a big guy. Look at how tall he is. Very lanky. Always good to have a big, tall guy on the mound. Again, like we said with Freddie Freeman, he's a very intimidating figure on the mound. Intimidating figure even for a guy like Gregorius to face as he grounds right into the shift.
Yeah, Gregorius, good contact, but right into the shift. Swanson playing on the second base side of second base. Would have been a hit any other day on a straight-up infield, but right at Swanson, he takes care of it, 6-3. And 1 down here in the 6th as Scott Kingery stands in. Green fires low and in.
1-1, no strike.
1-0 now. Double barrel action in the Braves bullpen. Chris Martin from the right side, AJ Minter from the left. And I think it's going to be just playing the matchups here for the Braves.
1 ball, 1 strike.
It's a good cutter. Carves its way in, up and in on Kingery. 1-1. Another cutter catches the outside corner, 1-2. A couple of good pitches here by Green. Green sets at the belt. The 1-2 to Kingery.
I got the count. 2-2.
That one leaks outside, 2-2. Got to imagine that cutter's going to come back out of Green's pocket. 2-2 pitch, swung on and missed. A slider ties up Kingery on the inside half of the plate. And that's 2 down for the Phils.
Yeah, very good start to his inning. Not too much trouble for Green. He's maybe got another inning left in him.
It'll be third baseman Alec Bohm now stepping in.
Count 1-0.
Green delivers wild high, 1-0. Aiden, what are your thoughts on the? I mean, I guess you can call it managing relievers with the rule that now you have to face 3 batters.
I don't really mind it. I don't really have a ton of opinions on the changing the old rule stuff. I'm really pretty much neutral on it. Like, that kind of goes back to, like, you have 2 basic groups of guys. The younger generation like me, the kids that are growing up watching baseball, wanting it to be faster. And then you have the older generation, as we end the 6th, who are kind of upset that these rules are starting to change, and I'm sort of in the middle. I don't really have a preference on it. I would like to see baseball games go faster, yes, but I don't really see much of a problem with the way they're played right now.
Yeah, see, I'm not too old of a guy, but I'm older than some of our ball announcers. So I like to tell everybody to get off my yard, don't change things. But at the same time, I've gotten so sick of carrying, 13, 14 pitchers just because you have to have a guy for one guy. As we're going to have 1 pitch, 1 out here in the bottom of the 6th. Great grab by Bohm. But, I think that if you're good enough to be on a major league mound, shouldn't you be able to get someone out regardless of what side of the plate they're hitting from? So, yeah, let's stop having 5.5-minute pitching changes. If you're out there, go get the guys.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. That makes a lot of sense.
If you can only get a certain type of guy out, then that's really an indictment of the team that's paying you millions of dollars that they're doing that. There's got to be a guy
it
out
feels
there.
It feels more like an excuse. Oh, I can't get this guy out because he's hitting from the left side. You're in the major leagues. You're being paid millions of dollars a year to get guys out, regardless of where they hit, who they are. Like, it feels more like an excuse to me.
Right. That one's grounded. Gregorius, great grab up with it over the first 2 away quickly here in the 6th. Yeah, I guarantee you that there are countless AAA and AA pitchers that are bashing their heads into their wall when they see some 43-year-old lefty come out who's going to throw 13 consecutive sliders to a left-handed batter and then be lifted right after that left-handed batter regardless of the outcome. They're saying, I could get that guy out. Pay me half. It'll be fine.
Oh, exactly.
Irvin in for his 2nd inning of work here in the 6th. It's gone smoothly so far. 2 down for the Braves. Dansby Swanson up to bat. Takes that one low, 1-1.
Swanson was a part of that monster inning that gave them that 5-1 lead.
As Irvin burns one in the inside corner, 1-2. Swanson, first overall pick by the Diamondbacks, traded to the Braves a few years ago. They brought him back home. Swanson, an Atlanta native, grew up in Cobb County, my neck of the woods. Swung on a miss. Good off-speed pitch by Irvin. Swanson goes down swinging. The Phillies get out of this one. We go to the 7th. Braves continue to lead 5-1.
Yeah, and a couple of really quick innings so far. These past few innings have really been going by quick. We thought we might see a starting pitchers battle, but maybe now it's just a battle of bullpens, is what it's kind of settled into.
Aiden, what have you done?
Your attention, please. These changes for Atlanta.
I feel compelled to call everybody out on this because when I'm not calling baseball, I am a sports reporter, and you just broke the first commandment.
Now playing third base and batting 9.
And what is that?
You do not talk about how fast the game is going.
Oh. Is it kind of like a jinx?
Yeah, there's going to be
like when a pitcher's throwing a perfect game or a no-hitter, that sort of thing?
A thunderstorm's going to roll in. We're going to have a big rally. We're going to have left fielders pitching all of a sudden. That's what happens when you talk about how fast things are going.
Well, the good news is anything weather-related is likely out of the picture in bot ball. And it looks like it's a perfectly fine afternoon anyway. the late afternoon showers, the late afternoon sun showers starting to fade away. Although I would like to see in maybe MLB The Show 21, maybe that's a new thing. They bring in, they have a rain delay, because I feel like that's just as much real baseball. Like, you want this game to feel so close to reality. Maybe in a game, I know they certainly have rain in the game. Maybe you start to do rain delays and start to kind of throw that into the game. That would be a fun little twist.
Right, like you have a starting pitcher that's on point, and all of a sudden you make him sit down for an hour and he's off his groove, and you have to substitute him in. Yeah, that's how baseball goes.
I'm being told there was a double substitution, which means there's a new third baseman for, I think, Atlanta.
Yes, Adam Duvall now in the game, Chris Martin pitching, and he'll retire his first man as Segura grounds it out to Albies. One down here in the 7th.
Segura looked a little disappointed there that he didn't beat it out. He's a speedy guy. Thought he might be able to grab an infield single.
Now the Phillies going to the bench, and Roman Quinn making an appearance. Little used Roman Quinn here in Bop Ball, although can't figure out why. He's batting for a good average, but very few appearances so far this season for the Phils.
Yeah, 615 OPS, a 300 or a little bit over 300 batting average. He should be one of their first guys to come off the bench.
He's got all the speed in the world, doesn't need it there, as he can jog on down to first as he shoots one through the old Tony Gwynn 5.5 hole. He'll have himself a one-out single and a stolen base threat, although I don't know if you're running here down 4. But what he does do is turn the lineup over back to the top with McCutcheon.
Yeah, he's a solid 9-hitter, but you know what? If you're not going to play him in the majors, put him down in AAA. He'll play. He could be a starter, a daily starter for Philadelphia in AAA, and he could really kind of prove himself. And then you bring him back up to the majors. It's really pointless to have a guy like that hitting off the bench when he could be starting in AAA.
That is the tough situation the Phillies have painted themselves into. You know, you've got a big money guy like Harper. He's got to play every day. You've got other guys like Jay Bruce, who's injured, Adam Hazley, who's injured. They're wanting to play every day. McCutcheon, who before his hitting struggles, you got to put him in the lineup if he's healthy and batting well. So, you know, Quinn is too good to be in the minors, but there's not enough room in the majors. So they've had themselves a dilemma for the last going on 2.5 seasons.
Yeah, and I think he could be, if he ends up playing in AAA, I think he could end up being a very important player for them. He could give some of these big guys an off day. Harper could use an off day, or anybody else. Is a nice base hit to left center will move runners to the corners. Yes, it will. But he could give some of these stars. You got a team full of stars. They don't have to play every day. If you can get a guy like him to play very well, he could come in and hit and start. And it's nice to have that kind of luxury with a bench player.
And there you see a veteran move for a young guy in Roman Quinn. Read that perfectly off the bat. Flare into left center, found some open space. He did not hesitate one bit, fired around second, went into third, beat the throw, and now the Phillies have something brewing here in the 7th. One out, but runners on the corners, and JT Realmuto up. As Martin fires one up and in, catches the corner, 0-1.
He was a great pickup for them. He has been a great addition to this team. I think one of the best catchers in all of baseball or bop ball. But I think he's a very, very good pickup for them.
The Phillies shipped out Jorge Alfaro, who had been starting for him at catcher, and now is the Marlins starting catcher. Shipped him to the Marlins along with their top pitching prospect, Sixto Sanchez, who he's already made a couple of appearances here in Bop Ball, but he figures to be a frontline guy down the road. So I think overall very equitable trade with the Phillies and Marlins as Realmuto gets into one here to center, coming on and diving. That one's going to be caught. Great diving grab. Roman Quinn a heads-up play, tagging up and coming in to make it 5-2. But I think if you're the Braves at this point in the game, that out's worth a lot, especially considering what could have happened if you misjudge it and that ball gets by and goes all the way to the wall.
Yeah, Philadelphia is not really in a position where they should be, where they're able to kind of trade an out for a run. They don't have many outs left to deal with. Harper coming up, this is a big situation. They really could have used that ball getting by, but they'll take the run. It's only a 3-run game. I feel like it feels more like an insurpassable mountain, but it's really only a 3-run game, one swing of the bat, and we're down to a 1-run game.
0-1.
So pitch and change here. Darren O'Day in for the Braves. The Braves a good bullpen, but they don't have many left-handed arms, which could be problematic against a guy like Harper. Usually, especially in the NL East, considering the guys like Harper, Freeman, Soto with the Nationals, you need to have a left-handed guy for high leverage outs late in the game. But the Braves will turn to O'Day here, and so far he's doing well, holding his own, up 1-2 in the count to Harper.
Yeah, and maybe that's something. I know the trade deadline is coming up. Maybe that's something you work for at the trade deadline. Get another arm in your bullpen that is left-handed.
As O'Day goes hard inside and ties up Harper, limits damage there. The Phillies push across 1 run, but still trail by 3. We go to the bottom of the 7th. Atlanta up 5-2. It'll be back to the bullpen for the Phillies as Nick Pivetta, starter over the last couple of seasons for the Phils, has moved his way into the bullpen. Been a workhorse, over 30 appearances so far this season, but now his job is to stop the Braves right where they are here in the bottom of the 7th.
Ball, that's inside.
Adam Duvall entered on the double switch, inning to go. Now getting his first at bat of the game for the Braves, batting in the 9 hole.
Outside, that's the ball.
Pivetta misses outside 2-0. Pivetta with great stuff. The Phillies management seems to be very high on him. He just hasn't quite put it together at the major league level. Gets a swing and a miss there, and the newest addition to the Phillies team, Robert Stock, came up a couple of weeks ago to be part of this bullpen. He's getting loose down in left field. As Duvall's going to drive that one into center, right up the middle. Leadoff base hit, and the Braves are in business once again here in the 7th.
And a reminder, plenty of bot bowls still to come. Next up, the Mets and the Nationals. Should be a fun, sun-splashed afternoon in our nation's capital. Seattle-Miami has been a fun series. That'll be at 5:30. Milwaukee at Boston, 7:15. Detroit, the White Sox at 9. And we finish off the night with some late-night bot ball with the Padres and the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, real NL East takeover here, midday in bot ball. But
Yep.
Why not? Good teams all around. It's Pivetta with a good fastball. Gets Acuna swinging 0-2.
Over the next 3 games, we'll see all 4 teams, or all 5 teams rather, in the division. And 2 games will be this game in Mets Nationals, or NL East versus NL East.
And I think you're going to see a lot more of that coming down the stretch. That one gets away. Realmuto, a great block. Getting down and dirty, keeping that one in front of him. Count goes to 2-2 on Acuna. But yeah, I would not be surprised to see some of the divisions we've talked about. AL Central, NL East. Seems like a lot of teams are in it for the long haul. As Acuna grounds one to Bohm, to Segura, over to Hoskins. That'll be a 5-4-3 double play with Acuna's speed. You don't see that often. But that was a rifle shot, brilliantly fielded on one hop by Bohm and made easy work of it. And the Phillies now trying to get out of the 7th here, keep the Braves right where they are, as Pivetta will face Ozzie Albies.
Yeah, they were lucky. That was a really lucky double play. Like you said, you don't want to give up another run here. You can't really afford that. You just keep it 5-2 going into the 8th. And that certainly is going to help.
Yeah, 5-2 seems big, especially with the Braves bullpen, but you never know in baseball. As long as it's 4 runs or less, you never know if an error is going to be made, if a walk's going to be surrendered, and then all you need is someone to catch one pitch one time. So 5-2, not the worst it could be, but you're right. Definitely, if you're Pivetta, if you're the Phillies, you need to keep them right where they are. Two-two pitch incoming to Albies. Down in the dirt, 3-2. Crowd hasn't gone anywhere, still a full house here at Truist Park.
Yeah, and why would you? It's been a great day of baseball.
Fastball right over the middle. Albies all over it. The lines of foul down the right field line. Another payoff pitch incoming from Pivetta. Swung on again in line foul. Pivetta, good fastball. Usually does well up in the zone, but Albies not fooled at all. So there he brings the curveball, and Albies fouls that one off. Great pitch here. A great chess match here. Good battle brewing. Shadows encroaching in here in the late afternoon. Good curveball there. I'm sorry, fastball. And Albies goes chasing. So Pivetta's going to get out of this one. Double play helps him out. Strikeout of Albies sends it to the 8th.
Leading off for Philadelphia.
Braves still on top, 5-2.
Number 17.
As it'll be Reese Hoskins leading things off in the 8th with Chris Martin, I believe, still on the bump for the Braves. Yes, he is. No, I'm sorry, Darren O'Day.
Yeah, we'll see who gets the close for Atlanta. If O'Day can get out of this quick, maybe he gets the call in the 9th. Although I'm not really sure this would be a save opportunity.
Yeah, no shortage of options for the Braves in the bullpen. As I mentioned, they've got plenty of good arms. Just a matter of how they match up, but O'Day not wasting any time. Quickly out ahead, 0-2 on Hoskins. O'Day fires sidearm from the right-hand side and gets Hoskins chasing low and away. Second strikeout in a row for Hoskins on basically the same pitch. He just can't seem to lay off of those 2 strike pitches down and out of the zone. In the past, he's had a good record of staying with it, digging in, going down and away, launching it to right, but that has not been the case here in 2020. He has waved over those time and time again. He's a strikeout victim here for the first out in the 8th as Gregorius now steps in. He swings and misses, 0-1.
Five, 6, and 7 due up in this inning. You're gonna try to. They're gonna want the top of the order coming up in the 9th, so they're gonna try to get it past 6, 7, 8. Maybe 9, 1, 2 would be a good due up in the 9th, but you don't want your bottom of the order coming up in the 9th.
Center fielder, number 4.
Well, there a lazy fly ball taken care of by Ozuna. Quickly, 2 down here in the 8th. I see a trivia question by the big guy rolling on Twitch, but I cannot look at both at the same time. It seemed Phillies-centric, so me being a Phillies fan, I'm just curious.
Let me take a look.
That'll bring Scott Kingery to the plate. 2 down here in the 8th. Atlanta looking to even this series with Philadelphia. 4-3 win by the Phils last night. O'Day has been nothing but brilliant since coming on in the 7th. There you see the crowd of over 37,000 here at Truist Park. Beautiful day for baseball. Shadows encroaching a bit here in the late afternoon. So Day pumps that one over for a strike on the outside corner, 1-1.
Yeah, and if you're Atlanta, this is the kind of day you want. You got a great crowd on hand. It's a Saturday afternoon, and you're winning a really big game.
O'Day just throwing absolute darts in here since coming on. That one grazes the inside corner, 1-2. And he's going to finish this one off in the 8th. Kingery down on strikes, swings right through that one. We move on to the bottom of the 8th. Braves lead it 5-2.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for Philadelphia, number 55.
So another one of those starters slash long relievers coming in for the Phils in the bottom of the 8th. It'll be Ranger Suarez. Throwing from the left side, he's going to have to face Freeman here to begin the 8th.
Ball one. Count 1-0.
He misses low and away, 1-0. Suarez deals. Freeman shoots one down the third base line, grabbed by Bohm. And that is the second consecutive time Freeman has been robbed by Alec Bohm. Maybe the only reason this game isn't out of hand already.
Ozuna's had a pretty good day. He only got one hit, but still. Single, scored a run. Part of that carnival of hits that got him a 5-1 lead.
Yeah, there's a big merry-go-round there off of Phillies starter Jake Arrieta. No huge hits, but when you keep on lining it through the infield, even if you go one base at a time, it's going to start to accumulate. As here, Ozuna grounds one to short. Gregorius up with it on to Hoskins. Two quickly away here in the 8th.
And other than that, those two innings, the first inning and then that inning where it became 5-1, Philadelphia's done a very good job. Their pitching has been relatively successful today. I know it doesn't seem like it, but it's been a good day for them.
Yeah, it's a weird turn of events here in 2020. Throughout, the last 30, 40 years of Phillies history, they've usually been a team that can hit and put runs on the board, but that are ultimately done in by less than stellar pitching. Here in Bapa in 2020, they've gotten consistently good efforts from their starters. They've had at least average, if not above average, relief pitching, as that ball is going to be lined in and find some ground by Markakis. He's going to be in with a single. 2-out single there, and the Braves have a man on. But yeah, this year the pitching has held up its end, and despite all the big names and great career numbers, the hitting has just not been there for the Phillies on a day-to-day basis. That's what's keeping them from being right in the middle of this NL East race.
I totally agree.
Tyler Flowers now up, one man on. Braves leading 5-2 here in the 8th, 2 down.
No, that's down.
Suarez misses low, 2-0.
Believe there will be one more game in this series tomorrow. I'm not sure if it's going to get put on the stream, but I know there will definitely be one more finale to this series tomorrow.
Flowers ropes that one, sends Harper on his horse, can't get it off the wall and right. Flowers is going to maybe get hung up, got a little bit greedy, but he's going to be in safe at second. Close call there. Thought they might have had him hung up. But Flowers laces one off the wall and right. It'll be runners on second and third with 2 outs. And the Braves will have another pinch hitter striding to the plate. That looks like Inciarte. It will be Ender Inciarte.
Yeah, the throw beat him at second, but he had a great slide and was able to dodge the tag.
Inciarte first pitch swinging. Can't blame him off the bench, but he's going to sky that one to right. Harper under it. He'll put it away, so no harm there. Despite the drama on the Flowers double or single, we go to the top of the 9th. Phillies down to their last at bats. Braves lead at 5-2, and it'll be Will Smith, free agent signing from the Giants, coming in to try to close this one out. He's done a good job of it so far. 18 of his first 21 chances as a Brave.
Leading off for Philadelphia, the third baseman, Alec Bohm.
Alec Bohm first up here in the 9th for the Phils. Smith fires up and in, strike one, boom.
One's the count.
0 for 3 on the day. A couple of good at-bats, some good swings, but nothing showing so far.
Yeah, tough order due up here. 7, 8, and 9 for Philadelphia. Not exactly the most successful hitters on this team.
Great changeup by Smith. Boom, way out in front. It's 0-2. To me, that's always been the best pitch you can ever throw. If you're a lefty throwing to a righty, or a righty throwing to a lefty, that changeup on the outside corner, unhittable.
Yep, I agree.
Smith misses low with the fastball, 1-2. Not only is it unhittable, but it makes you feel bad because it looks like a fastball. You feel so good about it, and halfway through, you know that it's bad news for you, and you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, it's really baffling.
Bone puts a good swing on that one. Dials it back, stays alive, 1-2. Braves looking to pull even in this series. Phillies with the win last night. Smith misses low, 2-2. Braves 4.5 back of the NL East leading Nationals. Phillies 3 games behind the Braves. After that, the Marlins, kind of surprising. They've fallen off a bit, but still holding their own, treading some water, doing better than most people thought. The Mets, a terrible start, but they're trying to gain some leverage here, some momentum into the summer months. As Bohm, a great eye, we mentioned earlier in the broadcast, hasn't exactly torn it up offensively, but he has had a great eye for a rookie and stares down some good pitches there by Smith. Draws the leadoff walk, and it'll be Segura now up with 1 on and nobody out.
Yeah, Philadelphia has the tying run on deck. I feel like, again, we haven't really acknowledged that, but the tying run is on deck.
Yeah, and they'll be going to, I would think, another pinch hitter. I don't know if Harrison would be sent back up again.
No balls, 2 strikes.
Segura swings through a good pitch down and in, 0-2. Quickly in a hole here. Smith sets at the belt. 0-2 pitch. Swung on a miss, ties up Segura, and Smith just made him look a little bit foolish there.
The batter.
Yeah, he certainly did. Again, another baffling pitch. And he's thrown a lot of them in this inning.
Good slider there. Probably started off looking like a good low fastball to hit. Segura committed, and it just kept riding in and in and in. As now we will see another pinch hitter for the Phillies. It'll be Jay Bruce. A little strange opting for the lefty-on-lefty matchup offensively are the Phillies. As Bruce takes one on the outside corner, 0-1. Bruce, not with the best average this year, but he still is a power hitter. If he can get into one, he can make this a very interesting ball game with one swing.
Oh, absolutely. He certainly can pitch the long ball. If you're bringing someone off the bench here, this is the guy you want.
Very good. Chasing. Slider well out of the zone, and Bruce cannot hold off. Quickly an 0-2 hole. Smith in control. 0-2 pitch. Good fastball right at the knees, but just misses 1-2. Braves lead 5-2, 1 on, 1 out here in the 9th. 1-2 pitch incoming to Bruce. Slow curveball. Bruce just barely fights it off. Good pitch by Smith. Not one of the best pitches in his repertoire, but there, changing things up, almost had him fooled. We'll do it again, 1-2. Bruce fires off another foul ball. Hanging tough here in the 9th. Smith once again to the belt. Sets with the 1-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. A floating slider chased out of the zone by Bruce. And that's 2 down here for the Braves. And these folks here who have stayed around at Truist Park, 37,000 strong. They can smell it now. 2 outs in the ninth. Man on, Andrew McCutcheon up. Braves needing just one more out. And here comes Smith with his first pitch. Blows it right on by. 0-1. McCutcheon 2 for 4 on the day. Needs to do that and maybe even more here to keep the Phillies alive. Good curveball swung on and missed. 0-2. And just like that, the Phillies down to their final strike of the day. Smith sets at the belt. The 0-2 pitch is swung on and missed. Blows it right by McCutcheon at the top of the zone. That'll do it for today's ball game. The Braves, a big rally back in the fourth, scoring 4 runs. That's the difference in today's game. They'll take this one 5-2. They even the series with the Phillies at 1 game each. We'll have a rubber match tomorrow. But for today, it's the Braves celebrating. Braves 5, Phillies 2. Aiden, that was a good one, save if you're a Phillies fan, for one very troublesome inning back in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I'm sure you're not very happy about how that turned out, but you know, it was a really good game, and I think it was a solid game for the Philadelphia pitching, even though they didn't get the win. Other than those 2 innings, it was really a solid day for them. They're going to try to finish things out tomorrow. This is a series they really need to be winning. They need to start proving that they can beat these top-of-the-division teams. And, I mean, when you look at their roster, they really should be sweeping these kind of series. But it's today was disappointing, to say the least, for them.
And that is the hurdle. They've proven that they can win more than they lose. However, you're going to have to deal with the world champions who are right in your backyard in the NL East. You've got to deal with the 2-time defending NL East champions who are right in your backyard, who just beat you today. You've got to deal with the Cubs, who are just about at the top of all of ML ball. You've got to deal with the Dodgers, who look to be running away with the West. So, you know, if you're the Phillies, you're a good team, but you're not good enough yet. And they've got to find a way to kick this into a higher gear as we turn the corner into the second half of the season. As we see some of the highlights playing here, and giving up 400-foot home runs to Freddie Freeman isn't the way to kick it into that higher gear. Yeah. But the Phillies, you know, they're treading water. It's a matter of when they catch a break or when they get into a run, which way is it going to be? Are they going to trend up or are they going to trend down? They can't afford another big losing streak with the likes of the Braves and the Nationals in this division, so it's up to them. They've got to put it on themselves. They've got to dig down and find a way to win 9 out of 10, put themselves right back up at the top and contend day in and day out.
For sure, for sure.
If we look at the highlights here as we mosey on into another afternoon ball game, as we've got a couple of announcers waiting to take you over to another NL East battle. We've got Big Fun and Tim Moore on the phone. Don't know if you guys want to hop in, but if you are at the ready, how are you guys living today?
We're doing quite all right. A little treat for fans of the National League East, as we got all 5 NL East teams featured here on Bot Ball across 3 straight games. Of course, you just finished up this Atlanta 5-2 win over the Phillies. Next up, we'll have Game 3 of 4 from Washington. That's taking on the Nationals. And then we'll see the Miami Marlins at home against the Seattle. So the NL East getting strongly represented here this afternoon.
Gotta love that East Coast bias, Big Fun.
Gotta love that East Coast bias, baby.
Here we
like it.
See some of the highlights, most of them coming from the Atlanta pitching staff late in the day. Give a lot of credit to Will Smith. That's what the Braves are paying him for. They've been stuck in that first round of the playoffs for the last couple of years. They think they've got the roster to get him over the hump. Will Smith does it at least for today. Your final score, Braves 5, Phillies 2. And Big Fun, anything to embark on to set us up for this next NL East matchup with the Mets and Nats?
Oh, we got an interesting situation on the mound for the Mets. A change in the rotation. The decision was made by the Mets to take Rick Porcello, who has been struggling mightily. 1-9 with a 6.62 ERA. Porcello is, at least for today, out of the rotation, replaced by longman Corey Oswalt, who will be making his first start since September 28th, 2018. Oswalt's been serviceable for the Mets as a long man, and with two major injuries to their rotation, of course, with Noah Syndergaard's Tommy John surgery and Marcus Stroman's torn labrum, the Mets kind of fighting it with the rotation depth. So instead of trying to bring up somebody from Syracuse, they choose to go with what is on hand, and they'll be trying out Corey Oswalt as a starter today.
And
So it's safe to say it'll be a bullpen game for them.
Oh, I don't think that's reasonable to say. Oswalt does have starting experience. He did start 12 games in 2018. He has the ability to go deep in a game. If he struggles early, Rick Porcello is still there. He can be brought in to give the Mets multiple innings of relief. But Luis Rojas and the Mets, they've been struggling all year, and they want to just see what they've got in Oswalt.
And if you're a Mets fan, that just has to be so deflating. Like, for the last 3-4 years, you've had arguably the best starting rotation on paper in all of baseball. Like, it's just got to be gut punch after gut punch to know that those guys are all there, but they're all at some level of working their way back from an injury.
And they've only made the playoffs twice.
Yeah, I was in the house Game 5 of the 2015 World Series, and that's as much as I'll say about it. Especially this year, the Mets got off to a really slow start, and they haven't been able to bounce back. They've had some hot streaks here and there. Middle of May, they were pretty hot. Right now, they're 3-7 over their last 10. They got swept by the Dodgers. They swept the Astros in a little 2-game set, but now they've dropped the first 2 here to Washington. And they're going to try and salvage a split here before heading out to St. Louis. As we take a look at Corey Oswalt, you see he can't necessarily go as deep as some other starters, but he does have the length there. 1-1 on the season in 13 relief appearances. WHIP is about league average, 1.30. ERA a little higher than you'd like, but he's usually coming in trying to give the Mets multiple innings. Of course, you see 20 innings over 13 games. It's a lot of multiple inning appearances.
To me, it's just become interesting the way that baseball and the front offices have aligned their teams and situated their teams, where it seems like in any given year, half the teams just know that they're waiting for next year or years beyond, even trying to get a better draft pick, trying to save money. Whereas other teams are, in it for the long haul. They're trying to win. They're trying to acquire at the deadline. So it's really turned it into a have and have not game. So you kind of cut the league in half, and then it turns into, out of the 15 teams who think they can compete for the playoffs or even for a title, those games just get even more important when you've got the Mets, who, despite them not being in position right now, still think they're a good team, don't want to sell, don't want to give up, going against another team in the world champs, defending world champ Nationals. Every one of those games with a couple of teams that think that they can do something becomes so much more important. You've got to have those. You can't possibly, every one of those losses to a team that's kind of given up hurts, and every win that you can get against another team that you really know deep down is competing, that's a big win for you, and that really benefits you looking in the long run into what should be a very good playoff stretch.
Yeah, Nationals looking to maintain their lead over the Braves. Came into today with a 4.5 game lead. That is currently cut to 4 games even. That's we'll look to bump that back up with Anibal Sanchez going today. Sanchez 6-3 with a 3.99. Kind of an innings eater type at this point in his career. You see the strikeout numbers, only 59 through, I think that was 65 and a third innings pitch. So he doesn't really strike guys out the ways that he used to, but he is still a solid pitcher. I think the Mets are going to try the alternate roads today. They lost the first 2 games of the series in the gray tops, or maybe not. Who knows? Nats, I think, like to wear red on Saturdays, so maybe we can get them in red. I think that's alternate 1. It's a total guess. I don't know. No? Okay, that's fine.
And as we get ready to ship everybody out to Nationals Park, I think that'll do it for me and Aiden. Aiden, nice to have you along. Big fun. Tim, have a good one.
Yeah, great to be here. I know we were supposed to call a game earlier, I think a few weeks back, but good to get in the booth with you, and really fun game, really good. We saw a lot of everything, pitching, hitting, everything at Truce Park.
There we go. Alternate 2. All right, got it going, and it is partly cloudy in the nation's capital today. A little bit of a delay there, but thanks to our janitor, Garrett, or our backup janitor, Duggo, not sure who is on janitorial duties this afternoon. But what I can tell you is we're about to bring you Game 3 of 4 from Washington, D.C. Just get ourselves in there, and once we get past this selection screen, we'll open up that broadcast. Happy to have all of you with us here on twitch.tv today. Waiting to see if we'll get that cloud cover set to partly cloudy. Be on our way.
I'm
Partly
real
cloudy.
excited. I'm real excited to see this kind of game here today. So we just watched the prior game, which, of course, NL East games now back to back. And I looked at that Atlanta game as a very critical game because we know Atlanta, they've been pretty hot as well as this Nationals team. It just seems like they won't seem to kind of get away. Right now they sit in that second wild card spot. They're trying to do everything they can to make up ground on the Nationals. It's almost like the Nationals, if they lose one game, just can't seem to lose two.
Oh, good afternoon and welcome. This is Major League Baseball on twitch.tv. I'm the big fun Eric Arment alongside Tim Moore. We'll be bringing you this NL East matchup. It'll be the defending World Series champion Washington Nationals going up against the New York Mets. Nationals have won the first 2 games of this 4-game series. Took last night's affair 3-2, and they will have Anibal Sanchez on the mound today. Tim, why don't you tell us a little bit about the veteran Anibal Sanchez?
Oh, when I look at Anibal Sanchez, you think about the versatility. When he was younger, he had the capability of striking out hitters with ease. Once he's gotten later in his career, now at age 36, not as much, but he's found himself to be a good quality starter. 6-3, which, by the way, I want to take note of that record, because this is actually the best start he's had. It's his 4th in the Cy Young running back in 2013.
First pitch of the game to the Mets shortstop Ahmed Rosario misses outside. Give you the Mets lineup over the next couple of pitches. It's Rosario, Jeff McNeil, Pete Alonso hits 3rd, Michael Conforto hits 4th, Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson Cano, Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and then Corey Oswalt batting 9th, the pitcher. 1-0 pitch is a fastball in for a strike. Defensive alignment for the Nationals, left to right, starting at 3rd base in the infield. Starlin Castro, Trey Turner at short, Howie Kendrick at 2nd, Ryan Zimmermann at 1st. Doing the catching is Kurt Suzuki. 1-1 pitch. Chopped foul back towards the screen, 1-2. Left to right in the outfield for the Nationals, same as last night, Juan Soto, Victor Robles, and Adam Eaton. Sanchez ahead of Rosario, 1-2 to start. Swung on, grounded weakly to the left side. Coming in for it is Castro, makes the sidearm throw, nearly pulls Zimmermann off the bag, but he keeps the foot on for the first out of the game.
That's a great pitch there. You set up an easy ground ball. You're going to see a lot of ground balls today from the Nationals pitching staff, especially with Anibal Sanchez. I mean, that's one thing he's so good at producing, especially jamming hitters on the inside.
Jeff McNeil played 2nd base last night, plays 3rd base today with a right-hander on the mound. Comes in hitting at .339. First pitch to him is swung on and grounded foul, 0-1. That .339 number good for 3rd in the National League. McNeil also is in 3rd place in National League All-Star voting at 3rd base. Sanchez ready, the 0-1. Swung on and ripped towards right field, and that is going to get down for a single. So Jeff McNeil keeps it going. He had singles in his last 3 at-bats last night. Under 4 straight at-bats with a base hit for Jeff McNeil.
He came in his career 1 of 8 versus Anibal Sanchez, but that time got a belt-high fastball. Just turned on it. I mean, McNeil's just so good at hitting for contact. He's one of the few Mets hitters right now that are pretty hot.
McNeil's been a point of positivity for the Mets all season as Pete Alonso comes in. It says 16 home runs is a career high. I think that might just be a little bit of a glitch there from our graphics team. He's behind 0-1 after that high and inside fastball for a strike. The pitch. In the dirt outside, 1-1. Alonso last night, 1 of 5, struck out 3 times, and that's been a big problem for Pete Alonso. A lot of flailing at strikeouts as the league catches up to him in his sophomore season. Sanchez brings the 1-1 in. It's a fastball high, 2-1.
We're starting to see this be a little bit of a constant picture. Obviously, the Mets fans a little bit upset with the struggling start. Pete Alonso was expected to have a really good start this year, but like Aaron Judge a few years back, a little bit in his second season.
2-1 swung on and hit deep to center field, sending Robles back. He'll stop a few strides short of the track, come in and make the catch. That one looked good off the bat, just didn't have enough on it. And it's a loud out number 2. It'll bring up the right fielder, Michael Conforto.
Again, that time Sanchez went to the inside fastball and pinned him in. Just missed it on the bat, but again, that's where Anibal is going to live all day against right-handed hitters. And to attack the lefties.
Conforto waiting for the first one from Sanchez. It's outside, ball 1. Conforto struggling in his career against Anibal, 3 for 17, 8 strikeouts. Jeff McNeil with the 1-out single leads off of first as we get underway on a Saturday afternoon from the nation's capital. 2-0 now as that fastball misses inside.
They're going to have to find something here to turn it around. Both the cleanup hitter, Michael Conforto, and Cespedes, who's on deck, really struggled this season batting above the Mendoza line.
2-0 was outside, reached for by Conforto. Coming on, Kendrick makes the flip with the glove to Turner to get McNeil by a step there. So good defensive play by Howie Kendrick to end it for the top of the first. No runs, 1 hit, nobody left with McNeil retired there. We are to the bottom of the first scoreless. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Now we take a look at Mets starter Corey Oswalt making his first start since 2018. Being brought out of the long relief role, given the chance to start today. Rick Porcello temporarily in that long. Oswalt will face Trey Turner, Adam Eaton, and Juan Soto to start things for the Nationals. Give you the rest of the Nats lineup and the Mets defensive alignment as we work our way through this first at bat. So Corey Oswalt, first pitch as a starter since September 28th, 2018. He's high, ball 1. Rest of the Nationals lineup after Soto hitting third. It's Howie Kendrick 4th, Kurt Suzuki 5th, Starlin Castro 6th, Ryan Zimmermann 7th, Hansel Robles 8th, and the pitcher Anibal Sanchez 9th. Wilson Ramos sets up inside for the 1-0. Swung on and lifted into center field. Moving over and back a little bit is Brandon Nimmo. Puts it away for the first out. That's defensive alignment on the infield. Left to right, starting at third base is Jeff McNeil. Shortstop Ahmed Rosario. Second base Robinson Cano. Pete Alonso at first. Wilson Ramos does the catching. And left to right in the infield left to right in the outfield as usual. It is Yoenis Cespedes, Brandon Nimmo, and Michael Conforto. Oswalt will get a couple of left-handers now. Here's Adam Eaton, pitches high and away, ball 1.
And up there in the All-Star voting as well, we mentioned back for one's taken outside. We mentioned back up in the top half of the inning for Jeff McNeil. Eaton second right field voting right now, as well as a lot of these national players this All-Star.
Eaton ahead now, 2-0. Pitch on the way. Check swing inside, 3-0. Juan Soto, the childish Bambino, waits on deck. Oswalt got Turner to fly out, but struggling against Eaton. 3-0 pitch. This one is pulled foul, 3-1.
Seeing it early on. We're seeing it early here from Oswalt. He likes throwing that fastball high and then challenging the sinker low.
3-1 misses, and it is ball 4. So Adam Eaton will trot on down to first base, and it will bring up Juan Soto. Soto yesterday 1 for 4 with a run scored and a strikeout. Gets the bat with a runner on base here as Oswalt checks on Eaton. Eaton got caught stealing yesterday. He's only 6 for 14 on steals this season. Compare that to Trey Turner at the top of the lineup, 29 of 31, leads the National League. First pitch outside to Soto, ball 1. Oswalt has that four-seam fastball that he's been leaning on heavily here. He's also a sinker, a curve, and a changeup in the arsenal. Gonna have a strong start to his game as Eaton runs, staying on his knees and throwing out Adam Eaton is Wilson Ramos. That is a strong throw from Wilson Ramos, who is not considered a defensive catcher by any means. That is back-to-back games that Adam Eaton has been caught stealing, and he just did not get a good jump there, Tim. That throw was on the other side of the bag, and Ahmed Rosario was able to sweep the tag.
I would say no, he did not get a big jump. He didn't really have that big of a lead.
This one is lifted into center by Soto. Settling under it is Nimmo. So, working around a one off is Corey Oswalt. Gets a little help from his battery mate Wilson Ramos. We're scoreless after 1. You're watching Major League Botball on Twitch.tv.
Leading off for the Mets.
Top of the second now. Yoenis Cespedes, Robinson Cano, and Wilson Ramos. The first 3 batters up for the Mets here in the inning. Cespedes, although you might think he's been having a tough go of it with that average at 120, that number is actually on the way up. Cespedes just trying to get himself warmed up. Swings at this sinker, fouls it off. Sanchez brings 4 different kinds of fastballs to the table. A four-seamer, a cutter, a sinker, and a split finger. 1-1. That one misses. It's the splitter. Now the 2-1. Just drops in for a strikeout. The knee is the lone true breaking pitch in Sanchez's repertoire, that curveball. 2. Grounded weakly back towards the mound. Getting the glove out for it is Sanchez, and he makes the throw. Was that Sanchez? My monitor kind of froze up for a second.
I believe it was. And that time, though, when you looked at it, well, Sanchez, actually, correction, rather. No, Sanchez did not. That was rather the shortstop, a Turner, that made the play. Like, Sanchez, first time through, went with that curveball, and he saw how Cespedes took that pitch for a strike, and he went right back to it, produced an easy ground ball.
Nope, upstairs.
First pitch to Robinson Cano, up and away, ball 1. Cano did not start yesterday against the left-handed Patrick Corbin. 1-0 pitch. High 2-0. Cano did pinch hit in the 7th inning in that game, but he flew out leading off the 7th. Heading 2-0 now. Rounds it foul, 2-1.
Not mistaken, they have the shift on here in Cano.
2-1 pitch. Swung on and ripped towards that shift, and it's lined into the glove of Zimmermann. Nice catch by the Nationals' first baseman for the second out.
Wilson Ramos.
That'll bring up the catcher, Wilson Ramos. Ramos with 3 hits in yesterday's game.
See that average struggling a little bit against right-handed pitchers, 206. Really hits lefties well. An average season, 251, 8 home runs, 27 RBIs. Mets need some runners on base. This offense has been stone cold and inconsistent.
First pitch outside, 1-0. It's been a pretty quiet offensive series so far. Just 5 runs for the Nationals and only 2 for the Mets. 1-0 is popped up behind the plate. Out of the crouch is Suzuki. Settles on the logo and makes the catch. So it's a 1-2-3 inning for Anibal Sanchez. We head to the bottom of the second, still scoreless from the nation's capital.
Leading off.
4, 5, and 6 for the Nationals here in the second inning. Howie Kendrick, Kurt Suzuki, and Starlin Castro. You see on the screen Howie Kendrick leading the National League in batting at .351. He is 3rd in the National League in RBIs with 50 at the start of play today. Wilson Ramos waits for the first pitch from Corey Oswalt, and it's in there for a strike. That straight fastball that Oswalt has been leaning on in his first start of the season.
When you look at it for Kendrick, we knew he was always a very solid player, especially in the infield, but who would have known that he would have this kind of start here, 2020 campaign?
0-1 is in there for a strike, another fastball by Oswalt. Thing with a guy like Corey Oswalt, who's only thrown 20 innings this season in relief, not as much tape on him as there is on the other starters in the Mets rotation. This one is grounded over to short, scooped up by Rosario, flips across for the first out.
We're seeing more ground balls produced. Both sides, Oswalt very effective with his single early on. We're seeing it. So this is going to be shaping up to be a pitching duel, it seems, early on.
And Mets are just hoping to get some quality pitching out of this spot. Even if Oswalt's only able to go 5, maybe give up, 1 run, no runs, even 2 runs, depending on how the offense goes. They just want to see what Corey Oswalt can give to them as an option in the rotation. Nationals just taking these fastballs right over the middle. They're not particularly hard fastballs. Oswalt really taps out around 92, 93. Hasn't hit those heights yet. Mostly see him at 90, 91. But it's an 0-1-2 Suzuki. And it's in there for a strike, 0-2, as that one runs up a little higher to 92. Kurt Suzuki yesterday, 2 doubles and a run scored. Oswalt ahead 0-2 on the Nationals catcher, and misses 1-2.
Suzuki's one of the most underrated catchers in all Major League Baseball. I mean, he's always so average on the offensive end. Even back when he was with Oakland, always consistent as well behind the plate.
Oswalt winds and brings the 1-2, swung on and missed. Corey Oswalt, who's been throwing majority fastballs, brings that big hooking curveball for his first strikeout of the game.
We're seeing that curveball being attacked low and away, just where you want to place it. I mean, that's just a nasty curveball there from Oswalt. It's his first punch-out, first start. Now he's going to attack Starling Castro, who struggles with the same pitch.
Once again, the Corey Oswalt straight fastball taken for a strike. Not sure what the Nationals hitters are looking for. Maybe they're just trying to get through that first turn through before they start bringing the penalties to Oswalt. 0-1. Misses, bounces its way in, 1-1. Still early on here from Nationals Park. This one is grounded foul weakly by Castro. Oswalt is ahead 1-2.
A breaking ball here.
1-2 pitch. There's that curve, but it misses way outside. Count now 2-2. Should the inning continue, Ryan Zimmermann would be up next. Mets will have 8, 9, and 1 in the top of the third. Ramos is set. 2-2 pitch. Grounded to second base, scooped up by Cano, throws to Alonso, and it is a 1-2-3 inning for Corey Oswalt. So, through 2 innings in his first start of the year, Oswalt no hit, just the 1 walk, and he adds a strikeout, scoreless after 2. As we move to the top of the third, great time to remind you that we are all doing this here for charity. We are raising money for Meals on Wheels, but we're only doing it through Sunday. We've got a new charity plan that we're going to be implementing starting next week. So if you want to donate to Meals on Wheels by our provocation, do it today, do it tomorrow, but we're going to be bringing you some new charities to donate to over the next few weeks. Changing up our plan, we're going to be doing a charity of the week. You're going to see some new charities. First pitch to Brandon Nimmo high, 1-0. Also be on the lookout for Monday, June 8th. We're going to be having our minor league showcase day. Should be bringing you 4 AA baseball games in our first 4 broadcast slots of the day. Only 2 major league games that day. This one is golfed by Brandon Nimmo into left field, settling under it, making catches. Soto for the first out.
Is still early on, living in the spots that he's been pitching. 26 pitches now going here in the top of the third inning, so both of these pitchers keeping a relatively solid pitch count this early frame.
We'll bring up Corey Oswalt for his third at bat of the season, rather his third plate appearance. Could always walk or get hit by a pitch, reach on an error, whatever you like. But he is 0 for 2 in his at-bats so far. Facing Sanchez here. Takes the first one for a strike, 0-1. Oswalt, only a couple of appearances in 2019. He's had better luck this year and is trusted to take this start against the World Series champions. Swings over the top of that one. It's 0-2 now.
If he gets his first career hit here, they'll give him that baseball back in the dugout.
I mean, one would imagine. 0-2 pitch. In there, strike 3 called. Corey Oswalt goes down on 3 pitches. That is the first strikeout of the game for Sanchez.
Number 1, shortstop Ahmed Rosario.
Apologize, having a little bit of a ag disconnect there, but it's like Oswalt went on a great pitch. And a ball.
Oh, that's off the plate.
It looks like we might be having some slight technical difficulties in our booth. Ahmed Rosario. We do what we can. 1-0. In there for a strike, high and away, 1-1. Sanchez working quickly, 1-1 pitch. And that misses, count 2-1 as we continue to work through some slight difficulties here in the booth. 2-1, this one is going to be hit by Rosario. Not sure where, deep to left field and caught by Juan Soto. So it's another 1-2-3 inning, and we're scoreless through 2.5. You're watching Major League Baseball and
Leading off for Washington.
7, 8, and 9 due up for the Nationals here in
1-0.
first pitch of the inning from Corey Oswalt.
Oh, that's low.
It was a ball. Sorry for the issues here, folks. We're trying to work through it on our end. Duo pitch to Zimmermann. That one is into center field. It'll be a base hit. So Ryan Zimmermann picks up the first hit of the game with a leadoff single in the bottom of the third. We'll bring up Victor Robles. Screech, Nationals mascot, trying to get the fans excited here. Nationals finally with their first hit in this one. Pitch to Robles, outside, 1-0. Signs being sent down to Zimmermann. Not really much of a threat to run is Ryan Zimmermann. He's 0 for 2 on steal attempts on the season. Has a 1-0 count to Robles. Pitch on the way. Swung on and under the glove of Alonso at first base. So the Nationals sitting pretty with a couple of hits. Great sacrifice bunt spot.
That was a great job there by Robles, just sitting back on the outside pitch and took it right where it came, down the right field line. One underneath the glove of Alonso, and as you mentioned, a critical bunt situation here.
And the bunt is laid down perfectly by Sanchez, and the throw is made across the diamond. So that is going to be the first out of the inning, but it will get runners on second and third as the Nationals lineup turns over. It'll be Trey Turner at the plate. Once again, folks, sorry for all of our tech. We're trying to sort them out on our end. First pitch to Turner misses, 1-0.
Big opportunity here for Washington to bring home a run. Big chance to take the lead.
1-0 is in there for a strike. Count now 1-1. Zimmermann on third, Robles on second. Trey Turner at the plate, one out here, bottom of the third. Best scoring opportunity for either side so far. Misses 2-1. Oswalt comes set, 2-1 pitch. Just misses low and inside, 3-1. Adam Eaton on deck. Now, if you walk Turner, not the end of the world, as you could get the double play in order with Eaton, who's not as fast a runner as Turner. So we'll see what Oswalt tries to do here on the 3-1 offer. That one is hit to left field. This one is going to get all the way down the corner. It's going to be a 2-run double for Trey Turner. No doubt about it. Easy for Zimmermann and Robles to come around. And the speedy Trey Turner stands on second with his 14th double of the season. That will give him 26 RBIs now.
Yeah, that time, that one was hung by Oswalt, and Turner just turned on it, sent it down the left field line. Easy double for Trey Turner. And just like that, the Nats capitalized and had their first lead here in the ballgame.
Now, Adam Eaton takes a ball, so Oswalt finding himself in trouble here in third. Got through the first 2 innings facing the minimum, now finds himself behind 2-0. Not getting better with Eaton up. Juan Soto to follow as Eaton gets in front of that sinker, but pulls it foul to the right side, 1-1.
I think the Nationals are going to try thinking about trying to steal third here with Turner. He's getting a little antsy on second.
This one is going to be hit to right field. Moving back on it, Conforto. He'll make the catch. Interestingly, not tagging is Turner. There are very few base runners very few outfielders that Trey Turner would not consider running on. Don't necessarily consider Michael Conforto to be a guy with an arm that you can't run on if you're a player with the speed of Trey Turner. But he plays it safe. He'll stay on second base, and Juan Soto will come up. First pitch. Check swing, but a strike anyway. Looks like we might have solved some of our issues in the booth. And a friend of mine, Stitching Lemon Lime, said hello in the booth. Actually, in the Twitch chat, I'm in the booth.
1 ball, 1 strike.
That's how that works. Inside, 1-1. Trey Turner standing on second brought home the first 2 runs of this game with a double down the left field line. Oswalt's 1-1 to Soto.
Count 2-1.
Good to see what happened there. I've got some issues on my end. Like it was fouled off. Really can't tell what's happening. I'm just completely stuck.
It's same things happened from that time. That one seemed to be foul off as it counts down 2-2. One's downstairs. Count. Lefty.
All right, maybe that'll answer us some questions. Keeping an eye on this. Kind of keeping an eye on it on our Twitch stream, which is uncommon. Let's see what happened. Another foul ball. I'm going to drop out of the stream, see if I can get myself back in.
To the 3-2. One fouled off. The count will be full. The runner on second, 2 out. Soto at the plate.
It's a nothing change. It's been a long at bat. I'm back in. 3-2 pitch. Outside ball 4. So Juan Soto walks his way down to first after a long at bat to bring up Howie Kendrick with 2 on and 2 out. Corey Oswalt really struggling here in the 3rd inning.
That pitch count is slowly risen up now. 44 pitches. He closes in towards that 50 mark. We said it on top of the broadcast. No, he doesn't have the best of stamina. He did at least 5 innings work today. It doesn't look like he may go that far.
First pitch to Kendrick misses, and interestingly, should Oswalt have to come out early, the man most likely to take his place on the mound would be the man that Oswalt replaced in the rotation, Rick Porcello. So it's Turner on second, Soto on first, 1-0 to Howie Kendrick. Is grounded weakly up the third base line, foul, count 1-1. Those of you who have been sitting through our technical issues, we appreciate your patience. Oswalt ready, 1-1. Hit to the right side, foul, 1-2. Oswalt takes a quick look at turner on second. Now the 1-2 to Kendrick. Grounded slowly towards second, flipping the short way, interestingly, is Robinson Cano. Might have made more sense to take down Kendrick at first, as Soto was beating it down the line, but it is a fielder's choice, and it ends the inning. Nationals pick up the first 2 runs of the game. They lead it 2-0 after 3.
Leading off for the Mets. The third
2, 3, and 4 for the Mets here in the 4th inning as we start the second third of this one. McNeil, Alonso, Conforto. McNeil with the lone hit for the Mets back in the first. First pitch from Sanchez is in there for a strike.
McNeil that hit the last time up, and Sanchez knows don't want to hang anything to Jeff.
Annabelle now working with a lead, 0-1 pitch. McNeil gets a charge into this one, hits it high and deep to right field, but it's going to die out there, not even getting all the way down to the track, and it is caught by Eaton for the first out.
The batter, the first baseman.
McNeil was just a little bit early on that one. Look at this pitching speed comparison. Oswalt and Annabelle Sanchez, both their fastest fastballs today come out at 93 miles an hour. Both these teams and pitchers that have the same fastball velocity. When it comes down to those extra pitches, Annabelle Sanchez, he has that curveball, pulls the change, and 5 total pitches in total for Annabelle, and only 4 for Oswalt.
Pete Alonso up now, flew up to center his first time up. The pitch. High fastball that's fouled off to the right side, 0-1. Good question by the big guy in chat, who are the only 3 brothers to all be taken in the first round of the MLB draft. Alonso grounds it foul, 0-2. F. Corporal guesses the Boone brothers. That's about as good a guess as I could fathom. 0-2 now to Alonso. Swing and a miss, and that's been the problem for Pete Alonso. He has reached for so many outside pitches and has struck out swinging on so many pitches like that all season long. If I have my numbers right, and I just need to put them in front of me, that is the 89th strikeout of Pete Alonso in 2020. That number's too high. Michael Conforto takes one just over the outside edge for a ball, 1-0.
May have an answer to that trivia question. I'm trying to think. If I'm not mistaken, I remember a few years back, it was J.D. Drew's brother got drafted. Wrong, but I think it could be the Drews.
Drew family's a good guess. Here comes a 1-1 to Conforto. It's low, 2-1. Not the Molinas, not the DiMaggios. The real problem is you got to think of, might not even necessarily be a baseball family dynasty. It could just be 3 guys who all never really made it big. Conforto takes it inside 3-1. And Cespedes waiting on deck. Upton is an interesting guess, but I think it's only the 2. It's a good guess, Saray. Michael Conforto ahead 3-1 as the Mets try and bounce back from giving up 2 runs. And that is a strike, so the count will run full. Still struggle with some lag and freezing issues in the booth, unfortunately, but we do what we can for you, the fans. Full count offering coming from Sanchez to Conforto. Swung on, and this is going to be hit to right left field, and this is going to be against the shift. That one is going to get down, go all the way to the wall. Michael Conforto with a 2-out double. Keeps the top of the 4th alive for the Mets, and will bring up Yoenis Cespedes.
15th double of the season now for Michael Conforto. And while he is struggling at the plate, he does a good job there sitting back and just setting that one opposite field to the one hopper off the fence. And now Yoenis Cespedes has a critical opportunity for the Mets to answer back with a run here of their own, runner in scoring position.
First pitch to Cespedes, swing and a miss, strike 1. Cespedes had two key two-out at-bats yesterday. The bases loaded in the 7th. He struck out swinging in 2 outs, and he was up as the last batter of the game as the potential go-ahead run in the 9th, and he flew out to center to end the game. This one's outside from Sanchez, 1-1. So Cespedes looking for a little bit of retribution today, Tim.
You say, if I'm Anibal Sanchez, after seeing Cespedes' first at bat, don't throw him a single fastball. Throw the splitter, throw that curveball. Cespedes is just struggling with those pitches.
Rounded to the left side, backhanded by Turner, makes the throw across, dug out by Zimmermann, and that will do it. So Yoenis Cespedes' season-long struggles continue. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left. Middle of the 4th, it's Nationals 2, Mets nothing. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. Eric Garment, Tim Moore with you here on Twitch.tv, bringing you game 3 of 7 on the Major League Baseball calendar today. You see it right under the screen on Twitch. We've got interleague action for our next couple of games. It'll be the Mariners and the Marlins, then the Brewers and the Red Sox, over to the AL Central for the Tigers and the White Sox, and then Ball after dark out of the NL West, the Padres and the D-backs. Corey Oswalt looking to bounce back from his lone rough inning so far. Faced 7 Nationals in the 3rd, allowed 2 of them to score. First pitch to Kurt Suzuki. Swing and a miss at that curveball. Sorry, the changeup. Added some strange action on that pitch. Suzuki struck out his first time up, the lone strikeout for Oswalt. Now he's ahead 0-2.
I'm noticing he's speeding a little bit, 89 miles an hour in that last sinker, 80 on the changeup. I think this is the last inning here for Oswalt.
I'll have to see. As this one bounces in 1-2. Pitcher spot due up 4th for the Mets in the 5th inning. So if that spot comes up, Luis Rojas may have a decision on his hands. Now the 1-2 from Oswalt to Suzuki. Just misses on the inside edge, 2-2, a borderline call that does not go Corey Oswalt's way.
That hit the top inside corner. Say not, so 2-2 now.
2-2 swung on it, missed. Kurt Suzuki goes down swinging again. Both of Corey Oswalt's strikeouts coming against the Nationals catcher. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. That'll bring up Starlin Castro.
Suzuki twice there on that breaking curveball. Now he's got to come out and get the second out. Go 1-2-3 here. Himself out there in the mound.
Starlin Castro grounded out to second in his first at bat. Takes a fastball for a strike there. Good crowd here on a Saturday in Washington, D.C. Mets and Nats game 3 of 4. Wilson Ramos sets up inside, and that pitch is way inside, 1-1. Castro hitting pretty well over the last week and change. Yesterday went 1 for 3 with an RBI. This one is a nice pitch from Oswalt, using that changeup high and away, freezing Castro. Not a common place to see a changeup located. 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Nicely blocked by Ramos, not that it mattered. Nobody on base. Now a 2-2. Curveball outside in the dirt. Count is now 3-2. So Oswalt trying to make Castro reach twice. A veteran infielder not having any of it. Oswalt ready. And the full count offering is hit to left field shallow. And it's going to drop in front of Yoenis Cespedes. He'll have to pick it up on a hop. It'll be a 1-out single for Castro, and it'll bring up Ryan Zimmermann.
A good chase there by Cespedes. He dove for it, but it was a little bit out of reach, and lucky for him, the ball didn't hop up and squeak on by. It bounced right off his chest. A bit extra bases, pick out 5, but luckily for the Mets, only a runner on first.
Ryan Zimmermann singled and scored in the 3rd inning. Takes a ball there, another borderline call on that edge of the plate, not going Corey Oswalt's way. That's 60 pitches now for Oswalt. Having to deal with runners on base for the 3rd inning out of 4. 1-0 pitch. Big swing and a miss. Oswalt getting some good use out of that changeup again. Could be looking to get Zimmermann to pound one into the ground. Potential double play ball. 1-1. Another low pitch. That one is grounded, but it's foul. 1-2.
I'd be surprised if he goes to the change up here again. And that pitch to really work here this inning compared to last inning when he
Astro with a short lead off first. 1-2. Rounded toward second. Cano flips to Rosario on to first for the double play. So Corey Oswalt gets what he was looking for in the form of a 4-6-3. No runs, one hit, nobody left on for the Nationals through 4 innings. Mets 2, Mets nothing. Tim, what do the Mets need to do to get themselves back into this one? They've only got a couple of hits so far. Do they need to be more patient, or do they need to be more aggressive at the plate?
I think it is being a little bit more patient. We're seeing right now Anibal Sanchez at a very low pitch count, considerably compared to the Mets side, on the pitching side. The Mets, they're going to have to go to the bullpen early. They know that. The way you look at it, be patient. And when you get hits, you've got to be consistent. The Mets offense this year has been constantly inconsistent, which is why they don't score too many runs. To be patient, work up this pitch count, because it's only 47 right now for Sanchez. Man on base, one pitch at a time.
Oh, that's out.
First pitch from Sanchez to Cano is outside 1-0. Now the 1-0, right over the heart of the zone with a cutter, but Cano's a little bit behind it and he fouls it backward. 1-1. One is popped up and foul ground, coming on for it, throwing the glove out. Can't see if he made the catch because my screen froze up. He did. Starlin Castro with good reaction time catches that foul pop out for the first out.
One thing that's struggling for the Mets right now, and we saw this on the top of the broadcast as well, Eric, is that the Mets, in terms of MLB The Show standards, 4 hitters in this lineup that are stone cold, especially in the middle of the lineup. So a lot of the pressure towards that middle of the lineup to produce, and they haven't yet today, with the exception of Michael Conforto.
Next up, Wilson Ramos has been a consistent bat of late for the Mets. Head 2-0 now. Ramos 3 for 4 with an RBI yesterday. Tried everything he could out of that number 7 spot, but he couldn't do it all himself. Head 2-0. Fouls off that fastball, and now 2-1. Brandon Nimmo waits on deck. He flew out in his first at bat. Nationals ahead 2-0 thanks to a Trey Turner 2-run double to left in the third, the only runs of this game. Ramos takes a fastball for a strike there, 2-2, the sinking fastball from Sanchez. 2-2. High, 3-2. So Ramos could work himself a walk, be the Mets' third base runner in this one. We'll see the 3-2 pitch, and he will take it outside. Wilson Ramos works his way into a 1-out walk. It'll bring up Brandon Nimmo. And as long as Nimmo doesn't ground into a double play, Luis Rojas is going to have a tough decision to make.
He will, and I'm surprised there for the Nationals that Sanchez on the 2-2 pitch opted to go to a high and inside fastball. I was expecting him to go to the breaking ball. I think that cost him because now he was forced to throw another fastball in that 3 out.
First pitch to Brandon Nimmo, thought about swinging, held back a strike on the outside edge anyway, 0-1. Sanchez set. Pitch, way up and away. Completely lost control of that 4-seamer. Count 1-1.
To continue to attack away here.
Pitch continues to stay away, and the count is now 2-1. Sorry, 1-2. My screen froze up, and I was sure that Brandon Nimmo was going to take that, but I guess not. Now it's a 1-2. Low and away, 2-2. So Sanchez not even considering coming inside to the left-handed Nimmo.
Now they'll come inside. They've done it now 4 straight pitches away. Maybe now move it in, maybe not.
Looked like Suzuki was setting up outside and Sanchez missed his spot. It was a high middle fastball that Nimmo was able to foul away. Count stays 2-2. Ramos on first. 2-2 pitch. There it is inside, and Nimmo out in front of it, pulls it into the seats down the right field side. Keep it 2-2. So Nimmo's been waiting on that inside pitch. He got it just a little bit out in front. Another 2-2 from Sanchez. In the dirt. Suzuki with a good job blocking it. Count now 3-2. Wilson Ramos won't be running on this pitch by any means. 3-2. Fouled off, so it's a long at bat here for Brandon Nimmo. I think that was pitch number 8, if I was keeping track correctly.
It should be, and he's doing a good job battling that outside fastball. He really wants to work for a pitch inside.
3-2.
Nope.
Up and away, ball 4. So back-to-back walks in long at-bats is going to bring a visit from the pitching coach, and we're going to have to see what Luis Rojas decides to do here. Does he want to stick with Corey Oswalt, use him to try and bunt the runners over for Ahmed Rosario? Does he turn to the bench, go to J.D. Davis? He is going to stick with Corey Oswalt. So an interesting choice. Could have gone to maybe Eduardo Nunez, good contact hitter, but instead it looks like Oswalt is going to try and bunt these runners over for Ahmed Rosario. Bunts it foul, 0-1. And this could really backfire if Oswalt can't drop it down, a guy who does not come to the plate a lot.
20 career at-bats to this point, including today's first appearance, and there we go again, fouls it back. I think they're going to really regret not going to a Nunez here.
See if Oswalt is squaring again on 0-2. Pulls it back, 1-2. Throws again. Gets the bunt down. Clutch bunt going to second. Is... Oh, they got a double play! Incredible! It looked like Nimmo was going to be safe at second. He was out. And looked like Oswalt was safe on the return throw. He was out. A wildly unconventional 5-4-3 double play on an attempted sacrifice bunt. And the Nationals get out of that inning in a flash. What a double play started by Starlin Castro, who has been fantastic at third base the last 2 games for the Nationals.
For Castro, it's been the move around the diamond. When he back with the Yankees, with second baseman, had his fair share as well, being able to play short. And how about this? A bunt attempt there, but that's going to go foul. Willis as well as the speed, but he did a good job being a very utility infielder in his career, Starlin Castro.
No, that's down.
Yeah, count now 1-1 to Robles, and that is brutal for the Mets, truly, as Paul Sewald, Brad Brock getting loose now. That was about the worst case scenario, other than maybe doing it swinging away. It's even worse to do it with an attempted bunt that you just cannot put it down in a place where you only get 1 out recorded on that. That has popped up weekly behind second. Well, Robinson Cano will make the catch for the first out. They'll bring up Anibal Sanchez.
I think it's the way the Mets season is going. I mean, you look at it there for Oswalt. Failed the first 2 opportunities and went down the count 0-2. He finally got the bunt down on 2 strikes, which is key enough. And he was better off swinging the bat. He ends up turning a double play. It just didn't pan out. I really think they should have pinch hit for him.
Off the plate, ball 1.
Well, that pitch misses to Sanchez, 1-0. Sanchez, no official at bat. Got down his own sacrifice punt in the third. Swings and grounds this one to Cano, and he'll make the toss for the second out.
Here by Oswalt with that sinker. Those ground balls, making it routine plays for the infield. That's the one thing, with the exception of that struggling third inning for Oswalt, all of his outs have been pretty soft. He's paying the hitters much. You know, his strikeout total was only 2. Has had very solid command out there.
Now face Trey Turner for the 3rd time. And Turner flies that one weakly behind first base. Getting the glove out and making the catch is Pete Alonso. So it is Corey Oswalt's first 1-2-3 inning, and he finishes it on his 69th pitch of the game. The 69th pitch is brought to you by Childish Humor. You're never too old for Childish Humor. Heading to the 6th, Mets will get the top of their lineup going. Rosario, McNeil, and Alonso. After the 1-2-3 from Oswalt. Like I was saying earlier, Tim, this is kind of the start the Mets were looking for out of Oswalt. Even if it's just 5 innings, 2 runs, you know, you keep it limited, but you can't do it just with pitching. You need the offense. The Mets, only with 2 hits and 2 walks, haven't provided any. Ahmed Rosario will try and get that going here. First pitch from Sanchez is inside.
You know, it goes down as a quality start to this point. But again, where's the runs? You need the top of this lineup to produce, and it's with Rosario, then it moves its way to McNeil. But if your 3, 4, 5 hitters find a way to find a hit or get on base, it's the big reason why the Mets are down 2-0, are very much struggling not just this season to score runs, also in this series.
And quickly, Ahmed Rosario ahead 3-0, probably taken all the way on this pitch. He does. It's a strike at the knees, 3-1.
Not Rosario in his career steadily increased, getting better, not just hitting, but really also fielding. Piece for the Mets.
Ball 4 outside, so Rosario works the walk. Third one issued by Sanchez, all in the last 4 batters that he's faced. It'll bring up Jeff McNeil, 1 for 2. And McNeil is the perfect guy, in my eyes, if you want to continue a hot start to an inning. Rosario leads off at first. Pitch to McNeil. Rosario running on the pitch, but it's fouled away, 0-1. Not sure if it was a hit and run or if it was just a straight steal and McNeil took a hack. We'll see if Rosario's on the move again on this 0-1. Pitch on the way inside 1-1. Rosario not running on that pitch. Now be a 1-1 to Jeff McNeil. High, but a strike. Good cutter from Sanchez. Gets that one over to McNeil.
Where McNeil's going to have to defend those good short hacks that he always does, and that's a big reason why he hits for average very well. Over to first, nowhere near the top.
So Sanchez ahead of McNeil, 1-2. Pitch on the way. High, 2-2. Waiting on deck, Pete Alonso. Alonso would love to get a chance to hit with a couple runners in scoring position and atone for that flailing strikeout in the 4th. Neal waits, 2-2. Swung on and popped up on the infield. Moving over for it is Kendrick. Settles underneath it, makes the catch. And McNeil missed a good pitch to hit. And that's the kind of pitch that McNeil loves to bring the barrel up to and meet and drive into the gap for extra bases. Just got underneath that one as action gets going in the Nationals bullpen behind Sanchez. It's Wander Suero and Hunter Strickland getting loose. Pete Alonso now up for the 3rd time. First pitch, low, 1-0.
A big at-bat now for Pete Alonso after having an embarrassing swing and a miss, needless his last time up. Really needs a big at-bat here. It takes his one swing of the bat to break those struggles here for Pistol Pete. Rather, a bowler Pete.
1-0 is ripped fair down the left field line. It kicks off that sidewall. Rounding second, sliding headfirst into third is Ahmed Rosario. Tough break for the Mets that just barely caught that corner of the sidewall down there. If it gets into the corner, it's extra bases and a run scored. Instead, Alonso is going to have to settle for a sharp single and runners on the corners for Michael Conforto.
What though? You'll take the hit. Now you have 2 runners on, and if Conforto could turn on one, Mets could have a lead.
He turns on it. First pitch is crushed to right field, and it is gone. A no-doubter. Michael Conforto turns that pitch around and turns the game around. Just like that, the Mets are up 3-2 on Conforto's 14th homer of the year. 109 miles an hour off the bat. What a shot from Conforto, and what a shot in the arm for the Mets offense.
Now the Mets just like that up, and all it took for the middle of this lineup was to get one little turnaround of the pitch, and Sanchez, he hung that one, and Conforto knew it off the bat. And watch that baby fly over the right center field fence. How about that second deck? It's not easy to do here in Nationals Park, and Conforto sent that one a long way.
Sanchez almost literally kicking himself, and that is going to do it. So Anibal Sanchez, who'd only allowed 2 hits through the first 5, faces 4 batters here in the 6th and ends up leaving in a position to lose after 5 1/3 innings.
Corey, Eric, think about this one. All of a sudden now Corey Oswalt is in a winning situation.
number 50.
And instead of Strickland or Suero, we see this a lot from bot-ball managers. They end up quickly getting a guy ready. It'll bring in Austin Voth. Voth yesterday came on in a similar spot after 5 1/3 innings from the starter Corbin. Got 2 strikeouts in his 2/3 of an inning of work. Voth misses to Cespedes here.
You always have to have your trustworthy long relief pitchers and middle relief pitchers. Buff is definitely one of those for Washington. Eaten up a bunch of innings and has been very effective.
Now at 1-1 to Cespedes. Mets with their first lead of the game thanks to Michael Conforto here in the 6th. That one is hit into right field. Kind of struggling again. And this one, did that go?
Oh, it bounced over for
Ground rule double. Yeah, unfortunately, some stream issues on my side of the booth. But Yoenis Cespedes, the line moving. With a ground rule double to the opposite field. Suero, Strickland back up, but Voth is going to need to face at least 2 more. Misses to Robinson Cano, 1-0.
And suddenly, all of a sudden now, everyone in the middle of the lineup has their fair share of a base hit, at least in this game or more. Through 5, didn't have a hit, and all of a sudden now produce, and the Mets have a lead.
Of the offensive starters for the Mets, right now Robinson Cano, the only one not to get on base. But he could change that here. Mets up 3-2 now. 1-1 from Voth to Cano, outside 2-1. So as of now, Corey Oswalt on the good side through 5 innings. He is in position to win if he does not come back out for more. 2-1 pitch. This one is lifted to right center field, sending Victor Robles back, makes the catch, moving away. Going nowhere is Cespedes. So there will be 2 outs and a man on second for Wilson Ramos, 0-1 for the walk.
That was a great decision there by Cespedes not to tag. Robles is a gold glove type of center fielder, and he made a beauty of a throw to third base without even needing the cutoff.
So Wilson Ramos trying to keep things moving for the Mets here in the top of the 6th. First pitch swinging, misses. That fastball from Voth, 0-1. So a walk by Rosario, a single by Alonso, and then a second deck 3-run homer by Michael Conforto has turned this game around here in the 6th.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Out now 1-1 to Ramos as Voth tries that curveball.
That stat line for Ramos, 324 with runners in scoring position. Almost automatic as well at the plate when those opportunities come.
Reaches for that one on the outside edge, might have even been off the plate, flies it weakly to right, catch is made by Eaton. But the Mets, here in the 6th inning, 3 runs on 3 hits, 1 runner left on base. They take their first lead of the game into the bottom of the 6th, up 3-2. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv. And Corey Oswalt is going to be given the opportunity at least to start the 6th inning. Paul Sewald, Edwin Diaz working behind him. It'll be 2, 3, and 4 to face the Mets here, as the first pitch from Oswalt is a changeup over for a strike. So after that tough 3rd inning, Oswalt's only faced 6 batters since then, gave up the 1 hit to Castro in the 4th, but retired Zimmermann on the 4-6-3, and then a 1-2-3 inning in the 5th. So Luis Rojas likes what he's seeing out of Corey Oswalt. Might not like that high fastball for a ball as much, 1-1.
Be an important year for Rojas to make sure that Oswalt doesn't get in trouble, and if he does, get him out there quickly. Again, that pitch count rising up. This pitch is obviously Oswalt's thrown this season.
2-1 now. Chopped foul, 2-2. And if Eaton gets on, that's kind of the guy where you just say, all right, let's go to the pen, because even though Eaton struggled on the base paths as a base stealer, he is still fast, and you want to neutralize that threat. 2-2. This one is hitting to right field, moving Conforto over a few steps. Catch the first out.
Conforto there just almost overran that ball. He caught that on the left side as you back in the replay. See, he had to turn back around and catch that ball start. First out there for Bucks, and now Juan Soto steps in. So again, you got to get these outs one by one. It's not an easy enough to face. 2, 3, 4 for the Nationals. Very dangerous.
Ball one.
First pitch to Soto misses low, 1-0. And you think part of the reason that Rojas might have stuck with Oswalt is that the Mets pitcher spot is due up second in the 7th. So if Oswalt can maneuver his way through this inning, it'll be safe to pinch hit for him with no issues. You don't have to worry about burning up a reliever or maybe two, depending on how things go here in the 6th. Oswalt will have to deal with Soto first and foremost. The 1-0 pitch is high, 2-0. And you wonder how far Oswalt might get to go if Soto reaches, and maybe how Soto reaches if he does. 2-0. Outside and away, and up. It's all the same. 3-0. Kendrick on deck, 0 for 2 with a couple groundouts. Suzuki behind him, 2 strikeouts. But again, this is Oswalt's just first start of the year, so you might not want to push it too far. Now a 3-0 to Soto. Rounded foul. Interesting that Soto took a hack on a 3-0, down by 1.
Now, where the Nationals have scored today, they were very patient with their at-bats, but of late they haven't been patient at all, and I'm very surprised they swung that 3-0.
And the 3-1 misses, so Soto will walk for the second time in this one. Bring up Howie Kendrick, and will it bring about the end of Corey Oswalt's game? Let's find out. It does. So, Luis Rojas comes to collect the ball from Corey Oswalt. 5 1/3 strong innings in his first start of the year. He can't lose. He could end up with a no decision if Juan Soto comes around to score. Right now, Corey Oswalt exits the game in position to pick up a win as a starter. He'll be replaced by Paul Sewald, making his 21st appearance.
This is a big decision here by Rojas, because now you have to trust Sewald again. You know, you went back to last season of tour for the Mets. Knew the bullpen somewhat of a disaster. This year, off to a little bit of a better start, even though the Mets being below 500. You got to find consistency. Big outs going to matter. And bringing Sewald against the cleaner hitter of Howie Kendrick has batted very, very well this season. Average. An important outfield, especially if they can get a ground ball.
Sewald, first pitch of his outing, misses low and away to Kendrick. Give you the numbers on the starters momentarily. Very interesting. The last 2 games, both starters, actually all 4 starters, went 5 1/3. Kendrick takes it right over the heart for a strike. Sewald with that slider. Not sure if it was supposed to be front door or back door. Kind of just barreled right through the open door. Taken for a strike. So Corey Oswalt, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 walks, 2 strikeouts, either 2 or 3 earned runs against him. Play about Anibal Sanchez next, as this is lifted into shallow right center. Coming on for it and watching it drop is Brandon Nimmo. Rounding second, going to third, sliding in safely is Juan Soto. Not sure what Brandon Nimmo was up to on that one. Couldn't tell if he was trying to deke Soto. Couldn't tell if he got a bad read on it. But it is a single for Kendrick, and it'll bring up Kurt Suzuki. The runner's on the corners. Suzuki takes a fastball outside 1-0. Anibal Sanchez, 5 1/3, 4 hits, 3 earned, 3 walks, 2 Ks. If that run Juan Soto scores, it would actually be identical line for Oswalt and Sanchez. 1-0. In there for a strike to the knees, 1-1.
Now there, when I look back at that bloop single, it wasn't really, I think Nimmo just didn't get a good read on it, because Soto knew right away that that ball was going down, which is why he got the third with no shot.
Out now, 2-1 to Suzuki as the fastball from Sewald misses outside. Two one. Rounded foul towards the Mets dugout, and that camera well on the third base side. Suzuki just trying to get a ball in play. He's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. Sewald trying to keep that tying run from scoring. Outside 3-2. So Castro waits on deck. Suzuki, not a fast runner, is a double play candidate. Got to see if Sewald is going to pitch for the strikeout or the double play here. Pitch outside, ball four, loads up the bases. So Paul Sewald comes in and allows a single and a walk, and now he'll face Starlin Castro with the bases loaded. A huge spot in this one. Nationals trying to bounce back from falling behind for the first time. Mets trying to maintain their slim lead.
And they like to call him Starlight, Star Bright when he has runners in scoring position. Starlin Castro knows how to hit well, especially with the bases loaded. So in a critical situation here, you see that. Look at 385. Starlin Castro and runners in possession. This is where he's been successful his entire career.
One just misses outside with that changeup. 1-1 now. So it's Soto on third, Kendrick on second, Suzuki on first. Paul Sewald, first man up out of the Mets bullpen today. This one is going to be lined into left field, and that one is going to evade Yoenis Cespedes. It's a base hit. Coming home to score is Soto. Station to station baseball. The game is now tied 3-3, and Corey Oswalt, in a solid start, his first of the year, will end up with a no decision.
And that time again, getting the job done is Starlin Castro, and again, good effort by Yoenis Cespedes, but now 0 for 2 in what is essentially diving opportunities. The Mets have to get out of this one. You can't let the Nationals answer back after you just did all that work to get the lead. Need a ground ball here. In my opinion, if you don't have confidence in turning the double play, bring those corners in.
Luis Rojas sticking with Paul Sewald here. Game now tied at 3. 1-0 pitch. This one is going to be hit into right field, settling under it. Conforto makes the catch. Tagging up is Kendrick. The throw home is in time. It's a double play. The 9-2 double play, and the Mets get out of a huge spot of danger. It was bases loaded, 1 out. Howie Kendrick almost... It's unfathomable that he would try to tag up on that one. Not a deep fly ball by any means, but it keeps the game tied at 3.
The center fielder, number 9.
He was thrown out by a quarter of a baseline. There was no chance he was going to make it.
Count 1-0.
First pitch from Voth to Nimmo misses ball 1. Voth continuing after getting out of the 6th with no further damage other than the double hit by Cespedes. So Paul Sewald with a gift there. In there for a strike, 1-1. So Sewald will be done after the 2/3 of an inning. Mets will certainly go to a pinch hitter next. Pitch. Rounded to third base, scooped up by Castro, makes the strong throw across for the first out.
It's out there by Voth. It's in the ground ball, getting that first out. Both now working towards his second inning of work. All of a sudden, I believe he came in a 5-0 record, if I'm not mistaken. Certainly, there's a chance to go 6-0. Effective long relief / middle relief pitcher for this Nationals team.
Yeah, Davey Martinez will try and get Austin Voth through the 7th here, and then pinch hit for him in the bottom half. Pitcher spot due up second for the Nationals. Count now 1-0 to Eduardo Nunez, who got a pinch last night. Setting up inside is Suzuki. The pitch, check swing, no swing, 2-0.
I think we're going to see a double switch here when we head back to the bottom half of the inning.
Certainly could be. Voth gets a strike over to Nunez. Zimmermann could be removed from the game. As you take a look at who could come in to replace him. Could be Eric Thames brought in. As this one is lifted to right field, moving over Eaton, makes second out. That'll bring Ahmed Rosario back up. Rosario walked and scored in the 6th.
Rosario.
Job again by Voth, getting an easy eye out. He faces Rosario, who walked his last time up and ended up really being the start of the little run the Mets had. Gave him the 3-2 lead at the time.
First pitch swinging. This one is hit towards left, and it is caught by Juan Soto. So Austin Voth comes in and gets a 1-2-3 inning. It's stretch time in the nation's capital. 3-3, middle of the 7th. You're watching Major League Baseball on Twitch.tv.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for your
Edwin Diaz will come on for the Mets.
Diaz.
Guess it won't be a double switch for Washington. Probably would have done that double switch in the top half of the 7th, now that you think about it. First pitch from Diaz to Robles as a slider way outside, 1-0.
My question was more towards the Mets if they were going to make that double switch. If Nationals will do it, it'll come in the top half of the 8th.
Robles tries a bunt up the third base line, trickles foul, count 1-1. It'll be Robles, a pinch hitter, and then Trey Turner in this one. Pitch. Fastball low, 2-1.
Robles now 0 for 2 and trying to bunt down the third base line. Been productive with his bat swinging away.
But he's now ahead 3-1, and he's the kind of guy that you would love to have on base to start an inning. Diaz a little frustrated with his control through 4 pitches, trying to guide the Mets through the 7th inning, keep this game tied at 3. Diaz ready. Ramos set behind the plate, 3-1 pitch is low. Victor Robles reaches for the second time on a walk, and he will be a threat to run. Diaz is going to have to work around that leadoff walk now.
For Diaz, Diaz going to answer that fastball for velocity, making it effective, but can't throw strikes. He walked too many batters. That's why he was in a hole last season. This year, you have Asdrubal Cabrera who steps in, got to get a ground ball.
First pitch from Diaz to Cabrera, a strike. Yesterday, Cabrera struck out pinch hitting in the 6th. 3-3, bottom of the 7th. 0-1 is outside to Cabrera, count now 1-1. Nationals got their first 2 runs on a Trey Turner 2-3rd. Mets got all 3 of theirs on a Michael Porto 3-run homer in the 6th. And then a Starlin Castro. It's a pickoff! Oh, wow! Edwin Diaz picks off Victor Robles. You almost never see that, and that is a crucial pickoff. What a move from Edwin Diaz there. Just caught Victor Robles stepping the other way. Wow!
Diaz knew that all the way. He saw Robles start to take his lead. Saw him cross his feet, and when you see that cross, that's instantly when you know to throw over. He caught him tripping up. Easy job and a team mistake, to say the least, for Robles. That's what you're taught back in high school.
Thanks to Cabrera chasing that fastball up and away swinging, the look of this inning changes just like that. As my screen unfortunately freezes up. It's a weak grounder to Cano. Takes the toss to Alonso, and just like that, I mean, maybe that's a double play ball if Robles is not off base there, but it completely changes the complexion of the at-bat to not have that base runner on. And now there are 2 outs for Trey Turner. That could loom large late in this game. Never want to get picked off, especially in a tie game late. Trey Turner takes the fastball for a strike, 0-1. Turner yet to have a hit against Diaz in his career. The 0-1 bounces outside, 1-1.
He's going to continue to try to attack in, eventually work him back out.
1-1. Chasing a slider, 1-2. And that was the pitch that really made Edwin Diaz a stud closer with the Seattle Mariners. That diving slider. Didn't have it so much last year. It seems to be refinding it here in 2020. 1-2 pitch. Line foul. 1-2 still.
You want to get Turner, I think Diaz is going to have to go to that high and inside fastball. That's where Turner struggles a little.
Well, you asked for it, the high and tight fastball. It's popped up into center field. Coming on, Brandon Nimmo makes the catch, and that will do it. So, Edwin Diaz works around a leadoff walk with a pickoff to get Victor Robles off base. Through 7, we're still tied 3-3 here at Nats Park.
Your attention, please.
Wander Suero will come on now. He'll be the 3rd pitcher that the Nationals have used, making his 21st appearance. Interesting to see Suero go here instead of Will Harris. But Harris, I believe, went in the first 2 games of this series. So kind of by necessity gets a day off. And Harris also gave up an 8th inning home run to Davis yesterday. So it's Suero who gets the call to face McNeil, Alonso, and Conforto. Pitch from Suero is swung on and grounded foul on the first base side by McNeil. He's 1 for 3 today.
Remember, the Mets need to answer back with the middle of the lineup. They came up big last time, now they have to do it again.
0-1, fastball low, 1-1. Crowd about 33,500. Watching the Mets and the Nats play here in the 8th inning. This one is lifted by McNeil into left center field. Pretty shallow, moving on out.
Pitch there from the mid side. See the starter comparison, as you mentioned, dead even on the stat line. Both Sanchez and Oswalt. Obviously, then we're going to get a no decision here today. It comes down to the bullpen. Pete Alonso steps in. Last time he took a good hack, resulting in a single, nearly a double on the left field line. The power now can show up here for Polar Pete.
Ryan Harper, Hunter Strickland loose in the Washington bullpen. Fastball for a strike from Suero. That cut fastball really working well for him here. Top of the 8th, 3-3 in this National League East matchup. The first place Nats against the last place Mets. Alonso takes that one for a ball. Suero trying to cut her low this time, but misses. Answer a question that was asked in the Twitch chat momentarily. 1-1. Alonso grounds it foul. 1-2. Duct Tape Man wants to know why Edwin Diaz was brought in the 7th. And the answer is Edwin Diaz was moved from the close in April. He was part of a setup platoon with Seth Lugo, but as Lugo was getting much more work than Diaz, Luis Rojas saying that he was going to try using Diaz in more creative, high leverage situations like that one, and it paid off. Pete Alonso lifts this one to center field against the shift, moving over Robles. He's on his way back to the track, and he is going to make the catch up against the wall for a loud out number 2.
When Alonso knew it, he's mad at himself. He just missed that one. It hit a far way down the center field, down center field wall, but just missed it. The Mets. That's a tough break there. Now you have Conforto, who homered his last time up, but the Mets could have been looking at a lead.
First pitch to Conforto, that cutter from Suero high, 1-0. Last time up, Michael Conforto, a 3-run homer into the second deck in right field, turned this game around. Looking for another pitch to get a hold of here, the 1-0. Hits this one against the shift the other way. Michael Conforto is going to have his second double of the game. Second time he's doubled against the shift with 2 outs. And there will be a runner in scoring position with 2 outs once again for Yoenis Cespedes in the 4th. Conforto pretty much the same thing. Doubled, hopped it off the wall. Cespedes came in and weakly grounded out. But in his last at-bat, Cespedes hit a ground rule double to right. He was trying to build off that 6th inning at-bat rather than the first 2. And interestingly, Michael Conforto is going to be lifted from this game for the pinch runner Jake Marisnik. Curious call by Luis Rojas. Maybe wants Marisnik in so he can score on a single. First pitch to Cespedes misses. 1-0. So Marisnik will stay in this game, pinch running for Conforto.
Interesting call there, because Conforto's a critical part to this lineup, and what's a tie game right now. That spot gets called again. Probably have to pinch hit someone.
Cespedes lifts this one to left field. Heading back is Soto, and he's going to run. Cespedes with a go-ahead 2-run home run to left field in the top of the 8th, his 4th home run of the season, and the Mets move ahead 5-3. That has got to feel great for Yoenis Cespedes, who has struggled for a month plus to get a huge clutch home run like that. Not just a hit, but a home run. La Potencia bringing the power in the 8th against Wander Suero.
Talk about the struggles of Yoenis Cespedes all you want, but when he gets a clutch situation, he takes advantage again. A high slider, and he just turned on that one. A hard line drive, 368 feet over the left field fence, 105.4 4 miles an hour off the bat. Yoenis Cespedes gave the Mets the lead when they needed him most.
Now Suero will face Robinson Cano. Cano first pitch swinging misses. And now the decision to bring Marisnik in for Conforto could pay off in a different way. Marisnik a little faster and arguably a bit of a better defender than Michael Conforto. So Marisnik now will provide a defensive boost to the Mets outfield in the last couple innings. 0-1-2 Cano is taken for a strike, 0-2. So Edwin Diaz now in line to win. Probably be replaced by Seth Lugo. Lugo went one clean inning yesterday. And get himself a hold here. Now the 0-2 from Suero is outside, 1-2. Remember, folks, donate to Meals on Wheels. They could really use your help in this time. We've been raising money for Meals on Wheels since the beginning, and we strongly continue to recommend it as Robinson Cano goes down swinging on the cutter high and inside. But Yoenis Cespedes gives the Mets an 8th inning surge of power with this lightning bolt to left field. A 2-run homer gives the Mets a 5-3 lead in the middle of the 8th.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. A defensive change for the Mets.
As expected, Marisnik stays in the game in right field. And interestingly, Jeurys Familia will be brought on. Familia moved to that setup role as well. And I believe Lugo's pitched in the first 2 games of this series, which is why you're seeing Familia here instead of Lugo. So Familia will try and keep things the way they are. He has been struggling all year. First pitch to Adam Eaton is fouled back, 0-1.
No, we just saw this not work out for the Nationals. Their last inning. I don't know how this will work out for the Mets here in this inning, but again, a lot of confidence calls today for this Mets staff. You see Justin Wilson up in the pen, Dylan Betances, the closer, awaiting as well. I think you could see Betances in a 4-out, maybe 5-out situation. That's the call for them.
Bunt is laid down by Eaton, but it will go foul. Almost interesting that you don't see Justin Wilson out here to start the inning with the lefties Eaton and Soto. 1-2 from Familia. Ripped fair down the line. No, foul. Looked like that was just on the fair side of the bag, but no, hooked over the bag and landed foul. So it'll be another 1-2 from Familia to Eaton. And this will be grounded weakly to the right side. Pete Alonso picks it up, steps on the bag himself for the first out.
Good hustle there from Pete Alonso for a second. Familia start motioning over, and that would have been an interesting play at first if he couldn't get there and take it himself, because that could have been an infield single.
Juan Soto up now, 0-for-1 with a couple of walks. Scored the run that tied the game in the 6th. That's now ahead 5-3. Familia misses with a sinker, 1-0. That's getting all their offense from 2 home runs, a Michael Conforto 3-run shot in the 6th, and a Yoenis Cespedes 2-run homer in the top half of this inning. 1-0 from Familia, swung on and missed by Soto, 1-1. Powerful 97-mile-an-hour sinker from Familia there.
It's a confident sinker for Familia. I think he's going to throw a couple more to Soto, and let's see if Soto goes hacking at him.
1-1 is a strike, 1-2. Familia ahead of Nationals left fielder. 1-2 misses, 2-2. Tight slider, couldn't get the call.
I think Familia's going to go to the sinker again here, low and away. Pitch is really working for him right now early on. He's mixing up the velocity as well.
Pitch. This one is hit to left field, moving Cespedes over towards the line, makes the catch as he hits that dirt track out there. Jeurys Familia recording a couple of outs for a guy that's been struggling really badly all year. You saw that ERA of 9 even. This has got to be a rewarding outing for Jeurys Familia so far.
An opportunity to get a hold. And how about Yoenis Cespedes out there? I think this is the first time where a ball's been hit to left field where he hasn't had to dive for it today. Good job as well by Familia. It's a routine fly ball.
Familia misses to Kendrick, 1-0. Tried that fastball but lost control a little bit. 1-0 now to the second baseman for the Nats. Swung on and hit foul off that expanded netting, 1-1. Remember, folks, we got more NL East involved action for you next. It'll be Mariners Marlins, some interleague bot ball at 5:30. Amelia misses 2-1. One is grounded to short. Low throw by Rosario was picked up by Alonso, though. 2-3 inning for Jerry's Familia. We head to the ninth. Mets lead at 5-3. You're watching Major League Bot Ball on Twitch.tv. We'll see 7, 8, and 9 for the Mets here in the top of the ninth. Wilson Ramos, Brandon Nimmo, and then a pinch hitter with the pitcher spot due up third. Under Suero continuing. Wilson Ramos swinging. First pitch popped up behind short. Settling underneath it is Trey Turner, and he makes the catch. 1 pitch, 1 out.
Suero, after a tough inning last inning,
Brandon
finds himself in a losing situation, but here getting a first pitch out is critical. Now he faces a struggling Nimmo, and then we're set here next. Trying to go 1-2-3 here for the Nets. Give yourselves an opportunity at least to face Dylan Betanzas in the bottom of the ninth.
It'll be 5, 6, and 7 for the Nats in that ninth inning, as Brandon Nimmo takes a pitch inside for ball 1. Another cutter from Suero. Suero currently on the long side of the decision. The Nats don't come back to get this one. He will take the loss. Edwin Diaz currently in position to pick up win. 2-0 to Nimmo. Inside 3, Ando. Nats have a pinch hitter on deck. Can't get a look at who it is right now. My best guess would probably be J.D. Davis, if you made me guess, considering Nunez has pinch hit already and Jake Marisnik is in the game. 3-0 now to Nimmo. In there for a strike with a cutter, 3-1. Nimmo walked in the fifth. Lone time he's been. 3-1. In there for a strike. Nimmo taking all the way. No aggression or pressure from him with the 2-run lead. Don't want to take a hack at a pitch that's not the one you're looking for. But with the count 3-2, he might have to. Suero comes set. 3-2 pitch is low. Ball 4. Brandon Nimmo gets his second walk of the game, and it'll give the Mets a 1-out base runner in the top of ninth.
Now batting.
Now they're going to go to a pinch hitter here, and this is a good opportunity for the Mets. Chance to expand the lead, get a runner on, try to continue to work Suero. Now we're going to see J.D. Davis getting the pinch hit for New York.
J.D. Davis started last night against Patrick Corbin. His jolt of power actually came against a right-hander. Will Harris came on for the 8th. First pitch, J.D. Davis deposited it in the left field seats. Cut the lead from 3-2, but the Mets couldn't get closer. First pitch to him here is taken for a strike, 0-1.
That stat line, 256, 7 home runs. Well, I mean, J.D. Davis does have that power. Something here, it'll be dangerous.
He tried to hold up on the swing there, but broke the playing count quickly, 0-2 for Suero against Davis. Ahmed Rosario waits on deck. We're already the 0-2. In the dirt, trickles away a little bit from Suzuki, but not enough to allow Brandon Nimmo a shot. That'll be 1-2. Nimmo still on first. 1-2. In there, strike 3 called. Wander Suero picks up his second strikeout of his outing, and he gets it looking on J.D. Davis for the second out of the 9th inning. Davis thought that was a ball the whole way, surprised to hear that he'd been rung up. Here's Rosario, 0-3 with a walk and a run scored in the 6th. Runner! Suero, up and away, running was Brandon Nimmo, and he out. So the Mets lose their chance at insurance runs. Brandon Nimmo tries to take the extra base and gets caught on a strong throw from Kurt Suzuki. We head to the bottom of the ninth. Mets 5.
Now pitching for
Nationals 3, and Dylan Betances will come on for the save.
Out there in that last half inning, a throw from the knees from Kurt Suzuki. Nimmo out with ease. But here's Dylan Betances, as you mentioned, 8 great save opportunities. He's really seen the good opportunities back when he was the Yankees as well to close out games. The most effective relievers in all baseball.
First pitch to Kurt Suzuki misses inside 1-0. And you think about, turning points in games. How about the turning point in the bottom of the 6th inning? The Nationals had the bases loaded, having already tied the game in the 6th. With 1 out, Ryan Zimmermann flew to right field, not too deep. Trying to tag on that flyout was Howie Kendrick, who got thrown out at home, kept the game at 3-3. The Nationals have only had 1 base runner since then. Out now 1-1 to Suzuki. Betances trying to record save number 9. Fastball hits the outside corner for a strike, 1-2.
Watch this curveball here. That's his go-to strikeout pitch.
1-2. It is the curveball. Actually, it might have been the slurve. It was the slurve. Couldn't command it there. 2-2. Starlin Castro, Ryan Zimmermann to follow. 2-2 pitch. Strike 3, coming back with the slurve and getting Kurt Suzuki is Dylan Betances for the first out.
For Betances, I mean, that high velocity fastball, then you mix in the slurve and curve, it's nasty. Betances is just so good at what he does in the pen. It's that time, wanted the breaking ball yet again. It was a knuckle curve and just throws for strikes. No other reliever I've ever seen. He's just so good with the breaking pitch.
0-1, missed high, 1-1. So I had a little bit of a hiccup on this end. Was that a swinging or a looking strikeout for Suzuki?
I think that was a looking.
All right, 1-1 to Castro outside. Trying that slurve again is Betances. 2-1. Pitch on the way. Fastball, check swing, but it's over anyway around the knee. 2-2. So Betances mixing in that fastball with the knuckle curve, with the slurve, getting these Nationals hitters off balance. 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-seam fastball from Dylan Betances darting back towards the inside of the plate. A great pitch. And the Nationals are down to their final out.
It was one of the softer 2-seam fastballs from Dylan Betances. That was only at 95. And Betances, we know he has the capability of throwing those high 90s fastballs, and then a great pitch. He's going to face Ryan Zimmermann. I think Zimmerman's in a lot of trouble here.
Zimmermann currently the last hope for the Nationals. First pitch inside and low, 1-0. Should Zimmermann keep it going? Victor Robles is on deck, but you could see him pinch hit for by Eric Thames, potentially. 1-0 pitch. High, 2-0. So Betances falling behind a little bit here. Takes a second, takes the cap off, gets himself recentered. Takes the rubber. And he'll bring home this 2-0 to Zimmermann.
That's ball 3.
Just missing with the slurve, 3-0. So Zimmermann ahead in the count, but can't get too complacent. Betances ready.
That's outside. Ball 4.
3-0 to Zimmermann misses. It's a 4-pitch walk, and the Nationals are going to get the tying run to the plate in the bottom of the ninth. Will it be Robles? Will it be Thames? Could also think maybe if Robles gets on, you pinch hit with Thames. They are going to stick with Robles here. Robles 1 for 2. Singled and scored in the 3rd. Reached on a walk in the 7th, but then was picked off by Edwin Diaz. And that could also be huge. Base running blunders by the Nationals, a little bit of the story in this one. Robles will face Betances with Zimmermann on first. First pitch, high and away, 5 straight balls from Dylan Betances.
Eric, I got to ask you here, when you look at it for Robles, 0 for 2 as well, trying to lay down bunts in this game. He 3 times a charm, trying to push the Mets off guard.
Definitely possible, considering the Mets are probably guarding the corners. Betances gets that strike in. Two-seamer catches a lot of the plate, 1-1 now. Especially with somebody of Victor Robles' speed, you want to guard those corners. You don't want to let him get a triple, end up standing 90 feet away as the potential tying run. 1-1 swung on and missed. Betances comes back with that knuckle curve, and the Mets are one strike away from picking up a win here. 1-2 from Betances. Lifted to right field, and this is going to tail off into the seats foul. It'll be another 1-2 next.
From Robles. Again, I think Kansas can go to the serve here.
1-2 again. High 2-2. It was the slurve, but Betances just let go of it a little bit early. Couldn't get it to snap down. Now a 2-2 from Betances. Just misses. Where did that miss? It is ball 3. A shocking ball call there. So Zimmermann will get moving. It'll be a full count pitch from Betances to Robles. On the way. Rounded foul will do another.
Well, you know, the runner's going to release here. So anything in the gap will result in a run here for Washington.
Kansas comes set. It'll be another 3-2 to Robles. Popped up. It was an inside pitch. It would have been ball 4. Setting on here is the catch, and the Mets win this one 5-3. The Mets come back in this one, and they take it 5-3. They're going to look for a series split tomorrow. Edwin Diaz picks up the win. Gallen Betances, his 9th save, and Wander Suero takes the loss in this one.
Job by the Mets. You know, the criticism, Eric, all season long has really been the Mets' middle of the lineup struggling. Today, especially in the middle portion of this game, we saw it turn around. Michael Conforto, big 3-run home run. And how about Yoenis Cespedes? With all the struggles he's had this season, he came up in the clutch and gave the Mets a 2-run shot to give them a 5-3 lead. Mets being a must-needed victory. That also helps Atlanta, who will now be within 3.5 games of the division yet again.
5 runs on 7 hits for the Mets, 3 runs on 6 hits for the Nats. No errors from either side. A big sea change from last night's game for the Mets when they had 2 runs on 14 hits. A lot more useful with their hits today, picking up 5 runs. Those 5 runs coming on the Conforto and Cespedes home runs. Conforto, no surprise, player of the game, with the going 3 for 4 with 1 home run, 2 doubles, and 2 runs scored. Once again, Edwin Diaz the winner, Wander Suero the loss. Gallen Betances picks up the save.
Great job by Conforto today. I mean, 3 extra basic games are miraculous as it is. He looked very strong out there from his first at-bat on. He looked well, but let's take a look at the highlights here as you look at how the first runs of the game came across. Turner just turned on one down the left field line bottom of the 3rd inning that ended up resulting in 2 runs off a double.
And no offense until the top of the 6th when Michael Conforto crushed this pitch from Anibal Sanchez into the 2nd deck in right field. That swing took Anibal Sanchez out of this game. He hadn't given up a run yet. He'd only allowed 4 base runners. But then in the bottom of the 6th, Starlin Castro with his liner to left. Yoenis Cespedes tried to make the catch. It was actually beneficial that he kept it in front of him, because if he tried to pick it up, might have gone all the way to the wall. And here, a turning point. Ryan Zimmermann, this fly out to right field, not too deep. Michael Conforto with a great break in on it. A strong throw, and even though it was up the first base side, more than enough time for Wilson Ramos to sweep the tag around and end that 6th inning and the Nationals' threat. And then here in the top of the 8th, Yoenis Cespedes, a line drive home run to left field off of Wander Suero. And that would be the difference in this one. Cespedes put it a few rows deep into the stands there. And then Gallen Betances in the 9th started by striking out Kurt Suzuki swinging, not looking. We can turn that K around in our score sheets. Next batter, Starlin Castro, also went down swinging. Ryan Zimmermann worked a 4-pitch walk before Victor Robles on this full count pitch would have been ball 4, kept the game going, but instead took a swing at it, caught it on the inside of the barrel, and it was an easy pop-up for Ahmed Rosario to seal this Mets win. So the Mets, with the win, improved to 25-39 on the season. Nationals' loss drops them to 41-23. These two teams will be back at it tomorrow afternoon here on Major League Baseball at 3:45 p.m. Eastern. Pitching matchup will be Joe Ross for the Nationals against the rookie David Peterson for the Mets. Tim, any last thoughts before we start turning it over to our next game?
Again, I mean, you look at it for the Mets today, it was a must-needed victory with all the struggles they've had, but, and I mentioned it just a few moments ago, the middle of the lineup, they needed to step up, and they did just that today. While the Nationals took a tough loss here today, it is known that when the Nationals lose a game, they tend not to lose the following day, so I'm interested to see how Washington and in the rubber match game of the series.
Thank you, Tim, as we welcome Brother Beard and Matthias Weilman into the booth. They'll be bringing you the Mariners and the Marlins from Miami. Brother Beard, Matthias, how are you this afternoon?
Fantastic. It's going to be another beautiful day for ML Ball here. Jumping into the second game of the series. Of course, I'm joined by Matthias here in the booth. Matthias, it's good to get to work with you here.
Yeah, no, we had our expected start this week skipped over due to injury concerns. No, I'm kidding. We didn't get to. We were assigned to a game earlier this week, but it's good to finally get on together.
Before you to get into it, let me just wrap ourselves up. So the final score, once again, Mets 5, Nationals 3, winning pitcher Edwin Diaz, losing pitcher Wander Suero. Dylan Betances now 9 for 9 in saves. Player of the game was Michael Conforto. For Tim Moore, I'm the Big Fund Eric Garment. Thank you for tuning in, and now I'm going to hand it off to Brother Beard and Matthias Weilman. It's the Mariners, it's the Marlins, it's Major League Ball on Twitch.tv.
Well, thank you for that, Big Fun. Thank you, Tim. You guys did a wonderful job here. Folks, before we get into this ball game, don't forget, we are still raising money for Meals on Wheels. We're doing that as we always have been. We're doing this all for charity here. It's all for fun, so if you can, hit that donate button you see right there on the screen. You can go down below in the Twitch stream and donate to the PayPal link there. We've got some more wonderful ball coming up here in this matchup. Mariners and Marlins, we're going to see the same sort of lineups as we did yesterday, as Jose Urena is going to take the mound for the Marlins. Marco Gonzales is going to take the mound for the Mariners.
Yeah, it should be a really interesting pitching matchup. Urena has pitched a lot better this season than he did last season. Of course, he missed an extended period of time from, I believe, June until September. He missed 85 days. And then he came back in the bullpen, and, that experiment ended quite poorly. 4-10 record, a 147 whip for him last season. This season, he's bounced back a lot better. That ERA is under 3.5, a 4-3 record. You gotta imagine, you don't get a lot of run support when you're playing for the Marlins, but that whip 102 is third in the NL.
Looking at the Mariners, Marco Gonzales taking the lead in the rotation for these Mariners. Of course, still in that king-sized hole at the top of the rotation. Big lefty Marco getting the start here today. He'll also be in the lineup, which Mariner fans are not used to. Of course, Mariners able to pull out the victory last night against these Marlins in the first game of the series. Should be rather interesting to see him go out today. He's going to make his 14th start of the season. You see there a 3.67 ERA across a 5-4 record. It'll be interesting to see which lineup is able to get it going here off of the starting pitchers. Both of these starting pitchers sit in about the same sort of a stat line. As they say in baseball, you win 60, you lose 60. It's what you do with the other 60. We'll see which one this ball's under here tonight.
Yeah, Marco Gonzales is an interesting pitcher. Looking through what he likes to throw, he's got the sinker, he's got the changeup, the cut fastball, and then a curveball. He doesn't rely on that four-seamer or the two-seamer too much, which is really interesting, and you don't see a lot in modern baseball. It's going to be interesting to see how the Marlins respond to that. Not a lot of offense got going for them last night. It's kind of been an issue for the Marlins. They've had pretty good pitching, all things considered, and Corey Dickerson has hit really well for them. He's going to be batting third today for Miami. But on the other side for Seattle, I just want to hit on their top of the lineup played really well yesterday, and that's where their best hitters are, and that's what they're going to have to rely on. You know what you're going to get from Kyle Seager at this point in his career is just hitting 188 on the season. But going through the top four hitters, Malik Smith went 2 for 5 yesterday. Kyle Lewis 2 for 5. Mitch Haniger 3 for 4 with a home run. Of course, him and Daniel Vogelbach went back-to-back home runs. Vogelbach went 2 for 4. So a strong showing from that top of the lineup for Seattle is going to be important for them if they want to make it 3 straight.
Right, you are. Well, we'll get down into Miami ballpark here. It's a beautiful day. Looks like we got the roof open. I think that might be baseball suicide, but nonetheless, here we go. Jose Urena is going to take the mound to get us started here. His 13th start of the season. 4-3 record with 3.27 ERA. He'll look to set down the top of this lineup here in the first. Leading off for the Mariners is going to be the American League stolen base leader, Malik Smith. First pitch will be swung at and grounded over to second base for an easy out number 1. Here in Miami, it's going to be a 5:30 on the nose start time to get this game underway.
Well, Malik Smith, this is the second Seattle game I've called. I got to catch your call on the game last night. I don't think I've ever seen Malik Smith lead off a game and not swing at the first pitch. He's got to take more than one pitch because he does not reach base very often in that first at-bat.
No, right you are. He's definitely not the most patient of swingers, but he will turn those, when he does get on base, he will turn those into doubles and sometimes even triples, as he's piled up close to 30 stolen bases so far this season. Kyle Lewis showing a little bit of patience here, but he's going to lift this one out into deep center field. That's going to be 2 away here to start this ball game so far.
Third, the right fielder, Mitch.
And one thing with Jose Urena and his 5 seasons in Miami has been control issues. You know, he came in as a very good prospect. That fastball can hit mid to high 90s. He's got a good mix of pitches, but it's been control that has plagued him at certain times on his career. And he does a pretty good job of keeping that walk number down this season. That was really an issue for him throughout his career. But 3 pitches to get through the first 2 batters is not bad.
We'll see a strike 1 here to the batting leader here on the Mariners, Mitch Haniger. Of course, he's been on a bit of a hot streak here lately. He's very streaky this season. As Haniger's going to ground this one over to first base. A fancy little flip to his pitcher, and the inning is over. So before we can really get into it, the Mariners set down their own side on 3 straight outs. Miami coming up here in the bottom of the first. Of course, we have Marco Gonzales on the mound, as we said. 5-4 record of 3.67 ERA across 73 2/3 innings of work. 35 strikeouts and 22 walks, giving up 67 hits across that period. He'll look for a good outing here, pitching to contact and getting a few strikeouts. He can usually rack up 4 or 5 in each game. Jonathan VR is going to look at strike 1 here to start off the bottom of the first.
Yeah, Gonzales not really known as a huge strikeout pitcher, but he can certainly rack them up. The walk number has been a little high for him this season. They're a little higher than he would have liked, but only 9 home runs allowed. He's doing a good job of keeping it in the ballpark.
VR with a line drive single out into the gap Turns it into a double rather easily as that gets beyond the right fielder Haniger out to the wall. That's his 11th double of the season. That one just a little looper right over the second baseman. Dylan Moore in there at second base again today. Not making a effort on that one as that was just too far over his head. So with a runner at second, we'll see Miguel Rojas step in.
Miami might be struggling a little as a whole, but if you look at certain batters in this lineup, VR, Dickerson, Brian Anderson, and Isan Diaz has been batting a little better, even though that average is still pretty low. These Marlins hitters, slowly but steadily, are picking up their average a little bit. VR has been hitting well recently.
The 0-1 pitch to Rojas. Swing and a miss. This cutter running in on his hands and up in the zone for strike two. The 0-2 pitch, missing low and away, perhaps trying to get him to fish for one there. Here's the 1-2 from Marco. Swing and a miss, strike three. That changeup getting him out in front of it. That'll be Marco's first strikeout of the ballgame.
Yeah, nice job of changing up your pitches. He set up high on the cutter, went low to try to get Rojas, and then the changeup down and away, to get him with that K. It's going to be important for him, especially if you don't have that hard-throwing four-seamer. You got to be able to change up your pitches.
In steps the number 3 hitter, Corey Dickerson. You see there, he's got a rather impressive stat line so far here for the Marlins, batting .307. Able to hit for average and for power. We'll see a pickoff back to second base. Perhaps we are taking a couple extra steps. Marco keeping an eye on him out there. 1-0 pitch, swing, and that'll go foul. Almost taking out his third base coach there.
This outfield probably playing a little more shallow because any hit into the outfield might score the speedy VR.
Well, he'll lay off of this one low and outside. 2-1 is the count. Marco comes set, kicks and delivers the 2-1. Trying to get him to chase one outside. 3-1 is the count. Three-1 pitch. This one's left inside and lifted deep into right field. Haniger's ranging back to the wall, and this one is gone. A 2-run shot by Corey Dickerson here to start off the bottom of the first. That puts the Marlins out 2-0 in front of the Mariners here.
The top of the lineup picking up right where they left off for the Marlins as well. They struggled a little bit, but Rojas 2 for 4 yesterday. Dickerson struggled, and then they kind of mixed in a couple of other hitters, but Dickerson and VR, the two more potent hitters in this top of the lineup for Miami. Dickerson watches a pitch just go way too over the plate. You can't miss that much over the middle. Dickerson 13th in the NL in hitting for a reason.
Yeah, that was definitely a mistake leaving that one on the inside there as he just absolutely crushed it. We'll see the first baseman Jesus Aguilar step in here. You see there he's hitting .360 over his last couple of games. About .240 on the season. First pitch to him is going to miss inside, ball 1. Of course, folks, don't forget we've got a trivia question going in the Twitch chat. Instead of the big guy here with the trivia, we've got Mo with the trivia right after this. This one's going to be lifted deep into right field as well. And back-to-back home runs here for the Marlins. This one of the solo variety. Jesus Aguilar hitting his 8th home run of the season. And just like that, Marlins are now up by 3.
Well, that's the problem. If you don't have that four-seamer that could be your go-to pitch, you need to be perfect with your location if your main pitch is a sinker and a changeup, because you miss with those and they're going to make you pay. And like you mentioned, Aguilar has been hitting a lot better recently, and he got all of that one, crushed it into right field. The power for the cleanup batter is finally starting to come around.
So as I was saying before, I was so rudely interrupted by that home run. We've got a trivia question in the Twitch chat. Who was the first pitcher to retire with over 1,900 base on balls in his career?
Ooh.
That's a we're getting rather specific with the trivia. This one's going to be a ground ball back up the middle. Marco's not able to put a glove on it as it went right past him. And so the hitting continues here. Tries to get his glove down, but no dice as that one bounced off of the mound.
I don't know how much longer Marco Gonzales is going to stay in this game. He's got one out. Double play here would work.
We say double play, and he gets it to end the inning. So the Marlins are able to put up 3 on the 2 big flies. Mariners are going to have to answer here in the top of the second. Keep this one close. We'll see 4, 5, and 6 out of the Mariners, leading off with Daniel Vogelbach. Of course, Vogie has been sitting in the DH spot so far this season with the Mariners, as we've got quite a few guys who are extremely talented over at first base. Of course, with the interleague matchup here, put Vogelbach in at first to continue to have his bat there. Evan White, the regular first baseman, much more of a defensive first baseman than the hitting first baseman. The 0-2 pitch to Vogie, this one missing inside with the curveball, 1-2.
Well, just about a night and day difference between how the Marlins and how the Mariners started this game. The bat's alive for the Marlins, looking to avoid their 3rd straight loss, and Urena just needed 5 pitches to get through the first inning, and on the other side, I believe Gonzales is near 15 or 16 pitches, and he's already given up 3 runs.
2 pitch to Vogelbach, this one's going to be a fastball fouled off. Just stay alive with that one. Look for something he can hit. 2-2 pitch. And I'll try and get him to chase one inside at about his back pocket. You take a look, Kyle Seager on deck here. Full count. Urena delivers. Vogelbach staying alive, fouling a pitch off here that was probably out of the zone. See another full count pitch here, and he'll lay off that one. Trying to get him to chase it up the ladder, but nothing doing, so that's a leadoff walk here for Daniel Vogelbach.
The third baseman, Kyle.
And that's what he does so well. You know, you see his average just hitting .208 on the season, but a .314 on base percentage because he's 8th in the AL, in walks drawn. He does such a good job of working himself back into the count and being a smart hitter.
Well, in steps Kyle Seager. He'll look at the first pitch in there for strike 1. Of course, Kyle not having the most success at the plate this season so far, hitting only 188, but he is leading these Mariners in home runs. So perhaps leaning more into the power game for Kyle. He watches this one low and outside, ball 1. 1-1 pitch. Kyle's going to foul this one off. That's a 98-mile-an-hour two-seamer on the outside. Urena comes set, delivers the 1-2. Kyle's just going to foul this one off as well. That changeup did not quite fool him enough.
Seager's protecting the plate real well here. You got to be careful if you're Urena.
I got to count 2-2.
We'll try and get him to chase a curveball in the dirt. 2-2 is the count here.
You got a full count.
And no help from the umpire as he tries to catch the top corner of that zone. 3-2. Of course, we'll have the second baseman Dylan Moore up next. That second base position, of course, been rather injury prone here so far this season. D. Gordon going out with possibly a season-ending injury. We'll reevaluate him. Doctors will reevaluate him in the coming months. As Kyle connects with this one, tries to put some power into it, but the 8th pitch will hook foul.
Yeah, no problem getting through the first 3 batters, but back-to-back lefties is hurting him a little bit.
And Kyle grounds into a double play here as there are nobody left on the bases and 2-away here in the top of the second.
And as I say, he was struggling with the back-to-back lefties. He gets him to ground out into a double play, and now he can breathe a sigh of relief. Ken Urena, he's been doing a good job of mixing up his pitches and struggled a little bit to get through that at-bat, but in the end, he came out on top.
Well, we'll see Dylan Moore step in here. He's hitting .264 on the season so far, but he's been coming off of the bench, so not nearly as many ABs as some of the other guys on the team. Getting some work here today.
Well, like you mentioned, the injuries in the middle of the infield, Moore stepping in, Shed Long would probably have gotten the start, but is dealing with some shoulder inflammation. He's still got a week or 2 left on the injured list.
Ball 2.
See, this one's in the dirt and misses the catcher's gloves. Counts 2-1. Dylan Moore trying to put this one down the first baseline, but it hooks foul. Counts even at 2 now. Two-two pitch. Misses inside. Perhaps a slider that didn't slide. Or just a changeup that missed. This one's in the dirt and through his legs. That'll be ball 4.
Batting 7.
So Urena already at 23 pitches here. Split just about evenly between the balls and strikes.
Yeah, but it's really been the difference of how badly those balls have been missing. He keeps trying to go down low and get that changeup and curveball in the dirt, and that works if you're ahead of these hitters and you're going high with the fastballs, but he hasn't really had that control. We've seen Vogelback and Seager fouled off a lot of those fastballs on Urena.
Lifted out into center field. Ranging back is going to be John Birdie. He's there to make the catch. And the inning is over. Urena gets out of a jam with a couple of runners on base, hitting into a double play. Seattle's still hitless here through 2. Miami leads this 3-0. We'll see that center fielder John Birdie step in.
John Birdie.
First pitch from Marco is going to be in there for strike 1. 0-1 to Birdie.
Yeah, Birdie getting the start today over Harold Ramirez, who has not fared well against lefties.
Well, Birdie, strike 2 here against Marco Gonzales. The 0-2 pitch. He'll lift this one into shallow right field. That'll get down for a base hit. Haniger's there to corral it and bring it in. That'll keep a runner at first base, but John Birdie always a threat to steal with those quick legs out there on the base path.
That's just great hitting by Birdie. The fastball low and inside, and he does a good job of turning his wrists and getting that one, just dunking it into right field.
First pitch in there for strike 1 against Isan Diaz.
And I'd watch to see if Birdie is going to try to take second base here with nobody out. Isan Diaz has been hitting better, and he's got some speed himself.
The 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 2. Mo with the answer to the trivia question. The answer being, of course, Nolan Ryan. That would make sense. That'll be strike 3 to Isan Diaz. That'll be Marco's second strikeout of the ball game.
The pitcher, Jose Urena.
Yeah, Diaz is less than ice cold versus lefties, and he's started to pick that average up a little bit over the last couple weeks. Went 1 for 2 yesterday, but you know, against lefties, he just has not had in full throughout that whole at bat.
Well, the pitcher Jose Urena trying to lay down a bunt here on the first 2 pitches, but can't get his bat on it. Possibly can't decide if he actually wants to bunt or not, but 0-2 is the count here. Marco with a pickoff over to Birdie. He will keep him there.
I wouldn't have hated if Isan Diaz had tried to lay down a bunt just to get Birdie over to third, because now you got Urena, the pitcher, up and he strikes out.
Yeah, on the bunt attempt with 2 strikes there. You got to question the logic here. It looks like he got contact, but it just enough to foul into Tom Murphy's glove. So 2 away here in the bottom of the second. We'll go to the top of the order, and Jonathan VR trying to get something going here with a runner on first. Ooh, I see we've got another trivia question, this time from our resident trivia master, the big guy.
He's go.
1-0 pitch is in there for strike 1. Birdie's going to take off, and he's going to get in there for a successfully stolen base. Rose on target. Dylan Moore with a good tag, but he's able to get his hands in there. I'm Scott Servius. I maybe wanted to take another look at that.
Yeah, that was really close. I couldn't tell if it was more, no pun intended, I couldn't tell if it was more missing or if it was just a good slide by Birdie there and a little bit of a swip move to move that lead hand around.
2-1 pitch from Marco Gonzales. Gets him to check his swing, but the umpire says he went around, so strike 2. Two-two pitch with 2 outs, so runner at second here in the bottom of the second. This one's going to get lifted out into center field. Smith is there to make the catch easily, and the inning is over. No runs on a hit, and 1 man left on here. Marlins still lead it 3-0. Going back to the trivia question from the big guy here, 4 players have hit a home run between before the age of 20 and after the age of 40. 1 a former Marlin, 1 a former Mariner. Who are these players?
0-1.
Let's see. I'm gonna say Raul Ibanez.
That's a good guess.
I know he played long after 40. I think he played after 40. This one's going to be lifted out to center field for the first out.
Sheffield is Marlin.
The pitcher, Marco Gonzales.
Sheffield. Okay. No to Raul Ibanez. That's a shame.
I gotta get the wires working up in my brain right now to try to think of this answer.
Ken Griffey Jr. Why not? This one's going to be popped up in shallow right field. The second baseman's going to range over and catch that one. 2 outs here as Marco just ends up popping up for that one. We'll go back to the top of the order. Ooh, A-Rod being the other, being the former Mariner. Yeah, he is a former Mariner, although we try to forget about that.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a sore topic.
Well, Malik Smith getting himself in an early hole here, 0-2. The 0-2 pitch here. Just swinging at everything is Malik's. Here's another 0-2. And rack him up looking, says the umpire. Malik's doesn't agree with that one, and I gotta say, that sure didn't look like it caught the outside. But nonetheless, we'll go to the bottom of the third. Miami's still leading this one 3-0. We'll see Miguel Rojas step in.
Going back to that last strike on Malik Smith, that two-seamer is so hard on the outside corner because it kind of just curls out a little bit, and it's hard because that one looked like it could have started outside and then just kind of snuck back in the zone.
Oh, Mitch Haniger laying out for a little blooper into right field. He comes down with it. What a play out there in the outfield.
Mark that as an exciting F9, laying out fully, and you got to be careful with these because if that gets by you, that's maybe 2 or maybe 3. Good job from Haniger to keep his concentration and get that glove on the ground.
Well, Corey Dickerson's going to step in again here. He hit a home run in his first AB. That big 2-run shot. First pitch missing low, ball 1. Here's the 1-0. This one's going to be lined down the third baseline and fouled. One pitch in there for strike 2. Here's the 1-2. Did he go? They'll check down to third. They'll say he did not.
Oh, it looked like his hands broke there. I think he might have gotten away with one.
Ooh. Ball 3, says the home plate umpire. And full count pitch. He misses with the curveball in the dirt, so ball 4. Here to Corey. We'll see Jesus Aguilar step in. He's 1 for 1. He homered back in his first AB as well.
That seemed like more of a frustration throw for Marco Gonzales than anything. He thought he had strike 3 on the previous pitch, and that ball low missed completely.
Well, this one is hit well, but right at Malik's as he takes a few steps over to his right for the second out. You see perhaps the frustration continuing into that pitch as well, because he left that one over the heart of the plate.
Yeah, and he made pretty good contact on it, but just couldn't get under it and drive it enough.
Jorge Alfaro stepping in here. He'll look at strike 1. Of course, with the runner over at first and 2 away here. Won't necessarily have to keep such a good eye on the runner. This one's going to be grounded over to third. Kyle Seager is going to go to second to get the out to end the inning. Nothing doing here from the Marlins as we're moving right along. Through 3, they lead 3-0.
Leading off for the Mariners, the left fielder.
Kyle Lewis going to step in here, 0 for 1 on the day.
Both starting pitchers kind of calming down a little bit. Marco Gonzales got rocked in that first inning and since has picked up a couple of strikeouts, had that walk last inning, but has retired, I think, 6 of his last 8 batters, excuse me. So he's done a good job of calming down a little bit, and on the other side, Urena picked up a couple walks, but he has pitched well since then.
Kicks and delivers the 1-1. Swing and a miss from Kyle Lewis. 1-2. That fastball getting in there at 97 miles an hour. He's got the pepper on that steak. 1-2 pitch. This one's going to be lifted into left field. That'll get it all the way to the wall for a base hit. He'll round first and think better of it as that one comes right back in for a single.
That one caught too much of the plate, but I like the base running from Lewis to not get greedy. That one was honestly hit a little too hard for his liking, because I think if that one isn't hit all the way as hard to the wall and doesn't give it the bounce it does, Lewis has a chance to go too.
Right you are. I think that's very, very much the case, as usually a liner into the corner and left is usually good for 2. Mitch Haniger stepping in here. He'll check his swing. Well, counts even at 1 here.
Yeah, that hit just didn't have that same curving away trajectory that hits into left field usually do from a righty.
Yeah, it was definitely more of a line drive hit than a curving hit. This one's going to be grounded up the middle into the double play. Tough luck there for Haniger, as a good defensive play up the middle gets the 6-4-3 double play. And just like that, the Mariners have nobody left on the bases and 2 out.
Yeah, nice job from Lopes there, tracking over to his left, and he got that ball out quick. That's the key there, because you want to get that out at second as quickly as possible. Give the second baseman the opportunity to throw it over to first and get the speedy Haniger.
So we'll see Daniel Vogelbach step in here. He walked in his first AB. We'll look at strike 1 right down Main Street.
That was a juicy one.
For the big lefty, that would have been, well, it will look like a chip shot coming off of Vogelbach's bat, but it will go a long way.
Yeah, that was a slider that didn't have the downward break. It had the horizontal break.
And Daniel Vogelbach strikes out swinging here as the inning is over. Mariners finally getting a hit here on that single from Kyle Lewis. So the no-no is no more. Miami still leads this one 3-0. Brian Anderson's going to step in here. We'll see 6, 7, 8 from these Marlins here in the 4th. First pitch catching the outside corner for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch. That one will get foul. 0-2 here.
Ball 1.
The 0-2 pitch missing low and inside. Trying to get him to chase that cutter. Here's the 1-2. This one's over the plate. He'll rip it over to Kyle Seager at third. Plenty of time as the throw over to first. And we have one away here in the 4th.
I really like the decision to go cutter outside and low, because you had just thrown it inside. Brian Anderson has to figure it's probably not going to be a cutter again, but he's in plate protection mode, down 1-2. That's a good idea from Gonzales to go outside and force him to ground out.
Yep, that ball went out.
So it's the corner here, ball 1. Center fielder John Birdie 1 for 1 on the day here. He'll get a hit up the middle. That'll get just past Dylan Moore's glove into center field for a base hit. And again, this Mariner outfield cannot hit their cutoff man to save their life.
Yeah, I saw that trend yesterday. You guys were talking about it. That is like the first thing you are taught. And believe me, I was bad at Little League and Pee Wee baseball, and even I could do that.
That was like the first thing my coach ever taught me. If you're going to play the outfield, hit the cutoff man. Hit the cutoff man. Your first step is back, and you hit the cutoff man.
First thing my coach ever taught me is if you're going to play the outfield, don't pick the flowers from the ground. But I think that's more common sense. And I unfortunately did not listen. And once I got to an older age, and I actually wanted to play the outfield, it wasn't there.
John Birdie with a stolen base here again, and boy, a late jump and a throw that is low. Tim Lopes not able to apply the tag in time.
Yeah, if you're Lopes, you got to keep that glove down. I think that was a perfect throw from Murphy, and it got it right where it had to be, in the baseline and right near where his hands would be. And for some reason, Lopes just brought that glove up. You got to keep it down there, easily apply the tag. Let the runner come to you.
So Birdie with his second stolen base of the day. Here, Isan Diaz working the count full here against Marco Gonzales. And he'll draw the walk as Marco is not able to catch the outside with that changeup. So we've at least got the double play ball in order here against the pitcher Jose Urena. Of course, he struck out trying to bunt in his first AB. So he's going down the bunt over to third base. Kyle Seager is going to take it to second. They pull him off the base, but they get the one at second base. So 2 outs here in the bottom of the fourth. Runners at first and second. We'll call that a fielder's choice. Not in time to get the double play.
And you're lucky to even get the runner out at second. That one took Seager off. Excuse me, it took Lopes off at second.
Yeah. So back to the top of the order. Jonathan VR, 1 for 2 on the day. He'll turn on this one. That one's going to get driven a long way out into deep left field, but it's going to hook foul.
Yeah, he was just a little too late on that one. If he can get his wrists around a little quicker, that one goes yard.
1-1 pitch is in there for strike 2. Gotta say, leaving a sinker out over the middle of the plate like that, even on the outside edge, is not a good idea. Kyle Seager with all the defense here in the fourth. He goes over to second to get the fielder's choice for the third out. Nothing doing here for Miami. They leave a couple stranded, as we'll see 5, 6, and 7 out of the Mariners. Well, these Mariners are going to have to get something going here soon if they want to start clawing back at this. Both pitchers seem to be in quite a rhythm through 4 innings so far.
The third baseman.
Yeah, that stat line not looking too pretty for Marco Gonzales still, but he is, calmed down and done enough to get out of the jam. He's given up a couple hits to Birdie and then a couple of untimely walks. Urena had a couple of those pitches that it looked like the Mariners had a chance to go yard on or create some offense from, and just nothing has been doing for them.
That's a ball.
Missing low, ball 2 here to Kyle Seager. Two-0 pitch from Urena. Kyle's going to try and hit this one, but it'll go foul.
If you're Urena, you got to go right at these batters. You're getting to the weak spot of this Mariners lineup.
Well, he'll chase him up the ladder with this one. Strike 2 swinging from Kyle Seager.
And that's what happens when you got 14 home runs, but you're hitting 188, is you will chase absolutely everything.
And that he has all season long. As he'll foul this one off. Counts at 2-2 now.
I don't know what's more boom or bust than that stat line.
Perhaps Kyle Seager's trade value? Oh. This one's going to be a double down the line. Kyle Seager rounding second, thinking about making it a triple, but they bring it in to keep him out there at 2. A big double going the opposite way against the shift. That gets all the way down into the corner. It's like it had a little bit of English on that one as well. So with nobody out here in the top of the 5th, Mariners have a base runner in scoring position.
Nope, at the ball.
First pitch to the second baseman, Dylan Moore. Misses low, ball 1.
Now you talk about Moore not playing every day. He went 0 for 5 yesterday, which is something you want to forget about. Only 3 RBI on the season.
Try and swing at this bunt, but it's going to go foul before anybody can get to it. We'll try it again here, 1-1.
2-1.
Missing low, ball 2. So this one's in the dirt. He's able to keep it in front of him. Kyle's not going to go anywhere out there at second. 3-1's the count now to Dylan. We'll say that just caught the outside corner, strike 2. A full count here. One's going to be ripped down the line. Third baseman's able to snag that one out of the air and try and catch Kyle off the base at second. Nothing doing there, so only the 1 out on that beautiful defensive flash of the glove.
And I want to give credit to that 3-1 pitch. That was the most important one, the 2-seamer away. And you're not really in plate protection mode, but you sneak that one in there, you get the count full, and then you come right back with the pitch inside and force him to swing and line it towards third base. But great play over there from VR.
Here's the 0-1 pitch to the catcher, Tom Murphy.
1-1.
Trying to get him to chase one, probably over his batting helmet. Here's the 1-1 from Urena.
I got the count 1-2.
Swing and a miss. That changeup got him fooled.
This is when Urena's at his best, when he has control of that slider and the fastball, and he can really mix things up on you.
With a bit of power here, driving this one into deep right field. Not enough, as that will be the second out. Kyle Seager's not going to tag and go here on the ball deep in the right field. So he'll stay out at second base. 2 away here for the shortstop, Tim Lopes.
Yeah, that's tough, because if you're over there and right, you have a clear shot towards third base. That one needed to be tucked a little more in the corner, a little deeper, if you wanted Seager to have a chance to take third. He does not have good speed out there.
No, he does not.
No ball.
Tim's gonna take a cut at this one. It makes it 0-2, and Urena is doing some good work here for these big game fish. The 0-2 pitch.
1 ball. 2 strikes.
Trying to get him to chase one outside. Maybe he's trying to get him fishing.
I see what you did there.
I'll be here all week, folks.
You can't be the Marlins and not expect someone to just be ripping fish puns, you know?
Ball, that's in.
If it wasn't something that was already brought up in baseball anyways, there would be a lot more groaning on my part, but it's pretty common to get a guy fishing for those pitches low and outside. It just happens to line up if they're the Marlins. And he'll look at this slider for strike 3. Tim Lopes still 0 in this series. We're through the middle of 5. Marlins still lead 3-0.
I think that's textbook pitching right there from Urena. You're ahead in the count. You had the slider away that missed and kind of wanted to see if Lopes would go out there and chase. Then you come back with the fastball inside. He doesn't bite again, and then slider once again away. I really like how he's been changing up his pitches, and that slider, you got to be careful. You can't let it break horizontally. You got to make it break more vertically, and that's what Urena has done well here today. He's pitching really well.
He certainly is. This one's going to be grounded out to second base. Dylan Moore is there in plenty of time with a throw for first out.
The left fielder, number 23, Corey.
You know, and aside from those two big home runs, Marco Gonzales has been rather successful at limiting the damage here from the Marlins.
Yeah, he's given up 2 hits in his last 2 innings, and he's given up 2 hits since the second. Even in the second inning, I'm looking at my score sheet now, he gave up those 2 walks. Excuse me, I'm looking at Urena's score sheet.
This one's going to be popped up into right center field. Alex Smith is going to range over and make the catch on the run. And that'll be 2 away here. We'll see Jesus Aguilar. Of course, he had a solo shot home run back in the first.
Well, I can correct myself now here. The score sheet looked a little too clean to be Gonzalez's, but even then, he gave up a lot of hits, and of course those 2 home runs in the first inning, but he gave up a single to Birdie in the second, a walk in the third, and then a hit and a walk in the 4th inning. So other than that, he has been calm, and he's picked up only 2 walks. Not his best stuff, but he's done his best since that first inning to limit damage.
This one's going to be taken for a ride out in the center field. Smith is there in plenty of time to get the 3rd out. We'll go now to the top of the 6th. Marco Gonzales due to lead off here for the Mariners.
Your attention, please.
And we'll see a pinch hitter, so that will be the end of the day. One Gonzales coming in to bat for another. This one of the Carlos variety. Big lefty Cargo stepping in for his pinch hit here. He's hitting .247 on the season. The 0-1 pitch. This one's taken for a ride. It's going deep back into the wall. This one is gone. So a extremely successful pinch hit for Carlos Gonzales as he puts that one over the wall and puts the Mariners on the board here with a big solo shot.
That is one of the hardest things to do in baseball. You're sitting on the bench all game. You're asked to come in a game where runs have been hard to come by if you're Seattle, and you take the fastball inside, but just a little too much over the plate. That one stayed at the middle. When you have those good fastballs, they kind of drop a little bit, which makes it a little harder for batters to get a good swing on it. But that time just kind of hung in there, and Urena gives up his first run of the game.
Well, Miami's still leading this one 3-1. We'll go back to the top of the order. That home run came on the nicest pitch of the day. Let's see. This one in there for strike 1 to Alex Smith. Counts even at 1 here.
Now a lot of hitters are going to miss on a juicy fastball middle inside.
Smith lopes this one out into center field. That gets down for a base hit. So Alex with an opportunity at a stolen base here with nobody away in the top of the 6th. Look to see him on the run here with Kyle Lewis, perhaps a hit and run situation or a straight up stolen base. First pitch missing low. That changeup would have been a perfect opportunity from Alex.
Urena just got to get control of his batters back here. He gave up that pinch hit home run. That's bad for your psyche. Just get yourself back in the game. You can't allow another base runner on because you're through the 3rd time in this order. You got to imagine his day is starting to wind down a little bit. If he can get the reins back, he can keep going, but you usually just don't see him go through a 4th time. Right now, he's through his 3rd time through the order.
Well, Kyle Lewis is going to foul this one off. Count sitting at 2-1 here. And we'll see another foul ball. Count's even at 2.
Urena doing a good job, not really giving Lewis anything to hit and working his way back into this count.
And strike 3 to Kyle Lewis. That's Urena's 4th strikeout of the ball game here.
Right fielder, Mitch Haniger.
And Urena's not a huge strikeout pitcher. He's got 63 through 74 innings. He averages about 6 strikeouts per 9 on his career, but that slider's worked well for him. And I like that concept of the pitch out there to keep Malik Smith at first. One out and the runner on first. You don't want Malik Smith getting a head start on a hit and run.
1-0 pitch in there for strike 1. Counts even at 1 now. We'll see another look over to first. Smith's not going anywhere yet. One pitch. This one missing outside with that curveball. 2-1. Big sweeping curveball across the zone there.
Yeah, you got to be careful with those sweeping curveballs and not catch too much of the plate that time. A wise decision to go outside.
Ball 3.
Let's say he missed the bottom there. Ball 3. 3-1 to Haniger.
I wouldn't hate the concept of sending Smith to get second here.
3-1 pitch.
Ball 4.
Ball 4. So no stolen base.
Now batting.
Excuse me. No stolen base, as that'll be a base on balls. Runners at first and second here with 1 out. We'll see the big lefty Daniel Vogelbach step in, but not before we get a pitching change here. That's going to do it for Urena.
And overall, he pitched well. The book not quite done on him, so it might look a little different. But he gave up an earned run on that pinch hit, home run, 4 allowed hits, 4 strikeouts, but those 3 walks, he just could not really put out batters. And now this is an interesting decision because Adam Conley, you see the splits, 192 average for righties, 328 against lefties, and coming up is Vogelbach, the lefty, and right behind him is Seager, the lefty.
Very interesting decision. Makes me excited as a Mariners fan. This lineup is very lefty heavy. Lefty on lefty matchup here. Bogey's going to take a hack at this one. 0-1 as he just fouls it off. See there, 27 stolen bases for Smith. Wow. 0-2, Danny Vogelbach.
I just felt the wind come in here. Sometimes you don't have to say much on a swing and a miss. That you don't get fooled that badly quite often.
I see you haven't been watching many Mariners games this season.
It's only 2 for me.
0-2 now to Vogelbach. Swing and a miss. That will be a 2 away here with 2 men on. Vogelbach thinking he can golf this one out of the park, as that one was well below the zone and he should know better.
Yeah, if you're Vogelbach, you gotta know he's not gonna throw you a strike here. If you are missing that badly low and away, you can't swing at that one.
Well, Kyle Seager tries to do exactly what Vogelbach tried to do and put this one over the fence with 1 swing, but it's going to hook foul. The 1 pitch from Conley. Missing low and outside, ball 1. Take a look, we've got a couple of righties out in the Marlins bullpen. Of course, we saw Ryan Stanek yesterday. Sterling Sharp getting up in the pen to get loose. a 1-1 pitch. This one's going up the ladder, 2-1 here to Kyle Seager.
Yeah, you gotta imagine this is the only bit that Conley is gonna have to pitch through.
Ball 3.
Missing low and inside, 3-1 here to Kyle Seager. And if you're the Marlins pitching staff here, you've got to attack this Mariners lineup. There's a reason these guys have not been hitting well. Everybody hitting below 300. Some hitting below 200. Kyle Seager drawing the walk here, so the bases are loaded. And we'll see. I believe it's Dylan Moore is going to step in here. Yep.
Yeah, you just have to be aware of who you're pitching to. I know Seager had that double in the 5th, but you got Seager the lefty and then Dylan Moore the righty, so maybe he just doesn't want anything to do with the lefties, does Conley, but I'd rather face a 190 batting Seager than a 264 batting Moore.
Well, Dylan's going to pop this one up, and that's going to be the 3rd out. As they strand the runners out on the bases, but Carlos Gonzales able to put one over the wall in his only appearance here today. Something tells me he probably won't be coming out to pitch.
No, I don't think so.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and we'll see one Johan Ramirez stepping in to take pitching duties from here out, making his 20th appearance of the season. He started the season in the number 5 spot in the rotation, but got bumped to the bullpen and has had a modicum of success out of the pen, getting a bit more appearances, being able to focus on quality pitches, as you see there. 1 pitch, 1 out, and this line drive straight to the second baseman, Dylan Moore.
now batting, right fielder, Brian.
Really, the problem with Johan Ramirez has been the walks. Just 31 strikeouts and 22 walks. I'd like to bring that number down. Of course, that'll start evening out a little bit as he gets more bullpen numbers as opposed to starter numbers.
Ryan Anderson going to step in here. He'll take a cut at the first pitch. 0-1. Go 1 pitch.
1-1.
Missing outside with that slider. Counts even at 1 here.
Brian Anderson doing a good job of working back in the count. It's 1-1. He's been drawing walks all season long. He's been one of the better hitters in this Marlins lineup.
One-two pitch to Anderson. He'll take a cut at this one, and it'll hook foul. Gotta say, this Marlins Park looking fuller than I have ever seen any South Florida stadium. This one's going to be lifted into center field. And that'll get past Lopes up the middle. Smith's going to bring it in. That'll be a single here for Anderson.
We're now back-to-back games where Marlins faithful have showed up. And I think we share the same surprise. We'll leave it at that so I'm not too rude.
First pitch to John Birdie in there for strike 1. Birdie 2 for 2 on the day. Those singles getting stretched into doubles on the stolen bases.
And Harold Ramirez has hit well on the season, 283, but Birdie is hit well today, and again, that speed is an added plus because the singles just turn into doubles.
1-1 pitch to Birdie. He's going to lift this one out into right field. That's going to get down just in front of Haniger, so that'll be a base hit. See there, the rotor coming from first. Didn't quite know if that was going to get down, so he hesitated about halfway. Take another look here. That gets down just in front of Mitch. So runners on first and second.
It's good base running from Anderson to wait to the last second to see if that one's going to drop, because if he stays too far back, he's going to get gunned out at second.
Isan Diaz going to watch the first pitch in here for ball 1.
Diaz hits a lot better against righty, so he has an opportunity to do some damage here.
1-0 pitch in there, fouled off, strike 1.
A 348 average with runners in scoring position. He had an opportunity there, just a little late on that fastball.
Fouling off this fastball here, strike 2. One-two pitch. Hope he fouled off. We'll see another 1-2.
You see Johan Ramirez consistently hitting 98 on the fastball. It's a very stark difference between how he pitches and how Marco Gonzales pitches. Maybe that was one of the reasons why Ramirez is in there.
Yeah, he's got the power in the arm. He, as he said, it all comes down to the control. Of course, giving up all them walks was not beneficial for his starting record. You see his record sitting at 2-5, most of those coming via the start in the early bits of the season. There's a 3-2 pitch from Ramirez. Missing high, so ball 4. See those command issues on display. We'll see the pitcher spot here. We'll get a pinch hitter from the Marlins.
Number 26, Garrett Cooper.
We'll get Garrett Cooper stepping in for the pitcher. He'll swing at the first pitch, but it'll hook foul. See the line there, 264 average, 22 RBIs, 3 home runs, and a 679 OPS.
Yeah, not a lot of hitting coming off the bench for the Marlins. They don't have too many options. Matt Kemp is 0 for 4 on the season in appearances. Matt Joyce hitting 265 in a couple of appearances. Francisco Cervalli, 360 average, but you got to take that with a grain of salt when you're coming off the bench.
Swing and a miss, strike 2 here on that 96-mile-an-hour fastball.
If you're Cooper, don't swing for the fences. Just get one in the outfield. It'll score 2 with the speedy birdie on second.
The 1-2 just missing the top of the zone. 2-2 now the count to Cooper. Two-two pitch. Missing low, ball 3. So another full count here from Ramirez. And this is yet another example of those control issues that got him sent to the pen in the first place. 3-2 pitch. This one's hit down the right field line, but it's going to hook foul.
Yeah, it looked like that one was going to just catch the inside part of the strike zone. Good job from Cooper to stave off the fastball.
This one's going to be popped up behind the infield. Lopes is there in shallow left to make the catch. Runners are going to have to stay right where they are. He'll walk it in himself. Probably the best outcome you can hope for here, aside from a double play. It's that easy pop-up. Jonathan VR is going to step in, 1 for 3 on the day. He led off the ball game with a base hit. One's going to miss outside, ball 1.
VR would love to tack on to that RBI tally here.
Well, he's going to get one as this one goes down the line. He'll get 2 as Birdie comes around to score. They're going to hold him at third, so that'll be a stand-up double by VR. They'll drive in 2, and the Marlins now extend their lead 5-1.
Nice piece of hitting there from Villar. Just goes the other way and rips it down the right field line. Then the Marlins are starting to blow this one open.
First pitch to Rojas is going to get foul, 0-1. So with 2 away here, Johan's going to need to induce a ground ball or a fly ball for that matter. Just need an out.
1 ball, 1 strike.
But he's not going to be able to get him to get out if he keeps throwing him way out of the zone like that. 1-1 the count.
Ramirez, a lengthy bullpen session here. 28 pitches now coming.
1-1 pitch.
Count 2-1.
Low, ball 2. 2-1's the count.
Rojas isn't a great low ball hitter, so that's got to be where you're aiming if you're Ramirez.
As he works the bottom of the zone there with that slider. Counts 2-2 now. Two and 2 count, he'll just foul this one off. Johan Ramirez, 30 pitches so far here in the inning. One's going to be a ground ball up the middle. Lopes takes it himself, and that will be the 3rd out. They're finally able to stop bleeding, but not before the Marlins put up 2 more on that big 2-run double into right. We'll see 7, 8, and 9 out of the Mariners. And we'll get a pitching change for the Marlins. Sterling Sharp making his 39th appearance of the season. 39 and a third innings of work, 3.66 ERA. Better against lefties than righties.
Leading off for the Mariners, the catcher, number 2, Tom Murphy.
Of course, my very own strikeout king, Tom Murphy, is going to step in here. He's flown out twice so far today.
An interesting decision. We'll have to wait to see who comes in to pinch hit in the pitcher spot coming up in a couple of batters. It'll be the 3rd batter up.
I had to guess, I would say it's probably going to be Haggerty.
Haggerty making his first plate appearance in the majors yesterday.
The count's 1-1.
He already went to Cargo, who did just about what you would want a pinch hitter to do, going yard.
Of course, Austin Nola would be a good choice as well, but him being the backup catcher, probably not. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see who they decide to go with here for the 3rd batter in this inning. It's Tom Murphy living up to the name I gave him with a strikeout here.
The batter, the shortstop, Tim Lowe.
Leaning out over the outside, trying to do I don't know what with that. Tim Lowe's looking in here. Strike 1 over. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it sounds like you have a lot of pent-up rage over Tom Murphy. I feel like it's personal.
Well, watching the first 20 games or so and watching him strike out 2 or 3 times a game, it's a natural thing, I suppose.
Oh, you don't have to tell me. I had an internship in New York City last summer. I live on Long Island. I'm only a 30-minute train ride away. However, I had to be in at 5 in the morning. So I would have to wake up at 3:30, which meant I had to go to sleep early. And every day, and it's about the most peaceful way to go to sleep, I'd go to sleep to Howie Rose calling my Mets. And every day I'd go to sleep with the lead, and every morning I'd wake up with a loss.
Now back, the pitcher.
It couldn't have been every day, right? They still won some games, right?
No, it was. This is no joke. It was at one point in June or early July. It was 4 straight nights that I had gone to sleep, and the Mets were leading in the 5th or 6th innings, and 4 straight mornings I woke up, Mets implode.
So we're going to get J.P. Crawford coming off of the bench to hit here for the pitcher. Of course, Crawford not getting the start out at short today, facing off against the right-handed pitcher.
He's the only lefty bat on the bench for the Mariners.
I'll take a cut at this one, evening the count at 1. 1-1 pitch. Crawford takes this for a ride, but it's going to hook into the seats. Foul.
Yeah, Sterling Sharp is hanging some fastballs over the outside part of the plate, and if Crawford could swing a little earlier, he can send this one to right.
Well, he won't get an opportunity here, as they'll say that is strike 3, and the inning is over. Nothing doing here from the Mariners. It's 7th inning stretch time, folks. Get up and stretch, and we'll be right back.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for...
Okay, Nestor Cortez is going to get the call here out of the bullpen, making his 9th appearance of the season. Recent call-up from AAA Tacoma. His those 8 appearances across 10 1/3 innings of work. He'll face off against Corey Dickerson here.
Yeah, this is the most important out for him. Lefty on lefty is the reason he's probably coming in, and Corey Dickerson probably the scariest hitter in this lineup.
First pitch swinging, he's going to take this one for a drive out into deep right center field. Smith is going to range back just short of the warning track and make the out. 1 pitch, 1 very long fly ball out.
And you see the numbers there. The Mariners starting pitching, and then that bullpen not doing them many favors. Johan Ramirez giving up 2 earned runs on 3 hits in an inning. And hopefully, Nestor Cortez wants to change things around a little bit. Of course, not the best start from Marco Gonzales today. And you're seeing those 2 long balls he got hit off of him back in the first inning, although he did settle down a little bit.
First pitch to Aguilar. Misses for ball 1. Take a look down at the Mariners bullpen. Matt McGill and Carl Edwards Jr. getting loose in the pen for the Mariners. A couple of righties. This one's going to be a ground ball on the right side. Moore is there to corral it himself. He'll take the first for the second out.
I would think it would be McGill that's going to come in and get the next 3 outs if Nestor Cortez can't make it out of this inning, or just the next pitcher in general. Seeing Carl Edwards Jr. more of a setup man, so I would expect if the score remains like this, they would ask McGill to get the last 6 outs of the game.
Yeah, McGill has definitely gotten more calls than out of the pen than Carl Edwards, for sure. This one's going to be in there for strike 1. Counts even at 1 here to Alfaro.
Now, it was really important that Urena didn't run into that much trouble and they didn't have to go deep into their bullpen. The Mariners used 4 pitchers yesterday. The Marlins used 4 pitchers yesterday. The Mariners used 3, so not much less. The least amount of bullpen work you can get against not a strong offensive team, the better.
Well, Alfaro's going to foul this one off. Counts even at 2 here. Cortez delivers. This one not anywhere close. 3-2's the count. We'll see a full count pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the inning is over. Nestor Cortez Jr. able to get out of the 7th here without allowing a run. Marlins still on top, 5-1.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for
Brandon Kinsler is going to get the call out of the pen for the pitch. His 32nd appearance on the season, a 3-3 record. He has 2 blown saves across 31 and 2/3 innings of work. Respectable 2.56 ERA though, so the Mariners are going to need a bit of luck here.
0-1's the count.
The one's going to be fouled off. Malik Smith again,
Yeah, I was going to say, surprise.
swinging at the first pitch.
Someone needs to snack that man's helmet and tell him to stop swinging at the first pitch.
Oh, that's out.
The 0-1 pitch missing outside. 21,116 people here in Miami for this ball game today.
One strike.
Thank each and every one of you. I want to thank each and every one of you for coming out, even if that does look a bit inflated.
Yeah, they just
going to be fouled
away
off.
those tickets. They're giving away those tickets right behind home plate. I see what you're doing.
Two-two pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. And Malik Smith will have to go sit back down as he strikes out.
next for Seattle. The
Yeah,
left fielder,
4 straight strikeouts from this Marlins bullpen, and have sure had their struggles this season, but they are just ripping through this Mariners lineup right now.
Strike 1 to Kyle Lewis. That one just catching the inside corner. Kinsler comes set. The 0-1 pitch. Kyle Lewis swing and a miss. The 0-2. Kyle's going to drive this one back up the middle. That'll get through the infield for a base hit. Swinging a ball that was nowhere near the strike zone. Able to turn it into a base hit,
the right fielder,
but not a great approach.
Shoemaker.
That high knee kick there was looking like he was gearing up for a out-of-the-park home run, but good job of turning on that low fastball inside and sending it right back up the middle.
One's going to be fouled off. 0-1 here to Mitch Haniger.
Well, you're down by 4 runs if you're Seattle. You have to get runners back on base. You've had success with Kyle Lewis and Vogelback and Seager today. So get runners on the bases for them.
Oh, Mitch Haniger is going to swing at a pitch in the dirt, and that one gets away from the catcher, so it's going to be a wild pitch scored to Brandon Kinsler, and a runner moves up from first to second, as these Mariners have not had a good approach at the plate. Kinsler takes a look at the runner on second, delivers the 0-2 pitch. This one's up the ladder high, ball 1.
Yeah, I like that. Don't give Haniger anything to hit if you're Kinsler. You have another pitch to kind of work with. Go maybe low and outside.
Haniger is going to foul this one off. Count remains 1-2. One-two pitch. Haniger's staying alive here. This one gets fouled off. We'll see another 1-2.
Maybe go fastball low. I know you've been pitching a lot low there, so I understand if he wants to switch things up, but don't give Haniger anything to hit here.
Haniger swinging at everything. He's going to pop this one up behind the plate. Catcher comes out of a stance and tracks it down. They're now 2 away here in the top of the 8th. Mariners down to their last 4 outs.
I don't know if you saw where that pitch ended up. It was set up low. Alfaro wanted that one low, and that one just stayed middle, and Haniger missed an opportunity.
One's going to be ripped down to third base. VR with the big glove over there on the hot corner, and the Jeter-like throw as he fires across the diamond here. Little freeze frame for you. So we'll go to the bottom of the 8th. 6, 7, 8 for the Marlins here due up. First pitch missing inside, ball 1. Of course, Nestor Cortez going to stay out there to work the 8th.
Nope.
Ball 2 here to Anderson.
Yeah, it didn't take Cortez too many pitches to get through that first inning. I leave him out there.
2-0 pitch. That one over for strike 1, but it'll go foul. Two-one, missing inside, says the umpire. 3-1.
That would have been a beautiful pitch, but a dangerous pitch. That looper gets a little bit of the plate. It started up high.
3-1 pitch, running up the ladder from Cortez, and that'll be ball 4. So we'll see the center fielder John Birdie step in here. He's 3 for 3. Just absolutely on fire here today. This one right down Main Street, 0-1 with that slider.
If the Marlins can hang on here, it's going to be an interesting race for player of the game. Yar has a double in the first when he later scored.
This one's going to go foul.
The 6th inning, he had a 2-run RBI double.
I got to count 1 and 2.
Missing inside, 1-2. One's going to go foul. We'll see another one here to John Birdie. Strike 3, so finally able to set down the center fielder here in the 8th.
The batter, number 1, second baseman, Diaz.
John Birdie just not able to come up with contact for that one. We'll see Isan Diaz. He's 0 for 1 with a couple of walks here today.
Yeah, I like to see that from Diaz. He done a good job of getting on base up to this point. A .228 average, but a .323 on base percentage. Pretty good eye for Diaz, and he's been hitting a little better. This is still a very young player.
The 0-1 pitch is going to get lifted out to center field. Smith is there to make the catch, and we have 2 away. The run's going to retreat back to first.
The pitcher, number 20, Brandon.
Mo Red Wing 13 in the chat is giving Jose Urena the player of the game. It's very possible. 5 innings of 1-run baseball, 4 hits allowed, 4 strikeouts, and 3 walks. Hurt him a little bit. I think the computer might be kind to him.
We're going to get Matt Kemp stepping in for the pitcher spot here in the bottom of the 8th. First pitch is in there for strike 1.
You know, we saw Kemp last night, and he swung on the first pitch and flew it out. He is still looking for his first hit of the season.
The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, strike 1. Strike 2, excuse me.
Cortez just pumping that fastball by him.
The 0-2 pitch. He'll swing and drive this one into left center field. Smith is ranging back in time. Those quick legs of his allowing him to close the distance to get the third out. We'll go to the top of the 9th. 5, 6, 7 due up for the Mariners, and their last opportunity. They'll face off against Yimi Garcia, his 26th appearance of the season, a 1-3 record, 6 holds. This being a non-save opportunity. He'll just look to get the last 3 outs.
The third baseman, Kyle Seager.
Kyle Seager 1 for 2 on the day. First pitch to him, missing low and inside, ball 1.
Garcia threw 1 inning last night of 2-hit baseball, got 2 strikeouts but allowed a run. I like the idea to go to him. No need to use Steckenrider, who has been lights out this season, but with a 4-run cushion, no need to even go to any one of your other relievers who have gone multiple innings in the game. Yimi Garcia, more than capable of closing this one out, although he's struggling to get a grip early here.
Right, you are 3-0 to start this AB off to Kyle Seager. Garcia comes set, kicks and delivers. That one is in there for strike 1.
Interesting pitch decision from Garcia, tucking that fastball high and inside, going right for Seager.
Yeah, that one's gonna get right over Kyle's hands as he's trying to swing. He likes the pitches lower in the strike zone, but he's gonna walk here on 5 pitches to lead off the 9th.
Second baseman, Dylan Moore.
So we'll see the second baseman Dylan Moore step in here. He's still looking for his first hit of the ball game, but he did draw a walk back in the second.
I like to see Seager having a nice game here. He struggled on the season, but he's now gotten his average over 190. Say of that what you will, but 1 of 2 on the day with a double and a couple of walks.
Well, Yimi still having some control issues as he can't find the strike zone here to lead off this AB against Dylan Moore. And 1-0 pitch. It's going to be a ground ball over to first. He'll take it to second. Back to first. And a 3-6-3 double play. Just like that, the Mariners are down to their last out.
Murphy.
See Tim Lopes with the last opportunity here for the Mariners.
Yeah, Yimi worked that one inside, worked it on the hands of Dylan Moore, who tried to turn down the right baseline, exactly what Garcia wanted him to do. And the Mariners are running out of time here. Your favorite player coming up, too.
I was wrong. It's Tom Murphy instead.
Maybe some wishful thinking.
Tom Murphy swinging at the first pitch. He's going to drive this one deep into left center field, and the ball game is over. Well, this was quite the difference from the ball game yesterday. Miami wins this one 5-0.
Yeah, the bats really came alive for Miami here today. The pitching did enough to get them through, and then their bullpen did really good work. 4 innings combined, just 1 hit allowed, 2 walks, and 5 strikeouts. Usually not the strong suit for Miami, but they did enough. Urena picks up the win, moves to 5-3. Gonzales drops to 5-5. For Urena, 4 hits allowed, 1 earned run, 3 walks, and 4 strikeouts. On the other side, Gonzales, 6 hits, 3 runs, and 2 walks. And player of the game, Jonathan VR. I was right.
Yeah, VR going 2 for 4 on the day with a couple of big doubles, and one of them scoring 2 runs to put this game out of reach. There in the 6th, that big double down the right field line really was the nail in the coffin here. If it wasn't VR, I would probably have gone with John Birdie, as he had an absolutely fantastic game, both at the plate, in the field, and on the base paths. But nonetheless, Jonathan VR also having a great game in the field as well. A couple of big line drive snags down over in the hot corner there. He gets the player of the game here today.
Yeah, just good overall hitting from the Marlins today. Birdie really rounded it out at the end of that lineup in the 7th spot. You saw Diaz reach base twice, and even though he couldn't come home to score, Brian Anderson had himself a single, came around to score and reached base on a walk. Jesus Aguilar, 1 for 4 with an RBI. Corey Dickerson 1 for 3, 2 RBIs, and even though Rojas went 0 for 4, again, Yard 2 for 4. They just did enough today to get themselves the win.
They certainly did, and we'll take another look at the highlights here of this ball game. You saw Corey Dickerson's home run to right, followed up immediately by Aguilar's home run to right. That puts the Marlins up 3-0 out of the bottom of the first, and there was no looking back here in Miami today. This one is going to be a fly ball out to right field. Haniger laying out for that one, making a beautiful catch in right field. Might see that one on Sports Center. Nice little web gem in the outfield there. Of course, Carlos Gonzales stepping in the top of the 6th in the pitcher spot and hits this big home run to put up the Mariners' only run of the ball game. One going about 410 feet out into the second deck there. But then Jonathan VR with this big double to answer in the bottom of the 6th that drove in 2 with the bases loaded. And that would end up being the ball game as Tom Murphy flies out to center field for the last out of the game. So Mariners dropped this one, and we'll be back tomorrow for the rubber match in this ball game. Folks, I want to thank you for joining us here for this iteration of Mariners and Marlins baseball. We are joined now by Jordan Smith and Scott Sudikoff. They're going to be calling the next games. How are you folks doing?
Hey, I know I'm doing well. Jordan, I believe, is making his broadcast debut today. I'm not sure if Jordan's had a game yet or not, but either way, looking forward to Game 2 of the Red Sox and Brewers. Red Sox had a walk-off win in yesterday's game. Big win for the Red Sox, which has been few and far between.
Yeah, they definitely have. It's something, like you said, that they really haven't had as much they need to improve on, really, as they get towards the second third of the season, almost about to round up the first third of the season. Like you said, getting the walk-off win yesterday with the hit to right field by Jackie Bradley Jr. That was just under the diving glove, the last-second effort by... the
awful play by Avisail Garcia. Right.
Yeah, I remember watching the game and you having your opinion about that. I mean, honestly, it's a fair one. You know, it's a situation where you can understand why the player would dive for it, but you also have to think in that situation too. If you don't even go for it, if you just step to his left a little bit and catch it off of the first bounce, you keep the runner at third at best, or at worst, excuse me, and you know, at the worst you have a runner on the corners here, you know, and you still have a ball game. You're not losing because you dive for it and it rolls 40, 50 feet behind you.
Yeah, it was definitely that all or nothing play by Garcia in that game yesterday that led to the Red Sox. Wait, guys, anything final you have on the Mariners and Marlins?
Just this. Thanks for joining us, folks. Again, we'll be back with the third game of this one tomorrow. Check out ml.ball.com for this broadcast schedule for the rest of the week. For Matthias, I'm Brother Beard. Thanks for joining us. Take it away, guys.
All right, thank you very much, Scott Sudikoff and Jordan Smith making his broadcast debut here on BotBall. Happy to have you along, as I was riding solo until you sent me a message last night, and happy to have a partner for this one, I guess is what I'm trying to say, and we'll see if See if the Red Sox can win 2 in a row against Milwaukee. Let's see Tampa Bay beat New York today. So Tampa Bay at 36-30, and the Yankees, I wouldn't say a slide, but they aren't as dominant as they were not too long ago. So Tampa Bay right now is 3.5 games behind New York for first place. While with that loss by New York, the Red Sox coming into the game we're about to see are exactly 10 games back of New York for first place at 29-36. Meanwhile, Milwaukee will come into the game that you're about to see at 28-35. They are fourth place in the National League Central, 14 games behind the Cubs. And the NL Central right now is pretty interesting. When you look at the standing, Chicago is 43-22 at the top, but they have lost 4 consecutive games. Cincinnati is 2.5 back. They have won 4 consecutive games. St. Louis only 30-34, but they're on a 6-game winning streak. So there's a lot of movement right now in the National League Central. And you see Cleveland picking up a 43rd victory today, 43-22 in that super competitive American League Central, which is led by the Twins. And you also have the White Sox, and the White Sox and the Indians battling right now to catch Minnesota, but would be in the playoffs around that wild card spot as well.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting situation for right now. Like you said, with the Yankees losing, obviously, Red Sox still 10 games behind. It's still a healthy lead for New York, but this is a good time right now for both of these teams. In fact, not just the Red Sox, but both of these teams to get on a quick run, pick up some momentum, and try to close that gap between them and first place in the division before, once we start getting closer and closer to the All-Star break coming up in about a month and a half or so here. It'll be definitely an interesting, I guess, really with this series, this could be a series that could help, I guess, turn around the season for one of these two ball clubs. Of course, the Red Sox getting the huge win last night. And then, of course, you mentioned the Brewers, who are really, like you said, in a very interesting NL Central. Of course, you have the 43-21 Cubs in the division lead, who are tied with the Twins for the best record in all of baseball. And then, of course, they're only a game and a half back of St. Louis, who sits 30-34 in the season. So it's still fairly close between fourth, third, and somewhat second place. But really, in order for the Brewers to try to catch back up in this NL Central division race, they've got to start winning games. They're going to need to pick up the wins tonight, and they're going to need to really turn things around here. Try to not have so many players go over like they did yesterday. I believe there was 4 players, Kane, Smoke, Braun, and Holt. They all combined to go 0 for 14 yesterday at the plate, and that's something you cannot have if you want to win ball games, especially at this key point of the season.
Seeing some other scores, Baltimore scoring 7 runs in the 8th inning to come back and beat Houston today 9-8. That's a very bad loss for Houston. Looking at, of course, with Baltimore's struggles this year, and Houston not having the season that they would hope to have, of course. But that's to lose a game, giving up 8 runs over the final 2 innings, especially after Zach Greinke went 7 innings and allowed just 2 runs on 4 hits. To end up losing that game. A tough loss for the Astros, and we've been referring to yesterday's Red Sox-Brewers game. Red Sox won it 3-2. Milwaukee led 2-0 in that one, had a solo home run by Christian Yelich in the first inning, and then Omar Narvaez had a solo homer in the third. It stayed 2-0 Milwaukee all the way until the 7th inning when J.D. Martinez, who was on an 0 for 15 stretch, finally came through with a 2-run single that came with 2 outs in the inning. That tied the game up, and then we referenced what happened in the bottom of the 9th. Alex Verdugo led off with a walk. Michael Chavis struck out. Jose Peraza flied out. Mackie Bradley came up with Verdugo at first base and 2 outs in a 2-2 game against Josh Hader. And Bradley pulled one into right field towards the line, and the right fielder Abisil Garcia charged hard and went all out to make a diving play. He did not, and it rolled all the way to the wall, and he just stood there and watched as it was very easy for Alex Verdugo to circle the bases and win the game last night. The official score, very home-friendly, as he gave it a double in the book and an RBI, game-winning RBI for Jackie Bradley in yesterday's game.
Yeah, I would have thought that would have probably been a single and then advance in second on maybe an error. I could see where the double potentially comes into play based on the ruling of them saying it was a hit due to it being a difficult play to make already. But then again,
right.
You kind of mentioned it yesterday that in that situation that there really should be an error because it's in a game-winning situation and there's a potential as well for him to go and just back up and go to his left instead of trying to charge forward at it. So there's potentially a way that hit is only a single and the game doesn't end. So it's a very tricky situation there on the ruling. But as you saw the double there, like you said, interesting call, just kind of depending on how you look at it.
Yeah, a mental error at the very least by Avisel Garcia that led to the Red Sox winning in yesterday's game. Our pitching matchup in the game upcoming for Boston, it's going to be right-hander Marcus Walden, the 31-year-old who has all of a sudden burst into a starter's role and is 1-6, but has a 2.26 ERA. As you look at what the Red Sox lineup is going to be today against the left-hander Brett Anderson, Peraza, Pilar, Martinez, Devers, Chavis, Moreland, Verdugo, Vasquez, and Jackie Bradley, which in the end is actually the same 9 that they had yesterday's game against the right-hander. And I mean, normally you would have a little bit more versatility if you had Xander Bogaerts and Andrew Benintendi in the lineup, but you look at the bench on the right side of your screen, and yeah, the options are certainly limited. So really the only changes in the lineup are just Pilar batting second when he batted 6th yesterday, Chavis moving up from 9th to 5th in the order, Verdugo and Vasquez switching spots really for no discernible reason, but hey, why not make some changes if you're Ron Renicky once in a while? And that's kind of the differences in the lineup. While Milwaukee will have the same starting lineup as they did yesterday, there's a look at what Walden has done. His 2.26 ERA, by the way, would be top 3 in the American League, but he does not qualify as he's only thrown 59 2/3 innings in the Red Sox 65 games. To qualify, you must have thrown at least an inning per game. So in this case, Walden would have qualified entering the day today at 65 innings pitched. So he's averaging less than 5 innings per start on the mound. So again, a reliever for all of his career up until this season, but maybe eventually they're going to stretch him out and he'll be able to go further.
Yeah, it's something that you kind of mentioned it, honestly. It's one, getting familiarized with that different role, because even though you're still a pitcher, it's still a different kind of mentality when you're preparing to come in for 3-4 innings as a long reliever, or going in to try to go 5, 6, sometimes 7 innings as a starter. It's a whole different mental game, preparation, everything like that. The way you attack batters, it's a whole different kind of strategy. So I think part of this is him adjusting to that, like you said, the first time this year being the first time that he has been placed into that starting role. So him trying to, I guess, adjust to that. But also something positive, you see the low ERA, like you said. That's something to definitely be positive about. The 1-6, obviously, that can be improved with getting a little bit more offense behind them. And you kind of mentioned it. You would have a little bit more flexibility with players like Benintendi and Bogaerts in the lineup, but unfortunately, all of those players and a whole bunch more for the Red Sox are all on the injured list. You have 6 infielders right now, 6 infielders and outfielders: Bogaerts, Benintendi, Marcus Wilson, Reggie Pope, Sandy Donald, and Nick Lovallo,
all on the 10-day injured list. And then you have 2 more players on the 60-day, another infielder and a relief pitcher. So it's definitely been a struggle. As you saw the short bench for the Red Sox earlier, it's definitely been a struggle for them strategy-wise, and they pretty much just had to go with the same lineup every time.
So Brett Anderson will start for Milwaukee. The lefty is 5-5 with a 4.28 ERA. So the lefty going against the righty Marcus Walden for the Red Sox at Fenway Park on this Saturday evening between the Brewers and Red Sox. Game 2 of the series. Boston winning yesterday again, 3-2. Ryan Brazier picked up the win out of the bullpen as he went 2 innings. Perfect, had 1 strikeout. And the loser was Josh Hader as he dropped to 1-4, allowed the game-winning run on a hit, a walk, 1 strikeout in 2/3 of an inning pitched. So headed out to the ballpark, Scott Sudikoff, Jordan Smith here with you, and about ready for this interleague matchup between the Brewers and the Red Sox on a Saturday night. Major League Ball on Twitch. There's Brock Holt warming up in the outfield of his former home field. Got a nice ovation yesterday when he returned to Fenway Park. Certainly became a fan favorite just for the way he played. Had some big moments over the course of his Red Sox career.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's something that you always like to see when players return to their former homes. And you like to see the crowd, how they're going to react, and also the positive reaction. It made for a good feel as he stepped into the plate yesterday and his first time back.
So Lorenzo Cain will lead it off, to be followed by Christian Yelich and Keston Hira. In the top of the first inning, Cain hitting .317, 9 home runs, 34 runs batted in. Taking on the 6', 195-pound, 31-year-old Marcus Walden. First pitch is swung on and hit in the air, left field, and out of play. So Cain going after that first pitch, happening at 7:15 Eastern Time.
7:16.
6:15 for those friends in Milwaukee.
Not surprising to see Cain go after the first pitch there. Of course, sitting 8th in the National League batting average at .317 and 4th in hits of 79 so far in the year. Just trying to attack early, throw Walden off of his move.
Head of the count 0-2 and swing and a foul off on the slider. His slider is Marcus Walden's best pitch. Has a cutter, a 4-seam, and will work in a sinker once in a while as well. And he gets a called strike 3 with the cutter on the outside corner. Excellent start for Marcus Walden.
Batting second.
Good placement
The
there.
left fielder, number 22.
Really confusing Cain on whether or not he wanted to go.
Yelich.
Just got him on the outside edge, and that's a really good placement. That's a good way to start. Great way to start with Marcus Walden.
Christian Yelich hitting .313 on the road this year and hit his 17th home run of the season back in the first inning yesterday against the Red Sox. Taking ball 1 to 5th in the National League with those 17 home runs. Set the Red Sox defense here in just a moment. As Walden will deliver the 1-0 to Yelich. Outside 2-0. Rafael Devers at third base, Jose Peraza at shortstop, Michael Chavis at second, Mitch Moreland at first, Kevin Pillar, Jackie Bradley Jr., Alex Verdugo left to right in the outfield, and Christian Vasquez, the battery mate of Marcus Walden, who peppers in a strike to Yelich, 2-1. Is inside. 3 balls and a strike.
And this is a good job here by Yelich to work the count into a hitter's count. Now has an opportunity. Probably will see some fastball action or something inside to try to throw him off here.
Ball 4 outside.
3-1 outside and high, and it's ball 4. So Yelich working the 1-out walk.
Batting third. The second baseman.
And that'll bring in Keston Hira. Second baseman who hit over 300 last season, but down at 257 so far on the year, 3 home runs and 27 runs batted in. And see those strange splits where he hits better against right-handed pitching.
Yeah, and sometimes that's just a matter of how you see the ball come out of the pitcher's hands. It's honestly, probably what it is, honestly. You saw the 286 as they checked Yelich at first. But you saw the 286 against right-handed hitters. That's something that, obviously, compared to the left hand with 172, like I said, it may just be a matter of how you see the ball come from the pitcher and how much reaction time you're able to get from it.
Yelich, as you saw, is a big stolen base threat. 12 for 13 on the year. 5th most stolen bases in the National League currently. Count even 1-1 to Hira as they will check over at first. Hira was 1 for 4 in yesterday's ball game as Milwaukee could only muster 5 hits. Of course, 2 of them were home runs. They lost 3-2. Walden from the stretch, the 1-1. Outside with the slider, 2-1. Maybe got the cutter, actually, at 93. Now Ron Renicky at the top step of the dugout running through some signs here because the count 2-1, potential for hit and run. Yelich at first. And the count 3-1.
And once again, 2 straight batters here at the 3-1 count. Walden doesn't seem like he's able to stay ahead after he gets the 0-1 count in some situations early on here. It looks like he's struggling to keep dominance over the plate early in counts.
And Hira gets the bat on that one to left field towards the corner. Kevin Pillar on the track makes the grab. And Yelich will retreat the first base, and there's 2 outs.
Batting fourth, the right fielder.
That's a good way to recover after going down 3-1 once again here in the game so far, and able to just get the fly out down the third base line. And now keeps Yelich there at first base as they check him once again. And that's honestly a little bit more relieving for your pitcher, that Yelich is not standing on second or third right now with a chance to get home and take the lead early.
Seen a couple of pitch outs now in the 1-0. And now Yelich going. Vasquez throwing from his knees, not in time. Vasquez did throw out Keston Hira in yesterday's game, but does not get Yelich, who is now 13 for 14, swiping bags on the year.
That's just a great jump there by Yelich to now get the Brewers into scoring position and now put himself in the vision of Marcus Walden. Every time he goes from the stretch, he's still in his peripheral off his right eye. And I'll tell you what, that can throw off a pitcher sometimes, seeing that runner there. That can throw you off when you're trying to make the delivery. You might miss a spot or 2.
3-0. And going after it was Garcia, fouling it away. At the green light at Avisail Garcia, 277 on the year, 6 home runs, 23 runs batted in, has Yelich at second, 2 down in the top half of the first inning. Lines that foul, was ahead of it, and the count full. Going to be a 20-pitch first inning at the very least for Marcus Walden, unless there's a pickoff, of course. And off the end of the bat, the sinker. Walden trying to end the inning and skied to right field for Dugo. Back to the track, to the wall, and right there at the base of the wall, Verdugo makes the catch. That is basically how Christian Yelich hit a home run yesterday through that short porch in right field, but it is just an out. And so after the walk and the stolen base, Yelich is stranded at second. No score as we go to the home half of the first inning. Brett Anderson will warm up here for Milwaukee. The left-hander, a 5-5 record, 4.28 ERA, one of the best in terms of limiting walks in the National League. Only 17 walks, 31 strikeouts, over 69 in the third innings pitch.
Leading off for the Red Sox,
Jose Peraza, Kevin Pillar, J.D. Martinez, the top 3 in the order will face off with the 11-year veteran on the mound. Ball 1.
1 ball, no strike.
Yeah, and like we mentioned before the game, this would be a great game for the Brewers to pick up here to try to turn this series around and try to give them a little bit of momentum heading into the third game, but also try to correct things here in the season as that one finds the outer part of the zone for strike one, but this will be a good game for them to try to claw their way back here in the NL Central.
Anderson, sinker, slider, changeup, knuckle curve to go along with his four-seam fastball in the repertoire. 1-1. Peraza went up high after it and lines it foul, and it's 1-2. Peraza hitting .251, 3 home runs, 15 runs batted in. Has been forced into primary leadoff duty. Ground ball right side, foul. And with no Benintendi in the lineup. No Xander Bogaerts. Bogaerts expected back in a little over 2 weeks. Inside, 2-2.
2 balls, 2 strikes.
Peraza was 0 for 5 from the leadoff spot in yesterday's game. Lines it right side on a couple of hops to Hira on to first, 1 down.
And that's just a good routine grounder there. Just simple defense, get the out there and just keep it moving. Great way to start the game here. Just get the easy out and just kind of calm the nerves a little bit.
In steps Kevin Pillar, batting second today after being in the 6-hole in yesterday's game where he did go 1 for 4, struck out a couple of times. On the 1-0, grounds it by the third baseman Brock Holt and into left field. Cutting it off is Yelich as Pillar will take a hard turn at first base, but hanging there with the 1-out single.
And that's just some good piece of hitting right there. Got it really early there, but put it in the right spot, in the perfect spot, really, just right past the third baseman. Able to get on base for that single. So now the defense is probably setting up for the double play.
Here's JD Martinez, who takes ball 1. Only 1 for his last 16, but the 1 came in the 7th inning of last night's game, a 2-run game-tying single. RBIs 36 and 37 on the year for him. Pillar back in with the right-hand tag. Going 5 bases on the year. He's been caught once. Anderson's 1-0. In the dirt, 2-0. 267 overall average right now for Martinez. That number leads the team, unfortunately, for Boston. 3-0.
Yeah, obviously not a stat that you want to have in any situation, especially leading here. That's not a stat you really want. You're going to have to find a way to turn that around pretty quickly.
Martinez had the green light just like Avisail Garcia did back at the top half of the inning and just foul-tipped it. 3-1. Ahead of that, 3-2. Sinker.
There's a good movement there on that pitch from Anderson. A good spot there as well. Getting in the chase now, full count coming up.
Martinez staying alive at a pitch that was close to the zone. Pillar is at first base. He's there after a 1-out single. Milwaukee had a walk in their inning and left that runner on as Martinez, another foul ball.
And this is a good job right here by Martinez to keep the at-bat alive, and fight for something you can handle.
Well, grounds it right to Hira, flips it to Sogard, on to first, 4-6-3, double play. And unfortunately for Martinez, the struggles come right back to him as the inning is over. A hit, nobody left, no score after 1.
Leading off for the Brewers, the first baseman, number 12, Justin.
Marcus Walden threw 21 first-inning pitches, allowed a walk. There was a stolen base, struck out a man, but nothing else happened. It'll be Justin Smoke, Ryan Braun, and Brock Holt. Due up here for Milwaukee is Smoke sitting on exactly 200 home runs for his career. He's got 9 so far here in 2020. Switch hitter, first baseman. Takes the 1-0 pitch outside, 2-0. Walden, quick worker. Chopped up the first base line, foul, 2-1. Walden last season exclusively out of the bullpen for the Red Sox, 70 appearances. He was 9-2 with a 3.81 ERA.
And it's good to see that in his transition as a starter, he was able to lower the ERA just a bit. Obviously, the record you don't like to see. But again, that just comes to allowing players on base via a walk, allowing hits, allowing extra base hits, things like that that set you up in a bad position, but also the offense maybe sometimes faltering or just not getting enough runs. So
Smoke watching a cut fastball right down the middle for the second strikeout of the game for Walden.
So really the record, not exactly a direct correlation of how he's actually performing. He's actually performing pretty well, is Marcus Walden. The results just haven't gone his way so far.
To me, the record means absolutely nothing when you look at his numbers. 45 hits over 59 2/3 innings, 5 home runs, 14 walks, 71 strikeouts, a 0.99 whip. So I look at that record and I just look at his offense and I say, you have failed your pitcher. That's about it. The 0-1 to Ryan Braun. Looks like he got a piece of it, but it's 0-2 now.
Tell you what, the whip is probably my favorite stat for any pitcher. That really is the big telltale sign for me as to what a pitcher can do in key situations, in pressure situations. And to me, that's one of, if not the biggest determinant in finding out how good is this pitcher in late game situations, when they're late in their outing, when they're in that 6th, 7th inning, in those big situations where they've let a runner or two on base. That whip tells me how good is that pitcher really under the big situations and under the big lights.
Obviously the ERA tells a good story, 2.26, but I think telling the viewer that he's only allowed 15 runs in his first 12 starts really hammers home how well he has pitched. Think about that. That's less than 2 runs a game. In that 1 to 2 runs a game allowed. They've all been earned, and he gets Ryan Braun swinging and missing. Strikeout number 3 for Marcus Walden.
And that's something we've seen from Walden so far in these first couple innings. As you see the location, it's just a great spot there. It kind of buckles up Braun a little bit as that's right on his inside corner, right at his knees. A tough swing to make anyways.
Brock Holt pops up the first pitch behind home plate, and the catcher Vasquez makes the play. 1, 2, 3 go the Brewers. In the second, we go to the bottom half. It is no score, Milwaukee and Boston from Fenway Park. We went to break with a scintillating replay of Brock Holt popping a ball up into the air. I guess we had nothing better in the truck, but that's what happens when there's only 1 hit so far in the first inning and a half. And it'll be Rafael Devers, Michael Chavis, and Mitch Moreland due up against Brett Anderson. Devers takes it low and away. Brock Holt at third base, Eric Sogard at short, Keston Hiura at second, Justin Smoke, the first baseman for Milwaukee. That's a high strike to Devers, 1-1. Christian Yelich, Lorenzo Cain, Avisel Garcia, left to right in the outfield, and the catcher is Omar Narvaez. 1-1 from Anderson. Inside high, 2-1 to the Red Sox third baseman, hitting .261, 8 long balls, 31 runs batted in.
Ball.
2-1 high.
1 strike.
Chavis on deck for Boston to be followed by Moreland. Devers went 0 for 3 yesterday, did reach via a walk. Rounds it opposite way. That's the third baseman Holt, basically playing shortstop, and he will retire Devers there officially at 5-3 in your book.
And unfortunately for Devers, not the way that you want to start. Of course, a top 10 in the American League, actually tied for 7th with 17 doubles on the season so far. So a good job of getting on base when he needs to, but obviously in that situation maybe got a little bit ahead of himself there. Maybe was expecting something a little bit different, and was just unfortunately struck out to the shortstop.
Michael Chavis, the first-round pick of the Red Sox back in 2014, taking a ball in the dirt, giving the count at 1-1, hitting .238 on the year, 7 homers, 25 runs batted in. Skies it, shallow right. Garcia, a couple of steps to his left for the second out. So 2 outs, nobody on. And Mitch Moreland will be the batter for Boston. Red Sox trying to creep back towards 500 here at Fenway Park, where they are 13-17 on the year. Low ball 1. See the shift for Moreland, similar to what Devers saw a moment ago. Moreland watching that one, 1-1. 235, 8 homers, 28 RBI. Grounds it. Having to go a long ways. Hira to his right, throwing on the run, but Moreland does not possess much speed, so ends up still being a pretty easy play for Milwaukee. 1-2-3 go to Red Sox in the second. 2 in the books, still no score. Scott Sudikoff, Jordan Smith back with you. Major League Ball on Twitch. We're at Fenway Park, Red Sox and Brewers. Game 2 of a 3-game weekend series. The Red Sox won yesterday 3-2 in walk-off fashion for their 29th win of the year. And Marcus Walden first pitch to Omar Narvaez, who's hitting .221 with 4 home runs, 17 runs batted in. Home run number 4 came in the 3rd inning of yesterday's game, a solo shot. Quickly down 0-2.
Yeah, Narvaez, one of the players that I'm looking for to make a big impact here today, just like he did yesterday.
And makes an impact here as Kevin Pillar can't make the play, diving. Picking it up off the wall is Bradley, and into second base with a double is Omar Narvaez. So similar to what we saw Garcia try to do yesterday, but of course this is in left field where the wall is a little bit closer.
Exactly, and now Narvaez is 2 for 4 on the series so far with that home run yesterday. And now the double today. He's been doing very well in waiting for his pitch, waiting for the right pitch to come to him instead of trying to force something. And he's benefited as now he has 6 total bases so far here in the series.
5th double on the year for the catcher. Brings in Eric Sogard, the shortstop, at .214, 2 home runs, 12 runs batted in. That one missing just outside, 1-0. No score. Top of the 3rd. Marcus Walden had a 1-2-3 second inning, just allowed his first hit of the game.
No, that's the ball.
That misses a bit low with a sinker. Walden will use the rosin bag. Try out the hand a little bit. Walden delivering the 2-0. And in the air, right field, Verdugo will turn around and make the play. Tagging at second is Narvaez, heading to 3rd in the throw-off line. So in the end, a productive out for Eric Sogard.
Absolutely, because now you have that runner on 3rd with only 1 out. Sacrifice fly here into deep right. Get you the first run of the ball game if you're Lorenzo Cain, but he's probably going to try to hit one in the gap.
Well, he might get this in the right center field gap. Bradley dives. Verdugo picked it off the grass, heading in from 3rd. And scoring is Narvaez. It'll be an RBI single for Lorenzo Cain, his 35th ribby of the year.
Yeah, close play there defensively, but a good job of finding the right spot for Cain. And, of course, bringing that run in. Of course, Narvaez had to wait there at 3rd base to see if there was going to be a catch or not, because if they caught it, more than likely he wasn't going to be able to run in and get that run without a potential for a double play. So good job of base running there by Narvaez, but also a good piece of hitting there by Cain.
Yeah, that one just finding the perfect spot there in right center field between Bradley and Verdugo. Christian Yelich walked his first time. There's a pitch out, and third pitch out already that the Red Sox have deployed in the first 3 innings of this game. Last time they did it, Yelich then ran on the next pitch. Let's see what Kane does. It's strike 2 as Kane stays put at first base. Just checked in with an RBI single. Walden nearing 50 pitches already in inning number 3. Now the 1-2. Just fouled away.
Yeah, right now for Yelich, you're just going to have to choke up on the bat here and find something close and just try to advance Kane in the scoring position if you can.
Chops it foul. Milwaukee 15-16 on the year away from Miller Park. A 28-35 overall record. It's way inside, 2-2 to Yelich. Walden coming set. And now the 2-2. And by the diving Moreland, and it's fair. It went over the bag. Into third base goes Kane. And a single for Yelich.
Now batting. The second
that one just squeaked by. Right, like you said, just hopped right over the first base bag. And I'll tell you what, if you're going to get a pitch and get a hit to get your runner from first to third, that's the exact spot you want to do it. Get it literally down the line and on the line to where that corner infielder right in there, that first baseman, was not going to be able to reach it.
So Milwaukee threatening for possibly a big inning here in the third inning. Have runners on the corners and 1 out. And that next pitch ends up hitting Hira, and the bases are going to be loaded for Avisail Garcia.
And that's not what you want if you're Walden right now. Obviously a little rattled here in this top of the third inning. Just needs to calm down right quick, take a step off the mound and just take a couple of breaths and just relax here and just get focused right back here in this one. Just find the pitches that he's going to need to potentially get a ground ball double play.
Goes high with a first pitch fastball, 1-0. Garcia flied out to right field his first time. 1-0 pitch. Foul ball. There's that sinker now. So Walden trying to induce that ground ball. Corner infielders are in. They're back up the middle looking for a double play.
And you have to in this situation. Of course, you also have to think too, if you can't get that run at second, or the runner at second immediately, the play's at home.
Slider outside, 2-2 to Garcia. Justin Smoke is on deck. Got a double, 2 singles, and a hit batter in the inning. And chasing it and striking out is Garcia. Now the bases will remain loaded for Justin Smoke. 4th strikeout for Marcus Walden.
And that's huge right there, getting him to chase on that pitch and getting the strikeout, his 4th one on the game. Now that sets up a different strategy for your defense and for your pitch selection here. Now all you need is a pop fly and you're out of the inning.
Smoke swinging for the downs. Misses that 1-0-1. Struck out his first time. Kane at third, Yelich at second, Hira at first. The 0-1. Look close with the cutter. Not getting that outside corner is Marcus Walden. Now the 1-1. Fouled off, and the count in his favor now. 1-2 for Walden, and a chance to end this inning, only allowing the 1 run. Smoke stays alive. Another 1-2. And a swing and a miss. Waves at the sinker. Back-to-back strikeouts. 5 for Walden through 3 innings. He's pitched over 60 pitches. Allows a run here in this inning, but it could have been worse. 1-0 Milwaukee to the bottom of the third. There's 1 run on 3 hits and 3 runners left. Verdugo, Vasquez, Bradley due up for Boston here in third, down 1-0. Verdugo hitting .205 with a homer and 11 runs batted in. Goes after the first pitch and right into the shift. It's Eric Sogard who's playing at the first base side of second and retires Verdugo.
That's the second time we've seen that shift go into effect today, and the second time that it's worked. Just a good spot there and just good positioning there by the defense to get where they needed to be. Basically went right to the shortstop to get the first out of the inning.
Vasquez swings and misses at his first pitch that he sees. He has been on a tear over the last couple of games. 5 for his last 8. Had a couple of home runs Wednesday against Cleveland. 2 for 4 in yesterday's game. That's Milwaukee.
Ball.
Inside 1-1.
Playing 11, 1-1.
This is the 5th game of our Bot Ball day. Got 2 more coming up.
Ball.
Lower away, 2-1. Earlier, Texas knocked off Toronto 4-3. Atlanta with a 5-2 win over Philadelphia. Got a foul ball on the 4-seed fastball, and it's 2-2. The Mets took home a 2-run win over Washington, 5-3. And the Marlins defeated the Mariners before us, 5-1. Ground ball right side, second baseman Hira on to first. Vasquez retired. And that is 6 straight. Retired by Anderson.
It's a good job by Anderson here in the past couple of innings to just get the pitch selection he needs and get batters to chase when he wants to. And that's a big thing. If you can control when those batters are chasing at pitches that normally they wouldn't, then you have the advantage in every situation.
Here's Jackie Bradley Jr. for the first time today, down to the count 0-1, and now 1-1, hitting .239, 3 homers, 12 runs batted in. Had the game-winning hit in yesterday's game in the 9th inning. So high strike, 1-2. 2 for 4 overall in the game yesterday, and had a couple of walks. Gets a hold of that one, lining it into right field, but with the shift, Hira playing shallow right field makes the play, and that is just, get rid of the shift. That's awful. So we played 3 innings. It's 1-0 Milwaukee over the Red Sox. Scott Sudikoff, Jordan Smith, Heidi Watney with you at Fenway Park. It's 1-0 Milwaukee. Lorenzo Cain had an RBI single in the top of the 3rd inning. Brewers, though, left them loaded, had them loaded with 1 out, and Craig Counsell certainly keep that in the back of his mind if this game does not go his way.
Leading off for the Brewers,
Martin Perez is warming up in the Red Sox bullpen because Marcus Walden is at 62 pitches through 3 innings.
Yeah, not surprising that they're going to have somebody working in the bullpen. Obviously, probably going to be a pretty short outing. Might be 1, maybe 2 more innings. I wouldn't be surprised if he didn't get past the 6th, depending on how this 4th inning goes, or past the 5th, excuse me. It was a pretty good start up until that last inning where, batter after batter after batter, the high pitch counts on at bats. It just kind of got away from him there in the 3rd.
1-1, grounded by Braun, foul outside of third base, and it's 1-2. Braun, Holt, and Narvaez are due up for Milwaukee here at the top of the 4th inning. They have 1 run on 3 hits. While the Red Sox, no runs on just 1 hit. Neither team has committed an error thus far. Braun into right field, sending Verdugo back, and reaches up and makes the play.
Up next for Milwaukee. The third
Another
baseman,
change we saw in the Red Sox lineup from yesterday is Bradley and Verdugo flipping center and right field. I wonder what the strategy is with that.
That's the ball.
So that's low ball one to Brock Holt.
I was actually going to ask you about that because it did seem weird that Bradley was sitting out there in center field instead of his usual right field. I didn't really understand that defensive change there.
Well, to me, the reason to have Bradley in right field and Verdugo in center would be Bradley's familiarity with right field at Fenway Park specifically, where center field is, sure, it has its quirks as well with the triangle out there at the 420 mark, but it's a little more standard compared to right field with Rafael Devers hauling that one in, and 2 up and 2 down here in the 4th inning for Walden, so a chance for a quick one here. He's only thrown 8 pitches thus far. Of course, you had Mookie Betts roaming right field for the last couple of years.
Ball.
So that's low, 1-0 to Omar Narvaez, who doubled and scored last inning.
Ball.
2-0. 2 for 4 in the series for the catcher. Game 3 of this series tomorrow. Brandon Woodruff goes for Milwaukee. Eddie Rodriguez for the Red Sox.
2-1.
Woodruff is 3-3 with a 3.52 ERA. Rodriguez 4-4 with a 4.72 earned run average. Walden 1 strike away from a 1-2-3 4th inning. Fouled off. Kicks and fires. Grounded right side to Moreland. Takes it to the bag himself. And that retires the side. So a 14-pitch, 1-2-3 4th inning for Marcus Walden. We have played 3.5. Milwaukee still in front of Boston, 1-0. Top of the order due for Boston against Brett Anderson, Jose Peraza, Kevin Pillar, and J.D. Martinez. Just 1 hit for the Red Sox came in the 1st inning by Pillar. The only base runner. Inside ball 1 as Peraza grounded out to second base his first time up. Now to 1-0. 2-0. Grounded foul. I want to thank those of you who are tuned in, watching us, Major League Baseball on Twitch. It's the 2-1. Catches the strike zone at the knees, 2-2 to Peraza. But 2 more games to come here on Major League Baseball today. That's outside, count full. If you're interested, we have a Discord chat that you can join as well. You can find the link to that at mlbotball.com, or somebody in the chat could link you as well. There's a called strike 3 to Jose Peraza. First strikeout of the day for Anderson.
It's a big strikeout right there for Anderson to not let the leadoff hitter get on base and start a rally here. Kevin Pillar, though, one of those players that can absolutely change the game with one swing of a bat, whether that be a gapper, getting all the way to the wall, sending it over the wall, just getting on base somehow and letting those 3, 4, 5 hitters bring them around. It's really a good spot here for the Red Sox if you can just get Pillar on base.
1-0 count. Pillar 1 for 1 with the single. Hits the breaking ball to the shortstop Sogard, gathers it in, tosses it over to first, 2 down. So that is now 9 in a row retired by Brett Anderson, which started with double play ball that J.D. Martinez hit into to end the 1st inning.
It's just a good job so far by Anderson of being able to get the pitches he wants, gets the locations that he wants, and not missing the location either set by the catcher. That's another big thing too, is not missing the location, because once you can get those spots in, you can throw off the hitter and you're working in line with your catcher, you'll have, like what you said, 9 batters in a row retired just efficiency after efficiency. Just a great job so far.
Martinez taking ball one low. As this game is taking the trend of yesterday's game, which the Red Sox won 3-2 and out-hit Milwaukee 7-5 in the game. They've only had 4 hits total in this one. 3 for Milwaukee, 1 for Boston. Martinez hit into an inning-ending double play back in the first inning. Now 1 for his last 17.
Ball.
I think Martinez, who did have the green light in the first inning on a 3-0 pitch, I would think maybe this time keep the bat on the shoulder and work a walk if you can.
That's a strike.
And there he does take a strike, a little bit high on the outer half, but didn't seem like he had any intent to swing. 3-1 from Anderson.
Ball 4 outside.
Outside, ball 4. First walk issued by Brett Anderson, only his 18th walk on the year in over 72 innings pitched this season.
And that right there tells it all for Brett Anderson. You know, just missing, just didn't seem like he was really able to get his spot, and really he wasn't able to convince JD Martinez to chase on that one. But like you said, that is a very interesting stat, that he hasn't walked anybody in so long, and that's a credit to Anderson and a credit to how he's able to locate pitches and fool the batter.
Devers taking strike 1, 0 for 1 with a ground out. Devers hit it to the third baseman Holt, who was playing at shortstop with the shift on him. Anderson's 0-1. Devers swings through it, 0-2. Over the top of the sinker. And now Devers grounds it this time to first base. Smoke, and the inning is over. With a 2-out walk to Martinez, but he is stranded at first base, and we played 4. It remains Milwaukee in front, 1-0.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Red Sox.
So Marcus Walden day done after just 4 innings, 76 pitches. He allowed only 3 hits and 1 run. That all came in the third inning. He did not walk he did walk 1 batter, hit a batter, and struck out 5. And Perez, the new pitcher. So sort of more of the same for Walden, where he pitches pretty well, has 1 bad inning, and can't go 5. And his early exit out of the game once again.
Yeah, and that's something that you hate to see, especially when you're trying to transition into that new role as a starting pitcher. And it just seems like that 1 inning crushes your any opportunity to try to have an extended outing.
That was a strange hop, and Moreland played very well. It may have kicked off the lip of the grass, and he reached up with the glove and then needed Perez to cover the bag, flipped it to him for the out.
Yeah, weird hop, like you said. Wasn't really sure how that one shot up so quick, but a good play there by the first baseman to get the out.
Leadoff batter has been retired for the 5 innings for Milwaukee. Is now the top of the order. Lorenzo Cain is 1 for 2, struck out in the first and singled in the lone run of the game back in the third. His 35th RBI of the year and his 80th hit. He's 4th in the National League in total hits. Goes after the 0-1 and a sharp ground ball foul outside of third, and it's 0-2.
Yeah, Lorenzo Cain is just absolutely insane when it comes to where he sits as one of the top batters in the National League as he gets that single right there.
On an 0-2 pitch, just does what he needs to do. Contact on the ground up the middle. Second hit of the game for Lorenzo Cain, and there's the updated number, 81 total hits now on the season, 14 more than anybody else on his club.
He already started the day at 4th in the National League with 79. Those two could maybe put him in the top 3. And I tell you what, there really isn't many hitters in all of baseball, in my opinion, that are better than Lorenzo Cain.
Christian Yelich, the batter, a walk, a stolen base, and a single today, but he's been stranded at second base both times. Tie 2-0. Was 1 for 4 yesterday with a home run. Did strike out a couple of times. Gain at first. As his pitch is low. 3-0.
There's something to note here coming into today's game. Christian Yelich tied for 6th. RBIs in the National League at 46. Can make it another one right here.
Taken all the way for strike 1 on a cut fastball. 90 miles per hour from Perez. Milwaukee scoring its run in the 3rd inning. Three-1 on the way, and the opposite way, left center field, and finds the gap and rolls all the way to the National League scoreboard, where it's picked up by Bradley Jr. Stopping at third base is Kane, and a double for Yelich. It'll be 2nd and 3rd and 1 out.
The second baseman.
Once again, just a good piece of hitting there, getting the runner even more in the scoring position now. Look at that, just perfect swing there as you see on the replay. Good shot there by our production team as that one rolled, like you saw, all the way to the wall. Just a good placement and a good swing. Good timing on that one as well.
14th double of the year for Yelich to go along with 1 triple and his 17 home runs. Keston Hira, the batters. 0 for 1, flied out to left field in the 1st inning, was hit by a pitch in the 3rd, and loaded the bases, but Marcus Walden then struck out the next 2 batters.
No, that's outside.
Hira is ahead in the count, 2-0, hitting .304 with runners in scoring position on the year. Just 1 out in the inning. 2-0 from Perez.
Ball, that's too low.
Low it away, 3-0. Abisail Garcia is on deck.
Obviously right here there'll be some kind of high heat somewhere in the strike zone, so like we saw earlier, probably just going to leave the bat on the shoulder.
Strike Japanese. Milwaukee 5 hits today has already matched their total in yesterday's game. Now the 3-1. High strike, 3-2 on the circle change. Count full.
That's a good job by Perez to work back into the count here. Now could put Hira potentially in a bind with something inside.
Payoff pitch upcoming. Hira watches it for strike 3. He was frozen with the cutter at 88.
Now batting, right fielder.
See there on the replay.
Garcia.
Just a perfect pitch there, perfect spot. Got him with the off-speed pitch there. Not really much you can do there if you're Hira. Just buckled him, and a good job there by Perez on that pitch.
So the Red Sox pitching. Saw Walden get out of a bases-loaded 1-out jam in the 3rd inning. And Perez trying to get out of a 2nd and 3rd 1-out situation here. Potentially to keep it 1-0. Garcia swings at the 1-0, got jammed on it. It's going to land near the tarp. Ball and a strike to the Milwaukee right fielder. 1 for 5 in the series. Getting that high strike is Perez with the cutter at 90 miles per hour, and now has a chance to strand the 2 men in scoring position. Big moment in the middle innings of this one. And had him fooled, somehow got the bat on it. Just a little looper that Peraza is able to catch on the run to end the inning. So the single and the double by Kane and Yelich with 1 out, but they are both stranded, and it remains 1-0 Milwaukee. Red Sox going to have Michael Chavis, Mitch Moreland, Alex Verdugo due up here in the bottom of the 5th inning, with lefty Brett Anderson on the mound for Milwaukee, who's gone 4 innings and allowed just 1 hit. It was a single back in the 1st. He walked a man last inning,
For the Red Sox,
has one
the second
strikeout.
baseman, Michael
53 pitches entering the 5th inning.
Davis.
Chavis flying out to right field his first time. Strike one. Chavis with a double in yesterday's contest, going 1 for 4. Gets the 0-1 in the air to right field, and again, Garcia will settle under it for the out.
Up next for the Red Sox.
Once again, just a good job by Anderson to locate the pitch where he wants and force the fly ball there to get out number 1. Just continue his dominance so far of the entire Red Sox lineup.
There's 2 base runners for the Red Sox so far. Strike 1 to Moreland. Grounded out in the 2nd inning. Looking for his first hit of the series. 3 for his last 15. And the opposite way into left field. Excellent piece of hitting by Moreland against his shift as Brock Holt, the third baseman, playing shortstop, didn't have any chance to grab that one, and the Red Sox have a 1-out runner.
It's a good piece of hitting there by the Brewers to get a runner on base now with 1 out here in the season by the Red Sox here in the bottom of the 5th inning. It seemed like Anderson may have missed his location a little bit, but either way, now gets a runner on base, and now the go-ahead run at the plate. To see what they can do here, try to move that runner into scoring position somehow, and keep it only at 1 out here in the bottom of the 5th.
Ball 1 to Alex Verdugo. Verdugo grounded out, shortstop his first time. Reached on a couple of walks in yesterday's game and scored the game-winning run. Popped up in the infield. Moreland had to scurry back to first base. Looked like the Red Sox had a hit and run on, and Verdugo popped it up.
Got a little too much underneath that one, like you said. The hit and run in effect immediately canceled out though as soon as that one popped up in the infield. And now Vasquez has to somehow get on base and keep the inning alive and keep the chance of potentially tying or taking the lead here in the bottom of the 5th inning alive.
Ball. 1 ball, no strike.
Christian Vasquez awaiting the 1-0. Chops it to third. Holt will go the short way to second to retire Moreland 5-4. And the side retired, so the single by Moreland, but nothing else doing for Boston. We have played 5 at Fenway Park, and Milwaukee still has a 1-0 advantage.
Leading off for the Brewers.
Scott Sudakoff, Jordan Smith with you. Major League Baseball on Twitch. Game 5 of 7 today. Coming up next is Detroit and the White Sox. 9 p.m. Eastern time start for that one. And then closing out the day, we'll have San Diego and Arizona.
Ball, no.
Inside high, 2-0 to Smoke, who's 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, both against the starter, Marcus Walden, who can only last 4 innings.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Smoke swings at the 2-1 and grounds it by the Milwaukee dugout. 2-2 the count. And the 2-2 rolled foul. For the Red Sox, finish up this series tomorrow with Milwaukee. They go to Tampa Bay for 3 as Smoke in the air, shallow center, or medium depth they call it. It's caught by Jackie Bradley Jr. for out number 1.
The batter, number 8.
Red Sox will then also have a 3-game series with the Yankees next weekend. First place Yankees.
And that'll be a big series for them to try to climb back in the AL East. You mentioned it before the game started, sitting fourth right now in the division at a 29-36 record, 10.5 games behind, well now 10 games behind the division leader New York Yankees at 39-26 now, as they lost earlier in today's action. So definitely that'll be a series to watch to see how the Red Sox go at the Yankees and see if they can pick up any ground here in the AL East division race.
That's the Yankees dropping a game, and a game not seen today on Twitch against Tampa Bay. Tampa Bay winning. 2-2 pitch to Ron. It's right to Moreland. Tags the bag. 2 outs.
Now batting, the third baseman, Rock Holt.
So another sluggish offensive day really for both sides yet again. Just the 7 combined hits, 5 for Milwaukee, 2 for Boston. Yesterday's game had 12 combined hits in the 3-2 Red Sox walk-off win.
No, outside.
Rock Holt taking ball 1. He's 0 for 2 with a foul out and a fly out in the infield.
And you have to credit the low numbers for hits in this game to the pitching staff for both teams. Of course, for the Red Sox, obviously besides that third inning from Walden, it's really been a good game from their side on the mound. And then, of course, Milwaukee's been absolutely dominant, not allowing anybody past their base and being able to keep their lead. It's honestly just been a really great pitcher's duel so far here in this game.
And actually, what I think you meant was they haven't allowed anybody on second base yet, has Milwaukee's pitcher. Saw the walk to Brock Holt with 2 outs. And now Narvaez, the batter, 1 for 2 with a double, and the lone run scored in this game. Strike 1 in there from the left-hander Perez. In relief, second full inning. All the strike, and it's 0-2. That series, by the way, next weekend with the Yankees will be back here at Fenway Park. The 0-2 off the end of the bat. Foul ball. The 0-2. Rounded right side. Chavis on to first. And Holt stranded on the base paths after the walk. We played 5.5 in Boston. Brewers won. Red Sox nothing. That was the 7th runner that Milwaukee has left on base as they lead 1-0 into the home half of the 6th inning. Milwaukee has out-hit the Red Sox 5-2. Red Sox have only had 3 total base runners, only 1 walk issued by Brett Anderson, as he starts off the 6th here against Jackie Bradley Jr. Outside ball 1 to the Red Sox center fielder today. Bradley lined one into shallow right field, but it was right to Keston Hira, the second baseman, playing in the shift. Basically playing as the 4th outfielder, like it's softball or something.
Right.
One pitch.
Ball 2.
High and away, 2-1.
2-1.
I mean, basically every other batter in the lineup has some sort of shift on them. It's gotten ridiculous.
We're playing 2-2.
Gonna actually ask you about that the first time it came up. You know, obviously I think I pretty much figured out my answer, but what's your overall feeling like when it first came out to now? Has the hatred towards the shift just progressed, or has it always been the same?
I mean, I'm an old fart where I remember that it didn't have shifts, or they did occasionally, you know, for really big time pull type of guys. So now it's everybody. Jackie Bradley has a shift. The guy hits 239. Like, just play straight up. Robbing the guy of line drive hits to right field because the second baseman's playing shallow right field. Like, give me a break. If you want to see that, you go watch Old Man Beer League Softball, which I've partaken in. It's a lot of fun. But
No.
ball one to Jose Peraza, as Jackie Bradley struck out a moment ago. 1-1 pitch inside, 2-1. You know, it's actually frustrating too when you're playing this video game and you hit the ball into the shift.
Yeah, when you feel like you got a good solid hit.
Exactly. Maybe that's why I'm a little more worked up about it, to be honest. There's a base hit. Oh no, Peraza robbed by Hira, throws or jump throw. Derek Jeter-esque, I'd say, from second base. And there's two down. I'm offended that somebody in the chat called me Jeff Van Gundy. Yeesh. I got more hair than him. Give me some credit. Dear Lord. Nice play by Hira, by the way.
Yeah, definitely a nice play there by Hira. Like you said, Jeter-esque on that defensive stop. That's a tough throw to make no matter who you are, though. Having to throw to the opposite side of where your body is going, it's always a hard throw. And to be able to get it online like that is even more difficult. It's a good job there by Hira on that throw to get that second out.
0-1 pitch to Pilar. Check swing. He went around, and it's 0-2. So Anderson looking for a 1-2-3 6th inning. His 73rd pitch is in the dirt.
1-2.
Just a 1-0 lead, though. Would like some more help from his offense. Pilar just chopping at it to stay alive. Anderson again with the 1-2. Inside, Pilar taking it. J.D. Martinez is on deck. 2-2 delivery. Off the end of the bat and knocked down by Smoke. Flips it to his pitcher. A little bit rushed there, but was able to get Pilar nonetheless as he made the play. 3-1. And that wraps up the 6th inning. 1-2-3 frame for Brett Anderson. Still Milwaukee 1, Boston nothing.
Your attention, please. Now pitching for the Red Sox.
Trevor Hildenberger will be the second man out of the bullpen for the Red Sox, and making his 9th appearance. 5.63 ERA. It's the right-handers hitting .368 off him. Luckily, he'll be facing two lefties out of the first three here. Sogard, Kane, and Yelich. Those are numbers that are not going to keep you in the big leagues for that long.
No, they aren't, and honestly, that's something they're going to have to figure out how to turn around real quickly here. Basically anything under 250, unless you're a third baseman, which is a typical batting average around 250 now. Granted, some more third basemen nowadays are starting to really take that stake and up it a little more, but traditionally and old-fashioned, the third baseman usually, for example, is at 250. That's about it, though, as far as acceptability for anything 250 or lower. So definitely got to find a way to improve on it here. And right now is a 2-2 count.
Yeah, Sogard entered the day at 214, 0 for 2 on the day. 2-2 pitch up coming from Trevor Hildenberger. Foul ball foul outside of third. Perez went 2 innings, allowed 2 hits, no runs, 1 walk, and 1 strikeout in relief of Marcus Walden.
Count is full.
Sogard takes it low, and the count is full. Lorenzo Cain is on deck as Kane and Yelich at the top of the order are combined 4 for 5. Payoff pitch, and we'll do it again. Milwaukee's run coming across in the 3rd inning on an RBI single by Lorenzo Cain. Could have been worse, as the Red Sox, that is, as the bases were loaded with 1 out, but back-to-back strikeouts by Marcus Walden ended that threat. Milwaukee then had 2 in scoring position, 1 out in the 5th inning, and Martin Perez got a strikeout and a pop-out to end that one.
Take your base.
There's ball 4. Lead-off walk for Eric
The
Sogard.
center fielder, number 6, Lorenzo King.
That's a good job of getting on base there by Sogard and being patient at the plate. Now you got the top of the order and you got Kane coming up to the plate. You gotta be sure that, once again, just like he has so far today, wait on your pitches and try to get that runner to advance in a scoring position. 2 for 3 with those 2 singles. So far, he's been doing all right in this game and in the series.
Picked by Moreland, throws to second, on to first, and Peraza completes it. The double play, 3 to 6 to 1, as Hildenberger went over to cover first base at the end.
You say commentator's curse or what? Just some bad timing there on my part, but honestly, a good defensive stop there by the Red Sox to clear the bases, and a good job by Hildenberger to go cover first base. Make a good defensive play there and make sure his foot was on the bag.
And throws the first pitch strike to Christian Yelich. There's more action in the bullpen. Heath Hembry and Matt Barnes both warming for Boston. Now there are 2 outs in the 7th inning and nobody on base. And Yelich chases it in the dirt, and it's 0-2, 74-mile-per-hour changeup. No 2. 1-2. Yelich, watchful eye, and it's 2-2. Look at the crowd buzzing a bit inside Fenway Park on a nice and pleasant Saturday night. Two on the way. Close one, and Yelich went from 0-2 to 3-2.
It's a good job by Yelich there, just to be patient and not go after anything that he knows is not going to be anywhere close. It's very good plate discipline by him, and now he has the advantage.
Payoff pitch. Yelich, and just got the end of the bat on it. A changeup is. He just could not wait long enough for that 74-mile-per-hour, slow ball, they call it.
Take your base, ball 4.
But in the end, he works the walk, so a second walk of the inning. Luckily, though, the double play mixed in between.
Second baseman, Keston.
And Yelich has been on base all 4 times today. Brings in the second baseman, Keston Hiura. He's 0 for 2, did reach on a hit by pitch in the 3rd inning. First pitch slides in there for strike 1, 80 miles per hour on the slider from Hildenberger, who slings it in there for sure from the right side. Dropping down on his delivery. Set at the belt. The 0-1. Pitch out. We saw this back in the 1st inning. They pitched out twice with Yelich at first base. The second time around, after the pitch out, he stole the bag on the next pitch. So in this case, Hildenberger will check on him with a throw over. One grounded up the middle and into center field. Yelich will pull up at second base as Bradley got to it quickly. And the Brewers will have first and second with 2 outs for Avisail Garcia.
The right fielder,
And once again, just a nice piece of hitting there. Just shoot it right back up the middle, advance the runner, and keep the inning alive here in the top of the 7th. And a very, very key situation here for Garcia, who's 0 for 3 in the game today with that runner in scoring position. Has a chance, if he can just shoot one of the outfield, of potentially giving the Brewers an extended lead here by maybe getting that runner from second.
Well, he wants to make up a little bit for the miscue last night in the outfield if he can. If he can come up with a big hit, that'll be a difference in a victory today. You'd feel a little bit better about what happened last night. That's outside and low, 1-1. If you missed it, you misplayed a ball in right field with a runner on first base and 2 outs in the bottom of the 9th inning. went for an all-out dive instead of keeping the ball in front of him, where runners probably would have been on first and second. Instead, the ball skipped by him, and Alex Verdugo scored all the way from first base. The Red Sox walked off with the win, but they'll have to wait for the next chance because he swings and misses at strike 3. Avisail, what's his name? Avisail. Sorry, I can't say his name anymore. We'll just say he struck out. I'm going to move on to the bottom of the 7th inning. 1-0 Milwaukee. My tongue wanted to keep saying Abigail Garcia for some reason, but his name is Abisail Garcia, and he ends up leaving 2 runners on base. There was 1 hit and 2 walks in the inning. Still 1-0, bottom 7. Brad Anderson remains on the mound, 76 pitches in. And ball 1 to J.D. Martinez. There's the double-barreled action. Alex Claudio on your left, and Corey, gotta check the pronunciation guide there quickly. I believe Niebel?
I believe Niebel.
That's foul the other way. Shame on me for not already having that written down somewhere. It's play-by-play announcers no there to not be prepared. 1. And Martinez grounds it to first base. Smoke, 3 unassisted, 1 out. Great thing is we have a very good community, so I can probably look in the pronunciation channel of our Discord and somebody might already have it up telling me how to say it. But if there isn't, someone can go do it. Batter is now Rafael Devers, 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts. On the outside corner. Devers 0 for 5 in the series, 4 for his last 15. Dating back to Game 1 against Cleveland. That was on Monday, a 3-game series. Count evens up at a ball and a strike. Michael Chavis on deck. Mitch Moreland will bat if anybody can reach. The Red Sox team that's trying to scratch and claw for wins any way they can without Xander Bogaerts and Andrew Benintendi in the lineup. Low and in, 2-1. Bogaerts has already been out for more than a month with a fractured forearm, expected back in a little over 2 weeks. Line down the left field line and trying to beat the shift, but Devers just saw it slice foul.
And that was a close one for sure. That was fair. That would have easily been extra bases.
And a 2-2 right to Sogard, with the shortstop playing the first base side of second, catches it, and the shift ends up working for Milwaukee. Note the excitement in my voice.
I was just about to say.
2 outs, nobody on for Michael Chavis. He's 0 for 2 with a pair of flyouts. Andrew Benintendi, by the way, expected to miss still 1 to 2 more months. 2 months in total. He's only been out for a couple of weeks at this point. Torn ligament in his finger. Which finger? Not totally sure. We did not get that much information. As it's in the dirt, ball 1. For Michael Chavis. Beautiful night at Fenway. The Sitco sign lit up. Out beyond Lansdowne Street. 1-0 pitch. Chavis in the air to right field, sending Garcia back. To be shy of the track, though, and it's a 1-2-3 7th. So that is 1, 2, 6, 8 in a row, retired by Brett Anderson as we head towards the 8th inning in Milwaukee with a 1-0 lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. Now pitching for the Red Sox.
Heath Hembry coming into the ball game for the 8th inning after Trevor Hildenberger pitched the 7th. He allowed 1 hit, walked 2 batters, struck out a man, but left 2 runners stranded on base. Boy Smoke, Moran, and Holt drew up against Hembry. He's turned into a reliable guy out of the pen. This is his 41st appearance already on the year. And the fastball swung on and missed by Smoke. Sharp grounder, and it's by the shift and rolls all the way to the wall in right center field where it's picked up by Bradley, and Smoke has a double.
the bat, number 8. Designated hitter.
6th double of the year for Justin Smoke. Let's see where this one found its way through. Actually wasn't a ground ball, but it was a liner where the second baseman Chavis, who was in shallow right, but the shift did not work for Boston. You know what? I'm fine with that.
I was about to say, I think you probably had a little bit more excitement on that one, seeing as that it didn't work.
Credit to Justin Smoke to find that space. This is coming from a Red Sox fan. The 0-1 upcoming to Ryan Braun. Outside, 1-1. Earlier today, as you see Brazier and Barnes warming up. Earlier today, Texas knocked off Toronto. Atlanta, 5-2 win against Philadelphia. The Mets, 5-3 win over Washington. And Miami, 5-1 over Seattle. Those were the 4 games that we saw here on Twitch earlier today. Coming up next, the White Sox hosting the Tigers, followed by the Padres at the Diamondbacks. 2-1 pitch to Braun, inside 3-1. You can find the schedule for tomorrow and every day upcoming at mlbotball.com. I'm curious as to what other games will be shown here on Twitch as this season progresses. If you haven't caught on yet while watching, this is the games that are supposed to have happened on this date, June the 6th, as the season being played day by day here in Major League Baseball. Your replacement season, I suppose.
I mean, hey, any way we can get baseball.
Braun swings and misses. Second time he struck out today, and first strikeout for Hembry. Look at how starters look today. Anderson might be done for the day. His pitch count was, I think, low 90s. And Walden was at 76 pitches when he left the game after 4 innings. Batter is Brock Holt, 0 for 2 with a walk. Brock Holt ranks number 2 on the best Brock list in the world right now. Of course, number 1 is Brock Lesnar, but Brock Holt is a close second.
Not 100% sure about that one.
Well, I don't know. Which part are you questioning? You saying Brock Holt should be number 1?
Absolutely.
I don't know. 0-2 pitch. Bounces in the dirt. I know for a fact that Brock Lesnar doesn't care one way or another that he would be ranked in the list of the all-time Brocks right now.
I'm more of a Goldberg guy, so.
oh, wow. Okay. In the left field, a base hit. But having to hold at second was Smoke, as that one hung up enough where he had a big secondary lead, and then his first movement was back to the second base bag. And by the time you realize that ball was going to drop in, there's no chance for Smoke to get to third. So you don't see that too often, a single when the guy has to stay at second base.
Yeah, you really don't see that, but of course the shallow hit into left field causes for everybody just to hold right there and only advance 1 base. But still only 1 out here, and a good chance here for Narvaez to make some noise.
That skips away far enough, and the runners are off. The throw down to third, and where's the umpire? I don't know a signal. I have no idea. He's safe. They're both safe on the wild pitch.
Credit Smoke for getting down there to third base. Not typically the fastest guy in the world, but able to get a good jump apparently, and was able to have a little bit of time bought with it bouncing away from the catcher and him trying to find it.
And Ron Renicky calling for the intentional walk. Wants to put Narvaez on intentionally here and load the bases for Eric Sogard. We talked about last inning, his struggles, hitting a 209 on the year, 0 for 2 on the day. Did walk his last time up. 1 out, bases loaded. Hembry the pitch. Inside, ball 1. Got a double, a strikeout, a single. Wild pitch that moved both runners up. And now the intentional walk. 1-0.
No.
Sogard takes a close one just outside. 2-0, and now Heath Hembry in a very tough situation. And you've got Lorenzo Cain and Christian Yelich around the corner. 2-0. Looped into left center field, gonna find the grass and roll all the way to the monster. 2 runs are in. Into third base goes Narvaez. He holds there a 2-run double for Eric Sogard, who comes up big with RBIs 13 and 14 on the year. And Milwaukee now leads 3-0.
That is a huge relief if you're Milwaukee, but also for Sogard being able to get such a huge hit in the game with that 2 RBI double to really give some insurance to the pitching staff for the Brewers here late in the ballgame. That is such a big hit. And it's a great piece of work there from Eric Sogard.
So Hembree can only last a third of an inning. He ends up allowing a couple of doubles, a single, a strikeout, had the intentional walk. And now Matt Barnes is the new pitcher, making his 30th appearance. 1-3 record and a 3.95 ERA. First pitch to Lorenzo Cain is called strike 1. Barnes did pitch yesterday, only had to go 1 inning and allowed just a walk. Lorenzo Cain has been on base 2 times today, 2 singles and an RBI. High strike, 0-2. Marking here in the top of the 8th inning. Here it is. In the dirt, bounces slightly away from Vasquez. Clearly not far enough for anyone to advance, especially Narvaez at third base. Well, that wild pitch was big because then it forced Ron Renicky and the Red Sox to utilize the intentional walk to Narvaez that set up Sogard for the 2-run double and a big strikeout here by Barnes against Cain.
Exactly, and you see that strategy with doing the intentional walk and bringing up the batter who may not be as successful at the plate. You see that work more times than not, but Sogard just able to get the right piece of hitting, and we'll see it again here.
Yep, Christian Yelich, who has walked twice, singled and doubled today. He's been stranded on base. He's been stranded at second base all 4 times he's been up. And he's put on here, bases reloaded for Keston Hiura, who has been on base twice, hit by a pitch and is singled. So let's see if Hiura can do what Sogard did. Take advantage of the intentional walk, the batter prior. Barnes the pitch. Breaking ball in, strike 1. Curveball has good snap to it from Matt Barnes.
And I understand the strategy here of not wanting Yelich to be the one to clear the bases for you if you are the Red Sox pitching staff.
Hiura lines it left field, but playing deep was Kevin Pillar. He was able to move to his left and grab it, so Hiura got a good piece of it. Milwaukee scores 2 on a 2-run double by Eric Sogard. They now lead 3-0 at Fenway.
Leading off.
2 runs on 3 hits with 2 intentional walks. 2 and the base is loaded, left loaded. 3-0 Milwaukee, and Brett Anderson starts the 8th inning at 86 pitches. First pitch ball to Mitch Moreland. And Josh Hader, the closer, just got up to try and get ready. Hader was the loser in yesterday's game. 1-0 pitch. Moreland taking a strike. Did get help in the pronunciation channel, by the way. Knable, the other man in the bullpen.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
So why would I said Knable, Knable.
Yeah, you said.
Well, that's the difference.
You and I both said Neville, but yeah.
1-2 pitch to Moreland. Oy. What was that? Strike 3.
That was good deception right there by Anderson on the slider, having it work back from the right side to the left side of the plate and just completely threw off the batter. Just a good pitch there by Anderson.
3 strikeouts for Anderson. First pitch strike to Alex Verdugo. Red Sox have just 2 hits, 3 base runners in total, a walk mixed in, both hits, singles in this game. They've been held in check by the 32-year-old, 11-year veteran left-hander. The 0-1, got on top of it, Verdugo, and grounds it to Smoke, 2 down. What a job by Brett Anderson here in the later innings. After allowing the single in the 5th inning, he has retired 9 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, just a dominant performance from Anderson so far today. Most of the outs that he's been able to get have all been ground balls or fly balls. He hasn't struck out too many batters so far in the game, but that hasn't mattered for him. He's been able to get his defense behind him and be able to have them get the outs whenever he's not able to strike them out. And it's been just a great performance by Anderson, shutting down the Red Sox here tonight.
Trying to get through 8 innings. Christian Vasquez, the batter, 0 for 2 today. Vasquez taking ball 2 inside. Game 3 tomorrow. Brandon Woodruff on the mound for Milwaukee against Eduardo Rodriguez for the Red Sox. Breaking ball, strike 1. 58 strikes out of his 95 pitches. Not the best ratio. Could be better, but obviously the results are there. 2-1. Inside corner, count full. And the next pitch, the 97th, could be the final one of his outing. Foul ball. Vasquez stays alive. In the dirt, count full. Milwaukee sent 8 batters to the plate in the top of this inning and scored 2 runs. Eric Sogard with the big 2-run double after Omar Narvaez was walked before him to load the bases, intentionally walked. Vasquez on the payoff pitch, hits a rope into left field, and over to make the play is Christian Yelich. And that ends up being 3 consecutive 1-2-3 innings for Brett Anderson here in the late innings, and a total of 11 straight retired. We go to the 9th, Milwaukee leads 3-0.
Now pitching for the Red Sox, number 70, Ryan Granger.
So Matt Barnes went 2/3 of an inning, strikeout, intentional walk, and a line out to end the 8th. And now the new pitcher Ryan Brazier, who picked up the win last night when he went 2 perfect innings with 1 strikeout. And now 2-2 on the year, making his 35th appearance.
No ball, 1 strike.
Avisail Garcia, the first batter here, is 0 for 4 on the day. Garcia, the only Brewer that didn't come to the plate in the 8th inning. Brazier set, and the 0-2 to Garcia. Inside, 1-2.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
Coming up again in about 35 minutes from now, will be the Tigers and the White Sox. And next Major League Baseball game on Twitch. And rounding out the night, it'll be Padres Diamondbacks baseball. 10:45 Eastern Time, first pitch approximately. Garcia fouls away at a 2-2. Milwaukee trying to even this weekend series at a game apiece after the Red Sox won last night 3-2 in walk-off fashion. Brazier had a little bit of a stumble there in the backside of the mound, but it'll make the play.
Justin Smoke.
Yeah, that one threw him off a little bit as it came right back to him. Kind of reach up and it forced his body backwards a little bit, but like you said, able to compose himself and get the throw on to first. There's first out of the top of the 9th.
First pitch strike to Justin Smoke. If you're just joining us, Milwaukee got on the board first in the 3rd inning. A run on 3 hits, an RBI single by Lorenzo Cain. They ended up leaving the bases loaded. And they added 2 last inning in the 8th on a 2-run double by Eric Sogard. Left the bases loaded again, though. Red Sox have only had 3 base runners, 2 singles, 1 in the 1st, 1 in the 5th, and had a walk in the 4th inning. 0-2 pitch, fouled. Milwaukee starter Brett Anderson, 98 pitches through 8 innings, has retired the last 11 batters he has faced. Off the end of the bat and foul. Milwaukee did have some action. Knebel, the right-hander, and the closer Hader had been warming. Check swing at the 0-2 pitch in the dirt. Umpire said he went around. Vasquez tosses on to first to complete the out.
The batter, number 8, designated hitter, Ryan.
Just a good job here by Brazier here in the 9th inning so far. Just trying to make quick work of these batters and managing pretty well here in each at-bat and not allowing anybody on base yet.
Ball 1 to Ryan Braun. Again, be sure to check out mlbotball.com for upcoming games on our schedule tomorrow and throughout the rest of the week in the season. 1-0 pitch. Chopped foul, 1-1 to Braun. You can join our Discord chat as well. If you want to chat some baseball, you can join. If you're interested in becoming a broadcaster as well, you can do that. You don't have to be a professional broadcaster. You could be just a fan, and we can get you on the air. And when I said professional, I put up air quotes. It's, it's weird calling myself a professional, I suppose. 2-2. And he turns on that one. Ryan Braun to left field. Pilar back, looks up, and it's over the monster. Ryan Braun with his 5th home run of the year. An insurance marker for the Brewers, 4-0 Milwaukee.
Yeah, I mean, there's Ryan Braun getting the home run, like you said, over the monster, and a dead silent crowd there, as you see on your screen at Fenway. They're just stunned at what's happened here in the past few innings, with Milwaukee just absolutely taking command here offensively. You see the swing on that, just a great level swing, and just able to get enough behind it to send it out.
That cleared the monster seats. Landed out on Lansdowne Street, where someone maybe walking to the hot dog stand got a souvenir. A Sausage King out there on the street. Now I'm hungry. Brock Holt, the batter. 1 for 3 with a single and a walk. Scored a run last inning.
We're playing 11. 1 ball, 1 strike.
We didn't have a really in-depth conversation about our list of the best Brocks. I went Brock Lesnar 1, Brock Holt 2, and then the list ended. Brock Heward, a former NFL quarterback, could be up there somewhere. Someone in the chat mentioned Brock from Pokemon. Yeah, I don't know about that one. I'll take your word for it. 2-2 pitch. He's way outside. Count is full.
We should start a hashtag for it, like hashtag top 10 Brocks or something like that.
Omar Narvaez is on deck here for Milwaukee in the 9th inning. They've added an insurance run on a home run by Ryan Braun. Holt ends up being hit by the pitch. So he'll be at first base. 2 outs for the catcher Narvaez. Brock Osweiler, that's a good one. He's an NFL quarterback. Is he a starting quarterback still? I don't even remember. It's been so long since the NFL season, I can't remember.
Honestly, I think at this point,
no, right?
Not be in the NFL anymore. I'm a Texans guy, so I remember the worst contract in NFL history.
Brandon Workman has to come into the game now after Brazier got the first 2 outs of the inning, then gave up a home run and hit a batter. So Workman is the 6th pitcher out of the bullpen. Do I have that correct? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah.
Perez, Hilgenberger, Hembry, Barnes, Brazier, Workman. Woof. 2-0 the count to Omar Narvaez. Hit a home run in yesterday's game. Has a double today. He was the man intentionally walked last inning that loaded the bases. 1 out for Eric Sogard, who checked in with the 2-run double. The big hit of the game. They made it 3-0 at the time. Looped in the air down the left field line. Racing over is Pilar, but as he was shaded all the way towards left center field, did not have enough time to track that down. Well, I suppose right now the game-winning hit, though, is Lorenzo Cain's single back in the 3rd inning. Another looper in the left field. This one is playable for Devers, who nonchalantly glides back, sticks the glove out. But Ryan Braun, a 2-out home run, gives Milwaukee some insurance. It's 4-0 Brewers after this one that landed on Lansdowne Street. Well, no, maybe hit the signage there, too. I don't know. Jake Faria will come on. And non-save situation. We'll try to nail this one down. Jackie Bradley Jr., Jose Peraza, and Kevin Pilar are the batters due. 4-0 Milwaukee.
No, that's the ball.
Low ball 1.
1-0.
Got to think that Josh Hader is waiting, ready. There's some trouble comes knocking here.
Ball.
This is not a game if you're Milwaukee. You can be, well, he's sat down for now. Knable and Phelps are pitching. Doesn't mean Hader's not ready to come in, though. Might just be working some situational stuff there. Craig Counsell, manager. Chris Hook, the pitching coach for the Brewers. There's a liner snared by Justin Smoke. 1 out.
That was an amazing reaction there by the first baseman. That was lightning quick, literally, to get that first out. Great job by him to be there right when he was needed. Of course, the positioning helped. It looked like they may have had your favorite thing, the shift going there on that right side of the infield.
By the way, Brett Anderson, the starter, 8 innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts through 98 pitches over his 8 innings of work, and very much deserves to go to 6-5 on the season.
Absolutely. He had an outstanding night here in Boston. Shutout game, and just able to get exactly what he wanted out of tonight's contest.
Peraza, ground ball to third. Brock Holt moving over to his left, makes the play, 2 outs. Marcus Walden in line to drop to 1-7. He allowed 1 run on 3 hits in 4 innings, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts. Had thrown 76 pitches when he got the hook. And for some reason, they just don't feel comfortable letting him go past that point, even though he's now made 13 starts. He was exclusively a bullpen guy the last 2 years. A guy that's worked super hard to get to the major leagues, 31 years old, and now only in his 2nd full major league season. But it's now 0-2, and the Red Sox down to their final strike. Rubber match looks like it'll be tomorrow between the Brewers and Red Sox, as Pilar will take ball 1, so delaying that for a moment. Eduardo Rodriguez for the Red Sox, 4-4, 4.72 ERA, taking on Brandon Woodruff, 3-3 with a 3.52 earned run average. Pilar takes a close one, 2-2. Milwaukee looking for its 29th win, 28-35. Red Sox 29-36. 2-2.
Ball.
Ball 3.
3 balls, 2 strikes. The count is full.
Pilar working his way back in the count. Good plate discipline by him, and now he sets up for a favorable payoff pitch here.
Here it comes. Pilar popped it up. Foul territory. Narvaez, the catcher, racing after it, but did not hang up long enough. Payoff pitch again. Pilar chops it Picked up by the pitcher. Arrieta throws to first, and the ball game is over. And the game ends with, check this, 14 consecutive Red Sox batters retired. The last base runner Boston had was one out in the fifth inning, a single by Mitch Moreland. And from that point on, absolutely nothing doing for the Red Sox offensively. Just a futile, however way you want to pronounce it, day offensively for the Red Sox.
Yeah, it was just a day of struggles, honestly. Just not a great day for the Red Sox. It seemed like Milwaukee's pitching staff had everything picked out perfectly in regards to trying to match up with the Red Sox lineup and trying to make sure that they force ground ball outs and force tough hits, force pop-ups, things like that. Just all in all, a great game, as you see from the player of the game, Brett Anderson. You see that stat line there, 8 innings pitched, 2 hits given up, 3 strikeouts, only one walk given up, no earned runs. The 1 run coming as an unearned run, so that will help his ERA in that stance. But honestly, we talked about it early on in the broadcast, and you mentioned it a little bit earlier in this inning. It was a great stat line from Anderson. He just had 1 inning get away from him, and he didn't have many opportunities after that to recover.
Well, you mean for Marcus Walden, of course, 4 innings, 1 run on 3 hits, 1 walk, 5 strikeouts through just 76 pitches, but falls to 1-7. And the Brewers, the only run they ended up needing was this Lorenzo Cain hit into right center field that almost was a diving play by Jackie Bradley. And that's all that they needed in the end. Look at some of the highlights. Brett Anderson, again, the winning pitcher, now 6-5, 8 scoreless innings, 2 hits, 1 walk, 3 strikeouts through 98 pitches over the 8 innings of work. There's the huge hit from Eric Sogard, which, again, in terms of the final score, did not make a difference, but situationally, it definitely made a difference because if you're Milwaukee, you head into the bottom of the 8th, 9th inning, leading by 3-4 runs as opposed to just 1 run. And Brian Braun hit this home run in the 9th inning that made it 4-0. And then here is the final out of the ball game. Kevin Pillar as the Red Sox final 14 batters retired in a row. Their last base runner coming with 1 out in the 5th inning. As the Brewers, 4 runs on 10 hits. They don't commit any errors. They did leave 13 runners on base. So if there's something that Craig Counsell can look at, and managers and coaches do that, they look for a negative to teach upon. That'll probably be it. With 13 left on. Red Sox, no runs, of course, 2 hits, no errors, and they only leave 2 runners on base, again, because they only had 3 runners over the course of the entire game. This game took 1 hour and 48 minutes in ball land, and the Brewers evened the series at 1 game apiece. Red Sox won yesterday 3-2. The rubber match coming tomorrow. Brandon Woodruff for Milwaukee, 3-3, 3.52 ERA, taking on Eduardo Rodriguez for the Red Sox, who is 4-4 with a 4.72 ERA. Milwaukee now 29-35 on the year, 16-16 on the road. Red Sox fall to 29-37. They are now 13-18 at Fenway Park. Jordan, any final thoughts on this one between the Brewers and the Red Sox?
Honestly, we mentioned it throughout the entire game. Just a great job by the Milwaukee pitching staff. Anderson getting the job done, and really, Boston did not have an answer for them whatsoever. Milwaukee helping their chances now in the NL Central, getting closer and closer to that division lead. Of course, Boston has a little bit of work to do. I wouldn't be surprised if in tomorrow's rubber match there's a bunch of offense scored, a bunch of runs, a bunch of hits come through the plate. I would not be surprised at all if this is an offensive shootout for the rubber match tomorrow.
All right, you see our next matchup coming up, Detroit and Chicago. Cookie Eater and Special FX are going to be on the call, so I will kick it over to them here in just a moment. But again, for my broadcast partner, Jordan Smith, I am Scott Sudikoff. We thank you for watching Major League Ball on Twitch. Get ready now. Tigers and White Sox getting set to go. Cookie Eater and Special FX on the call. Take it away, boys.
All right, thanks, Scott. Thanks, Jordan. Fun game, done and over with, and now we get ready to see Dane Dunning make his Major League debut for these Chicago White Sox as we get ready for Game 2 of a 3-game set on the south side of Chicago.
Yeah, it should be an exciting matchup. It's always fun to see the guys first start in the major leagues, especially a guy like Dane Dunning. You know, he's expected to be a very solid pitcher going forward, so we're going to see if he's got it already or if maybe he's going to have to get some more work in the minor leagues before he's, you know, able to get that everyday starting kind of role in the rotation.
Dunning's going to face off against the veteran Detroit starter Jordan Zimmermann in the 5th year of his 5-year deal, and kind of falling off a bit his last few starts after a pretty solid start to the season, but that might work favorably. Dane Dunning could get his first Major League win today as well, so we'll go ahead and get this game started for you all in just a few seconds. Guaranteed rate field on the south side. The 40-24 White Sox, 3rd place in the AL Central, take on the 4th place Detroit Tigers. And we'll see Dane Dunning take the mound here for the first time in a Major League ballpark. And there he is, the 24-year-old, 200-pound, 6.4 right-hander, getting ready to throw his first Major League pitch.
Yep, luckily for him, he's facing these Detroit Tigers, who, even though they're only 1 place behind the White Sox in the AL Central, there couldn't be much more of a difference between these two teams.
Leading off for Detroit,
you know, Tigers are well below 500, White Sox sitting in a playoff spot, and Dunning's going to try and keep that progress going tonight.
So Cameron Maben is going to take first pitch strike up in the zone. And this game is underway right at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. 8 o'clock local time, playing in Chicago today. And Maben is going to reach. Looks like it's going to be a solid line drive down the line. He's going to chug for 2. Strong throw in from Mazzara, but not going to be in time. So Cameron Maben gets a double.
He slaps this one the other way. And good wheels on him, you know, makes it into second base standing with a leadoff double. Not the best start for Dunning. You'd like to get that first out right out of the way, but still, you know, lots of baseball to play with.
That means Victor Reyes will be in now, and Dunning maybe a little bit shaken, throws a fastball high, 1-0.
One, of course, you know, very small sample size, but if we're technically speaking, you know, Dunning's career whip right now is sitting at infinity.
Nope.
So I don't think that's sustainable to have a good major league career.
You have to think it's just a matter of time before it drops below infinity with the whip. Comes back with a nice fastball there to get a swing and a miss from Reyes to avoid getting to a very dangerous 3-0 count.
Yeah, been a little bit shaky, you know, having trouble finding the strike zone and left some good pitches in the zone.
2-1 to Victor. Going to be a swung on. Fly ball center. It'll be the shortstop, Tim Anderson, backing up, and just can't get it. Maben holds up at second because he wasn't sure if the play would be made, but it's going to be a bloop single. Right in no man's land for Victor Reyes.
Yeah, I've taken the words right out of my mouth. No man's land out there between the center fielder and the shortstop. Just squeezes it in. Maybe about 3 or 4 feet of difference, and all of a sudden 2 guys on for the Tigers, and Austin Romine now taking his cuts.
Austin's been horrible the last month or so, so this could be a big bounce back opportunity for Dane Dunning, but maybe the more accurate story would be a big chance for Romine to bust out of this slump, as Dane has not looked very sharp so far in this first inning. Maben had the solid contact double, and well, the shaky count ended up letting Victor Reyes reach, although I don't think that was entirely all his fault. That was just unlucky placement.
Yep, getting ahead 1 and 2 here on Austin Romine. And the thing is, too, don't judge too much on this first inning. Tigers have not been putting together a lot of offense, and when they have, it's usually been solo inning surges. We saw that last night. First inning was mainly their only threat, drove in a run later in the game. And then we saw that in the last game of the Oakland series as well, all 4 of their runs coming in the 5th inning. So even if he has a shaky start, I wouldn't put this one away by any means.
Yeah, and a lot of that, too, I gotta think special, might just be those big league nerves. It might take him an inning to really settle in, and after that, he might be kind of back to pitching as normal. There'll be a ground ball here, though, and that's going to be a wild throw by the third baseman, Moncada, that will let Cameron Maben come in to score. So what looked like could have been a double play ball ends up turning into a error and an RBI for the Tigers.
Yeah, I don't think they should have rushed the throw or even thrown to second base anyway. You're going to see it right here. Runner would have been safe even if the throw was on target. So I would have just tried to go for first if I was Moncada, but now that error makes sure the run scores for the Tigers. They're up 1-0.
Jonathan Scope in at the dish now. And, well, we'll kind of focus a bit more on Dane Dunning, did a bit of reading up on him. Of course, he was a part of that deal we talked about yesterday. Adam Eaton shipped to the Nationals, and Dunning was, I guess, probably the third piece in that return. He was the farthest away from the majors, obviously just now making his debut. And he'll get his first major league strikeout here, setting down Jonathan Scope.
Yeah, no, that's a good strikeout right there. Slider maybe hanging up a little bit too far in the zone, but he got it on that outer edge. And, Scope, I think, may just be figuring out that Dunning is making his major league debut, taking a look back at the pitcher and maybe saying some words of congratulations.
And here's a guy Dane probably grew up following. It's Miguel Cabrera.
Yep, Cabrera making his debut all the way back in 2003. And we're here 17 years later, 2020, and he's still, he's still playing, technically. I wouldn't say he's killing the ball like he used to, but he's been fairly productive for these Tigers, especially of late. And he's going to try and keep up that production with a runner in scoring position.
I mean, special. We're both 20 at this point. That, I gotta imagine it'll be a ground ball. I think here they'll get that double play, 6-4-3 to get out of the inning. But man, if you're Dunning facing Cabrera there, that would have to be like us in a couple of years making our major league debut and facing like Mike Trout or something like that. That's got to be really maybe exciting or a little bit unnerving for a pitcher. But obviously gets Mickey to ground in the double play, so that'll be a little boost of confidence to finish off his first major league inning, just allowing the one run. We'll see Jordan Zimmermann on the mound now for the Tigers.
Yep, Zimmermann 2-8 on the year, ERA north of 5. And, he's, despite the numbers, that's actually a relatively good season for him. In his time with the Tigers, he was amazing out in our nation's capital. As it looks like Garcia tries to lay down a bunt but misses. But yeah, I've said this a couple times already. He's had one good month in a Tigers uniform. It was April, right after he signed the deal, got injured and hasn't been the same since.
Yeah, that first April with Detroit, he was 5-0, won the AL Player of the Month award too, if I'm not mistaken. But after that, he kind of fell off the rails, and it's been trip after trip to the DL, which is now obviously the IL. And hasn't pitched like we expected, but nonetheless, he provides some veteran leadership to a rather young pitching staff, and he is going to get the chance to finish out the 5th year of that 5-year deal he signed back in the 2014-2015 offseason. Gonna hit Garcia with a pitch to allow the leadoff runner to reach base.
Yeah, and for it being a hit by a pitch, that was actually still a really good pitch there from Zimmermann. Great break on the slider, just started it a little bit too far inside. Ends up hitting his man, putting him on first base. So, seeming a lot like yesterday, Tigers getting that early run in the first inning, but White Sox looking to come right back.
Yeah, Tigers left them loaded in the first inning yesterday, and today they had a couple on before they hit into that double play. And of course, the White Sox responded with a 4-run first inning yesterday. We'll see if that trend continues today. Obviously, leadoff runner on, and now Tim Anderson, who recently extended that hitting streak to 20 games, looks to make it a 21-game streak with a hit today, working the count 2-0.
I mean, I'm sure he'll take a walk just as well as a hit. Won't extend the hit streak right away, but it'll get his team in a better position to reclaim that lead.
That was one off, and with the raise of sabermetrics and looking at all these advanced stats, putting weight into OBP and such special, I gotta think eventually we're gonna see a turn instead of a hit streak. Of course, he will get the hit here down the line. Of course, he's gonna hold at second, but maybe we'll see the raise of the on-base streak as kind of more the credential. The walk kind of playing into that as well.
Yeah, there are definitely some people who unofficially keep track of that. I've heard it thrown around the broadcast booth a couple of times. Maybe a couple games out of 10, he went 0 for 3, but he had a walk in the game, so his on-base streak, survived those 10 straight games. And it's, not as important now to get the hits as it is to get on base. Of course, you'd love to hit a home run every time, but if you can get on base when your teammates are hitting home runs, that's just going to increase your production without even doing that much more work.
Of course, Jordan Zimmermann is in early trouble here. 2-0. Man, that would have been a 3-run bomb if he straightened it out. Moncada's going to foul it off. And you got to think Moncada's looking to redeem himself and miss that bat after the error in the top half.
I was just about to say that looks like he was trying to make up for the error that led to the only run of the ballgame. We're only in the first inning, but still, you never want to give away runs just like that, especially when, a couple batters later, you got a strikeout and a ground ball double play.
1-2 pitch, gonna be checked, and they say he held up.
Very, very close, but third base umpire saying he did not break his wrist, did not break the plane of the plate.
Certainly hope he didn't break his wrists. That would be quite unfortunate for the White Sox. Calls a pitch off, so we'll see another 2-2 offering. This one's going to stay fair. It's down the line and left, and that ball is fouled by a matter of inches right up at the fence.
Cookie working the reverse jinx on that one, hoping to will it foul by saying it was fair, and he did.
Of course, we'll see Castro charge here, and he'll handle it for the first foul again.
Batting fourth, the designated hitter.
Yeah, Zimmermann, very big struggles to start out his afternoon or evening, rather. Leaving lots of pitches right down the zone, and a couple of foul balls from Moncada showed him the danger that he was in, and he's not getting any easier batters to face. Edwin Encarnacion on a nice little hit streak of his own.
Encarnacion has been a solid bet for these Sox, and he's going to have 2 on with now 1 away. And for Zimmermann, double play in order. You kind of got to keep that in the back of your mind. Maybe pitch low a little bit, try and induce that ground ball. That's exactly what he's going to get here, but it's going to go foul.
And not the typical location if you're trying to get that ground ball double play. Curveball right down the middle.
That's typically if you're looking to throw BP, get some balls out in the seats. The 1-2 pitch to Encarnacion. Will be lined into the gap. That's going to be not extra bases because Encarnacion is slow, but it will be an RBI, and this game's knotted up at 1.
That looks very similar to his, at-bat in the first inning last night. Hit it up that right center field gap. Not enough juice behind it that time to make it a 2-run double and go exactly the same way, but still able to tie this ball game up are the White Sox. and the bats just keep on coming. Eloy Jimenez, another dangerous guy.
Yeah, this top 6 for Chicago might be one of the best in all the AL between Garcia, Anderson, Moncada, Encarnacion. Now at the plate, Eloy Jimenez, and then Yasmani Grandal on deck.
When you're not even including Jose Abreu, who's one of the best players in White Sox franchise history. Top 7 are all amazing with the bat, and we're seeing 5 of them so far this inning.
Zimmermann's not been pitching horribly. He's been getting to the 1-2, 0-2, 2-2 counts, but just hasn't been able to find that put-away pitch.
And I think part of that is because he's leaving pitches way too close to the middle of the zone. They'll count as strikes for him if he's able to fool the batters. But if he's not able to fool them, it's either going to miss out of zone or going to get crushed like the Encarnacion single.
This one go just outside, and we'll see another ball crushed. This one's high, this one's deep. And forget about it, it's a 3-run bomb for Eloy Jimenez.
Yup, same story as yesterday. Tigers get out to the 1-0 lead in the first inning, and White Sox go back and score 4 in the bottom half. Ladder of the runs coming on a home run. This time it's Eloy Jimenez driving 3 guys in with a gorgeous swing. Once again, a pitch left right down the middle. And the only question was, how far was it going to go? And it went far enough to get over the wall. 4-1 White Sox.
So now we'll see what Yasmani Grandal has to offer with the bases empty. Still only 1 out. And Jordan Zimmermann looking shaky here today. It wouldn't be a surprise to see maybe Chao Ching Chang end up in this game for a little while later on.
Yeah, already 25 pitches in the first inning. 4 runs given up, 1 out recorded on the scoreboard.
Ground ball headed to second base. Scope will make the flip, so there's going to be 2 away. And Special, as kind of our resident Tigers expert myself, and you kind of joining me in that regard, seeing Dane Dunning make his MLB debut today has kind of got me thinking with Zimmermann's struggles. Maybe it's time we take a peek at the minors, see if any of those Tigers' big arms are maybe ready to make that jump.
Yeah, no, Tigers definitely would want to start looking in their farm system to see if they can bring someone up to, try and replace Jordan Zimmermann in the starting rotation. The only thing is, who are you going to send down at that point? You're not really going to send down Zimmermann with that big of a contract. And the rest of the guys in the rotation and in the bullpen are having, fairly good seasons. You don't want to send them down. So as much as I'd love to see Casey Mize, Matt Manning making their debuts and getting some innings against major league opponents, I just don't know who you're going to send down right now.
I think even before we see those guys up, it might be worth taking a look at Bo Burrows or Kyle Funkhauser, give them their shots in the majors as Zimmermann gets the K of Abreu to end the first inning. But, yeah, big bomb off Eloy's bat makes it 4-1 Sox. It's looking a lot like yesterday, as we'll see Dane Dunning back out for his second inning of Major League work, facing Harold Castro, Jamer Candelario, and CJ Cron.
Yeah, we can assure you guys asking in the chat, this is not a rerun of last night's ball game. As much as it looks like it, we got a whole new ball game. Same scoreline as yesterday, 4-1 after 1. But different pitchers on the mound.
2 balls, no strikes.
2-0. Dane Dunning's a guy who pitched in high A and double A back in 2018. Ended up going down in spring training last year. Was out all of the 2019 season for Tommy John, and I'm assuming he's spent our ML Bat Ball season thus far in AAA, kind of getting some seasoning, getting back in the swing of things, and White Sox are calling him up, seeing what he has today. So far only allowing the 1 unearned run to the Tigers. Maybe danger of more coming as he's gone 3-0 to Harold Castro, make it 3-1 after the fastball, but still really hasn't shown any lockdown stuff, although, as I'm sure Special is about to mention, in a pretty small sample size.
Yeah, it's through the 1 inning plus. He's having trouble finding the strike zone. Able to get the ground ball here back to himself and flips it onto first for the out. But he's been getting into a lot of deep counts, lots of 3-ball counts. And he just got lucky. You know, Scope taking the strike 3 on the good-looking slider, and then Miguel Cabrera, of course, grounding in the double play to end the inning.
So he'll get his first Major League assist on the ground out by Castro, and now Jamer Candelario is going to get his cuts.
I got 1 ball, 1 strike.
Nice looking curve.
Oh, yeah, that is a very good looking curveball, but I was going to say Candyman had his struggles last time out, but that doesn't, you know, take away from how great of a run he's been on. And you take a look at 206, it was down below 190 just a week or so ago.
And he's had a few big days, but it does feel like it's been a better part of about a half a week now that he's really slowed back down. So he doesn't want to stay slow for long. That was a good swing there, but just late. Doesn't let him reach base, it'll be 2-2.
We got full count.
Ball low, so make it full. Count set 32, the pitch from Dunning. It'll be ripped, but it's on foul, so we'll see another.
Yeah, hasn't found that put away pitch just yet. Even that 1 strikeout he got, it was a slider in a good spot. Scope just didn't swing at it.
Candy making him work 8 pitches in this at-bat, and while his teammates might appreciate that, as there might not be very much film on Dane Dunning for them to analyze before the game. So getting to see a live look at it from the dugout here might help his teammates going forward. Next 3-2 pitch. This one's in the air. That's fair. And that's going to get down for a base hit and left.
Yeah, Dunning hasn't really given up any hard contact, you know, just a couple of blue pits for the Tigers. The only really hard swing maybe was Cameron Maben's double down that right field line, but everything else has either been a nice chopping ground ball or a little looper that finds that hole out in the outfield.
Ball in the dirt. Nice job by Grandal to corral it 1-0. And yeah, I think that's probably the most important thing, and maybe the most important thing to take away is even the little solid contact we have seen, it's been way early or way late, so it's been fouls, so it's not like it's anything that could have potentially hurt him. I've seen a lot more pitches like that. They're just slow dribblers, and it's a great job to go for 1 there. And Moncada makes the flip over to Gray to get the second out.
Yep, learning from his mistakes from last inning. Doesn't have a shot to get the guy at second base. So he just sets his feet, throws onto first, and gets Crone. Now there's going to be 2 outs with that man in scoring position.
Yeah, the Candyman advanced to second on the play. Nico Goodrum will be the Tigers' last hope here in the top of the second. The 1-0 pitch from Dane Dunning will be outside. Looked like a... Oh, I guess there was a four seamer. To me, that kind of looked like a cutter that didn't cut. But...
Yep, hopefully Goodrum can get on base, you know, then we can have your Deuces Wild.
2 balls, 1 strike.
Big swing through that one. 2-1 pitch. Oh, curve. He got a hold of it. That ball's going to get down in the gap. That's going to be extra bases. Runs coming in to score. The Candelario scores on the RBI double by Nico Goodwin to make it 4-2 Chicago.
No Deuces Wild just yet, but a great 2-bagger, I guess you could say, from Nico Goodrum, ripping it down that right field line, getting out in front of it, easy stand-up double. And with 2 outs, you can just run on contact and run all the way home.
Nope, upstairs.
That means we'll see the top of the order again. Cameron Maben's already doubled once today. He'd love to do it again. Here, Dane Dunning, this is where you kind of got to just settle down, not let things spiral out of control.
Right. Even though you've got a lead, you don't want to be throwing pitches like that, because if Maben's able to time his swing just right, this game could be tied in the blink of an eye.
That's outside.
Just off the plate. He wanted that call. It'll be 2-1.
Yeah, he wanted that call. I still think the umpire made the right decision on that one, just a bit outside. But still, as a rookie, you're going to be expecting a bit better of a strike zone.
Fly ball in the gap. Maben. Ground rule double. Diving play by Robert, but not able to get there. So that'll make it 3-4. Or 4-3 rather. Chicago's still on top. And we'll see a visit from the pitching coach to try and call Dane down. What do you think he's saying, Special?
I think he's just saying, you know, it's hard to tell what he's exactly saying. Maybe he's saying, you know, get a ground ball, 1 pitch. And if so, he followed his pitching coach's words to a T and gets himself out of the inning.
Yeah, another do-it-yourself play. Reyes goes down on a quick 1 pitch out. So Detroit gets 2 back, but they're still down by 1, and Chicago gets the bats back in their hands, facing Jordan Zimmermann, looking to cushion a swiftly evaporating lead, as it'll be 8-9-1. Mazzara, Robert, and back to the top, Larry Garcia.
Yep, early on in this ball game, already a roller coaster affair. 1 for the Tigers in the top of the first, 4 for the White Sox answering, and then the Tigers answered back with 2 of their own. 7 runs and only 9 outs for both teams combined. So we could see, you know, quite a wild game, but we could also see both starters start to settle down. And, you know, this game could be staying in this scoreline for a while.
Ball, that's in.
1-1 will be inside. So it'll be 2-1. To 1 pitch from Zimmermann, gonna miss it all.
3 balls, 1 strike.
I feel like Zimmermann's almost overthinking right now when he pitches, you know. A lot of his pitches are getting the break that he wants them, but they're going too far. And so he's just trying to be a little bit too pinpoint accurate. You see with that fastball, right where he wanted it, up and in, but not quite catching the strike zone. And so he ends up losing Mazzara, putting him on base. But that's, you know, something that can really get to you, is if you're starting to get nervous, starting to rattle yourself. You need to just relax out on the mound, trust your stuff, and know that if you throw it the right way, it's going to do what you want it to do.
I have to imagine for Jordan, it's got to be, like we've mentioned earlier in the broadcast, outside of his first month with the Tigers, it's been a roller coaster for him. He's really never been able to settle down and pitch well for any sort of a consistent stretch of time. So you got to, I mean, how does that affect you? I mean, you're a guy who is a solid number 2 or number 3 guy with the Nationals year after year, who now it's been, what, 4, well beyond 4 years now, about 4 years and a month since you've actually been able to pitch on a consistent good basis, and that's got to mess with the head.
Oh, it for sure does mess with the head, and that's when, you know, pitching coach really comes in handy, just to tell him to calm down, maybe go back to the basics and see if there's anything small in his movement that's going to get to his head. And Tigers wanted to ruin my call right there, but great double play by Jonathan Scope, picking it up back in, stepping on the base, and then almost a Derek Jeter throw over to first against his body to retire the speedy Robert. Now there's 2 outs, and Zimmermann's got to be feeling a lot better.
Great 4 unassisted to 3 double play. Races the leadoff walk to make it 2 away for Garcia. He was hit by a pitch to start the ball game. drove in on the Encarnacion single. He's worked the count 2-1 in this at-bat.
The thing that's got to be comforting for Zimmermann is he's seen so far today his offense is behind him. It looks like it's going to be a high-scoring affair. So, you know, not to relax anything, you're still down by 4, but if you can buckle down, you know your teammates are going to try their hardest to get that lead right back. And then they've also been shown it defensively, great play by Scope to turn that double play. So once again, you know, don't rest on your laurels, but you can relax just a little bit.
He's gotten, giving up his second walk this inning. Garcia's going to reach first. And yeah, if you're the Tigers, I think I'll kind of take a different spin on it. With the offense, I mean, they've already gotten 3 runs today in just their first couple innings. But any day the Tigers give you 3 runs, as a pitching staff, you kind of got to rally behind that, because this pitching staff has been about major league average, but the offense has been, by most metrics, the worst in at least all the AL, if not all the major leagues. And Garcia's going to steal second, but you know, it comes down to the fact, if you're getting 3 runs today, you got to make that count with your pitching staff. Keep the runs at bay the best you can, and make sure the offense can take a chance to use one of these rare good days with the bats to get you a win.
Yeah, I mean, most of the Tigers' wins this season, they've been low-scoring affairs, 4-2, you know, 2-1, 3-2. And so, if you can get more than, you know, 4 or 5 runs out of these Tigers, they're having a great day. So, you know, if they give you 3 runs, you got to, like you said, you got to make the most out of it, and Zimmermann not doing that so far.
Anderson fouling off some more pitches. He's already extended that hit streak, so he's probably a bit more relaxed up there. Doesn't have the kind of nagging in the back of his mind about that, although it doesn't help him here. He'll ground it harmlessly to third. Candy flips it, and that'll end the inning. So Chicago brings up a couple threats in the form of walks that don't score any runs, and we'll head to the third. Tigers look to take the lead. The third inning of Dane Dunning's young MLB career coming up.
Leading off for the Tigers.
We're watching him ball. Andrew Romine's in at the dish.
I believe that's Austin Romine at the dish, but that's a mistake that a lot of us broadcasters have been making since the free agent signing. You know, anytime you've got brothers with similar sounding names, just in the league in general, much less who've played for the same team at some point, it's got to be hard for broadcasters.
Yeah, it's indeed, like you mentioned, Austin Romine, the bulkier catcher playing, not Andrew Romine, the former Tigers utility player.
That's ball 2. You got 2 balls, 1 strike.
Get ready for the 2-1 pitch. Dunning will set and deliver. Right down the middle, and will be sent right back up the middle. It's a base hit for Austin Romine.
Tigers with their 7th hit of the ball game already, and you know, 3 runs off of 7 hits. I don't think that's anything to sneeze at, but you know, White Sox, they're just been a lot more productive at finishing off an inning. They've only got 3 hits, but they've got 4 runs. They've got that lead, and the Tigers are going to have to, if they want to win this ball game, they have to keep the offense going. They have to make sure they're not missing any chances, leaving runners on base.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, excuse me, they've been leaving runners on base all day, and of course they've been getting lots of runners too, which has helped them at least keep the game close. But like you mentioned, you want to try and capitalize on those opportunities. You know, lead-off base hit. I mean, Romine doesn't have much speed, but God, I think you want to see him in. Jonathan Scope. The 1-2 pitch, gonna hit it high, deep. And that's gonna be caught on the run by Mazzara. He'll make a strong throw in to hold Romine at first.
Not the biggest of ballparks out here in the south side of Chicago. But Jonathan Scope, you know, just hit it to the wrong part of the park. Great swing going the opposite way, but into the gap. You know, one of the harder parts to hit it out. But he was, you know, at least he avoided his 2nd strikeout of the game, because Dunning's not missing many bats so far.
Miguel Cabrera's already grounded into 1 double play today. We'll see if he can make it his second of the day in the 11th of the year. As you see the graphic, he's grounded into 10 so far.
I would say I'm a little surprised it's not more until you realize that this Tigers offense probably isn't putting too many guys out in front of him on the base paths. He's been batting a lot with the bases empty, so kind of hard to hit into a double play when you're the only guy running the bases.
Yeah, Miggy's kind of bounced between the 3, 4, 5 spots. Hits a high fly ball here, handled by Jimenez in left.
The left
Make it 2 away.
Harold Castro.
Hit Harold Castro.
Yeah, talking about a cold bat, Harold Castro probably lost, close to 80 points off that batting average since moving up in the lineup. From, I believe he was batting 9th, now he's all the way up at the 6th spot. Gardner might want to move him back down. Maybe just for a sense of familiarity, although that swing looks pretty familiar.
Yep, it's a ball high and deep, and oh boy. Mazzara crashes into the wall, but makes a spectacular catch. Sacrificed the body, and some great plays by the White Sox. Hold that leadoff runner at first, and no further damage. Send us now to the bottom of the 3rd, where Heidi Watney will check in. Go ahead, take this little gap to remind you we're raising money for Meals on Wheels, so feel free to donate. Got the link down below. And yeah, all sorts of fun ways to contribute, your subscriptions, your bits, the ads, you know the drill. You've probably had to shove down your throat every day, so we'll leave it at that, but it's really a great cause, and we appreciate anything you can toss their way as we finally start to claw our way out of the first wave, hopefully the last wave of this coronavirus pandemic. 0-2 to Yohan Moncada. Zimmermann working a lot faster here in the 3rd.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
1-2. Just low with the fastball.
That's right where you want it, though. There's no guarantee it's not going to be called a strike.
2-2 pitch.
Got him.
Grounded to second. Going to be a quick out.
Now batting.
Well, that right there, that's what Jordan wants to do. He pitched 3 great pitches, a couple of balls that just missed that weren't bad. If he can keep that up, we could see him start to eat some innings and save some of that bullpen. And as we can see, the standings here in the American League Central, just one of the biggest gaps I've ever seen between 3rd and 4th place.
Yeah, it's pretty dramatic. The Twins lead by a game and a half, and they're followed by the Cleveland Indians, who are, as I just mentioned, a game and a half back of first and currently have the first wild card. The White Sox are 4 games back of first, and they currently hold the second wild card, and you have to go down a whole nother 14 and a half games already just in June to get to the Detroit Tigers in 4th place. Well out of contention in the playoff race early on. Jamer Candelario makes a nice play in foul territory for the second out.
Well, and just to show you the dominance that the AL Central has had this season, if you put the Cleveland Indians or the Chicago White Sox in any of the other divisions in Major League Baseball this season, they would either be in the lead or tied for the lead for all of them except for the NL Central, and even then they'd only be a couple of games back of the Chicago Cubs. These guys are extremely dominant, and even though they're both likely to find themselves in a wild card spot, if the Twins keep producing like they are, I wouldn't put it past them to make a big run, maybe all the way to the Ball World Series.
Oh, that's out.
1-2, and do want to give a quick correction to that. It looks like the White Sox, at least as of when the standings on the website were last updated, are perhaps within a game back of the Dodgers and Nationals in the NL East and West, respectively, although the other two teams in the AL Central, the Twins and Indians, would have the lead. We'll see a base hit to start the inning, or with 2 out, rather, for the White Sox.
Yep, just a lazy fly ball out to right field, but just getting down in front of Cameron Lehman. Still, though, not super solid contact like we were seeing in the first inning. And Zimmermann's looking like a whole new pitcher here in the third.
Have to face Yasmani Grandal now, who hit the big home run yesterday.
Yeah, after that big home run, though, very little production. And so far that's carried into this game 0 for 1.
That's ball 2. 2-0.
Up high, so it'll be 2-0. Yasmani Grandal. At a high fly ball. Center field, Victor Reyes has his sights on it. And that'll end the inning. So White Sox get a runner on a bloop single and don't do anything else. Bottom of the order, due up for the Tigers. You're watching ML Botball. Heidi Watney checks in. Happy to talk more about, she wants us to talk about Austin Romine, but I want to talk more about Dane Dunning, because this is a guy who, he's a big part of the future of this White Sox team.
Yeah, we were mentioning it last night. Lots of great starting pitching prospects. We've got Michael Kopech, Reynaldo Lopez, Dane Dunning, Lucas Giolito, and then, you've added a couple of veterans now in Gio Gonzales and Dallas Keuchel. And so this is a starting rotation that, if everything develops nicely, they could be contending for lots of titles in this new decade.
Strike 1 to Jamer Candelario, so Dunning maybe a chance for a quick 1-2-3 inning facing the bottom of the Tigers order. Would be the first 1-2-3 inning of his major league career.
Yeah, despite all the air quote success that he's seeing, giving up only the 3 runs and his team scored him 4, he's been looking very shaky.
1 ball, 2 strikes.
He hasn't been able to find that put-away pitch. Only 1 strikeout on a juicy slider that Scope just didn't swing at.
Ball 2.
1-2 will miss inside, so the 0-2 lead quickly becomes evened out at 2-2. And gotta think, regardless of the results today, this guy's gonna play a big part on this team, whether it be in the rotation or in the bullpen. Even if not this year, in the years to follow, as this White Sox team looks like it's gonna be a perennial contender in the AL Central for quite some time. 2-2 gonna be fouled off, and not to diss on the Twins and the Indians, but both of those teams have quite a few players who are getting towards the end of arbitration or getting up there in age altogether. And while they still have some potential going forward, you got to think those teams are going to fall apart sooner than later, while this White Sox squad still pretty young and already doing pretty good.
Yeah, it's almost a changing of the guard. At the beginning of the 2010s, it was all Detroit Tigers. And, Chicago White Sox were giving them a little bit of trouble. Then the Kansas City Royals stepped in for a couple years, won that championship in 2015. Then the Indians, they took over and went to the World Series right after the Royals won it. They couldn't win, of course, giving the Cubs their first championship in over 100 years. And now we're starting to see the Twins becoming the powerhouses of the Central. And, as Candelario soon misses for the strikeout, it's only fitting that we're going to complete the circle. Chicago White Sox looking to be that next dynasty, for a few years in the American League Central once these Indians and Twins start to fall.
Special if we follow that logic, that means we will have completed all 5 teams, and we started with these Detroit Tigers, so maybe maybe we see Detroit after Chicago starts to falter a little bit, come back to the spotlight and maybe make another run at winning some division titles, have perhaps a bit more postseason success than their last go around.
Yeah, I mean, that is assuming that the Tigers are able to find a competent GM. I'm allowed to say that, not affiliated with the Tigers in any way. And, you know, everyone has their gripes about management, about, oh, you need to do this to do better, but I just don't agree with a lot of the deals that Al Avila is making. It feels like he's being fleeced in, you know, lots of these deals.
Cool ground ball from Crone to make it 2 away, so Dunning's one batter away from making that first 1-2-3 inning of his career. He also saw him get his second major league strikeout just a few seconds ago. And yeah, Al Avila definitely made some deals a lot of fans have questioned, especially looking at that JD Martinez package back in 2017, I believe that was. Did not get much back for the top slugger at the deadline that year after Dave Dombrowski maybe spoiled the Tigers fans a couple of years prior, turning a rental David Price, a rental Yoenis Cespedes, and a rental Joaquin Soria into Daniel Norris, Matt Boyd, Hario Labort, Michael Fulmer, and Jacoby Jones. But, you know, a lot of the prospects were young, and a lot of them are getting to AA, AAA now, maybe even the major leagues, and a lot of the deals Al's made, and I think he's just going to have a couple more seasons before we see if he's really going to pan any of these things out or if he's going to get the boot. Dunning gets his third major league strikeout and does have that first 1-2-3 inning. The Tigers go down in order, and we're headed to the bottom of the fourth.
Dunning able to set down the bottom of the Tigers order 1-2-3. Let's see if Zimmermann can return the favor with Abreu, Lazara, and Luis Robert rounding out this White Sox lineup at the bottom of the fourth.
Abreu's 12 for 30 in his career off Zimmermann, and that's not really a surprise because Zimmermann's been in this division with Abreu for now 4+ years, and he's sucked for all but a month of that time, so Abreu's gotten plenty of chances to hit around Jordan.
Yep, no, Abreu and Zimmermann both got maybe not the big contracts per se, but they've been around these ball clubs long enough to face each other all those times. And so far, Abreu's been winning the battles, and he'll add on to that track record as he slaps this one into right field for a base hit.
Solid contact from Abreu. And we'll see there, 4 runs, 5 hits, 2 walks, and just through 3+ innings. And with leadoff base runner on, now face Nomar Mazara. I see in chat Saray asking, is Jacoby Jones hurt? Well, Romine completely botched that. It's going to be an easy stolen base for Jose Abreu of all people, but Jacoby Jones has just struggled this year. He's been on the bench. We might see him filter back into some outfield playing time at some point if we see some of these other outfielders struggle, but Victor Reyes, Harold Castro, and Christian Stewart have all been pretty good of late, rotating between 2 outfield spots, so there just hasn't really been space for Jacoby to get playing time.
Count is 2-1.
Yeah, no, I mean, another reason he might be able to get in is after the trade deadline, depending on if the Tigers are able to move Cameron Maven, one of the pieces that they were trying to sign and trade. This one's hit out to left center field, well hit, but Castro is going to make the catch on the run. Abreu's headed to third, and the throw is going to be offline. He's in there with 1 away, and the White Sox have a prime opportunity to add an insurance run here early on.
Yeah, they'll have that runner at third, just 1 away. You saw a couple arms up in the pen for the Tigers, so Jordan gives up much more than a base hit here. You got to think his day's done. Fly ball deep, that's going to be trouble. Cameron Maven will get it off the fence. The run will easily come in to score. He was waiting. tag up should it be caught, and there'll be a stand-up double for Mr. Robert, Luis Robert. And it's going to be 5-3 Sox.
Doing a great job driving this one up the right center field gap, and White Sox are able to extend that lead now. That's up 5-3. And we're going to see Zimmermann, still pitching to a couple more batters, I think. Tigers just got their bullpen up and firing. It'd be foolish to bring him in just yet. But, I don't see him going, I don't see him coming back after this inning, and that's if he does even finish the inning.
In the dirt, nice job by Roman to corral it. And just now see the graphic for her. Robert stole a base on that. I'm just half asleep. So great job by Robert to take third base. He has the speed to do it. And of course, Roman didn't really catch it and have anything of a chance. It's going 3-0 to Larry Garcia now, and bullpen arms are getting that time to warm up now. You gotta wonder when we'll see them out. This is gonna be a fair ball down the line. Robert's gonna score. Garcia's heading to second, and he's gonna get in easily. Offline throw. It'll be an RBI double for Larry Garcia.
Yeah, going the other way with that might have been a bit fooled. Not the best contact, but he's able to keep it fair down that line. Hit the chalk, and with his wheels, he's in at second base. That's going to be the last pitch Jordan Zimmermann throws today.
Yep, so Jordan departs after 3 1/3. Allows 6 runs, plus responsible for that runner standing out at second base. And we'll see who manager Ron Gardenhire goes out to from the bullpen. It's a wall side windows pitch and change, and Xiao Ching Cheng is in the pitch for the Tigers.
Yep, Chang 3-0 on the season, ERA just below 3, 19 punch-outs as opposed to 10 walks, and limiting the base hits for the opposing hitters. Obviously, doing better against righties than he is against lefties. But, he's been a great long man for these Tigers, one of the starting pitching prospects that they signed in the offseason on a minor league contract. And he's been working out well for the Tigers, both in damage control situations, but also in situations where he's protecting a slim lead.
He really has been a jack of all trades, multi-inning guy out of the bullpen, and that's extremely valuable. And it'll be interesting to see if he maintains it. He could turn into maybe an Andrew Miller-like reliever at some point, if he can really prove it. Be a valuable asset to these Tigers. Ground ball. Another one down the line. So Zimmermann's final line is going to be 7 runs. 3 1/3 is an RBI double from Anderson. Drives in that base run.
Third straight double for the White Sox. First time he got out in front of the pitch and pulled it. And now it's going to be 7 runs charged for Jordan Zimmermann. Jane not doing a good job of keeping that inherited runner out on second base, but it's a tough task to do against a guy like Tim Anderson. And now he's got to buckle down, make sure he doesn't increase his own ERA.
Yohan Moncada at the dish, and you have to admire the White Sox. They've really, they've been hitting off Jordan Zimmermann, so I guess that's not saying much, but they've been doing a lot to try and build a comfortable lead for their rookie starter today and make his Major League debut the best it can be and keep the pressure off him as much as possible. Obviously, I got out to that 4-1 lead early. Detroit clawed back at it to make it 4-3, but now they've extended it back out to a 4-run lead. It's 7-3 with another runner in scoring position with less than 2 away, so a chance to make it even bigger. Anderson's taking the lead at second. Pitch to Moncada. It'll be a fly ball center. And Reyes will get it in.
It's been a great job by the Chicago offense, getting out to that 4-run first inning and then adding on to it here in the 4th. And I got a feeling if Dane Dunning able to finish his 5th inning, with the lead still intact, he's going to get the win, because I just don't see these Tigers putting together much more of an offense. Like we said earlier today, it's been a struggle for them to even crack, 5 or 6 runs in a ball game. Now you're asking them to, score at least 8 if they want to win. That's just not something I'm seeing today.
Unless Dane Dunning has a major meltdown in his major league debut, it's looking like the White Sox are going to walk away with it. Edwin Encarnacion has to drive in Tim Anderson. 1-1 pitch from Chang fouled back. And Shark, I will admire the White Sox all I want. I am not as biased as I could be when I broadcast, and I admire myself for that. Chang gonna strike out Encarnacion, though, to end the inning. And the White Sox extend the lead out to 4, 3-run fourth. And it'll be top of the order for Dane Dunning. Off the heels of his first 1-2-3 inning. Well, actually, it won't be. It'll be Dylan Ceason to pitch out of the bullpen.
Yeah, it's a shame that they pulled Dunning so early. You know, his pitch count was getting up there, especially for his major league debut in the 70s, but still, with the big lead, I thought they'd at least try and get him back out for the 5th. Complete the inning and have a chance for the win, but that's gone out the window as Dylan Cease now is eligible for the win. He'll be facing the top of this Tigers order.
Yeah, it's a shame to see Dunning go, but you know, he'll go through the order 2 times, had some bumps and bruises, and finished on a high note, so we'll see how he adjusts to his second major league start, probably coming, well, let's see, today's Saturday, so Wednesday or Thursday, probably Thursday because of off day on Monday, but we'll just have to wait and see. Ceason, though, quickly 1-2 to Cameron Mabin, will take an inside curve.
Yeah, Mabin, you know, trying to stay perfect on the day, 2 for 2 with that double in the first inning, and of course base hit his last time up. Trying to work the count here against Dylan Cease, the new pitcher.
The 2-2 pitch can be up high.
You know, and the best chance for these Tigers is if they can up the pitch counts, make these guys throw a lot of pitches out of the bullpen. Maybe you're going to start to see better and better pitches, or you can just take them all outside of the strike zone, and Mabin's going to work his leadoff walk.
Now batting.
So you'd love to see out of the leadoff man leading off the inning. And boy, that was a slider that just never really came over the plate, started high and then broke outside. Just avoided the corner it was probably looking for. He was up Victor Reyes. And well, Dylan Cease is one of the long guys in this bullpen, and he pitched quite a bit last night, so it's kind of a surprise to see him today. You gotta think he's a little bit tired.
Yeah, especially, you know, with quite a lot of the major league season still go. He's a young arm. You don't want to put too much pressure on him this early. And, you know, Tigers are going to hope to jump off of that. Maybe he's fatigued. Going to be a little bit less break on his pitches and, you know, a little bit less control. And we're seeing that early on, you know, fell behind Mabin, put him on base via the base on balls. And now Victor Reyes up in the count 2-1.
Yeah, like you mentioned, those control issues really prevalent. And nice fastball by Reyes there to make it an even count 2-2. But we'll have to see how long they go with them out of the pen. They still have 15 outs to get.
Yeah, as bad as the Tigers have been this season, they are still major league ball players getting paid major league salaries, and they want to earn those, you know, dollars, and some of them in contract years want to try and prove themselves in free agency.
Reyes is just going to have to prove to his manager he has eyes, as he'll take strike 3, go down, and bring up Austin Roma.
Yeah, he a little bit upset with the umpire there. I don't really see his argument. Clearly in the strike zone, albeit on the low outside corner. And we're going to see another guy trying to remain perfect today, Austin Romine. Only hitting .244 on the year, so he's got to love this 2-for-2 start tonight.
Maybe we'll go back to first. 0-1 pitch going to be fouled back.
Took a nice big hack on that pitch on the outer half and did the right thing, tried to go the other way with it, just not the right timing, fouled it off.
Get ready for the second 0-2, and they'll peel it. He held up, so almost chased the slider, but instead it'll be a 1-2 count for Austin Roman.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that they went down to first on that one. Looked pretty clear to me that he didn't swing, but this time it's pretty clear to see he did swing. It's going to be the second straight strikeout for Dylan Cease. This one forwards K as opposed to the backwards K.
And he timed that up. He lined it up with the bat perfectly, but unfortunately he needed to put a little extension on the end of that bat. Just missed reaching the ball as it dived out of the zone. And that'll make it 2 away for Jonathan Scope. Better known to those with less knowledge of him as Jonathan Scoop. I could go for a scoop of ice cream right about now.
Scoop of ice cream does sound good, although I also like the soft serve myself, so maybe a bit of a pour of the ice cream, you could say. But Scope, you know, coming out of the Netherlands, Europeans obviously pronouncing things differently than you would expect here in the United States. And Scope got a scoop under that ball. Flies out to center for out number 3.
So Scope will go down, maybe get a scoop of ice cream out of the dugout. Well, not really, because he has to go out and play second base after that. He's not the designated hitter who gets time to eat ice cream in the dugout and all that fun stuff. And Xiao Ching Cheng is going to get back to work, facing 5, 6, 7 for the Sox, starting with Eloy Jimenez, who had the big 3-run shot to get the Sox out in front early.
Yeah, Tigers not even to recover from that point. You know, that made it 4-1, and they've only scored 2 runs since then, but you never want to you never want to miss out on opportunities. Not just from, you know, a team perspective, but individually you want to increase those stats, make yourself look like a better ball player. And something a good ball player does takes a 4-pitch walk when it's given to him.
And we'll see Eloy head down to first base to lead off the inning. He's been having a heck of a day. Now it'll be a guy who's not had a heck of a day, Yasmani Grandal, to drive him in.
Looking like he was going to have a heck of a series after his start to the ball game yesterday. Like we said, hitting that big 2-run shot to make it also 4-1 in the first inning. But no hits since then.
Takes strike 1.
You know, it's baseball's very streaky game. You know, you're going to go ups and downs, have some good innings, have some bad innings. And Grandal's, you know, in one of those bad stretches right now.
Grandal falls one off to fall down 0-2, and I think for Chang, this is a big opportunity to maybe bounce back, knowing Grandal's been struggling since the first inning yesterday, and well, maybe get him to strike out, or if you're lucky, I mean, he's pretty slow, you could try and induce a double play ball. You can get it to second fast enough to get Eloy. 1-2 pitch, going to be outside, and it'll indeed be the strikeout. Start the inning. Well, for the second batter of the inning, first out.
Taken out of the strike zone with the fastball, Grandal obliging, and his struggles continue against Tigers pitching with only 1 hit in the series.
Jose Abreu fouls one outside the zone off.
Yep, that ball went out.
Doesn't chase the second one though. Believe it or not, only in the bottom half of the 5th. Now we're into this one. Hour and 2 minutes to be exact.
Lots of run scoring has, stretched out this ball game so far. But it's all been coming in surges. So, hopefully we'll be able to get you guys to the next game directly following this one. Hopefully it's on time, 10:45. San Diego Padres and the Arizona Diamondbacks. This can be Doug and Jake W. Dean on the call.
And Shagan's going to have his third strikeout of the day. It's a Bray to chase. Second of the inning for Chang. And now all that stands between him and stranding that leadoff 4-pitch walk at first is Nomar Mazara. First pitch on the chain, or slider rather, going to be a strike.
Of course, Mazara is the only thing that stands between him and completing the inning, but still a big bat to contend with. Lots of raw power potential, just not able to find it at times. But it was a big move for the White Sox in the offseason to pick him up via the trade. And he's slotted quite nicely into that number 8 spot, being fairly consistent.
2 balls, 1 strike, the count.
Barr's already walked once today. He's walked the count 2-1. That was off a good curve, makes it 2-2. So let's get ready to see it. Righty on lefty, 2-2 pitch on the way. Inside will be a full count, so that runner will be in motion from first base. Next 3-2. Swing and foul, four-seamer up, 92. Luis Robert stands in the on-deck circle, should Mazara reach. We'll foul another one off to keep Chang working.
Yeah, and who else he's keeping working? Eloy Jimenez over at first base, taking off now for the 3rd pitch in a row. Gotta be saying, just take the strikeout. I'm fine with that.
Not going to be a strikeout. It'll be a high fly ball. And man, Harold Castro got his sprints in there, deep in the gap, but he'll make the catch. So Shane gets the 1-2-3 after the leadoff walk, and it'll be Miguel Cabrera to lead it off for these Kitties as we head to the 6th inning. Cease back out on the mound.
Ball inside.
And I do not believe that for 1 second. Career .927 batting average through 17 seasons. I'd love to see that. But, we're going to have a talk with those guys out in, the trailer, putting the graphics up for us.
I'll go ahead and give a safe bet that they intended to say that was his career OPS.
Yeah, that would be a lot more realistic as a number. Even though, 927 is an outstanding OPS for anybody to have for a 17-season career.
So up until the last few seasons, Miggy's been a consistent threat both with the bat, with his eyes, and with the power. He'll go down on strikes from Cease here, but this guy won back-to-back MVPs, as well as a Triple Crown, back in the heart of his prime in 2012 and 2013. Harold Castro, and now fouls one off. We'll have to see if maybe another Castro, Willie Castro, the shortstop prospect for the Tigers, ends up joining Harold at any point this season. Maybe we'll see him sooner than later if that's the kind of production we can expect from a Castro. Harold lines one into center and will get down for a base hit.
Yeah, just a case of putting the bat on the ball, not really the hardest of contact, but driving it right back up the middle, getting the base hit. And yeah, I'd love to see Willie Castro, middle infield prospect is, main position is shortstop. We've also seen him at second base, and like we mentioned before with Cameron Maben, there's a guy out there, Jonathan Scope, who's Tigers, might be looking to trade come July 31st, and that might make room for a guy like Willie Castro to come up and show the Tigers what he's got. Already been up last season, in limited at bats and been fairly productive, but had the feeling that if he comes up, next time he comes up, it's going to be a more permanent move.
Yeah, and a big part of that will depend on how the trade deadline ends up going for the Tigers. Candelario's going to fly out to left, and we actually got a fun question in Twitch chat about Mr. Cabrera from Surrey. As Tigers fans, did you see the fall coming from Miggy's numbers when he signed the big contract? Surrey honestly did not think that would happen.
Yeah, I don't think that I didn't think the numbers were going to drop off as big as they did when they first signed the contract. I was probably only 12 or 13, so I was thinking, in Happy Funland, that Cabrera, he's going to be putting up these numbers for the rest of his life. He could be 80 years old and still putting up 40 home run, 100 RBI seasons. But that's not the case. Father Time catches up to everybody, and, he just sprinted on his way to catch Miguel Cabrera in the race to his end of his career. First couple of seasons after signing it, he was doing very well, but injuries caught up to him, lost the production, and now so far in Botball, only 2 home runs through the first 2 months plus a few days. And it's rough to see such a great player take such a dip like that.
Yeah, Miggy signed the big contract, 8 years, plus a couple vesting options before the 2014 season, although it didn't start until before 2016. And as we see Crone go down to end the inning for the Tigers. He had a pretty good 2016. The Tigers as a whole did as well. They ended up in the wild card race up until the last series of the year. So the last team eliminated from postseason contention that season. But after that, it all went downhill. 2017 was kind of plagued with injuries, and still decent numbers for Miguel, but by 2018, he ended up missing the majority of the season out with back problems, ended up getting surgery, and gone, and last season struggled mightily as well. Chang will handle it, back out for another inning's work. Didn't go with the first or the first out, but yeah, this being 2020, he's entering year 5 of the 8 guaranteed years on the deal. 2024 and 2025 are vesting options should he finish top 10 in the MVP the year prior, which doesn't look very likely at this point in time. But all the background aside, I suppose for me, I'm not really shocked. Anytime you sign someone through their age 40 season, it's dangerous. But I think a lot of it was to extend that competitive window and kind of pay back for all the years he already gave to Detroit, knowing he might fall off a bit by the end of the deal. And with that said, I don't think anyone expected he would have fallen off as fast and as hard as he has. But such is life. All we can hope is eventually we see him bounce back and finish his career a lot more like David Ortiz than like Albert Pujols.
Yeah, no, it's always the tough thing to, the big debate when it comes to those long contracts. Are you supposed to be paying the guy for what he's already done, or are you supposed to pay him for what you expect him to do? Because, one's a lot easier than the other to calculate. You had some great years with Cabrera where you were really getting great value on his deal, but once it came time to an extension, Tigers, I don't know if they were thinking about whether they were trying to pay Cabrera for what they expected him to do, or if they were just kind of giving him that money as a thank you for all that he had done. So it's an interesting debate that we've gotten into from time to time. As that one's grounded to third. Candelario trying to jump throw.
Gets him.
Got him.
Look at that. Deep in foul territory. Ends the inning for the Sox.
The shortstop, Nico Goodrum.
Now with 9-1-2 for the Tigers, we have a special guest in the booth. It's a 29-year-old, and it's Shark Shavery.
Oh, hey, how's it going, guys?
Going pretty good. Everyone be sure to wish Shark a belated birthday if you didn't do it earlier this week.
Whew, yeah. Still, hearing 29 makes me feel weird, but not as weird as this game, seeing the White Sox up 7-3.
Yeah, I mean, just go back a couple of years ago, maybe back to that 2016 campaign, like Cookie was just talking about, and you could easily see this scoreline reverse. Tigers having a good year in that campaign, but just a few years later, 7-3 White Sox beating up on the Tigers.
2-1 to Nico Goodrum. Big Guy has the trivia question of the day. They went through 2 of the 4 earlier, or in an earlier trivia question, but now we have to guess the other 2. What 2 former Tigers hit a home run before the age of 20 and after the age of 40? I don't know what the 2 you already went over were, or what that means exactly, but I'll just...
Yeah, I actually was able to catch that trivia question earlier in the game. So the first 2 actually weren't Tigers related. It's just that these last 2 are, so we kind of saved those last 2 for our game.
Gotcha. Glad to have the context. Deep fly ball off the bat of... That would have been Nico Goodrum, was it? For the first out.
The right fielder, Cameron.
Yep, Goodrum and a lot of these other Tigers hitters today, you know, we saw Jonathan Scope before him with warning track power. That's not going to be enough for the Tigers if they want to get away with a win. Only 8 outs to work with on offense.
Cameron Maben with the dish now. So the first 2 were Sheffield and A-Rod. I'll go ahead and just spitball the first 4 that come to my mind, which are Ty Cobb, Al Kaline, Alan Trammell, and Lou Whitaker. And an errant throw gonna let Cameron Maben reach second base.
Oh, I thought for sure that was now. That was fortunate if you're a Tigers fan.
Second error of the day for Yohan Moncada.
Yeah, and he really didn't have to rush that throw like he did. Even with the bobble, I still think
you see how far back
not
Maben
the
is.
fastest runner, probably still could have beaten him by a step or 2.
Not even Jim Joyce could have blown that call if they had thrown that well.
But yeah, we already did get a correct guess from Cookie. Ty Cobb is one of those 2 guys. And if I'm being technical, you know, Gary Sheffield is a former Tiger, not known for his year with the Tigers. I can't even say years. He only spent 1 season with us, but still, you know, it was a great bat that we added to the lineup. Great historical bat. This one's bunted to second. Beautiful pitch. And he's going to beat that one out. Victor Reyes
now batting
with a bunt single. Tigers threatening here in the 7th with the best part of their lineup coming up, Austin Romine.
Romine's 2 for 3 today. A couple of singles. He'll have runners on the corner. The corners. I always say quarter singular.
No, he's in.
Especially with only 1 man out, this is a pretty nice spot for the Tigers. Hopefully they don't make that comment come back to bite me, but I'm liking what I'm seeing right now.
Evie stole my next guess, Big Sexy. A couple of righties up in the pen, Cechek and Cordero, and like we mentioned, Cease pitched yesterday, and he pitched 2 or 3 innings. I'm not quite sure off the top of my head how long he was out there, but
I want to say it was almost even 4 innings that he went out there. He was out for a very long time.
He's now into his 3rd inning of work today. Pitch number 46, my bad, being delivered right now. So
Okay, other guy,
I got to count 2 and 2.
he's used him for trivia before, says the big guy. Wait for the Astros, Expos, Mets, Rangers, and Tigers. I'm going to guess Juan Gonzales.
All mine will go down on strikes, and I don't think Ivan Rodriguez played for that specific set of teams, but I'll guess him anyway.
Yeah, Pudge Rodriguez played for most of those teams, but I don't remember seeing him as a New York Met.
Jonathan Scope will get his cuts now. Ooh, big swing there. Would have made this a 7-6 game.
I love the enthusiasm behind that hit. Or
Straighten it up a little.
No ball, 2 strikes.
That doesn't straighten anything up, other than the odds of him going to the dugout without any RBIs. 0-2 to Jonathan Scope now. Dylan Cease looking to make it 3 clean innings of work. He'll throw one way in the dirt. 1-2. And swing and a miss. Scope goes down, and let's get up, everybody, and stretch.
Time this time.
Count 1-0.
A very rare occurrence.
Indeed it is. Well, thanks for having me as always, boys. I hope you have a great rest of your call, and hopefully these Tigers can get it done.
It'll be quite the comeback, but let's see if they can do it. Thank you, as always, Shark, for the stretch, and I'm looking forward to listening to it again later tonight as these Snakes play the Dads later tonight. So Ching Chang back out. It's a quick 1-pitch pop out. That might not have been just 1 pitch. I might be losing my mind.
I think it was the second pitch, you know.
It was.
We're losing our minds. This is almost ball after dark time. But, you know, good location to hit that one, but just got under it, and it's an easy pop out.
Ball 1, no strike.
Chao Ching Chang. And this would be a huge inning if he can get through it. Middle of the order. Encarnacion laces one the opposite way. Caught by Maven. Nice line drive. Good read. Second out.
Yep, Encarnacion just hit it too hard. Got a guy right there out in right field. Maven able to come in a couple steps and grab that one right before it hits the grass.
And with 2 out, Eloy Jimenez. And we flash back to the big 3-run bomb. Got these Sox back up to the Deja Vu 4-1 lead.
Yep, as the good old Yogi Berra said, it's Deja Vu all over again. He's going to be missed with all of his great sayings, passing a few years ago now. But great start to the game from the Tigers, getting that early lead against the young pitcher, but Zimmermann not able to back his team up, giving up 4 runs in the first inning, and, he ended up giving up all 7 were charged to his name, and the Tigers offense not able to get more than 3.
The count is 1 and 2.
Tigers still got 6 outs to work with, but the odds of the comeback are looking slimmer and slimmer. Chang's done a great job to keep him in it. He did let that inherited runner score, but All 7 runs today have been charged to Zimmermann. Chang's been great in relief, and he'll get a strikeout of Eloy here to end the 7th inning.
So Chang doing a great job keeping the Tigers within slam range. And, you know, he's been great out of the bullpen trying to save these Tigers' arms. And speaking of another guy trying to save some bullpen arms with Dylan Cease not allowing any runs on his end either. Now we're going to see a new guy, Jimmy Cordero, 2.72 ERA, 39 punch-outs with only 9 bases on ball.
The designated hitter,
Miguel Cabrera at the dish. 5-6-7 for Detroit. Cordero, like you mentioned, been a great reliever for these Sox. Jace Fry stays up in case they need to go to the lefty. Break up high to Miggy. Well, things are winding down. I'll go ahead and flash you through some of the important upcoming dates for these teams and for me in special. Miggy takes strike 2. These White Sox. Well, first of all, Game 3 in this series will not be aired tomorrow. We'll see the Sox back on Tuesday. Miggy's going to hit a high pop-up. Abreu handles it. Nice over-the-shoulder play for the first out. But Cleveland will be coming to Guaranteed Rate Field on Tuesday. And that's when we'll get to see Special again as well. Him and J-Man on the call. That's at 3:45 Eastern on Tuesday. Starter comparison, you see both didn't go very far, but Dunning only allowed the 3 runs. Quite a few of those were unearned. Well, actually, I think it was just one of them was unearned, technically. But Zimmermann allows 7, and those were all earned, so... Dunning a nice Major League debut, finished strong, and... etc., etc. Harold Castro at the dish quickly. 1-1. That's a fastball that probably should have got the call, but... If you're a Tigers fan, bad news is we won't see them on again until Friday. Again at that 3:45 slot. They'll be hosting the Toronto Blue Jays. It'll be Adam Giardino and Mark Colley on the call. And as for me, I will be back tomorrow night at 7:15 along with Chris calling the Dodgers hosting the Colorado Rockies as Cordero gets his first strikeout, retiring Castro, and finally Special, I'm done talking, so catch up on anything you've been trying to say.
No worries. Yeah, Cordero blowing that fastball by him. We did get the final answer for that trivia question, and it's a guy that I definitely don't remember as a Tiger, but I trust the big guy in his, research of these questions. But it's Rusty Staub, one of 4 people to have hit a home run before age 20 and after age 40 in Major League Baseball.
Not to be confused with Rusty Kuntz, nice bench player back in the Tigers' title run in 1984. Is it Kuntz?
Yeah, it's it's very specifically Rusty Kuntz. Don't want to say it the other way for certain reasons that we won't get into.
I mean, I'm just going by how AutoMod thinks that's pronounced, so my apologies, everybody. Candelario's going to take the 1 and 2. Well, will he take it? He won't, he'll swing at it. 99 on the sinker for Cordero, that is hot. We will have to get a swear jar. Shane works out of the inning, though. 3 outs for the White Sox to secure the win, and Buck Farmer's going to come into pit. Wait, Cordero works out of the inning. I thought the Tigers were pitching for some reason. Chang's day is done though. Farmer comes in to pitch the 8th. Rondal, Abreu, and Mazzara.
Yeah, it's a late night for all of us, kind of forgetting who's who at the time. But Farmer, you know, he's one of the guys, was a starter in the Tigers organization coming up through the system, but it didn't really pan out for him. He's transitioned into the bullpen piece now, and he's been a good, not great arm. You know, ERA hovering around 4 most years, like you've seen it this year.
Nope, that's
And
a ball.
he's a guy who will eat up some innings, maybe not trust him with a small lead, but you can at least make sure, you know, if you got a big lead or if you're down by some, that he's going to give you some quality.
1 and 2.
One-two pitch, swing and a miss.
Now batting, first baseman, Jose.
I mean, not much behind that one, you know, just a very good fastball blown by the hitter.
Expert analysis. Strike 1. Right by the hitter again.
I got the count 0 and 2.
You're going to see a couple of guys warming up in the bullpen. Peter Fairbanks ready, Gregory Soto, the lefty, in case Farmer doesn't get through this inning, or in case he does and the Tigers are able to send it to the bottom of the ninth.
First of all, I don't know if I would call that a highlight you just posted, but
I mean, it's been bringing some joy to some people, and you could call that a highlight of sorts, maybe a bit of a low light, but still a notable a notable clip, we could say.
Nope, that's off the plate. Ball 2.
Abreu works the count 2 and 2. Buck Farmer, that's a name to remember. Yeah, it's a name all right. Just don't swap the first letters of that name or you'll end up like me.
The right fielder.
TJ Crone catches this one in foul territory, there's going to be 2 away.
Now, if you want to be catching those highlights, though, or just chatting, you know, in between games, we do have a Discord server that we would love for you guys to join in with us. I'm going to throw the link in there really quickly.
That's a ball.
As we see Nomar Mazzara.
0-1, no strike.
If I could actually spell Discord right.
Ball 2.
I got
Looks
you
like
covered.
Yeah, looks like Cookie's got it
2
for
balls,
me.
no strike.
But we'd love to have you guys join us. We've got commentary, gives you opportunities to join us in the broadcaster's booth if that's what you're looking for. Even just talk some baseball, bot ball, whatever you want to. We are a very open community. We'd love to see you there.
Lots of wrestling talking too. Farmer. Ooh, that's a tough walk right on the bottom part of the zone, but called a ball.
Yeah, it ends up being a 4-pitch walk, but, you know, combine those pitches maybe missed by about half a foot. You know, not missing the strike zone by a lot, just nibbling at the corners, not getting the call on.
Luis Robert. 5th straight ball from Farmer. Yeah, I think maybe he just has to throw a few right down the middle at this point because he's nibbling. None of these pitches are really far off. The last couple have been, you know, 50-50, maybe 40-60. That won't matter though. Ground ball, good run. Goes the short way. And that'll end the inning. Highlight reel throw.
I was going to say, if anything, this Tigers defense is at least stepping up.
Your
But
attention,
they'll need those
please.
bats to pick up.
Now pitching
Down
for
7-3,
the White
and it's going to be a tough test for them against Kelvin Herrera.
Kelvin.
You know, mostly known for his time with those World Series winning Kansas City Royals, you know, last decade. But he's found himself on the Chicago White Sox in playoff contention early this year, and he's putting up very similar numbers. ERA just above 2. Hasn't lost much off of that fastball. And we're going to see a changeup here. First pitch grounded up the middle. Second baseman Garcia flips onto first for out number 1.
Now batting. The shortstop,
Quick out.
Nico
And special that Royals bullpen, maybe a little bit off topic, but still relevant to the AL Central. That was something to behold back in its heyday, and obviously it's been pretty much disassembled at this point. But
well, it's one of those. It's one of the small keys that you've seen for most of these World Series winning teams. You know, you can get far into the playoffs with a great offense, a great pitching staff, but if you don't have a bullpen that can nail the door shut, you're just inviting lots of trouble. We've seen that with the Tigers time and time again.
And this will be a fair ball down the line. And that ball gets the opportunity to dive with the shift on. Eloy gets over, though, to throw it in, and it's going to be a double for... Is that Nico Goodrum? Yes, it was.
Like Nico Goodrum keeping the hot bat going in that number 9 hole with multiple hits now today, and just keeping it fair down that third baseline against the shift.
Cameron Maben's had a big day too. 2 for 3 with a couple doubles, and he'll get a base hit. So Herrera's in trouble. Not a save opportunity, but he has blown the only save opportunity he had this year. But he's let a couple reach with still just one away, and that'll lead to them pulling him to bring in the closer, Alex Cullen.
Yep, now with, you know, the runners on the corner, he's one out. 4-run ball game that will make it a safe situation. Cullen going to look for save number 17. His ERA is sky high at 4.76. It was above 5, you know, coming into yesterday's ball game, but he was able to shut the door on the Tigers, seal off the 4-2 victory, and he's going to look to do it again. Tough bets, though, coming up in the immediate future for him. Victor Reyes and Austin Romine, both with 2 hits on the day.
And Reyes is going to get this one down the line, so Tigers maybe got something cooking. It's going to be an RBI double. They'll hold the runner up at third. And we're just a 3-run shot away from tying this one up.
Well, and, you know, speak of the devil, tying run will come to the plate. Home run threat somewhat in the form of Austin Romine. Good job keeping it fair down that line, getting it into the corner for extra bases. And even a single, you got to think, really puts the pressure on Colin, because you, as long as it's not hit too hard, if the outfield's playing shallow, we could see a 1-run ball game, just one swing of the bat.
Maben and Reyes on base both have good speed. Romine's gone 2 for 4. He'll be followed by Jonathan Scope and Miguel Cabrera. He'll take ball 1. Changeup registers at 87.
Yep, thing working in the Tigers' favor already. Colomé with 3 blown saves on the year. And he's got some work to do to make sure that doesn't increase.
That cutter didn't cut at all. It'll be right at the fists of Romine to make it 2-0. Now let's get the sign and set. It'll miss low, so we could see loaded bases here. Jonathan Scope on deck. He's got quite a bit of power in that bat.
Yep, and Saray making a great point in the Twitch chat. With the new 3-batter rule, even if Austin Romine, you know, gets on base, loads bases, or even if he slugs one out of the park, that will only be Colomé's second batter. He will have to face Jonathan Scope no matter what, unless he ends the ball game right here.
He can't end the ball game.
He could, you know, maybe on a fly ball double play. Not going to, though.
Oh, and I see what you mean now.
Yep, Romine going to draw the walk.
Second base.
And the bases are loaded. Now the lead run is going to come to the plate. Jonathan Scope got the power in his bat. And Colomé's looked wild. Scope 0 for 4 today. Couple of strikeouts. Had that deep fly ball out to right center field that, you know, just missed the wall by a couple of inches. Mazzara making that great running catch.
It'll be strike 1 to Jonathan Scope.
If history is going to repeat itself, that might be good for the Tigers. 5 for 12 career against Colome for Jonathan Scope.
If you believe in long-term history repeating itself, short-term history, Scope's gone 0 for 4 today. And really needs a turn of fortune here.
Ball, that's outside.
2-1.
Good patience, though, taking that cutter outside, getting himself into a good hitter's count. And these two guys are, you know, at least somewhat familiar, both coming from the American League East at some point in their career. Colome with those Tampa Bay Rays, and Jonathan Scope, of course, coming up big time with the...
Well, we'll get a hold up right here. That's just foul. Nearly trouble. Didn't mean to cut you off, but I thought it was fair for a split second.
No, that would be very justifiable reason to cut me off. But yeah, like I was saying, Scope coming from the Orioles earlier in his career, Colome with the Tampa Bay Devil Rays. And Scope is, you know, doing very well laying off some pitches. He's 3-2 in the count. And Colome's got to bear down, not walk home a run.
It's a full count, 3-2, runners on all of the bases, and it's going to be down the line. Foul again. That would have been trouble. It's a couple, one down each line, just barely fouled to save major damage for the Sox.
Yeah, if either of those stayed fair, you're thinking at least 2 runs in one hand for the Tigers, and making it a 1-run ball game with Miggy coming up.
Next 3-2 pitch, going to be back up the middle. That'll be 4 to 6 to 3, and just like that, the ball game is over. So they made some drama to finish it off, but the White Sox finish it off. 7-4 going to be the final tally in this one. And the Sox clinch the series win against the Tigers. They'll go for the sweep tomorrow and hopefully continue their ascent in the AL Central.
Yep, that win is going to put them one step closer to a playoff berth that they haven't seen in many years, to say the least. But Chicago having a great start to the season. That only puts them 3 games back of the Minnesota Twins in the AL Central. And they're still holding on firmly to that second wild card spot now. 6 games above the Tampa Bay Rays.
They left 5 men on base.
So Dylan Cease is the player of the game, as well as the winning pitcher. Dane Dunning only goes 4 in his MLB debut, and 2 runs in a couple innings work. Zimmermann gets the loss, and the save, of course, goes to Alex Colome. And Special, why don't you walk us through the highlights of today's ball?
Yeah, well, more of a low light for the White Sox to start out the ballgame. Tigers get their first 2 on, and Austin Romine hits a ground ball to third, but Moncada throws it into right field, allowing the first run of the ballgame to score. 1-0 Tigers, but you know the damage was pretty much done at that point for the Tigers. Edwin Encarnacion lining this one up the right center field gap, tying the ballgame at 1. And you know, Tigers didn't get much more offense. White Sox did. Eloy Jimenez lifting this one out into the left field bullpen for a 3-run home run, just like last night. White Sox led it 4-1 after just 1 inning of play. Tigers were able to get, you know, a little bit back as Nico Goodrum lining this one down the right field line into the corner for an RBI double. Made the deficit 4-2, and then Goodrum himself was going to be driven in, just 1 batter later. Cameron Maben with an RBI ground rule double that almost had the legs on it to get out of here.
Nice try by Robert on the diving play.
Yeah, Luis Robert giving his effort both defensively and offensively. He drives this one up the right center field gap. And once again, trouble striking for the Tigers. Made it 5-3. Jordan Zimmermann still in the ballgame at this point, although the last man you would see, Larry Garcia, lining one just fair down the left field line, replacing his teammate Robert out at second base for an RBI double. And then Tim Anderson facing the new pitcher Xiao Ching Chang just finally capped off the terrible night for Jordan Zimmermann. as the inherited runner came in to score 7 earned runs allowed by Georgia Zimmermann. And that was the scoring for most of the game. We did see Tigers try to mount a comeback in the top of the 9th inning. Victor Reyes doubling down that left field line, putting himself at second base. Cameron Maben at third. Austin Romine would draw a walk, but Jonathan Scope hits a ground ball to second. 4-6-3. Very well worked double play to end the ball game, and Alex Colome getting save number 17 on the season.
So action-packed days, tons of offense from both sides. Finishes almost in a duel of the long relievers. Not much action going once the starter is out. So all that action ends up finishing just in time for Hot Ball After Dark.
And as we close out our ball game, get ready for the next one, we want to remind you guys out in the Twitch chat, if you scroll down, there is a broadcaster feedback link. If there's anything you want to see from us, if there's anything you wanted to give us props for, we'd love to hear it. We want to hear all the feedback and make this a better experience for everyone involved. We're doing this for the fans, and we're doing this for charity. We want to put out a good product and keep you guys watching.
Yeah, and I can't emphasize that enough. Even if you don't got anything bad to say, if there's something you particularly liked, let us know. We'll do it more. Or if there's something that really irks you, that makes you want to throw your laptop or computer or phone or whatever you're watching this on across the room, please let us know, because we'd rather you tune in than break your electronics. With that said, we got dads and D-backs coming up. And my best friend in the whole wide world, Duggo, has joined us in the booth.
Aw, what a lovely, stellar recommendation, man. Your best friend in the whole wide world?
It doesn't take much, man. I'm a lonely man.
It doesn't take much, even though I'm in the booth having known him for 7 years.
I was about to say, dude, that's throwing shade right there. Oof.
He's my other best friend in the whole wide world.
Oh, sure. Save yourself for that one.
Oh my god.
But I gotta say, Duggo is also my best friend in the whole wide world. Right back at you, Cookie.
Oh.
No, he's a great broadcaster. One of the many great voices we've got here with ML Botball. And so, what's the storyline really coming in tonight for these Padres-Diamondbacks matchup?
So right now, Diamondbacks dropped that first game of the series, a rough loss. Final score, 4-2. Joey Lucchese looking great on the mound. Snakes, unable to really put anything together. 4 double play balls really killed any shot at a rally all last night. We saw Eduardo Escobar come back in form after getting a day off the day before, in that no-hitter German Marquez threw at Chase Field on Sunday. No, whatever day of the week that was. What are days of the week? Wednesday? Something like that.
Relative right now.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, what day is it right now even? But Ketel Marte is getting the day off today here. We saw Seth Beer make his debut yesterday for the Diamondbacks. Went 0 for 4 with 2 double play balls. Did look excellent on defense, though, so I'll give him that. So we're seeing a little bit of shuffling both in the San Diego lineup and the Arizona lineup. And we had a game with 2 southpaws last night. Gonna have a game with 2 righties here today in Game 2 of the series.
It should be a fun matchup. Even though the Padres now find themselves bottom of the NL West, they're still putting a lot of trouble for these Arizona Diamondbacks, fighting for a playoff spot, but it hasn't slipped out of their grasp by any means, but still not in a spot just yet, and they're slowly slipping out of that wild card picture.
No, Diamondbacks, they're right now 6 games back of the Dodgers coming into play today. The Padres, they're dead last in the West, 16 games back. And, it's kind of a cluster down at the bottom of the division. The Giants and Rockies both tied at 15 games back. The Padres just a game back of that, good for last. Diamondbacks, as you said, slipping a little bit away. Atlanta and Cincinnati, last I checked, heading up the 2 wild card spots in the National League at the moment. The Cubs and the Nationals have done a great job of running away with their divisions, at least this far into the season. But we're only a little less than 70 games into it right now. We got almost 100 left to play, so anything can happen. For all we know, the Diamondbacks' hot April was just a mirage, and May is really what's happening. So, I don't know, man. I'm excited to see if David Peralta can sustain it. He's still, sitting close to 350 in the batting average department, just smashing the ball. We saw Eduardo Escobar go cold for the last 2 weeks with the Diamondbacks. Came back into it after his day off yesterday. Looking at a nice 2-for-4 day with an RBI and a run scored. So, like to see what Escobar can do back in the lineup. Darling Marte is back as a regular in the lineup for the Diamondbacks. So is Cole Calhoun. Got benched after too many 0-for days with barrels of strikeouts. So good to see him back in there. We've seen the Diamondbacks get some good rookies up this year. Andy Young's been performing very well for the Snakes in a limited sample size, and excited to see now what Seth Beer can do, getting the call up just last night. So, seen some exciting stuff going on with this Diamondbacks organization. A lot of young guys, a lot of veterans. Just a real mixed bag, and hopefully we can see some success. Unfortunately, their losing skid just happened to time right with, I think, a 10-game winning streak by the division-leading Dodgers. So, that's really where the trouble started, and it's hard to dig yourself back from that.
Yeah, the Dodgers did lose 2 of 3, though, to the Braves, so that was a while back, actually. I don't know what they've done of late. I've done a bad job of following these Dodgers the last few days, but who knows? Maybe a chance to build back. Definitely seems like we've seen a bit of shuffling around for the D-backs to see if we can try and get that spark to go back, giving some of those veterans off days, and like you mentioned, calling up Seth Beer. And it's still early, so there's still a lot of hope with this squad out in the desert.
I think the things I'm really looking forward to as we creep closer and closer is 9 days away, you and me, Cookie, away from getting that first Dodgers Snakes series of the year.
That is going to be one of the best of all time.
No, dude, I don't think we've seen, both these teams playing at such a level for some time. We saw Chase Field break an attendance record last year, August 31st, over 50,000 in the place for a Dodgers Snakes game. And I think we're gonna likely see something similar because both these teams playing out of their minds early on.
It's like you said, not very often that you see the Diamondbacks and the Dodgers playing this well in unison. Maybe even the first time in franchise history. The Diamondbacks, one of the newest teams in the major leagues, only coming around in 1998. And it's exciting to see these races going on. And it's a little bit disappointing that it's taken us all the way until June to get the first matchup between LA and Arizona.
That's the thing, man. There's some weird stuff now that they've tossed it over to computer scheduling here in the major leagues. I'm not super crazy about some of the stuff they've decided to go with that schedule.
Yeah, I would have loved to see. An April matchup between these two teams would have been really exciting if you ask me, especially as the Dodgers tried to climb back.
Give me a home opener with these two teams. One of them, LA doesn't have to do it after, a couple stellar playoff runs, but give it to the Diamondbacks. Make them open at home against the Dodgers.
Yeah,
Doug, are you trying to get swept at home for your opening series? I don't know if that's a great idea.
Hey, man, we could probably set an attendance record with everything that's gone on and, bring all these Dodgers fans to their second home here. Could have been something fun.
Oh, definitely their second home. I feel like there might be as many Dodgers fans living in Arizona as there are in California.
Yeah, I mean, with how many people leaving California and moving here, can't blame them either.
Well, with that said, I guess me and Special will hop out because this game's about to start and Zach Gallen's taking the mound. So, pleasure talking to you as always, Duggo, Jake, and on behalf of me and Special, thank you for tuning in. Let's get some good Snakes and Dad spot ball coming right up.
Always appreciate it. Cookie is what's going on, Jake? I'm looking forward to some good National League baseball, National League West baseball.
Yeah, yesterday's game was fantastic. Both the teams really put in a solid effort. Lucchese at the mound, just throwing just absolute gas, and now hopefully we'll see a little bit better of a pitching performance from the Diamondbacks with Gallen on the mound.
Zach Gallen has looked incredible as he does start out the new leadoff man, Fernando Tatis, with a strike. Has looked great all season. Unfortunately, has been held back with a little bit of an injury after catching a comebacker late in the month of April. His last start out there, 5 2/3 innings pitched, only 6 base runners, 1 earned run, 7 strikeouts en route to a win. So I'd like to see it continue here, just rocking that 1 loss in a 4-1 record. Love to see it climb to 5-1 here today.
And Zach Gallen starts the game off with a strikeout. So, Duggo, he's thinking the same thing you are. He wants that 5th win, and he wants it bad.
You see there, just a little bit of shuffling here in this Dad's lineup tonight. Profar, not the leadoff man, instead Tatis Jr. So we'll go through this Dad's lineup as it's Tommy Pham here, batting second for the Padres. Batting third, going to be Eric Hosmer, followed by Manny Machado in the cleanup spot. Profar dropped down to the 5th hole. Brian Dozier, now the everyday second baseman, batting 6th, both against lefties and righties. Franchi Cordero out in right field, batting 7th, the man that screwed up that 19th inning game by getting that ball in foul territory and allowed the sacrifice run to score in the 19th. So arguably my savior. And Austin Hedges behind the plate, batting 8th. As Tommy Pham gives that one a ride. Peralta retreats back, camps under it, and it was not hit nearly as hard as it looked off the bat. Puts it away for the second out here in the top of the first.
No, I was a little worried we were about to see another one of those no-doubters. Last night, Tommy Pham hit a home run, and he hit a home run. Thankfully there, the freight train able to get under that one, and it brings up the hits leader here for these Padres, Eric Hosmer, the first baseman.
Started out the season ice cold, but he has returned to form. Maybe he forgot that it's not an odd year, though he did forget it was last year. We've seen Eric Hosmer struggle in even years, hot in odd years. Just kind of a up and down player.
Yeah, I mean, only really one All-Star appearance, though. And, that Rookie of the Year win, you thought that maybe Eric Hosmer, or was that? I believe Eric Hosmer won the Rookie of the Year, but Eric Hosmer is just kind of a guy that you expect to bring more to his team at kind of every kind of turn. He came from that Florida baseball high school system that produces good batters, but he's not going to be a good batter there. Swings through that one, strikes out, and now Zach Gallen starting off the game here with 2 Ks.
Heading now to the bottom of the first. Gonna get Marte Escobar Peralta here for the Snakes. On the mound, the sheriff for the San Diego Padres. It is not Andrew Chafin, it's Chris Paddack. Coming in with a 2-4 record, 3.67 ERA. Whip a little bit high at 1.25, but definitely a strikeout machine. Kind of worried now looking at Cole Calhoun in this lineup against Chris Paddack.
Leading up.
Yeah, I mean, you're a little bit worried, but also at the same time, I think that this D-backs offense can explode at any time. You're just kind of waiting. Recently, there really hasn't been
the pop to their bats that you might say, they've had in the first kind of month and a half of this season, being one of those first 2 teams in the National League to hit 300 runs. You just kind of expect it to work itself out eventually.
As Marte gets that one on the ground aggressively, and they will rule that foul.
It looked like the umpire ruled it fair.
Yeah, no, looked like that was definitely a fair call from that ump standing at third. So, all right, guess we'll call it a foul ball and call it 1-1. Yeah, that's real curious.
Indeed, I don't know if he has a different signal for a fair ball, but he pointed towards fair field, and either way, Starling Marte still about 1-2 pitch comes into him. It'll be low, 2-2.
Good job of Starling Marte taking that one. You see Marte back in the everyday leadoff spot here for these Snakes. Spent a little bit of time sitting. Gave some headway to Tim LaCastro to lead off for a bit. Torey Lovello looking more like he's going to have the confidence that he had in this team to win all those games in April and kind of return to the old. Important a lineup today that outside of Ketel Marte sitting and Andy Young starting, as Starling Marte strikes out for the first out for these Diamondbacks. Torey bringing it back to a lineup that mirrors something closer to opening day that we haven't seen in a few weeks, feels like.
Yeah, the Diamondbacks do have a weird amount of, I wouldn't call it depth, but I'd call it that those kind of role players, they have a lot of similarly efficient or similarly effective role players, So you're not always going to get that same lineup each and every day as some managers might give you.
It's not like Dodgers depth where you're going to pull a guy out of the system and be like, oh, cool, this guy's going to start in the All-Star game next year. As Escobar fouls that off, it's 1-2.
Was that at Max Muncy?
Oh, Max Muncy, Matt Beatty. You could probably say it for Will Smith, too. He was highly rated as a prospect, so I take that back. As that one is going to get by Hedges and a drop third strike as Eduardo Escobar strikes out, but heads over to first anyway.
Yeah, that's not what you're used to seeing. I'm not sure I've seen that in bot ball yet this season. Drop third strike actually works out. And we're going to see now a runner for David Peralta. He's still hitting .339 this season. Won a Gold Glove last year. 401 on base percentage. He's just been producing, honestly, day in, day out for these Diamondbacks.
He hasn't really seen any days off, but might be due for one if we can see Eduardo Escobar turn it around and maybe Ketel Marte turn it around as well. Maybe he can stay hot, or as soon as he starts turning cold, he'll probably see the rare day off. But as we said, the Diamondbacks do have that depth, You got Tim LaCastro and Ketel Marte sitting on the bench today, both capable playing the outfield, definitely. Seth Beer just called up yesterday. You can throw him out there in left field. I wouldn't call it great, but you can do it.
Yeah, I prefer him to have him in there at first, but...
Big swing and a miss out of David Peralta. So technically, Paddack gets his third strikeout. He does strike out the side, though Eduardo Escobar stands over at first on that wild pitch.
Not your usual scoreline, but hey, Christian Walker now with his .274 average, somehow getting votes for the NL All-Star at first base. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings, but vote for somebody else.
Hey man, let's be real. It's going to be Freddie Freeman. There's not much competition out there. 1-0 is fouled off here. So we can see, man, honestly, the way Christian Walker has swung the bat, at least historically in 2020, looked hotter than he has all season lately. But we could see a rare feat here. We could see a forced strikeout inning out of Chris Paddack. Not out of the realm of possibility. The 1-2 to Walker is laid off wisely. A big breaking ball wide of the plate. Would have cried if he would have swung at that, but I wouldn't have been surprised. As he gets the foul tip. We'll stay at 2-2. And yeah, he is 8th out of 15. You know, that's fair. 2-2. In the dirt. In front of Hedges. No advance out of Escobar as it runs full. Escobar on first, likely running now. Full count, 2 outs. Walker gives that one a ride. Retreating back is Cordero, and he makes the catch on the track.
So it won't be a problem there for Paddack, and the San Diego pitching continues to kind of stifle this D-backs offense. They didn't get much going yesterday outside of those first few early innings, and they don't get much going here in the first. Manny Machado, the all-star, big contract kind of guy. He's raking versus left-handed pitchers, but right-handed pitchers have proven more than difficult.
Brings up Manny Machado, takes a ball outside, 1-0. Two straight balls out of Zach Gallen. So we've seen both these pitchers locked in early. Already a combined 5 strikeouts in that 1 inning. As Machado puts that one on the ground, but in foul territory. Will be 2-1 to start off this inning. Now 3-1. Profar looms on deck. Profar has definitely cooled off since getting moved up to leadoff. We see him drop down to the 5 spot. Probably a good place for him. As 3-1 goes wide. As Manny Machado is aboard here to lead off the second inning.
That is it. The left fielder.
And so Zach Gallen dealt there in that first inning, was seeming like he was just on his stuff here today. Unfortunately, lets up a walk there, and now Jurickson Profar, the quick kind of guy. He's usually in that leadoff position, and he's been hitting pretty well until getting moved up there. Finally moved back in the lineup once again.
So Profar's got Manny Machado over there at first. See what he can do. Padres would like to jump out to an early lead. We know we've seen Paddack be stingy both this year and in his incredible rookie year just last year. Will be 1-1 here to Jurickson Profar. As they will say that is in the zone. Good location on Gallen with that fastball. Brings it to 1-2. Fouled off. So Paddack and Gallen actually probably, pound for pound, the 2 best rookie start. I lied. Mike Soroka exists. Probably in the top 3 for best rookie starters last year as he gets Profar to go down swinging. 3rd strikeout for Gallen here today.
The second baseman.
Yeah, Gallen was a really effective starter for the D-backs last year. Just don't know if he really got enough high-intensity action with the Marlins to really think of him as a Rookie of the Year kind of guy. I know that's not exactly what Rookie of the Year means, but just, playing meaningless Marlins baseball kind of hurts you a little bit in that aspect.
Curious to see what ends up with Jazz Chisholm over there. Former Diamondbacks top prospect, headed over 1-for-1 in the Gallen trade. As he starts off, Brian Dozier, far from a rookie himself, with a ball. Back in the count now, 1-1. Dozier here riding a 4-game hit streak. Brought back into the everyday playing time situation here for the Padres. Curious to see how that works out. Brian Dozier has not looked great since leaving Minnesota. Puts that one on the ground just past Nick Ahmed. And I don't believe that. But the Padres get their first hit of the ball game here in the second inning.
And all of a sudden, the Padres are threatening. That moves the runner up to second base into scoring position.
Bringing up a big bat in a small sample, Franchi Cordero. Thank you for doing that for me. Infield fly rule is in effect, so the runners will stay where they're at as Franchi Cordero pops up the first thing he sees over there to Ed for the second out. And in a battle of light hitting catchers here today, and here in this series, it's Austin Hedges. Went 0 for 2 last night with a pair of walks and a strikeout. Went 0 for 1 with a strikeout before getting pinch hit for in the 8th inning.
Yeah, you had Campusano come in for him.
Luis Campusano, the rookie, made his debut with the injury to Francisco Mejia a bit ago. Fractured his ankle, out for the rest of the 2020 season. 2-0 to Hedges. Goes low. So Zach Gallen has not been able to find the zone here in the second. 3-0 is just in there, flirting with danger. Threatening to load the bases here with 2 away.
Gallen needs to focus.
Oh, he does need to focus.
He does need to focus 110%. Don't focus like us. But that ball will get out there into right field. Cole Calhoun will come down with it. Back in the starting lineup here today. Not much work for him there, and he'll be the first one up to bat for the Diamondbacks. Gallen gets through 2 without letting a man score. Hopefully he continues on that trend.
Padres leave 2 as we now head to the bottom of the second. And as you said, it is Cole Calhoun, a man who has not seen a whole lot of playing time lately. We've seen Tim LaCastro get a couple more reps out in right field with things getting shifted around. As he quickly does what he did all season, find the gap, and he is going to be standing aboard second, ripping a double on the first pitch he sees here today.
Well, that is what you like to see. Cole Calhoun hitting a 16th double on the season, and honestly, that's pretty impressive given how little he's actually played in this starting lineup. I mean, I know he was a starting kind of guy for 2, 3, 4 weeks there, but he's been in and out of the lineup.
No, he has been he was a monster when he first started this 2020 season. Had a lot of aggressive shifts on him in the outfield, and he was able to pop it the other way and just take an easy single and stretch it into a double. So he was rocking like top 3 in doubles for most of April. Just hit a bad stretch of strikeouts and rode some pine. So hopefully we can see that doubles train continue. Bringing up Nick Ahmed with a man in scoring position here in the bottom of the second.
Chris Paddack there takes that foul ball and really takes a long time to ready himself as he gets back here. Ready to throw the 0-1 pitch in, and that's going to be outside. Curves just out a bit too far on that 77-mile-an-hour pitch.
Big, nasty curveball by Paddack. If that thing can get working and get the bite from these snakes, it's going to be game over. Though that fastball's got Ahmed looking like a fool. It's 1-2 now. Ahmed was able to drive in one of the 2 runs here for the Snakes yesterday, and that's a big swing if that stays fair. But no, it'll be just feet foul of the line. Pops into that Diamondbacks bullpen.
Oh, that's a bummer right there. That was a pitch to change the game. Instead, he'll strike out on that 4-seamer, 95 miles an hour outside the zone. Paddack now with 4 strikeouts.
You know, I was just saying it was that curveball if he can get that working, but it looks like that fastball here is working for Paddack early, already with 4 strikeouts.
Yeah, although to be fair, the curve has been an integral part of a couple of those strikeouts.
Let's keep track now. I'm going to be paying a lot more attention now. bringing up Carson Kelly. That sub-600 OPS is more indicative of the early season struggles than it is any recent performance. His ability to work a walk has definitely popped up in recent weeks. His ability to actually get some pop in his swing as well finally has a slugging percentage north of his on-base percentage as he takes 2 straight balls looking to bring it to 1-2.
Yeah,
Hey,
I mean,
man.
Carson Kelly, like, you'd love to see him hit well, but you really just need him to hit like 220, 230. You need him to
Right.
just be a serviceable kind of guy because he's so valuable behind the plate that once you get just a little bit more offense out of him, he's an everyday kind of guy.
And this is what I was going to argue for, is I was going to say if he can at least work the count here and make Paddack throw some pitches early on, I'll take it, as he rings it full. Payoff pitch is fouled off, so this is exactly the at-bat. Regardless of the outcome, I will take out a Carson Kelly here early on.
Yeah, you want something different than yesterday when Joey Lucchesi just seemed to keep going and going and going, but it won't be a curveball there, it'll be a changeup. Gets
All right.
Kelly to swing and miss.
The pitcher.
Brings it 2 outs here. Diamondbacks threatening to strand the leadoff double from Cole Calhoun. Likely may happen as it is the pitcher, Zach Gallen. Though, I may be underselling it. We did see Zach Gallen come inches away from a home run in his last start. Hit off the yellow padding on the left field line. Ended up staying in the park. Good for a double for Gallen. But man, he has shown some prowess swinging the bat. So curious to see what he's got up his sleeves today.
Yeah, that 400 batting average, though, might be a little bit of an illusion. Only 6 for 15. I'm not sure you can really make a determination off that, but 6 for 15 is a lot better than I'd expect from most pitchers. And does have an RBI on the season. So, you know, it's not out of the question that Zach Gallen could pop one out to a gap over there, maybe one over the infield that'll score Cole Calhoun from second.
2-1 here to Gallen. In the zone, big swing and a miss. It's that changeup that he was able to get Kelly on in that last at-bat. Brings the count to 2-2. We'll see what Paddack goes to. The swing and a miss stuff is working early. Pitch comes in. It's going to be a fastball high. Brings it to full. Andy Young standing on deck. Calhoun at second. 2 outs. Full count. Paddack to Gallen. In the zone, looked at for a rough strike 3 call.
Well, you know, I'm not sure he would have done much better putting it into the field as much as I want to believe that 6 for 15 is real. He is still a pitcher with limited batting expertise here at the major league levels and not the guy you want up in an RBI situation, but I guess you had Ahmed and Kelly before that. So we will move on to the top of the third as the D-backs pitchers will come back out here. As you see, they're not doing very good at strikeouts, but their ERA and their WHIP up there with the league leaders.
It's basically been a whole staff of Mike Leakes, man. I mean, granted, we do have Mike Leake on the staff, but we found a lot of these guys going more on the pitch to contact, generating weak stuff out of some of these guys, as we've seen Bumgarner's WHIP right at an even 1 at the moment. Mike Leake not much north of that, you know. And the problem is, it's been a good job of avoiding bats, but sometimes some of these guys, Luke Weaver in particular, when the bat gets on the ball, it is crushed.
Well, Chris Paddack doesn't seem to be crushing anything. Down 0-2 here. The pitch outside from Gallen's going to go for a ball. Paddack does not bite on the fastball.
Just realized that rant made no sense. I'm like, yeah, they're doing great at limiting weak contact, but Luke Weaver is just home runs. Actually, no, when you phrase it like that, it makes a little bit more sense. Everybody but Luke Weaver's doing a good job at minimizing hard contact, as that's soft contact right there. Gets him to ground out to Ed at third base.
Now batting, the shortstop,
And so the D-backs will move on. Zach Gallen now at 38 pitches through 2 1/3. Has to face, though, the top of the order once again, Fernando Tatis Jr., who's 2 for 6 with a double in this series.
The count.
First pitch to him in the zone. It'll be 1-0-1. Almost had that Brockmeyer moment, dude. Like every time I'm looking at like 1-0 or 0-1, I get that like Brockmeyer moment. I'm like, what? It's something. It's just call it 0-2 though. As that one's going to be hit hard down the line. Cole Calhoun has got no chance. As that, oh my God, that missed a home run by inches.
Thank you, Bob Ball Gods.
Man, we say that missed a home run by inches, and sometimes we don't mean it, but Tatis goes down on strikes here. 4th for Gallen on the day, but oh my God, that squeak, that had to sniff the foul pole out there. Oh, that was bonkers.
Yeah, that might be the most painful strikeout in Fernando Tatis' career.
Oh my God.
Go from near home run to immediate strikeout. Tommy Pham, a guy who hit a home run yesterday, that's his only hit in the series. It was a solo shot, but it was a towering solo shot that truly changed the momentum of the game.
Looks at strike 2 here from Gallen.
That changeup there perfectly placed. Gallen fires the 0-2 pitch in. Was that a swing by Tommy Pham? They'll say no. The cutter there almost got him going, but it'll be 1-2.
Gallen looking for another strikeout as he gets squeezed on the call for the big curveball. Will be 2-2. Seen that outside edge get galled both ways here for both these pitchers, so it's a very contentious zone. And that can't be contested. That is a big breaking ball into the zone. Pham looks at that for strike 3, number 5 for Zach Gallen. So we've got a combined 11 strikeouts, and we've only been through 5 half frames.
Well, we might see some more here as we're going to get Andy Young coming to the plate. Young, experienced guy, but has hit pretty well, in his first few games. Back up in the major leagues.
That was always this thing coming up, man. It was an above average power, possibly even plus power out of Andy Young, an above average hit tool. Nothing to write home about on defense, but nothing that was going to impact your ability to make it to the majors. So we've seen him swing that big bat, and with the way modern baseball is, you're going to see the strikeouts with it.
Indeed. The only thing, though, that you got to be a little worried about with Young is, he came in, had that 2 for 4 day, but he does a couple of things like that where he's just swinging at pitches that aren't close. And Chris Paddack gets a 7th strikeout already, which is insane.
So it's a little bit disingenuous as Eduardo Escobar was able to reach on the wild pitch strikeout there, the drop 3rd strike. But it is now 7 outs recorded by the Padres and 7 strikeouts for Paddack.
When you phrase it like that, Duggo, it's not disingenuous.
It's just nuts, man. His pitch count's getting up there. That's the one thing, though, that, a lot of these guys that can go big strikeouts, in a game, a lot of them end up getting limited just by the amount of pitches they throw. A guy like Mike Leake can stay in the game, a lot easier than, like Paddack is doing right now, because he's going maybe 2-3 pitches into an at-bat and getting a ground out. And meanwhile, you got to throw at least 3 pitches as Starling Marte, oh my God, that's number 8. Strikeout streak continues here for Paddack.
Well, the only man to actually reach base so far, Eduardo Escobar, he was a strikeout victim, but he reached base on the air of the wild pitch from Paddack.
Hey, man, you're forgetting that big double up from Cole Calhoun.
Oh, JK, the 2 people to reach base. The only person to reach base without doing a good thing first.
As that's another swing and a miss, and swing and a misses here continue. These Diamondbacks got no hit just 2 outings ago. They'll avoid the no-hitter with that double by Cole Calhoun, but it is looking gross. That's fouled off, so we'll bring it to 1-2. Please don't do it, Ed.
Yeah, and you really don't like this out of the D-backs. You know, they're on a 2-game slid now. Back from that no-hitter in Colorado and then the game yesterday where, you know, they never really looked in control outside of that maybe first and second inning. And this is not what you want from them to prove that they're back. Striking out 8 times in 2 2/3.
Escobar's getting back in it. It's now tied up at 2-2. Quick 2 outs from Young and Marte striking out as count's going to ring full. So, man, like, it's a nasty amount of strikeouts, but you see that pitch count's up there. This is going to be the 55th pitch already here, and he's still looking to get through 3. Payoff pitch to Escobar is on the ground. Gallen's got the nice little toss over to Hosmer at first to get it. So he does not get the 9th strikeout in 9 outs here. But we are through 3 now. Just 1 hit for each of these teams. No runs heading to the top of the 4th.
And Eric Hosmer, the Padres hit leader, going to come back up here. He struck out in the first, finally dropped below 280. Clearly the highest average hitting guy in this Padres lineup, other than Franchi Cordero, but I don't know if you can really consider a guy who's more of a platoon role to be the hit, you know, kind of an offensive leader on the team.
Hey, man, sometimes things happen. You know, sometimes these guys have these incredible years because they're only looking at one side of the plate. You know, we can look across the division to a guy like Jock Peterson, who's made his entire career of just hitting one side of the plate. We can look at our own dugout and look. I mean, he's not there anymore, but Jake Lamb. You know, so sometimes these guys do thrive and do well when they're only looking at half. You know, it's not even half the game, you know, especially if it's against righties. You know, you talk about guys succeeding and playing just half the game, it's called the American League. So
the DH slot.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. So, like, you can call a guy a hit leader, you can call him the offensive powerhouse, even if it is just, I think, against half of the rubber. Hosmer takes a ball there. It is now 2-2. A couple foul outs here. Hosmer's looking fairly dialed in here to start off this at-bat. That one's on the ground. Another foul ball. Man, what is in the water today? I feel like I've actually been able to go off on coherent rants today. This is weird.
You know, coherent rants. I think that might be a little bit of a misnomer.
All right, fair.
I'm not sure rants can be coherent. So you've just been going off on coherent tangents.
There we go. I'll take it, man. Brings it to full as the man whose batting average has inspired a new term for us, Manny Machado, awaits on deck if Hosmer can get aboard. Well, he's on deck either way. Payoff pitch. That one's hit a mile high. Starling Marte goes back into the gap, and he is there to record the first out here in the 4th.
There you go. You like the range of Starling Marte. We've seen it both yesterday and today. That has been pretty important for the D-backs to have a fast runner and a good fielder out there in center field. Because it's not that Tim LeCastro or Ketel Marte aren't serviceable. But, you know, Starling Marte is just kind of that full defensive package.
You know, for somebody who I was worried about the age being a factor, you know, especially limiting his skill set, the legs being one of his biggest. You know, I was worried coming into 2020, but he's proved me very wrong. Definitely looking good out there in defense. Already 16 stolen bases here in the season as well. As Gallen is unable to find the zone here yet again against Machado.
Big problem for him is just finding a little more contact, a little more just barrel the ball.
As Gallen loses him on 4 straight. The second walk of the game issued by Gallen. The second walk of the game for Manny Machado.
Well, I guess if you're gonna walk anybody in this lineup, Machado hurt the D-backs yesterday and proved that even when he's hitting bad, he can still damage you offensively. And now Jurickson Profar, a guy who's not known really for his power, does have 10 home runs on the season, but I feel like, he's just kind of your average offensive threat. Definitely somebody who could ground into a double play.
Jurickson Profar, man, is a guy whose untapped talent has just been going around the majors for years. At least the talk of it has been going around for years. A highly touted prospect down in Texas forever, it seemed like. It was always going to be Profar's breakout year. And they must have just seen enough as he swings at that one after it has already bounced in the dirt. As that's the second strikeout for Profar today, number 6 for Gallen, as we are well on our way to Polar Pop City here.
Do we get double Polar Pops if there's like 40 strikeouts between the two teams?
I would hope so, man. I don't know. We get double Polar Pops if the gate attendants hand you just a handful of coupons.
Dude, the gate attendants might hand you 5 or 6. Don't even worry,
Dude, late in the season is so good when they're just like, just take them. Like, we got boxes of this stuff, just take them. And you're like, hey, can I get a couple more? And they just like hand you a fistful on, like September 22nd or whatever.
Indeed.
Starting out, Dozier in a good spot here. It's 0-2. Dozier was the first hit of the ball game and the only hit of the ball game here for these Padres. Back in the second. Gallen would like to see another strikeout, but you can see there, this is pitch number 67. Going to see a battle of the bullpens early.
Both these pitchers just an amazing amount of strikeouts, but also a high pitch count. It's almost like 2 Robbie Rays are going against each other.
God, we haven't seen enough walks for this to be a Robbie Ray start.
I don't know. Gallen's already given us 2 through 4.
I mean, but only 1 hit, man. That's only 3 base runners.
That's fair. That's not enough for a Robbie Ray outing. You got to load the bases at least once in the early innings of your Robbie Ray.
I also don't think I can hear Zach Gallen from here. And, man, like, you can sit anywhere in the stadium. You can hear just Robbie Ray, just like tennis player grunts with every throw. It's kind of weird. 2-2 to Dozier. Looked at, it's 3-2.
I'm never really mad about the grunts as long as he's effective. The only time the grunts would start to annoy me is a game like yesterday where all of a sudden, once again, he's just giving up a lot of runs so early on, and you're just kind of like, dude, you're supposed to be our ace. I don't feel ace material out of you every day, every week. Sometimes it's a couple starts in between.
I think the one that always gets me is the grunts coming. And, oh my God, what the hell was that? Brian Dozier swings at one up by his face on the full count, and he goes down, and that's strikeout number 7 for our boy Zach Gallen, the milkman.
Well, I don't know if he deserved that strikeout, but we're midway through the 4th. It's still 0-0. Both teams only with 1 hit. The D-backs trying to change that here in those beautiful black jerseys.
I think the one that definitely gets me about Robbie Ray, though, like, I know I'm nowhere near being able to throw a ball that hard. Like, so, like, put it in some perspective, I guess. But I always expect him to be throwing so much more gas than he does with how much he's grunting and exerting himself on the mound. Like, I shouldn't be scoffing at a guy throwing a ball, 93 miles an hour. But, like, every time I look at Robbie Ray, I want it to be closer to triple digits.
No, I 100% get what you're saying. You feel like if you're expending that much effort truly, like, honest to God, you're expending that much effort, you just expect just a little more. Like, if no other major league pitcher's grunting as much as you better be working harder than all of them.
Right, it's like women's tennis out there, man.
Serena Williams isn't in the building.
It's now 2-2 to the freight train. Struck out in his first appearance, but he laces that right back up. Paddack does a good job of getting out of the way of that one. And as Peralta is on board with his first hit of the day, just the second of the day for these Diamondbacks. Look at there, just the 2 base runners allowed by Paddack. The 2 hits, no walks, and 8 strikeouts. But already at 60 pitches with 3 innings under his belt. Brings up Christian Walker. Takes a change up low here. So Christian Walker early in the season was a 3 true outcomes king. Hit balls hard or struck out a lot. Took an occasional walk, a little bit more than your average bear. As he looks at another fastball high there, 2-0.
And so Paddack gonna ready himself there after throwing 2 balls. Takes an extra second, but now ready to throw on into the mound. Pitch comes in. That's going to be a high strike to Christian Walker. A changeup there that maybe Christian wanted to, I don't know, hit to any field. That was one you could drive.
Yeah, no, I'd love to see Christian Walker get number 13 here on the year. Break it open here for these Diamondbacks. But we'll see David Peralta going. And he is easily thrown out in his first steal attempt of the year. Not sure what was going on there. Maybe a hit and run they were going for.
It did look like that. Christian Walker swung at a pretty poor pitch there and just not able to make any sort of contact. So David Peralta was a dead man running pretty much from the beginning of that jump there. Now it's a 2-2 count to Christian Walker. He's going to swing on that one and miss. So the hit and run, just one of the worst decisions for the D-backs in this game. But now up to 9 strikeouts on the day is Chris Paddack. The movement on his ball is just next level right now.
I mean, I can get down with that, man. Like, I can love a National League team trying to play small ball here. It's been a tight game. You know, you've had very limited base runners here. You know, and you're trying to go for the hit and run. You're trying to go and just manufacture runs on the base path. The thing I don't like is the fact that it's David Peralta, who is only stolen 29 bases so far in, how many, 6 full years in the majors. Not exactly a threat on the base path by any means. 11 caught stealings to 29 stolen bases.
It's not great.
No, not great. Cole Calhoun, though, the only extra base hit so far in this one. Fouls that off, brings it to 2-2 on the nicest pitch of the ball game here for Chris Paddack. Like to see Calhoun go 2 for 2. Instead, that is strikeout number 10. Oh my God.
Wow. I mean, Chris Paddack's literally dancing coming off the field because I just don't think that man thinks his pitches can be hit with a baseball bat right now. Not sure what Heidi Watney's telling you, but she should probably be telling you about the same thing. Just a ridiculous number of Ks. It's like both sides did not do batting practice before this one.
No, we have what? 7 strikeouts here for Zach Gallen. 10 for Chris Paddack. Gotta find myself if there's what the Chase Field record for strikeouts in a game is.
Probably a lot.
Probably had to be in that 19-inning game last year. Gotta be.
I don't
Starts
know.
out Cordero with a ball high, 1-0.
One guy who's been getting some strikeouts, getting some swing and misses, Merrill Kelly up in the pen. Another guy who's been getting a lot less swings and misses recently, John Duplantier, also warming up, getting ready.
Oh, that's out.
Not necessarily a good sign, though, that with no outs in the 5th, your bullpen's in double barrel action.
Trying to find out here, looking at some Chase Field or some Arizona Diamondbacks team records. Can't find the amount of strikeouts by the team, most in a game. Actually, hold on. Club records, batting. Strikeout. 2-2 pitch from Gallen. Does not get him to bite, so we will run it full.
Franchi Cordero with a great take there. Not like there's really great batters on deck to get him back in, but no bother. He's going to swing through that one. He doesn't want to get on base. The cutter there is Zach Gallen's 8th strikeout.
Now batting.
So the most strikeouts that the Diamondbacks have recorded as a team in a 9-inning game. at home here at Chase Field was 17. The last time was against the Brewers in September of 2002. That surprises me.
17?
No, the fact that that record hasn't been touched since 2002. You know, that was prime steroid era stuff. That was before all this launch angle, all this 3 true outcome stuff was just ingrained in all these teams. I am surprised that is a steroid era record that has lasted for almost 2 decades.
Well, we might see a break of it here today with how the Diamondbacks are going.
See that? I'd love to see some more history here at Chase Field, but Austin Hedges works a 4-pitch walk out of Gallen here, already up over 80 pitches.
Well, now you really are trying to go for this double play with Paddack at the plate, but just a confusing sequence to Hedges there. Not a guy that you're worried about at all, like whatsoever. Not even like a little bit.
First pitch to Paddack, shows bunt. Hard hit down the line. They're going to get the flip, even though he could have made the tag. So they'll just get Paddack at first. Sacrifice is successful. Hedges moves up to second now with 2 outs. First runner in scoring position here for the Dabs.
As Fernando.
They had one in the second. I'm lying.
Yeah, they did. As Fernando Tatis Jr. comes up here with 2 strikeouts on the day, you'd love another one right here. First pitch is going to go in there without a swing.
Oh, and 1 here to Tatis. Inside, that'll be 1-1 as we see Hedges with an aggressive lead for a slow man out there at first. One and 2 now. But we did the most strikeouts in an extra innings game at home was versus that Cardinals game in that 19-inning massacre on the 24th of September last year. 25 strikeouts for the team. 2-2. Swing and a miss. That's number 9 here for Gallen. Woo. 19 combined strikeouts here for these 2 teams and only 3 combined hits. Heading now to the bottom of the 5th. Diamondbacks looking to do anything. Ahmed, Kelly, Gallen due up.
Yeah, I mean, any offense would be cool. I'm a little worried right now we might get a 19-inning game of 4-hit baseball.
Amen.
That doesn't sound fun.
No, it really doesn't, actually. You're right.
I mean, I love seeing strikeouts as much as the next guy, but I don't need to see 19 innings of that.
We said it's Ahmed up first here in the bottom of the 5th as he gives that one a ride. It looks like that's mostly up, so Tommy Pham is there. 1 pitch, 1 out to start the bottom of the 5th.
Yeah, both these pitchers, you know, either they've gotten quick pop flies, quick ground outs, or it's been a battle and then a strikeout.
Brings up Carson Kelly with strikeout number 5 for Paddack on the day. Like some symmetry, and he'd be number 10, but can't take away a strikeout, unfortunately, as that's called a strike. 0-1 here to start off Kelly.
Sure we can't just trim a few strikeouts off here and there?
I mean, I wish, but if that were the case, Armando Galarraga would have a perfect game as Kelly grounds out to Machado. 5-3 goes that put out, and now we'll see what Torrey does as it's the pitcher spot due up here. You think he's got in his sleeve. So right now, Gallen's over 80 pitches. He's looked great, but these Diamondbacks just need anything going as Gallen will come up here. So he will likely start out that 6th inning here for the Snakes.
Ooh, That's going to get in there. Another good pitch from Chris Paddack. I mean, kind of a waste on that pitch to throw it to the opposing pitcher, but hey.
Off the plate, ball one.
Gonna throw one outside there with the curveball. Not sure what he was thinking with the curveball high to the pitcher. That might be the only time where you could kind of get taken for a ride by Zach.
Now 1-2 here to Gallen. Like to avoid another strikeout here to see some life, even if it's coming out of that pitcher's spot. Tell all these AL fanboys where to shove it. Like to get Paddack over 80 pitches as well before this inning is done. Number 79 swung on, grounded. Gallen retired at first. Paddack to Hosmer gets the third out here. That's the first time we've seen an inning without any strikeouts. Fly out, ground out, ground out. As we now head to the sixth inning. Jeez.
Center fielder, number 28.
About it, we have seen quite a few strikeouts there. Tommy Pham 0 for 2 on his day. He's got a strikeout, also a flyout. Looking like he's ready to take another strikeout as he takes that four-seamer right at the bottom of the numbers there for a strike.
1 ball, 1 strike.
0-1 turns to 1-1 as Gallen is now at 90.
This has to be his last inning.
Curious to see what they do with the bullpen after this. We saw Merrill Kelly go a couple innings last night, and I really like that. You know, you've got 3 very valuable guys in Kelly, Duplantier, and Young, as that's going to fly out to Marte in center for the first out here. You know, we've got those. Yeah, they're 3 valuable guys that can give you multiple innings, and generally multiple quality innings too.
I'd calm down about that talk for either Duplantier or Young. We did not see it from Young yesterday, and we haven't really seen it from Duplantier either this season or last season. Merrill Kelly's really proven himself though this year, so I will say that on that front, Merrill Kelly's kind of that guy.
I mean, yeah, all Young did was give up 1 run on 2 base runners. That's not awful for making your MLB debut, at least
that
this
was not
year. Your
debut.
season debut, excuse me.
He's not what you want, though.
Yeah, no, not in a close game like that.
Not at all.
But it'll be 2-1 here to Eric Hosmer, as that one is graciously called a strike.
Well, that won't graciously be called a strike, but, you know, Eric Hosmer will graciously swing at that one for us.
2-2 to Hosmer. And we are avoiding the strikeout all of a sudden, as that's popped up to Ahmed for the second out here.
The third baseman, number 13.
You know, the strikeout party couldn't continue forever.
Machado.
Finally, some normal baseball outs here. Manny Machado, someone who has not had an official AB yet. Just 2 walks.
Machado, up until Hedges came up, was just the 2 walks allowed by Gallen. Gallen up now to 3, in contrast to his 9 strikeouts.
All ones the count.
Just that 1 hit allowed, if I'm reading this correctly. Back to Dozier in the second inning.
I think the D-backs have 2 hits. The Padres have 1. Has not been an offensive baseball game by any stretch of the imagination.
As that one skied into deep center. But back there is Starling Marte. So we have seen 6 great innings of pitching out of Zach Gallen. And if nothing changes, it is going to be a very rough no decision. Due up for the Snakes, Andy Young, Starling Marte, and Eduardo
Leading
Escobar.
up for the Diamondbacks, the second baseman, Andy Young.
No, that's down.
Andy Young so far in this one, just 1 strikeout. Like to see him swing the big bat here. Start off this inning. Big swing of the bat, but unfortunately going to be right at Franchi Cordero in right for the first out.
The center fielder, number 2, Starling Marte.
Outs ticking away for both these guys. Bringing up Starling Marte, already 2 strikeouts to his name. Not surprising.
Yeah, not recently at least.
It's funny, we're sitting here talking like Cole Calhoun's such a strikeout monster. Hope to not see an 0 for game for him, and he's got one of the lone hits here for these Diamondbacks.
Hey, baseball's a weird game. Sometimes, you know,
we get a big drive out of Starling Marte. Is it finally broken it in? Solo home run here for Starling Marte as we finally see the first run on the board for either team. Snakes jumping up on a big swing by Starling Marte.
Well, there you go. We were making fun of Starling Marte. We were saying he's striking out too much. He said, you know, I won't strike out. I'll just hit one out of here. Don't worry, guys. I got you.
Nothing huge, just able to get over, almost thwarted by that little dip out in the corner where the bullpen hits the bleachers. But doesn't matter because it's out, and we are looking at a new ball game. So hopefully Diamondbacks can hold on to this one and give Zach Gallen a well-deserved win. Unfortunately, going to be an even tougher loss for Chris Paddack if this game continues.
Cal Quantrill. Sorry, I put the U in the first name there, and Drew Pomeranz warming up in the bullpen.
Be 1-1 here to Escobar in a brand new ball game. Arizona finally able to do something to Chris Paddack. Maybe we saw a little bit of the wheels falling off as he finally went in that 5th inning with no strikeouts. And we finally see something tacked on here in the 6th. Three and 1 here to Escobar. The wheels may start to fall off here for Paddack. Creeping up on 90 pitches. That's a foul ball, bringing it full to Ed. Payoff pitch to Escobar. Big swing, big foul ball. Stay at 2-2.
Come on, Eduardo. It was good to see you get out of the slump at the beginning of the series, getting your RBI total back up in the positive direction. Instead, he's going to take a walk, which I don't think anyone will complain about. Base runners are base runners, especially in today's baseball game.
Especially just with how close this one's been, man. The whole series has been really close. You know, any run at any time could do it. We saw it stay close all yesterday. So a couple late inning runs by the Padres that the Snakes were not able to answer. Took that game 4-2. Looking at a slim 1-0 lead here. Diamondbacks jumping up on that big home run.
They really worried about Eduardo Escobar stealing bases. Did the David Peralta experiment not teach anybody anything in this game?
No, I think it taught him that these Snakes are willing to play small ball and manufacture runs in any way, so even the guys that aren't threats may be here.
Could get that, though, like, maybe an inning ago when the D-backs hadn't scored, you know? But now with that home run, I don't know why the D-backs would give up a base runner that calmly, I guess you might say.
We'll see what happens, though. Peralta's ahead of Paddack here. 2-1. Paddack's time has got to be running out. Giving up that tough run fouled by a walk as his pitch count soars. As we're going to go 3-6-1. Peralta gets the twin killing here. Killing the inning. But Starling Marte is the darling in our hearts. Big fly makes it 1-0.
It's a Marte Parte, but not the usual Marte that hits it deep. And now the Diamondbacks turn to one of their trusty bullpen arms. It's going to be Yohan Lopez coming in for the Snakes.
I like that move. I like that move a lot. Really,
Me too.
you know, Profar's swinging a mean bat all year. He may have cooled off lately, but he's definitely, at least for me, the biggest power threat here on this team. You're in a one-run game. You know, Cordero also swinging a mean bat in a small sample size. Lopez, to me, is the most trusty arm out of this bullpen. I like that move a lot.
I'm with it, and we see Hector Rondon and Andrew Chafin, the D-back sheriff, warming up in the bullpen.
1-0 here to Profar. Foul ball is trying to figure out exactly what this line is going to be here for Zach Gallen. Is it really just that one hit so far?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, he pitched a pretty decent game. He just took so many pitches in order to do it.
Final line on Zach Gallen. 6 innings pitched, 1 hit, 3 walks, no runs, and 9 strikeouts. That is a wonderful quality start.
You love to see it.
You do love to see it, Mark. As we haven't acknowledged you yet, that's Bot Ball Organist Shark Shavery here in the booth, reminding us it is, in fact, the top of the 7th.
It's already the top of the 7th? Wow. Time
Yeah,
flies when
right?
you're having fun.
That's what happens,
And
man.
When
When
it's a game like
pitcher's-
this, yeah,
It's a pitcher's
1-0.
duel, man.
It is great baseball.
2-2. See, and there's that big fly that we could see out of Profar, but luckily it'll be foul here. Brings it to 2-2.
Trying to bring together some Profar seats.
I was about to mention that.
And that's a big
Nope.
fly. Peralta's going back. He's going back, but makes the catch just feet shy of the wall out there in shallow left.
Well, I think, Duggo, we'll take a 1-0 lead to the 9th if we really have to, but that ball right there shows you why it's getting a little nerve-wracking.
Brings up Brian Dozier. Curious to see what this old man's got up in his sleeves. Looks at a big changeup. 0-1. Changeup coming in at 89. So that's got to be an interesting thing here for these batters. Zach Gallen, not the hardest of throwers, but now you're going over to a bullpen that has definitely seen a marked increase in velocity. Definitely over last year for sure. Brings it now to 1-2. You know, for years, the Diamondbacks didn't really have that hard-throwing guy out of the bullpen. You know, at best, you saw Archie Bradley, who could hit 98, 99 if he was really gunning for it, but didn't routinely sit there.
Well, and the big problem is when Bradley did get up to 98, 99, you saw a lot of balls that were just, how do you say, not even like remotely close to the strike zone? I mean, they were like splatter paint, like out there.
Non-competitive pitches, Jake.
Non-competitive
That's how we say that.
pitches, yeah. There we go. Just constantly.
They helped contribute to the Archie Bradley we now know.
The Archie Bradley we now know is entirely on the team effort by Matt Kemp and Torey Lovello.
And maybe a little bit of the instant. I got in trouble for talking about it yesterday, so we'll just say the incident.
Payoff pitch goes wide, as that is a base runner here. He represents the tying run in this close one with a big bat and Franchi Cordero now at the plate.
You say tying run, I say potential double play.
See, there we go. I like that. I like your positivity, Mark.
Yeah.
Man on, 1 out here. As you are echoing pretty bad.
That is fact.
Cordero looks at strike 1 here.
My open back headphone was at the mic for that.
There we go. That'll do it. 0-1 pitch looked at, strike 2. 2 quick strikes out of Lopez.
That's what you like to see. Although, I'd also be fine with a nice little ground ball here. Yohan Lopez does kind of have that speedy stuff that's a little hard to catch up to. Maybe a nice little just late to it kind of swing. Gets a ground ball.
Instead goes for that changeup, dropping below the zone. Unfortunately, no bite from Cordero, be it in a ground ball or a swing and a miss. Brings it to 1-2. It's a good sequence, though, by Lopez. I like that. That's inside, so go fastball a couple times, drop that changeup below the zone, and then go back to the heat. But Cordero doing a good job of laying off.
Looks like there was an attempt to frame it, but too far outside or too far inside to do anything.
Big swing in the gap, could be trouble, but Starling Marte doing a starling job out in the field, representing the only run in this game as well. Easy lock for player of the game if this keeps up the way it's going.
Oh, we can only hope. It's been a fun game to watch, and now we will see Silvino Bracho come in. You got something, Shark?
I was just interested at the decision at this point to do that.
Yohan's really a short kind of outing kind of guy. It's really that fastball arm, and once, you know, he's delivered his stuff, maybe you take him out and save him for the next day. I'm not really sure.
The thing I don't like, though, is if you looked at those splits on Bracho this year, done a good job of limiting contact from lefties, but a lot of trouble against right-handed hitting. Hitters hitting over 400 against Bracho from the right side of the plate.
Well, it's not like Austin Hedges is a prodigious bat.
So, if I'm not mistaken, the batter minimum is also negated by ending an inning, right?
Yes.
Like it's three. Yeah.
Yes.
So, one out only guys still.
I don't know. Bracho, not really what you'd look for in a loogie or anything like that. You know, we've already got that well in Andrew Chafin, but
loogie in this case.
That's fair. 3-0 to Hedges, and he loses him on.
Well, clearly not.
No, not at all.
The only thing I can think of is if maybe Jace Tingler down in that Padres dugout decides to go with a left-handed bat off the bench, just thinking easy matchup, not realizing the splits that Bracho has. So let's see who that is. If I'm not mistaken, that is going to be left-handed Greg Garcia. So maybe we're looking at some 40 chess. As Garcia looks at strike one.
I mean, I don't really know if you need to play 40 chess against Greg Garcia or just throw pitches over the zone. I think both would be just as effective.
And that's jammed. Ahmed, quick toss to Young at second, gets it. So they will strand two more, no runs as we head to the stretch.
Once again, an excellent organ appraisal there by Shark Shaver. Appreciate it as always.
Interesting choice of terms, but
there we go. Appraisal, I meant. I think that's
there
it.
we go.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, appraisal. Not necessarily appraisal, but
No,
I
yeah,
appreciate
yeah.
the sentiment nonetheless, and appreciate this game. It's been exciting, and hope you boys have a great rest of your call.
Only if you get that organ playing appraised as well, Mark.
Hey now, you shouldn't spell words the same way if you want me to pronounce them differently, okay?
Are they even spelled the same?
I'm not sure, but I'm going to argue that they are to defend myself as Christian Walker quickly strikes out there against Cal Quantrill.
And that's why they call you Hot Take Jake. And with that, I am out.
Love it. Always a pleasure here with you, Mark. Christian Walker goes down swinging against Cal Quantrill, the right-handed long man, out of the pen here for San Diego in this one-run game. See, Chris Paddack's gem of a game comes to an end. 6 innings pitched for him, 3 hits, 1 walk. Just that 1 earned run on that home run, but the big thing on that line is the 10 strikeouts.
Based on my quick Google search, I'm almost sure they're spelled the same way, which helps me out just a tad bit.
I got 2-1 the count.
As that one's gonna go inside to Cole Calhoun. 2-seam fastball. Hey, it's the after dark hour. You know what I mean?
I know.
If we have a couple word slip ups, I mean.
Oh, I know. That's what makes it so fun, man. In this slot, we just gets loose with it. Enjoy the game, you know. We've done this just a couple times together too, so we know how to work together well in a game, and it's always extra fun when we get that after dark spot and we can have a little bit more fun with it. As that's fouled off, and it'll run full here against Cole Calhoun. Payoff pitch. Another foul ball. Looking at the schedule, I can't tell you who follows us because it's no one. But tomorrow's going to be another fun-packed day. Jeez, neither of us can talk. I was doing so well earlier too, man. Dang. So Sunday will be a good one for you. Another 7 games on your docket as Cole Calhoun looks at strike 3 back-to-back here for Cal Quantrill. The strikeouts start coming, and they don't stop coming here today.
All right. I don't know if I appreciate the low-key Smash Mouth or if I don't appreciate the low-key Smash Mouth.
All right, so Smash Mouth now, totally a bunch of wieners. Not going to appreciate any of the takes that they have on anything. They're just a bunch of clowns. That aside, Fush You Mang is a banger.
What?
That whole album is a banger.
I know like 2 songs that Smash Mouth has ever made.
Okay, so like Discount All-Star, Walking on the Sun, their cover of I'm a Believer, another one of their stupid covers that people know that I totally can't think of at the moment. But man, like I'm just gonna look like the total dork I am now. And if you like ska, that third wave ska stuff, man, Fush You Mang bangs. Nick Ahmed pops out to Manny Machado on the pitcher's mound for the 3rd out. Cal Quantrill getting it done here in the 7th. They go down 1-2-3. See who the Diamondbacks counter with as the lineup's going to flip over to start the top of the 8th.
As Torey Lavelle is going to come out and conduct a double switch here, it seems. We'll see who he's going to take out. Usually it's been Nick Ahmed or Eduardo Escobar over there at 3rd as Hector Rondon comes in. Another one of those stable arms for these Diamondbacks. A 1-1 record doesn't really show you much, but the 3.12 ERA. And, you know, pretty decent numbers against both lefties and righties. Nothing fantastic, but...
I'm a Believer. That's the other cover I was looking for. Oh my God, talking about covers, the cover has been ripped off the ball as Tatis Jr. wastes no time taking Hector Rondon deep.
Well, Hector Rondon, I tried to be nice to you, and finally J-Bot chimes in. He's got something good to talk about. Convenient.
Oh, man. So leadoff guys hitting solo shots has been the name of the game here in this one. Yeah, I can agree with that, TARDIS. It's after dark. I'll agree with that. Holy shit, that was crushed.
I mean, it didn't go far, but it just went up and out and oof. That is going to tie this one up. Can only hope the D-back's going to get back on it, but Tommy Pham also making some solid contact, so maybe the Padres got different plans in action here. It's now a 1-1 ball game in the top of the 8th, so we're going to start back over.
So thank you to Cookie for verifying the double switch on that. Nick Ahmed out like usual. Tim LaCastro batting 9th and playing shortstop in the double switch.
You know, I hate that Nick Ahmed gets taken out so much in these double
so
switches.
stupid.
I just don't think it's always a good move. Maybe here in this slot, you know, I don't necessarily mind it, but I don't know if overall I think it's a great move, time in and time out. But Hector Rondon's gonna bounce back from his home run ball. Gets a strikeout there.
The first baseman, Eric.
Good job bouncing back off that tough leadoff home run by Tatis, getting Pham to strike out for the second time today. Bringing up the left-handed hitting, Eric Hosmer still looking for his first hit in the ballgame, much like many of his teammates. That home run, only the second hit given up by Arizona pitchers today. Quickly ahead of Hosmer, 0-1. Fouled off, 0-2. And why couldn't you just done that against Tatis?
No, that
Rough,
would be...
yeah,
Good question.
This is rough, man. Big swing and a miss, so back-to-back strikeouts after that leadoff home run. Oh,
Yeah.
now I'm starting to wonder if Tatis Jr. ever played with Rondon. The only other time I've seen Rondon come in and get lit up on the first pitch was against J.D. Davis. Both spent time as Astros. Oh.
Well, a man who definitely has the ability to light Hector Rondon up, but hasn't done much this season, Manny Machado. We're going to take a pitch there that looked absolutely perfect, right on down the center sticks right there, that two-seamer. Manny Machado takes it for a strike, so it'll be 0-1 here with 2 out in the top of the 8th.
Yeah, EB, this is totally Cubs Rondon. Give me those big strikeouts, but give me that big ball crushed out onto Waveland as well. 1-1 here to Manny Machado. 2 walks and a flyout. Like to see him get out of this one and keep it where it's at least. Unfortunately, Zach Gallen now going to be stuck with a no decision.
Which he truly doesn't deserve. He
No.
deserves a dub here today.
Rough for Zach Gallen.